24 fourth quarter points? God, couldn't have happened to a worse team, the Lakers. Nikola Jokic. I'm telling you, people think I'm crazy here. You could have your Lukas. You could have all these young superstars that everybody loves. Ja, pick whoever you want. Even De'Aaron Fox. Love De'Aaron Fox. But if there's a guy I'm betting on the next 10 years, the future, it's Nikola Jokic. The guy had a triple-double with his eyes closed. Eyes closed yesterday. And he was like the third story of yesterday's game.
Wait, the show started?
Yeah, it did. I started for you.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Feels a little dry. No music. Look, you know what's throwing me off here as I say,
What's
baby,
that?
good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Joe Shasky out here is dressed like he's teeing up at the PGA in about 10 minutes.
I've had a rough morning.
You got
Rough
the button
morning.
up. You got the golf button up. By the way, I have to go shopping for some golf clothes.
Hey,
But
it's Tiger.
you got the shirt tucked in with the belt showing. You got the Olympic Club hat. I mean, you look like you're about to play 19,
There's
18,
a little
36.
charity scramble for some schools today that I'm going to be a part of. So
What
it's me,
schools?
JP Money, Deli Boy, and the Masters, a.k.a. the Disasters champion, Jimmy O'Neill, my cousin.
And where are you guys playing at?
Presidio.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll get our
Scramble
teeth kicked in.
for high schools or
Grammar schools.
grammar schools?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
I'm
I'm not
right
going
after
to
the
lie,
show.
though. I'm pretty exhausted.
Why are you pretty exhausted?
I don't know, man. I woke up late this morning. I've had
I
a
did
really
too.
rough week,
I did
and
too.
I couldn't find my backpack where my headphones are in, so I don't have my normal headphones. I don't have my, what is it called, like a P popper, the screen for the
Yeah,
mic. I don't
yeah.
have that. I'm a mess this morning. You know, the Giants didn't play yesterday. I'm scrambling.
It was actually a good day.
No,
I actually woke up.
yeah,
I woke up around 4:30 and I said, "Man, I'm going to come into work early." And then I went back to sleep and woke up at 5:15 and said, "Yeah, that's not happening." So you know your boy was smashing.
So you're like me.
No, I live like that. I live in organized chaos. That's how I roll.
So you're the Jeff Garcia of this station.
I would say that no, I'm not the Jeff Garcia, not anymore.
Yeah,
Not
that's
anymore.
actually a bad. You know,
Yeah,
you're right. My
not
bad. I didn't mean it
anymore,
like
no.
that.
No.
So you're the Fran
no.
Tarkenton of this station.
No, but I win Super Bowls.
Fran was so good.
But he didn't win Super Bowls. I win Super Bowls.
Does that negate everything?
Kind of.
So let me ask you this one.
I do.
Spadoni and I
do.
were talking about this. Oh, look, thank you.
Now you got a mic. Now you got a mic screen. There you go. It's a little
Spadoni
big.
and I were talking about loyalty.
Loyalty, huh?
Yeah, just between fans, organizations, players, etc.
Right.
Green Bay Packers heading into this year. And I know, cross-sport analogies, people don't necessarily love them. But Aaron Rodgers is no longer going to be on the Green Bay Packers. Do you view them as a championship contender?
Not right now.
No, me neither. Now, could
I don't-
that change?
But at the same time,
I think they can win their division.
but at the same time, I didn't view them as a title contender with him.
Really?
Absolutely.
I think that they deserved the BOD, the benefit of doubt.
I didn't give it to them. They haven't won a Super Bowl since 09.
Yeah. But
They've
they've
lost
been in the
multiple
NFC
playoff-
Championship game.
Yeah,
like
but
3
they've
times,
lost
5 years.
multiple road playoff games.
It's true.
Multiple championship games at home.
It's true.
And on the road. I don't think I viewed them as a title contender with this version of Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, fair. What about when New England lost Tom Brady? Did you view them?
No, not even close.
All right. So, again, those are franchise facers in Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And those teams basically got crossed off the contender list once that guy was gone.
Right.
Now, Russell Wilson is a good example of an organization where we thought they were done as a contender. He leaves them, and we're like, oh, Denver will be a contender. Denver, not a contender. Seattle, in the playoffs.
In
I
the
don't know if they're a
playoffs.
contender for the Super
Yeah.
Bowl, but they're in the mix. The second Patrick Mahomes leaves the Chiefs are probably out of the
Probably
contender.
not. So where are you getting at?
So
here,
where I'm going
Shasta?
at with this is all about Steph Curry. I mean, this is all about Steph Curry. And if you want to be loyal to Steph Curry and you want to win a championship with Steph Curry, and that's what your loyalty is to the ultimate prize, winning championships, everything needs to be on the table.
So, Sidey brought up something yesterday as this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. He brought up something at the top of his show. He goes, I agree with Steve Kerr, and I agree with many people that the Warriors aren't title contenders without Draymond Green. If he leaves, the Warriors are no longer title contenders. But he also pushed back and said, if Draymond Green stays, I don't think they're title contenders.
They weren't this year, and he was here.
They advanced to the second round. They were part of the final eight, but they did not make the conference finals. They're not playing for a championship. So if Draymond Green does come back, and you have the same iteration of the Golden State Warriors, I don't know if they're title contenders. And if that's the case, let's just say Draymond Green leaves and moves on, and you believe they're not a title contender. But if he's here, you believe they're not a title contender. I lean towards just letting them walk to release some payroll and release some of the baggage that's off the floor.
What's bigger right now in terms of for the growth of the organization and everyone else around?
I think
is it the money or is it just having more oxygen in the room with less Draymond?
I think all those things are true. Money, the noise, the chat, the chatter. Let me ask. I want to ask the feds. 888-957-9570. Because I love basketball. I really do. And I enjoy just the game of basketball. I enjoy the strategy. It's just like football, baseball. I enjoy the strategy. I enjoy the in-game adjustments, all that stuff.
You love a good hit and run?
I love a good hit and run.
You like a good smoke screen?
I do love a good smoke screen.
A little floppy set?
I do love the floppy. I love the elevators. I love the horns.
I knew you were going to
I love the UCLA. I love the pick and roll. I love it all.
Little Princeton backdoor.
Love it all. Love it all. But 888-957-9570. Did Dub Nation have fun watching basketball this season?
Wow, that's such a great question.
Did they have fun watching the Golden State Warriors? When you think about playing with joy and enjoying basketball and being locked in, did Warrior fans enjoy this season?
It felt. I can't believe I'm saying.
Like, think about
I know because it's some of my favorite players
year.
ever. Bonte,
18-2 they started when they went on championship. That season was all-time fun. You saw the ascension of Jordan Poole. You watched Klay Thompson return. You saw Steph Curry come back from a calf injury and dominate in the playoffs. You saw Andrew Wiggins grow into an all-star. You saw Looney become one of your trusted guys. One of your guys that you said, you know what, I could get in the foxhole with him and I could ride. Looney's my guy. We had a lot of fun last year on the way to the championship. Did you have fun this season? After way it started?
Well, let's define fun, because like the way I'm looking at this, we admit sports over work. Sports is always more fun than anything work related or real family drama related, right?
Yep.
So that's bare minimum. Like, yes, sports are fun. On the scale of sports fun, it was not as much fun as I anticipated. You have the tension of all of the young players not coming through and them being scapegoated at every single turn.
Yep.
You're watching kind of the sand come out of the hourglass on two legends that we absolutely love, which is Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. And yeah, they pulled some magic from time to time. You're watching a player that we all fell in love with the year prior in Jordan Poole, just not even closely resemble the joyous player this year that he was last year. Man, I'll be real with you.
It was not a lot of fun.
On the Warriors scale? On the
Warriors scale.
Because they're the most, I think they're the most fun team
the
of
most
them all.
entertaining team.
Yes.
The style of play is great.
It was not that much fun. That I think I will meet you there.
Well,
And I feel like a bugaboo saying that.
And what up to all our YouTube chat? What up, everybody? Philip, Tyler, Ernie Chavez, Made Money. I see Made Money in the chat this morning. Morelli. I see y'all. You know, Ernie said something here. Ernie said something. Where is it at? This season was a frustration sensation, which is a buck. You see Morelli, my anxiety level went through the roof this season compared to last year. You know, Adrian, this season was bad.
Adrian!
This season was bad. I knew they were done with the road record. And now, as we break down fun and what was fun and did you enjoy the season, we're going to get to Klay Thompson and what the Warriors should do about Klay Thompson and what his role is moving forward, what his role should be moving forward. Well, how would you assess his season? We know about the playoffs. The playoffs are not good. But how would you assess his season, Klay Thompson, that is? And I know everybody's going to point to the $43 million he's making next season. Is that a guy you really want to move on from this season? Forget about Draymond Green for a second. Forget about Poole. Let's lock in on Klay Thompson with everything that's going on. Bonte, I love the whole process. Watching Steve Kerr try to build something out of chaos. That's Dublin Marge. She loves the process.
Should it be that chaotic?
But did we love this process?
No, not this year.
Did this process work?
Didn't it feel like and I hate saying this word, but it felt like a championship hangover and then a bunch of other stuff. Like it was all the things you hear about when a team wins a championship, feeling themselves too much, not grinding on the grindstone like they did in the years prior. The disease of more, the disease of me, as Pat Riley's talked about.
Right.
You asked me, like, was it fun? Am I a weirdo for saying that one of my favorite moments of the season was when all the best players didn't, or the big core.
The Cleveland game.
Yeah.
The
when
Cleveland
they didn't
game.
play and the youngsters got to play, it felt like I was watching a youthful exuberance of joy that brought me back a couple of years prior.
Right.
And like, I know at the end of the Kevin Durant thing, a lot of Warrior fans didn't think there was a lot of joy
No, they didn't.
with the Warriors.
I remember when Kevin Durant went down in real time, and they ended up winning that Game 5 against Houston in dramatic fashion at Oracle Arena. Then they went on to Game 6, and Steph Curry had one of the greatest second halves we've ever seen in playoff history when he dropped 30. A lot of people were happy because they said, oh, we got the old Warriors back, the pre-KD years. Oh, this is strength in numbers. Oh, my God, let Steph cook. And I said, man, that's so damn disrespectful to Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And Kevin Durant came back in that finals game, Game 5. Everybody who he was, we're like, oh my God, we got a shot to win now because KD's back. But remember that?
Yeah.
He gets hurt, and people are like, oh yeah, the old Warriors are back. They weren't having fun with Kevin Durant.
You know what it felt like? Now that we've gone through the whole season and we take a step back, there were a lot of 2014 Niner vibes to this year.
Yep. Look at Fat Thor on Comcast Business Text Line. On the Comcast Business Text Line. I watch every game with my father-in-law. It's been appointment TV for years. This year was a weird watch. And I'm kind of there. With him. It was a weird watch at times.
But do you get the 2014 Niner vibes?
It was not a fun season.
They fell short the year prior. Now, again, this team won it all last year, but they fell short the year prior. They kind of rolled it back, and clearly chemistry was off. Clearly, from the top down, there was issues in the front office with the head coaching staff and the direction of the organization. And I would just say direction of the organization, which is a parallel to what we're seeing now. Direction of the organization. Playing young players, playing two-way players. Do we keep guys wanting contract extensions, players declining, the head coach being a little weird with some of the, fixation with some of the players on the roster.
Did it feel like it was over, though? Because 2014 with the Niners, it felt like it was over. It felt like that regime, that window was closed.
Well, that's the differentiator between then and now.
Because now you still have Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And I don't believe he's going anywhere.
Well, remember when the New England Patriots had to kind of reload at the end of the Tom Brady era? They lose to the New York Giants, okay? And everyone's kind of like, I think it was 2011 where they ended up losing to the New York Giants. Everyone's like, all right, that's about it for Brady and the Patriots. And that was when they had, Wes Welker and all those guys. Wes Welker would end up going on. Nobody saw Edelman coming back around. Nobody saw the ascension of Gronk to the level of what he would become. And
Amendola.
And all of them
James
changing
White.
the way that they did. And they bottled that thing up. And they found a way to get to, 3 or 4 straight Super Bowls?
Well, they beat the Seahawks. They lost to the Eagles. They beat the Rams. Falcons. So... yeah, no, they reloaded.
But they had to reload.
They reloaded. And the Warriors may have to reload. And who do you reload with? Steiny brought this up. He goes, all right, I'll give you that. You're not a contender without Draymond Green. But with Draymond Green, are you a contender? I think a lot of people right now feel like, Mike Malone. Somebody brought up Mike Malone's press conference on the chat. The Comcast Business Text Line. I was actually watching Mike Malone's presser last night after the Nuggets went up 2-0 on them Lakers. And he said some very profound things. And one thing that stuck out to me was somebody asked him a question about Bruce Brown, and it's like, you got these specialists. And he goes, look here, brother. Specialists don't play during this time of the season. You have to be a baller. Basically, is what he said. He said specialists don't play in the playoffs.
Well, the Warriors have a ton of specialists.
Exactly.
I would say almost too many.
And Draymond Green.
I would call them one-way players.
One-way players. And Bruce Brown, you see the way he's playing for Denver? Looks like a two-way player.
I know.
Kentavious Caldwell-Pope looks like a two-way player. What do you know? Jamal Murray, 4 steals, trying to play like a two-way player. What do you know about Michael Porter Jr.?
He looks so good.
Michael Porter Jr. is all of a sudden playing defense and dropping 16 and 7.
Well, did you hear Aaron Gordon got asked about team chemistry? And he was basically talking about how much he loves his guys and the grind and everything. And this is a team that he joined at the deadline last year.
Who's that?
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon. Yeah,
So-
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
So this isn't a team that's been together for a decade where
Right.
you could just build certain tendencies and frustrations
Right.
with people. Like, when you've been with your significant other
Right.
a long time, yes, you love them, but you also hate a lot about
Right.
them because
Right.
you're together a lot. And I feel like the Nuggets feel very,
Connected.
very connected, united. The synergy
Right.
is clearly there.
Yeah, no, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, first year there. Bruce Brown, first year there. Realizing they needed toughness at the guards. They had to upgrade from Gary Harris and Monty Morris, some of the guys they brought in. But Gordon's been there. Porter Jr.'s been there. Murray's been there. Jokic has been there. And Mike Malone touched on that. He goes, look, Jamal Murray and I have been together for 7 years. A lot of ups and downs. Jokic, I've watched him grow into an MVP and an unstoppable force.
amazing.
I mean, he is amazing. But the difference is with these teams that are left in the Final Four, Miami, connected team. Boston, connected team with guys buying in on both sides of the basketball. The Lakers look connected.
Well-
The Nuggets are connected. And that is the difference, I think, with the Warriors. They were not connected at all this season.
Well, and I
they
think
just weren't.
Yes, you're right. They were not connected. And Bonte, what do you hear from a lot of stubborn Warrior fans? Which I love the loyalty.
Let stuff cook.
No, it's I'm gonna ride this court till the
Oh,
wheels
yeah,
fall
yeah,
off.
yeah. We're going to ride or die with them.
So, didn't they die this year?
They died.
Didn't the wheels kind of fall off?
They died this year.
Like, so when you mean ride or die, you mean just they're going to be lifers at maximum salaries?
Right.
Right? There's nuance to all of these things. So are you just going to allow this thing to slowly die off? Like when you have a plant in the backyard, not that I'm somebody with a
Right.
green thumb, but when you have a plant in the backyard and it's clearly dead at some level of the branch, you don't just let it die
No.
there. You trim it back a little, hoping that it'll grow, and come back later on. At least that's what you do with some of the dead leaves. They trim back
Right.
or whatever. I know there's a better way of explaining it, but I feel like that's kind of where we're at right now. Like we've got a really nice root. We've got Steph Curry. And to me,
So-
you got to prune some of these leaves off the side and get rid of some of the old dying vines and
Right.
allow some new ones to sprout.
Well, and that new one may be Jonathan Kuminga. It's maybe Moses Moody.
Might be outside the organization.
Might be Jordan Poole. Might be outside the organization. It might be. As, of course, sources, Bob Myers hasn't signed his contract extension yet. And it's very possible. We'll get into Bob Myers, but we'll get into Klay Thompson as well. It's very possible Bob Myers may just walk away. And the Warriors are bracing themselves for that. They have to. They're a billion-dollar corporation. They know what time it is. If Bob has a sign at this point, then maybe he takes some time off. Is that the end-all, be-all? I don't think so, because a new GM will step in with a lot of pressure, but he'll also step in with Stephen Curry. And then that new GM may say, well, can I win with those specialists? Can I do what Mike Malone says can't be done, which is playing these specialists? Or do I want to deal with the baggage that comes with Draymond Green? That's the new decision. That's a decision that the new GM may have to make. We'll see if Bob Myers does come back. Nothing's set in stone yet, but we have to talk about all the options here. SFA drummer Drew will get to you on the other side, and that's what's coming up as we continue to talk about the Warriors all season and what a fascinating one it will be. No doubt about that. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by calhope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. Step back, three-pointer. It's good! Jamal Murray from way downtown. And Denver goes up 4.
Yeah, the outside noise, We're the Denver Nuggets. We're used to that. Even when we win, they talk about the other team. We beat the Clippers in the bubble. They talk about the other team. Same old. It just feels us a little more, and it'll be sweeter when we win the chip.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I love that. With the Denver Nuggets. Mike Malone said it as well, head coach. That was Jamal Murray, who had 23 points in the fourth quarter. Just a sensational performance. He just got crazy hot. He was 5 of 17 at one point. He comes out in the fourth quarter, boom, 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 boom. Hits 4 threes. He finishes 6 of 14, 37 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 steals. Nikola Jokic with his 4th straight triple-double, 23, 17, and 12. And the Lakers down 0-2 in the series as the series shifts to L.A. Saturday night at 5:30. Spinoni will be...
Night.
Yeah. No, it's not night yet. Night yet. AD 4-15 from the floor. Every other AD 18 points, 14 rebounds. LeBron James bricking from the three-point line. 0-6. Woo, Lakers in trouble. Mike Malone said it. He goes off on narrative. He goes, the national narrative after game one was that the Lakers were fine. No one talked about Nikola having a historic performance. The narrative wasn't about the Nuggets. So we took it in our pipe, we smoked it, and now we're up 2-0. So the Nuggets are feeling it. And they're talking. They're talking that talk.
Put it in our pipe and smoked it.
I love Mike Malone, man.
I like that.
I love Mike Malone. He was on a roll. He was on a roll last night. He goes, we knew we'd be up 2-0. He goes, everybody talking about the Lakers saying, he goes, I've never been up 1-0 when all the chatter was about the other team being fine down 1-0.
We put that in our vape and we vaped it.
Yeah. That's what he did. Especially in Denver, Colorado. I heard it's pretty good out there. So, Nuggets up 2-0. Game 3 of that series tomorrow night. Boston, Miami tonight. Game 2. These playoffs have been really good. That was a really fun playoff game last night. Watching the Nuggets go on that run, a 20-5 run to start the fourth quarter. And, boy, I love watching the Lakers lose.
Can I be honest with you? I'm watching that game, and Austin Reeves hits that bank shot. And in my mind, I'm going, they're going to pull a rabbit out of the hat, aren't they? I really thought that they were going to come back and win that game. And then LeBron gets that steal. What was it, a 4-point game at that point?
Yeah.
And just smokes the layup. I thought he was going to shoot the 3, and then he kind of hezzies and goes left baseline. I don't know. There were about 4 or 5 moments in that game where I thought the Lakers were going to somehow pull that one out, and I'm so happy they did. Jamal Murray hit, I think, 2 threes with the shot clock winding down that were just massive.
He's just a money time player. He's
I underrated how good he is.
He's so good, especially in the fourth quarter. And they calmed down. And look, Bruce Brown was big. 37 minutes, 12 points, 3 assists,
late.
5 rebounds. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope was in foul trouble. Michael Porter Jr. was in foul trouble. But the Nuggets find a way. They find a way last night to win it and protect their home floor. Now they're up 2-0 as the series shifts back to Crypto.com Arena. Going to be a lot of fun to see how the Lakers adjust. Will they push the pace? Can they get something out of D'Lo and Dennis Schroeder? They had the Rui Hachimura game. He went crazy in the first half. But as Jokic, he figured out how to go at Rui Hachimura. The Nuggets played the defense. They go on a big 10-0 run in the third quarter. That was a really fun basketball game, though. Really good game last night in Denver.
Yeah, it was. It was. And I just keep coming back to the same thing. Like, everyone can say, well, like right here, 801, missing the Western Conference Finals by a handful of points isn't considered dying. Can you accept what happened this year, Warrior fans?
Well, you barely got past...
No, but there's a level of them overachieving. Like, they barely got out of the first round. If you're going to say they barely lost in the second round, you can also make the argument they barely got out of the first round.
Right.
And then you can also make the argument you barely got the 6th seed.
No, you did.
So, like, we can play that game till we're blue in the face. The reality is this. You're fooling yourself if you're not going to say it's an uphill climb with the current roster.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you got to build a roster in one offseason that could be the prohibitive favorite, no doubt about it, because that's very difficult. But I don't think you're good enough right now to try to run it back.
And wouldn't the timing be perfect right now? If you want to pivot,
of course.
Say I want to go in a different direction. This seems like the time to do so. Let's go to SF Bay Drummer out in H-Town. What's up, SF Bay Drummer? Timing's everything. And now feels like the time. We're just tired of. Like, we're actually tired of Draymond just chirping the way he's chirping. He's a great all-time Golden State Warrior, Hall of Fame player. But when he talks now, we're just like, why does it have to be about LeBron? Why does it have to be about the
Well, and
Lakers?
why does everything have to be, oh, I went to Steve Kerr and
Right.
I said this and
I this and
you
I
know,
that and I this.
lost my voice and Jordan Poole, I had to connect with him. It's dude,
also you
dial it
tell
down.
Shams I got my voice back in January after a 3-game win streak, and then you're talking to Stephen A. and you say you got your voice back in February. So what was it? It was January? Was it February? It's just a lot going on here, man. A lot of noise. Let's go to SFA drummer down to Ace Chat. What's up, baby?
Good morning, y'all. Hey, Draymond, I don't know, man. Rudy Gobert might have been on to something. Insecurity could be loud, man, because he's just an open book right now.
Yeah,
like
he is.
4 pages. But I didn't enjoy the season. Like, I bought tickets when they came out here to play Houston, and Steph Curry had that dagger 3 that night, and Clay was going off. I still got faith in Clay. Like, they got to find a way to open him up. And, I think he can get back to himself, but he had to be willing to adjust himself as well. But that game, I expected the Warriors to win that, hands down by like 30, like they used to. But they didn't have the firepower or like the defensemen to hold the leads and stuff like that. And that was the problem all season. And I didn't really like that. And, like the Warriors, they kind of like, like just an average, everyday people. Like, we paid the car off. We don't have no car note, and so they kept, trying to replace the water pump, replace the alternator and stuff just to keep the car going. But, it may be time for a new car, you know? Even if we got a lease one out for 2 years before we started, if we want to keep that or get another car. But, like, they got to – I mean, it's time to, make some decisions and change stuff up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Time for a new car. You keep trying to – Band-Aid your bad boy. Like you said, the water pump, the oil change. What's the stuff you put in your tire? It fix it flat. You try to put a fix it flat in your tire to make sure that it's not going flat. I could see that. I'm not mad at that.
I want to get to something that I've been thinking about for a minute here, regarding Clay and Draymond. I believe Draymond to be, and rightfully, soaked with ego. And I think a lot of people, we in this profession are soaked with ego. That's why you do this, right? So I freely acknowledge, takes one to know one, Draymond. But to be a level of player in the NBA that these guys have become, you have to be soaked in ego. But also, there has to be a level of self-awareness, not humility, because I don't think that that's the right word. I would say self-awareness to understand when it's time to evolve and where you're at in your career. Right. If you choose to want to stay on a certain team, right, your role has to evolve. And I guess the question that I'm going to, I underrated Klay Thompson's ego. And what I mean by that is that I think the ego is what has spurned him to be one of the greatest shooters of all time. You know how confident you have to be able to pull from where he pulls from on the floor?
No doubt.
Do you know how confident and irrational you have to be to come back from 2 devastating leg injuries that would end most people's careers, to come back and lead the team in minutes in the playoffs and win a championship? All of that is I acknowledge. And you need a level of ego and confidence and all those things. But I guess my question is, do either of them have enough ego to take a different role on this team moving forward? Like, if you stand pat,
right,
are they willing to accept, with the roster being exactly the way it is right now, are those two willing to accept different or lesser roles for next year to help the team win?
Only Clay and Draymond know the answer to that.
What do you think?
I don't know. I see this. With Klay Thompson, let's take Klay Thompson because we've done a lot about Draymond Green. Klay Thompson averaged 27 a game in the month of January. He averaged about 23 in February. He had another sensational March. In that 3-month span, he averaged about 25. And he shot over 40% from the three and over 40% from the floor. It may be harder for Klay Thompson to accept a lesser role when he says, look at the proof in the pudding. Look what happened when Steph was out. Look what happened when Andrew Wiggins was out. Look at my scoring load. I look really good offensively.
But what if I countered to him and I said, that's all true, but for you to be your most optimal come playoff time, we want to taper it down during the regular season to create better tendencies, to have you with fresher legs.
It may be tough. But I have faith in this. Klay is he is a former player's son. Michael Thompson played in the league. And when you think about Michael Thompson's career, number 1 overall pick with the Portland Trailblazers coming out of Minnesota. By the time he got to the LA Lakers, he was coming off the bench. And he was a role player for the LA Lakers, Showtime Lakers. And he helped them win back-to-back championships in 87 and 88. So his father knows about transitioning from number 1 overall draft pick, being the guy, to maybe being the 7th or 8th man on the roster.
I think that's not. Yeah, we're not going that far.
I'm not going that far with Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he needs to be the 8th option on the basketball team. But can he be your 4th option? Absolutely. I think Klay Thompson will maybe have some discernment saying, you know what, Andrew Wiggins could do a lot of what I can do. He could pick up the load offensively and defensively, and I could just buy my time and let the game come to me. That's where he has to do. He can't come out chucking 7 times in the first quarter. He did that games 5 and 6 against the LA Lakers. He took 15 shot attempts in the first quarter in back-to-back games. 15 combined shot attempts. He has to scale that back.
Yeah.
Let me get some others involved. Let me let somebody else touch the basketball. So that's the adjustment I'm looking for Klay Thompson.
But will Steve Kerr adjust? Because it feels like, to me, Steve has given, like, Steve is still under the setting that they're 27, 28, 29, and 30 years old.
Well, Steve Kerr mentioned at his exit press conference, I got to let Klay know that he's not 28 no more.
Well, Kerr needs to acknowledge that, too.
Well, Kerr
You know
did
what I
say
mean?
that.
You know what I
Kerr
mean?
did acknowledge that.
Well, I know, but I'm saying
he brought that up.
He needs to emphasize that.
Well, I think he will. He brought it up in his exit interview. He said that. He said that. His
actions speak otherwise.
But he said it at the end of the season, saying, I think Klay now needs to realize.
Yeah.
And so I can't blame Klay for thinking that he was 28 in his playoff run when he had all the moving parts with his basketball team. All the moving parts affected Klay Thompson just as much as it affected Dante DiVincenzo and Jordan Poole.
Totally agree.
You know, you're playing with Steph, you're playing without Steph, you're playing without Wiggins, you're not playing with Wiggins.
And I think Wiggins' lack of literally, like, dude, grab it by the bullhorns and let's go. I think Wiggins being a little iffy, it actually empowers Klay. Like, well, if he's not going to do it, I have to.
Well, I want to continue this Klay conversation. I want to talk to Bobby and San Jose. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the
MVP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
You trying to say something?
Jordan Poole. Trying to say what?
I don't know. You trying to say somebody's a wankster?
No.
Oh,
Just
I
playing. It's
thought, I
50
thought
Cent
he was
Friday.
going like deep.
Dude, it's 50 Cent Friday.
Oh.
Where's your head at?
I told you I'm a mess this
It's
morning.
50 Cent Friday.
I've defended Jordan Poole all week long in the
Right.
pregame show.
You have.
ain't no friend of
and
mine.
I have too. No, Jordan, you don't need to speak publicly. You're good.
None.
You're good, Jordan. You don't need to speak at all. We know what went down. The only thing, if he wants to speak, he can speak about his game. That's what we want to know. And his game just wasn't tight, especially against the LA Lakers. 20 minutes per game, 34.5% from the floor, 25% from three. 8, 4, and 2 is what Jordan Poole averaged. In the playoffs, he averaged 10 points a game, 3.5 assists, 2 rebounds, shot 34% and 25 from three. Not good enough. Klay Thompson, last 4 games against the LA Lakers, 10.5 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, shot 25% from the floor, 27.8% from three. That's tough. That's tough here on the 50 Cent Friday.
So let me ask you this question. We were talking about
Before you do, I want to let everybody know this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
there are certain work dynamics, familial dynamics, where someone won't allow somebody to be like the head of the family, or someone won't
Right.
allow another person to be the foreman on the job, right? For whatever reason. Like, oh, I'm not working underneath that guy. Like, you hear that a lot. Hypothetically, and I don't want to do the whole, like, this is my lineup, and he says, hypothetically, would Clay and Draymond ever take a back seat, even if it was a pecking order, starting, however you want to determine back seat, to, like, let's just say hypothetically Kuminga and Jordan Poole? Could you even see that? Because I have a hard time thinking that they're going to acquiesce to someone else taking the larger role.
Especially a youngster.
On their behalf.
Especially a youngster who's not proven. And they probably feel like Kuminga hasn't proved anything. Moody hasn't proved anything. Jordan Poole hasn't proved anything. So, no, you're not starting above us.
With the equity that they've
Right.
earned. Like, that's the other thing. Like, I understand. Like, hey, look, if I'm one of these seminal people in the organization.
Well, to be honest with you, Draymond did take a back seat in this King series. So that gives me hope.
Well, in part because he set himself up to get suspended for a game.
But he did take a back seat. He did take a back seat.
Okay.
He did take a back seat
Still
for games
played
4 or
his
5.
30-something minutes. But
he
yes,
still
I'll-
played
you know
31
what?
minutes.
You're right.
But he took a back seat. So I know Draymond Green could do it if it's for the betterment of the team. And he's getting his money. Part of the problem this year when it comes to Draymond, Steve,
Mm-hmm.
Bob Myers, Klay Thompson, is they want their extensions.
Yeah, I know.
They want their money.
Well, you can't have both ways.
So, but if Draymond gets his money, or if he opts in for 27, he knows he's got 27 coming. He'll play whatever role he needs to.
Yeah, but on a
because
business-
that helps him. That helps him long term, Shasky.
Yeah,
if he comes off the bench and sacrifices,
I agree with
he
you.
comes out looking like gold. Saying,
I know.
I was a team player. I sacrificed for the betterment of the team. I still played 31 minutes. There were 31 impactful minutes.
I hear you, but I mean, this is still like when you look at it from a business standpoint, I don't really like paying a guy $30 million to come off the bench. If I'm Joe Lacob, like, I understand what you're saying.
27
Okay.
mil.
All right.
But that guy.
I mean, I'm paying JP that next year,
they
and
were
I
paying-
probably don't love it.
They paid Andre Iguodala $15 million a season
Yes.
to play about 15 minutes a game.
Yes.
Those 15 minutes a game were very important because he was playing with
He's playing
the
more than
Hamptons
that
guys.
back then.
Probably more
Yeah,
than that.
probably more than that,
Probably
yeah.
20, but he
I
came
don't
off
want
the
to go
bench.
through the Iggy stuff.
But he came off the bench.
Yeah, but their financial situation wasn't as dire as it is now.
It wasn't.
And the
it was still up there.
ramifications.
You're
I
still
know.
paying luxury tax.
Yeah, but the penal salary cap stuff wasn't even close to as bad as
No
it is
doubt.
now.
It's not. But to that point, Iguodala did come off the bench. And he did
But-
get paid a lot of money, and he was in the closing lineup.
But there is
so
a-
if Draymond Green Green's in the closing lineup, and he plays 31 minutes, because I think people fixate way too much on who starts and who
No,
comes off
I'm not
the
talking about
bench.
starting. I'm talking about just slightly taking a different role in a back seat. Because, like, I've
if he's
seen a
playing
text.
31 minutes a game, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, but there's going to be games where I think that the team's better with Draymond on the bench, and I don't think he'll accept that.
Well, he may not accept that.
You know what I mean?
That's a different conversation.
And that goes back to relationships and equity earned and whatnot.
That's
and I
a
think it's
different
very
conversation.
difficult, to do that. Like, here's a great text from the 707. I'm not sure they need to take a back seat. These guys have to earn their minutes, etc. Basically, the youngsters. And, well, that's a double-edged sword. And this is the chicken and the egg, I think, where they're caught in between. Hey, you have to earn your minutes. But if I'm not given opportunities to play through mistakes, I will never get opportunities to earn those minutes. I'll always get yanked. Yet simultaneously, when Dre and Clay play bad, they've earned those minutes from 9, 10, 11 years ago, which we get, but they're not the same player. Like for 2 months, Klay Thompson was god-awful, right? God-awful. And the team had to have a meeting with him and sit down with him and tell him, dude, stop shooting like crazy. Now, he wasn't the only problem that the team had right there, but like it's a very tough situation because, like, on one end, you want to tell all the youngsters, earn everything you've got. On the other end, you're allowing some of the veterans to get away with whatever they do.
All right, so Klay Thompson, let's go through Klay Thompson because what you're talking about here is if Draymond Green doesn't finish in closing lineups, that's a different situation. That's a different situation. If he's not closing in lineups, then no, he probably won't accept his role. Because part of the reason why he accepted the bench role in the Sacramento series is because he knew he'd be playing down the stretch.
Yeah.
Now, if that's not a guarantee, you may have a different conversation. But I'm going off the premise of he's going to see 31 minutes a game. He's going to be playing in your most important minutes of the basketball game. So, therefore, I can live with Draymond Green coming off the bench, or if Draymond Green can live with coming off the bench and accepting that role. But if he doesn't finish games, if he's not in the closing lineup day in and day out, that's where things get murky.
Well, this is where I think I would say, looking at where his body is, looking at where his game logs have been. Now, this year he played a lot of games in contrast to you. But Bonte, if we're looking for the best version of Draymond Green moving forward, I think, load managing him throughout the regular season is kind of the way this has got to go.
But you tried to do some of that this year, and you lost, and you were a 16th, and you barely missed the playoffs.
But this is
barely made the playoffs.
But this is why we're at a crossroads.
So you can't roll like that. You can't roll with the load management. Load management got you screwed.
No, I'm acknowledging that. That's why I'm saying I'm not paying Draymond Green. I don't want to pay Draymond Green because, look, part of he wants to make $28 million. Well, if I'm paying this guy $28 million on this team, I'm expecting a big role. But I also know there's a law of diminishing returns when you overextend him. And I'm not getting the best Draymond Green come playoff.
So we're talking all right, we're talking about extension now. I see. I'm just talking about opting into the 1 year deal.
To the 1 year deal.
I'm not even talking about money, 3 years, $70 million, because I would be hesitant to do that. I would. At this moment, I would be hesitant to extend Draymond Green. Now, forget Draymond for a second, because we talked about Draymond Green all week. I want to focus on Klay. I think
they go a lot of hand in hand, but I hear you.
I want to focus on Klay because Klay didn't work out in the summer. Steve Kerr came out and said that Klay Thompson has to come into camp in better shape. Now, I understand why he didn't work out in the summer with other players. Now, he did individual work, but he didn't get into basketball shape. And if we're going to understand Jonathan Kuminga and him being 20 years old and having some maturity issues, then the hell, I'm going to understand Klay Thompson not wanting to work out with anybody else in the summertime with in the back of his mind saying, I told my Achilles the last time I worked out in the summer. I want to go into the year. I want to guarantee myself a clean bill of health going into the season. So he struggled right off the rip.
Well, the team had to make sacrifices because of that sacrifice that he made.
But he wasn't playing back-to-backs anyway.
No.
That's where he was at. And the team, they struggled. They all struggled. And Klay came out the gates and he struggled in October. But every single month this season, this is why I push back on Klay had a terrible year. November, he gets up to 19 per game. His field goal percentage gets better. His three-point percentage gets better. Boom, you look at December. Okay, there's a slight dip there, but guys are hurting. He's giving you 22.5, and he's helping you beat the Boston Celtics. He's helping you beat the Memphis Grizzlies on Christmas Day. Then January, we get to January, which we all acknowledge was his best month he's had in his career offensively. February, another solid month. March, another solid month. April, 3 games, gave you 25 a game, and then you get to the playoffs, and the playoffs was all doom and gloom. I get all that. But part of the reason why Klay struggled was because he wasn't supposed to be that number 2 option. It was supposed to be Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins gets hurt with the right adductor strain, then he misses the last 25 games of the regular season. So we talk about Jordan Poole's role changing all the time. What about Klay Thompson's role change? He goes from being the 3rd option to maybe a 4th option, and all of a sudden being catapulted to the top option, or maybe the number 2 option because Steph is out. So now he's leading the team. So he had to juggle roles, and then all of a sudden for Klay Thompson, it's a tough switch to turn off because you're Klay Thompson. You've got that ego. And all of a sudden everybody gets back and you're like, well, I was just leading the team in January. I was just leading the team in February. Now I got to get back to being the number 3 or number 4 option? No, that's not happening. That's part of the conversation you got to have with Klay Thompson saying, hey, look, man, this is your role moving forward, but you could still get buckets. When you look at his season, the rhetoric around Klay Thompson, I'm a little befuddled by it.
What do you mean?
A lot of people say, man, he's washed up. Okay, he had a bad series against the LA Lakers. So did Jordan Poole, and Steph Curry wasn't efficient either. He didn't hit the three-point shot in LA as well. But we just skip Steph Curry. We just bypass him. Klay Thompson struggled against the LA Lakers. But this whole thing about his year being a struggle, I'm pushing back on that.
Well,
Klay Thompson had a dynamic season offensively.
I don't know about dynamic, but
He had
whatever.
one of the best seasons offensively in his career.
Shooting, yeah, I mean, it was good shooting, but like, again, part of what made Klay isn't just shooting. Like that, there's more to the game.
I'm talking about offensively. Offensively, he had a dynamic season. He had one of his best seasons.
Just can you have a dynamic season when you are one of the main culprits for why the team started off in the first month and a half in a giant hole?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Because it wasn't just Klay Thompson.
He was a big part of it.
The vibe, we know what was messed up on. Now that they've admitted, that's on the table now.
That's for sure.
The incident in preseason had a lot to do with the slow start.
He had his moments. I'm not here to say that he was bad. Like, I don't think he was bad this year. He had his moments. But, like, to say that he was dynamic this year, I think for me, that's going too far. Maybe I'm being too literal on the word, but, like, that's going too far to me. And I think the number one thing, it's not like we know you can shoot. What we're saying is, dog, you don't have a green light 24/7, 365 to just hoist.
Well, it doesn't now. He's had that green light for the duration of his career. He does it now. I get that. He does it now. He's not the same player, especially defensively. Offensively, though, he had a 54-point night. He had a slew of 30-point nights, a slew of 40-point nights. So offensively, again, he had one of his better seasons of his career. And when you think about today's NBA, when you look at the Nuggets, the way they're playing, the way the Heat are playing, you need spacing and you need shooting. To me, spacing and shooting is a lot more important on a basketball team than, say, having a defensive specialist or a player like a Draymond Green.
You're asking me like about either or Klay or Dre. Like,
I'm not even asking you about either.
I think he brings value.
I'm just saying when it comes to moving forward.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, forget the price tag of the $43 million.
No, I'm talking about I think he brings value on the court.
I think he brings a lot more value to Draymond Green.
Yeah, I think he brings
now.
value on the court. It just I need his game to adjust. I need him to adjust. That's kind of where I'm at on this one. Like we love the guy, but
and I think
discernment is the number one word for him.
But see, I think he will adjust. But when we look deeper into the season, when it comes to Klay Thompson, we always discuss how Jordan Poole's role changed on game by game basis. But what about Klay's role being changed? Because don't forget, Steph Curry missed 27 games.
Oh, I know.
Andrew Wiggins missed over 40 games. That's a role change for Klay Thompson.
Yeah, but Bonte, his setting throughout his career has always been, I'm going to get mine, which worked for a long time. He had tremendous success at that. Tremendous success. But as you're moving forward, it's got to adjust a little. Like to me, the word is not washed. He needs to simply adjust.
But Shasky, would you meet me in the middle here?
Yes, sir.
Steph Curry missed a lot of time.
Oh, no doubt.
Andrew Wiggins missed a lot of time.
No doubt.
So where would you want his setting at?
I would.
He had to have the green light.
I would want his setting to be read the room. So in certain
even
situations,
without Stephen Curry and Andrew Wiggins.
Well, that's different. But like when
that's what I'm saying.
But when those guys were out there, he was taking back like final 6 minutes of all these playoff games. You could point to. I think he had 4 different moments late in playoff games where he felt like he shot you out of that game.
Okay, playoff games. The playoff games, he was all time bad. I want to shove that to the side for a second because again, Steve Kerr would say, I don't want people to look at the Kuminga postseason or the Jordan Poole postseason. Let's look at the body of work. You look at the body of work. He was asked to carry this team for a large portion of the season. He did that. He helped carry it
and they had a winning record without Steph Curry, which is shocking.
He helped carry the load offensively without Steph Curry.
I see that.
And think about the spacing Steph Curry provides for him. He benefits more so than anybody on this roster by having a dominant Stephen Curry.
No doubt. No doubt.
So you don't have Steph Curry. And then you don't have Andrew Wiggins. And now you're playing with JP, who's trying to figure it out. You're trying to play with Dante DiVincenzo. And Klay Thompson carries a lot offensively.
Bonte, this is nothing that other teams don't struggle with. I look at someone like Ty Jones, for example. When Ja Morant was out, Ty Jones was awesome and amazing. But then when Ja Morant comes back, he has to adjust his game. And I view Klay right now not in the same exact mold as Ty Jones, but the metaphor of, yeah, there are going to be times that you're going to be the number one dog. Like every night is its own entity, right? But when guys are unavailable and whatnot, yeah, you're going to have to step up to the forefront. I understand those, and that's difficult. But when we're at full strength and we're fighting for a playoff game, that's when I need you to be the most discerning.
But wouldn't that be hard to do when your team is not
I'm
even
not saying
together?
it's easy. No, you're right. I'm not saying it's easy.
Think about the Warriors.
I'm making it sound easy probably, but I agree with you. It's very difficult.
Really not wholesome since October, November.
Yeah.
If you really think about it.
But that's what they're going to be if they're going to be older.
No, but that's why you have to make some moves here.
Yeah, but that's like see, that's where I'm saying.
It has to be on the moves. But hold on. January, you're not wholesome. February, not wholesome. March, you're not wholesome. April, you're not wholesome. You're not whole, excuse me. And then in the playoffs, all of a sudden you get whole. But you have a lot of variations. You have a lot of moving parts. You don't know who's going to do what. Mm-hmm. So that role change not only affected Jordan Poole coming off the bench.
It affected them both.
Affected Klay Thompson just as well. I think people don't talk about that much. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. So that's why I think when they go into next season and Klay Thompson works out in the summer and he comes into camp in better shape, the conversation will be, hey, Klay, you're going to be the number 3 option. I want you to, when you touch the ball at first, I want you to look the pass and trust that the ball will get back to you. That's the adjustment he needs to make. And then get Andrew Wiggins involved. You don't need to take 7 shots in the first quarter anymore. You don't need to do that. Not every single game like you did in the LA Lakers series.
Yeah.
Shot discernment, fine. But Klay Thompson offensively, again, you look at his basketball card. You look at the numbers and you remember the moments here. Some of your best moments was with Klay Thompson leading the way. And you're asking Klay Thompson, after coming back in January 9th of 2022, and you're asking a guy who doesn't even play on back-to-backs, hey, I need you to carry it without Steph and Wiggins.
It's very difficult. I mean,
this version of Klay Thompson.
I understand that.
And he carried you a lot.
But that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is when it's, these crucial, monumental games when you get to the playoffs to just be slightly more discerning. I mean, we're not asking the guy to completely change up who he is. Hey, I need you to play like Kareem now. I need you to play like CP3. No, we're asking him to just like, hey, instead of 7, maybe you take 3 or 4 of those shots and pass it back. Hey, when there's 2 minutes to go and 21 seconds left on the shot clock, don't hoist a 45 contested footer. That's all.
Yeah,
I think we're being a little more like I maybe it sounds like I'm being too critical, and that's not what I'm trying to do.
I think you are, because when you think about the shots, the game 4 shots were bad. I came in here across you. Those are terrible shots. Those are terrible shots. He has to get better in those situations.
Yeah, and I want others. They need to get other players on the floor and need to get those guys on the roster who can help take the pressure off of him
but also,
from feeling the necessary need to take those shots.
Yeah, no doubt. Those are bad shot selections.
But there's nobody else on the floor at times. So that's, I think, where I get frustrated is you have GP2 and then you have Looney and you have Dre.
So what are you going to do?
He feels, and I feel, a part of me is like, yeah, I get why you're taking that shot because these other 3 aren't going to shoot long distance.
Well, not only that, you look at the shots he did have in Game 6.
They were good looks.
Great looks.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you right with Klay Thompson taking those looks all the time? I would. Klay Thompson's one of the greatest shooters of all time.
Here's where I go like context, right? Not after a 75-game grueling schedule for the regular season, coming off of 2, significant knee and ankle injuries.
You don't want to take a wide open shots?
But he's at 33 years old. I'm just saying,
you don't want him taking wide open shots.
No, but of course I want him taking wide open shots. But what I'm saying is, if when you're paying someone that much money and you look at the roster that they have going on, you got to load manage some of these guys, and in particular him. And they didn't have that luxury this year, which to me shows why they're a flawed roster. And then by the time you get to the playoffs, it felt like his drain was all the way down to 0.
Well, he didn't play back-to-backs until the All-Star break. And at the All-Star break,
did he look fresh?
Well, he was getting cooked on defense. Not only that, but they were basically boxing and wanting him. They were pressuring Klay Thompson just as much as Steph Curry in the half court. And Klay Thompson had to work so hard. That's not his game. His dribbling. You would like to see his dribbling get better? That's not his game. He's not a dribble playmaker type of dude.
Yeah,
he's not that guy. He's catch and shoot.
Yeah.
So the catch and shoot opportunities was there in Game 6. He was bad in that game, 3 of 19. But when you look at his body of work this season, I'll push back. Like, forget the money for a second. I get what he's getting paid. And you paid him before the Achilles injury, all right? You paid him after the ACL. You paid him before the Achilles injury. If he suffered the Achilles injury, you're not paying him that much money. It's just the truth. You got burned by that. But I'd rather get burned with one of the greatest shooters of all time than anybody else. Look at his body of work and the fact that they were not whole all season long and the responsibility he was asked to carry when the main dudes were out. And then you step back and have some perspective about a season. You're saying, well, it wasn't as bad as I remembered.
Well, no, but I think in the final 2 series, there's an argument to be made. And real or not, it's hard to not think about he might have been the 7th best guard in the 2 series that they played, right? Which sucks to say out loud. And that was not something that I accounted for.
Yeah,
I expected him to be better.
That's a little steep.
Well, I mean,
King
De'Aaron,
series?
Curry, Reeves, D'Angelo.
Oh, we add both teams.
I'm talking about,
just series.
I mean, you look at like 6 or 7, like that's not what I thought was going to happen in the playoffs.
He played bad. He played terrible. He was awful in the Lakers series. He's got to embrace your mid-range game. He's got to work on his back-to-the-basket game. But if I had to bet on one guy, if you said Draymond and Clay right now, pick a player. I'm taking Clay.
I probably would too.
I'm taking Clay.
I probably would too.
So, 888-957-9570. How we feeling about Klay Thompson? How we feeling about the Golden State Warriors right now? We'll get into the Nuggets and the Lakers, Heat, Celtics, also stadium talk. Levi Stadium getting another Super Bowl?
Pretty excited about that.
Are you?
I am.
I'm a little lukewarm on that.
Well, I'll explain why I'm excited.
Yeah, I'll explain why I'm like, Can anybody drive down Market Street?
Our community needs to be uplifted, and I'm here to wave the flag for the Bay Area.
You going to clean up all the homelessness?
No, but we'll talk about it on the inside.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. It's Prime Well watching season at Bodega Head. A great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf. Stunning views and free breakfast. Book your escape today. InAtTheTides.com.
Aerosmith is heading back to the Bay Area this
95.7 The Game. You better not be roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
All right, this Monday we'll be bringing you our Warriors Summit. All the hosts, myself, Shasky, Steiny Goo, Willard and Dibbs, JD. Of course, he's the pre- and post-game show host when it comes to Warriors basketball here at 95.7 The Game. We'll be live from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. The address is 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. That's 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public as we have an open discussion about all the questions and issues the Warriors have in the offseason. That is this Monday, May 22nd, 4 to 6 p.m. at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. And if you do show up, you will have a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. How about that? But you have to be there for a chance to win that jersey. Autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Logan Murdoch's going to join us at 9:20 from the Ringer. We love Logan here on the roast, of course, here at 95.7 The Game as well. And it's Steve Pfeiffer, who covers the Milwaukee Bucks. That's right, he covers the Milwaukee Bucks. And we'll get into Giannis Antetokounmpo and what's going on there. Sparky Radio on Twitter. You can hear him on the Green and Growing Bucks podcast and the Kurt and Long Packers podcast. Also on 1250 WSSP out in Milwaukee. So we'll get into Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo.
Yes, sir. Antetokounmpo. Oh, we had a call on the line. We're going to take it, but he hung up as we talk a little about Klay Thompson. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45 as well. Shameless shout-outs. Don't forget about that. 7:45. We haven't done it in a while. We'll shout you out.
I'm wearing my golf
You want to turn on your mic. Turn on your mic.
God.
There you go.
I'm wearing my golf gear today. God, I can't believe I did that. Are we going to get an opportunity to see you swing some golf clubs on Monday?
I think so. I'm going to the golf spot on Monday.
So do you own any golf clubs currently?
I don't own.
And you're left-handed into the golf swing?
Yeah. I don't own a pair of gloves. Clubs, excuse me.
So are you brand agnostic?
I don't know what brand I am. We're going to find out on Monday.
No, but like you're open to whatever brand, or do you
I
want like
don't
the
care.
Jordan brand of golf clubs?
Why? What's the Jordan brand of golf clubs?
I don't know. It depends. Some people might say Titleist. Some people might say PXG.
What do you have?
Oh, I'm a Ping guy because they're born and raised in Redwood City.
Okay.
Yeah, my whole family grew up with Ping, so I played Ping irons.
How much is Ping? How much is a set of clubs?
Well, they're all expensive.
Like, how much is an average
anywhere
set of clubs?
from if you're going used, you can get them for a couple $100. If you're going to go, brand new, typically at retail, it's going to be anywhere from $1,200 to $2,000, $1,200 to $2,000.
Damn,
and that's just the irons now because it's expensive.
And then you got to pay a driver on its own.
Yeah, but like
the driver doesn't come with the full set of clubs.
No.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
Why? If I'm buying a set of golf clubs, shouldn't all the clubs be in there?
Well, you can do that. You can go to Dick's and you can get one of those all-in-one, Tour Edge club sets. They're probably like $300. Get the box set. But like
for the whole, no, I'm talking about the entire set of clubs.
Yeah,
I need
you'll
driver,
get a 12 to 14
putter,
piece. Yes,
yeah, 7 iron,
you can get
a 5
tour
iron.
edge. And honestly, it might be worth it for you to start there. But I could find you better clubs online on eBay if I was shopping for you. In fact, you know what I could do? No. I'll go to the PGA Tour Superstore or to Golf Mart. I'll go to both of those places, and we will go dumpster dive because they have all the used clubs. And we'll go there, and I will find you a set of plus ones.
I'm going to Golf Spot to do that.
Well, that's when you get fully fitted and you buy and you invest into a brand new set.
But so a set of clubs,
I would start used.
Set of clubs will cost about $3,000.
Well, if you're going brand new. It might be more if you want to get, elite shafts and grips and like you can make it as expensive as you want. You know what I mean? But like, honest to God, I mean this sincerely. I could find you a really good set of irons for a couple $100 online, or at PGA Tour Superstore, or at the Golf Mart because they have used ones.
I'm going to the Golf Spot. I'm gonna have them take care of me. Damn, you got to spend like $3,000, $2,000. I don't have that. It's vacation season. Damn.
Or you could just get sponsored by like, Puma. I could see you being a Cobra guy, right? Like Ricky Fowler, get the Puma hat and the Cobra sponsoring you. You're a big Greg Norman guy. And, just get somebody to sponsor you.
I'm not a Greg Norman guy.
What about you and Bryson?
Greg Norman's a horrible human being.
Yeah.
You know what? Now I don't feel sorry for him choking at the Masters in 1996. Now I actually laughing at him for some of the things he's said in the past.
No, but honest to God, I could find you a sweet set of clubs expensive. For a couple $100.
How much does it cost to pay for a round?
Life is expensive.
How much is it for a round of golf?
Well, it depends where we're playing.
So if I'm playing at Hardy Park.
Oh, Harding Park? Well, if you have a residence car, which is what I have, and it's going to cost you like, $50 to walk in the late afternoon. That's not bad at all. For like 4 hours of fun.
Club?
What?
About the Cow Club.
Well, then you'd have to have someone get you in there. My boy Chuck Gartland could get you in there.
Yeah,
He's a member.
I know
Chuck, what up?
I know some people who.
Yeah.
I'm not going to drop
Cow
names.
Club's beautiful.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's like
That's the one in Daly City, right?
South City. That's
Yeah.
like you jumping right into surfing and going straight to the Mavericks. So you kind of want to like level up. I would start with Golden Gate Park, a little pitch and putt, 9-hole, maybe some Fleming in your future. I would start off at the Cliffs, the O Club, and then work your way up. Spadoni, he has no idea what kind of journey is ahead of him.
It's so fun, though, man. You're going to have so much fun. And Anna is quickly going to realize that when you say, I'm going to go out golfing, I'm gone for like 5 or 6 hours. See ya.
Yeah.
Peace.
That might not fly. I mean,
Oh, it will.
Hey,
You just got to work into it.
When it's a work day, I wake up like, begrudgingly. When it's a golf day, I can wake up at the exact same time, like 4:30.
Facts.
And you're like the Undertaker. Whoop! You jump up, right, Joey? You're like,
I can wake up at
"Let's
4
go."
a.m. and if I'm driving down to Pebble for a 2-hour drive, I am elated. I am so happy.
I know some people who were playing at the Cow Club a couple days ago.
See, I know you, and you only like the finest of things, and I mean that with all love. I don't mean
that's
that
a lie.
hating.
That's a lie.
So I think you're going to be
That's
a
a lie.
Kaboom guy. You're going to be PXG.
No,
Kaboom!
that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. No, I'm
Grip
very
it
low.
and rip it.
I'm very low maintenance. I'm very low maintenance, man. I grew up with nothing, man. 2 pair of shoes throughout the school year, man. I can make things
But I will
happen.
be honest with you. The better the equipment and the better fit it is to you, the better you will play. And it's all about having slight advantages in the game of golf. So, you can get as expensive or as least expensive as you want. Putters. I mean, if you want one of these like expensive, specific putters, Scotty Cameron's run like $1,000 some of them.
If Giannis came out here to the Bay Area,
Yeah.
and Giannis, you say, Giannis, I want you to play golf in the Bay. Where would you take him? Top 3 spots.
Well, top 3 for me?
Yeah.
Well, I can't get on the San Francisco Golf Club, so I'll put that to the side. I'll take them O Club, Cal Club, Lake Merced. Boom. All in a row.
All just in the city?
Well,
There's
no,
nothing
they're all.
better?
We have like 6.
But you got to tell Giannis, hey, there's finer things in the Bay Area. It's just not about San Francisco.
Well, then we would go up to Meadow Club up in the North Bay.
I mean, you got to be. You can't just be San Francisco. San Francisco.
Well,
Giannis
there's
is going to
other
want to see.
places.
He's going to want to go to the Greek
Go to
Fest
Black Hawk.
in Berkeley. He's going to want to go to Greek Fest in Oakland.
Well, you
Come
asked
on.
golf. I thought you were.
I mean,
meaning
well, golf too,
I
but
thought
there's
you meant
golf. Yeah, golf. You got to take them all over the
Giannis
place.
can hang out with Steiny in the East Bay.
Exactly.
He knows his spots.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, hey, Giannis, we're gonna go to Tilden. It's $40 and you get a burrito for breakfast. All right, it's amazing.
Giannis
Actually,
probably-
I love Tilden.
Giannis probably crushes burritos.
And then Lake Chabot, there's a par 6, and let me tell you about this par 6.
Isn't there a par 7 somewhere?
No, par 6. It's the only one in Northern California.
What's the guy? Who's the guy who did the? Who said he shot? What did he do?
Oh, that guy's a liar. The guy claims that he got a double
He called
eagle.
us.
Yeah, I know, and no
Double
one believes
eagle.
him. Every person, and I tried to call him out. I'm like, I'm not even. You know what? I don't. Great guy. Cap.
Would Giannis be able to hit a double eagle there?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. Let's ask Steve Pfeiffer, our boy Steve. Find him at Sparky Radio on Twitter. Of course, you can find him on the Green and Growing Bucks podcast, the Curtin Long Packers podcast, 1250 WSSP, the Fan out in Milwaukee. We love Steve on the Morning Roast. Well, we love Steve talking about, well, not really the Packers. We won't go there. Life after Aaron Rodgers was probably a blessing in disguise for everybody up there. But Steve, good morning, man. Welcome back to the Bay Area here on the Morning Roast.
What are y'all doing, man? Trying to raise expectations for y'all to get Giannis. Come on, man. Watch the rest of that video. He goes on to say, no, can't do that. That's what the rest of that video looks like. But you all are just all over this, him laughing at it. And I knew when Chasky reached out and said, hey, Spark, you want to come on tomorrow? I knew that's what this was going to be all about. Y'all are sad.
Well, what's sad? Well, we are sad.
Sparky.
Hey, we're sad right now because the season's over and we got some decisions to make with the Golden State Warriors. But what's also sad is that Milwaukee has no coach right now. And you have an owner coming in who doesn't know anything about running a sports team. We see the Cleveland Browns, and we see Jimmy Haslam the way he runs that organization. So nobody's worried in Milwaukee about the future of Giannis Antetokounmpo, especially after losing in the first round to the number 8 seed Miami Heat, Steve? Come on.
Well, realistically, I think there was more concern before the last extension than there is before this extension. More than likely, just because I think he just proved the last time that he's probably going to be here. And remember, Kobe Bryant was one of his guys there towards the end, and Kobe was one team, one dream. That's kind of what it was. And
forgot who I heard. It was somebody on CBS Sports Radio the other day pointing out that these international players tend to stay. Dirk Nowitzki, stayed. They didn't really move teams, didn't go really anywhere. And now you look at Giannis, and Giannis stayed. Now, Luka might be the outlier here for the Mavericks. Maybe that's where y'all should be focusing your attention is Luka. Maybe you can get Luka away from Kyrie Irving in Dallas. That would make some sense for y'all.
Well,
from Giannis's perspective, the Bud thing, he liked Budenholzer. He really did. But if you go back and listen or watch that post-game presser, he drove over him with a bus like 3 times. And that was pretty much the end of Mike Budenholzer once that happened. Now the question is, who do they hire? If they hire Doc Rivers, I quit. I'm done. I'm all done.
Wow.
I'll find. I'm not dealing with watching them choke in the playoffs every year with Doc.
Wow. So new ownership. Does that factor into this in any way whatsoever? Because Jimmy Haslam is kind of notorious in the sports world.
Jimmy Haslam is awful. And no Bucks fan wanted Jimmy Haslam as part owner of the Bucks, clearly. And my big thing was, fine, Jimmy Haslam's going to be owner, and they want his money. That's cool. Just don't let him be governor every 5 years like Mark Lazary was. Because you have dual owners in Milwaukee, unlike y'all in Golden State, every 5 years the governor role changes. Now, what does that mean? That means for 5 years, say Wesley Edens right now for the next 5 years has final say on what they decide to do. Once that's done, Jimmy Haslam is going to get final say on what the Bucks do for the next 5 years. And then it goes back to Edens, and it rotates every 5 years. So thankfully, Haslam does not have final say right now. It's Edens. Now, once Haslam gets final say, all bets are off of how bad this thing's going to go. But as of right now, I'm fairly confident that they're not going to screw this up. But until we actually hear who the head coach is going to be, we'll have to wait and see.
We got Steve Pfeiffer on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. You can hear about the Green and Growing Bucks podcast. Does it all with the Packers podcast, the Curtin Long, 1250 WSSP, The Fan, out in Milwaukee. We love Steve here on the roast, and he's tapped in out there in Wisconsin. So looking at the Bucks situation, how can they improve around Giannis with the type of money they have tied into guys like Drew Holiday, Brook Lopez, of course. I believe he's going to be a free agent, but also Chris Middleton, who did not look right. Chris Middleton, I thought, was the X factor for you guys, and he just did not look the same since that knee injury he suffered over a season ago.
Yeah, he wasn't that guy necessarily, but the bigger problem in that series with Miami is obviously Eric Spoelstra is unbelievable, and all credit to him. Jimmy Butler was unbelievable again, but there was just no adjustments made by Bud as far as trying to do something against Jimmy Butler. They didn't run any doubles at him. They didn't have Giannis on him at any point, really, throughout that entire series. And then Giannis, takes the approach of, well, coach doesn't put me on him, then that's not my problem, which just infuriates me to no end. Because you get the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game, at some point, if you really are all about winning at any cost, you go to your coach and go, dude, I got him. Like, Drew can go guard somebody else. I got him the last 4 minutes of the game. And you just don't see that out of Giannis. It's just whatever the coach wants, that's fine. And then he gets to the post-game presser and does that, which, whether he meant to do it or not, essentially threw Bud under the bus at the end of the day. Middleton, I think, will be better. Now, there's a lot of off-season decisions he made. You mentioned Brook Lopez as a free agent. Well, you also have Chris Middleton, who has a player option. So he could opt out and then go to free agency. I expect he will, because he'll probably want more money from the Bucks. What advantage does Middleton have? Him and Giannis are guys. So if you want to keep Giannis happy, you're probably going to have to give Middleton what he wants. Whether you want to or not, that's probably the situation of how that all plays out. And then there's Brook Lopez. If Brook Lopez leaves in free agency, there's nobody that's going to come in and do what Brook Lopez does. Brook Lopez, one of the best defensive centers in basketball, a great rim protector to help out Giannis. Behind Brook, they have nobody that can protect the rim as far as the big goes, and the ability to stretch out and shoot the 3-2. Brook Lopez could help a lot of guys. I know he's old, but he could be a difference maker in a lot of different situations. I think Sacramento comes to mind right off the bat. Yeah. They desperately need a rim protector in Sacramento. But from that perspective, that's a lot of money, which now means you're in the repeater tax. And you lose a whole bunch of stuff, right? You lose mid-level, you lose all this stuff that goes along with paying the repeater tax. Does this organization and Jimmy Haslam want to go into the repeater tax? Or are they going to kind of hit the stop button or pause button for a little while and try and rebuild this thing around Giannis? That problem becomes Giannis was eligible for an extension at the end of this summer. So he's got 2 years left on his deal. Will he sign it? Nope. Don't see it happening.
Wow.
I see Giannis playing this all the way out, till the end, because you know how it works with all of these deals, right? Any type of revenue or new TV deal, a new digital deal, and more money becomes available, all these contracts rise. You wait to the very end, so you have to sign and get as much as you can. I expect Giannis to do the same thing.
All right, so Sparky, let's summarize here. Percentage chance Giannis demands out of Milwaukee this summer?
0.
What about next year?
No chance.
What about next year if things, we don't have to say what they are, but stuff goes awry? Is that in his nature to demand a location? I mean, you've been following this guy every step of the way, every dribble for his entirety of his career. Is that even in his DNA?
No. He I don't think he'll ever demand out. He may, at some point, lead in free agency. I think that could happen. I don't think he'll ever publicly demand a trade, put the Bucks in that situation, and have the fan base turn on him.
Gotcha.
One thing that if you look at Giannis, remember that whole, I'm sure you do, it just happened, that whole failure line that he said, nothing, it's not failure, it's taking baby steps.
Yeah.
I hated that line. I hated it because what it is, and he's been doing it the last couple of years, and I admire it because a lot of guys don't think like this. He thinks like a dad now, and he talks like a dad now. Because as he pointed out, I think it was in an interview with Eric Name of The Athletic possibly, he doesn't want his kids to go back and find quotes from him that he'll regret saying, or situations that he does in life that he'll have to explain later and be ashamed of or whatever. He wants his kids to be proud of him and whatever they go back and look at. So that whole failure thing was kind of like you talking to your 8-year-old after you just lost a baseball game or after she lost a softball game. That's kind of what that was. That wasn't, in my mind, that wasn't like how a pro and a team that has championship aspirations, that's how you talk after you lose to the damn 8th seed in the Miami Heat. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, but that's how he is. So knowing that, he's not going to go out there and make a big spectacle of trying to demand a trade and get out. Could he leave at some point? I guess it's possible. Anything's possible. But if we get to that point, it'll be just walking away in free agency, and then, they try and figure out a sign and trade or something to try and get some value back. You'll help out the organization if you can, and go from there. But this coaching hire is a big hire.
It is.
And Giannis will have a say in it, and Chris Middleton's going to have a say in it, and Drew Holiday probably is going to have a say in it. All three of those guys will probably have some say, and you just hope you get it right and don't screw it all up.
And look, we have our binoculars out, looking from afar at what's going on in Milwaukee. Yeah. Trust me on that one.
There's two guys I want, Giannis and Corbin Burns.
Well, Corbin Burns is more likely to get traded this summer than Giannis is.
Ooh.
I'll tell you. Yeah, that's a lot more likely to happen.
All right.
I have a question for you all before y'all get
I have an answer.
Would Draymond Green still be in the NBA if he wasn't drafted by Golden State?
Oh,
why do you say that? I want your outside perspective on that.
Wow.
How do you view Draymond and Klay Thompson? Because there's a lot of talk about both of them.
I like where this is going.
Give me your opinions on both those guys currently.
Draymond Green is a really good role player for the system that he's in, and he gets paid a lot of money to be a really good role player. But Draymond Green could never go, and he's shown this when you guys have had injuries, he can never go lead a team. He can never go be that scorer, be that guy. If Draymond Green is who Draymond Green is in Detroit, Draymond Green's not getting as much money as Draymond Green got. Ooh. Draymond Green is that guy in some other situation and doesn't get drafted by Golden State. I'm telling y'all, I don't think the man's in the league. I really don't.
Well, what about
he would have been out of the league by this point?
Wow. How do you feel about Klay Thompson right now? Because we're talking about Klay Thompson here. He's got 1 year left, $43 million, and a lot of fans are out on Klay Thompson. I'm not out on Klay Thompson. I still think you need his space. I think you need his shooting. And I know he had an atrocious series against the Lakers. I think there's value there. How do you view Klay Thompson?
Look, I think Klay Thompson is good. Do I personally like Klay Thompson as a fan? No. He's a little too cocky and arrogant for my liking. But he's still a good player. He can be streaky, I guess, a little bit at times, and you saw that in the playoffs where he goes cold. But when he catches fire, he can carry you. I think the biggest question is, like I said with Middleton and Giannis, is what's that relationship like with Curry and Klay? And is it still about making Steph happy at this point of Steph's career as it's winding down for Steph? Because if it's still about making Steph happy, and he wants Klay, then you have to keep Klay regardless of what any fan thinks.
Yeah.
If Steph is like, hey, I'm okay kind of restocking the cupboard and redoing things around me, and I wouldn't mind playing with Damian Lillard next to me and me and Lillard being in the backcourt, then okay. Then you go that route. But Curry, I think, has to have a big say if you're going to move on from Klay Thompson. He has to be comfortable with it, and he can't be mad about it, because if you get yourself in that situation, you could ruin everything.
Yeah, well, they are playing in the match together against Mahomes and Kelsey, so that's something interesting there. Looks like Klay and Curry will be buddy-buddy this summer. As for Draymond Green, we shall see. Sparky, man, we didn't even get into the Packers.
Liquid,
we'll do it soon.
Hot magma.
Yeah, no doubt. Jordan
Needed
Love
it.
season. We'll save the takes on Jordan Love. But hey, enjoy life without Aaron Rodgers for once,
Yeah,
man.
seriously.
I know you feel good about that.
I'm rooting for Jordan Love.
Hey, man, this is what I feel good about. Jordan Love is going to be a heck of a lot better than Trey Lance.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, here we go.
I knew that was
Bye-bye,
coming. I know
Steve.
that much.
Let us hang up the phone. Bye-bye, Steve. Have a good week.
Love you, buddy.
See you guys. Love you. Bye.
All right, Sparky. Steve Pfeiffer, Sparky Radio on Twitter here. I'm on the Green and Growing Bucks podcast and the Curd Long Packers podcast, also on 1250 WSSP, the Fan out in Milwaukee. Some takes on Giannis, some takes on the Warriors, some takes on Klay and Draymond Green.
I wanted to ask you about Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, because I do think that they're not a package deal, but they go hand in hand. I think just as we're talking about coming up short this year.
Shameless shout out, 6 minutes. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout outs coming up.
It's funny how we view our guys versus how others view our guys. My cousin, who's not a Warrior fan, calls Klay Thompson a front runner, calls Draymond Green a front runner.
Well, he's just a hater, dude.
Well, just
Your
again,
cousin's a hater.
Just hear me out.
He's a hater.
Well, can I finish?
Yeah, you can, but I'm telling you right now, he's a hater.
All right. Well, he also calls him Eeyore. I said, why do you call him Eeyore? And, Christopher Robin, I don't know if you're familiar with the cartoon.
Yes.
Basically, when things aren't going his way, he becomes even more of a drag emotionally on the team. And when things are going really, 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 really well, obviously, he's all up in dudes' faces, and he pointed to the Memphis and some of the Rockets things that have happened over the years. And I'm like, that's an interesting point of view. And I do think...
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with your cousin.
That's fine.
So far, I'm disagreeing with
But
him.
I do think that there was an emotional drain this year watching Klay Thompson struggle. I think he felt it, the fans felt it, some of his teammates felt it, and when he's rolling, yes, they're very joyous and they're playing good. When he's not, there is a little something to every shot feels like, and like it's dragging down everyone.
Well, what happens, he tries to hit home runs right away. He tries to get it all back. It's almost like he's trying to have a 37-point quarter in a 6-minute span. You know what I'm saying? He's trying too hard to get it all back at once. Now, as far as the trash talking stuff, Memphis, we all forget. Dillon Brooks said, I got Klay. He's been chirping a lot. So the Christmas Day game comes around, and Klay lights his ass up, and he lets Dillon Brooks knows about it. Now we all know that Dillon Brooks needed to be humble because Dillon Brooks is out here being reckless. So I got no problem with Klay Thompson shutting down Dillon Brooks for being reckless. One's a 4-time champ. One's a wannabe NBA player. All right? So I'm all right with Klay all day long when it comes to that one. As far as the Phoenix Suns, Devin Booker likes to talk. You want to talk about a front runner? We all got the classic clip of Luka Doncic walking out after Game 5 last year saying, they talk now when they win it. They talking when they win it.
But what about his emotional stability?
I think that's who Klay Thompson's always been. He's always been like that. I remember the image in Game 4 in 2016 in the Western Conference Finals against Oklahoma City. They're getting blown out. Russell Westbrook is going crazy. Crowd's going bananas. And Klay Thompson was on the bench. He had the towel, and he just started screaming in front of his towel. He was a wreck, right? Well, he turned around and had one of the greatest Game 6s of all time, right? And helped you win that series. Emotionally, he can go up and down. But I get it. I don't think it demoralizes a team as, say, Draymond Green ripping referees and getting technicals and berating coaches.
Well, no,
that's a little different.
No, I agree with that. I do believe this year showcased a level of vulnerability in terms of his emotions from Klay Thompson that I had never really either acknowledged or noticed before.
He kept it real. He was like, dude, I just came back from 2 major injuries. Of course I'm not the same. I'm trying to get it back.
No, not about the injuries. I meant on court when things weren't going his way. it did feel, not that it was like a burden, but you could feel the pressure mounting and mounting, and it just felt like,
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with your cousin on that one. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570.
You don't think there's something to the emotional?
He's an emotional player. He's a vulnerable player.
But did we think about that before the injuries?
I thought he was emotional before the injuries.
I think I didn't acknowledge that.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought he was more stoic.
I went to every
and more
game.
robotic.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been going to all these games for the past 8-9 years. Klay Thompson, again, that image in OKC where he was just down and out. Go back and watch Game 4 of that series, and you watch Klay Thompson in the third quarter trying to get it back. He was in foul trouble, I believe, in that game, and he was just losing his
that's
mind.
With the season
then
on
he
the
came
line.
back, but then he came back and he bounced back. And yeah, on this team, when you have a bunch of unknowns, somebody has to take that scoring burden on, especially when you think about the lineups that he's in. If Looney and Draymond's playing together, which we saw Steve Kerr say, hey, we need to go away from that at times and just go to the one big lineup, what does that do to the spacing? What does that do to a guy like Klay Thompson? Takes away his spacing, and now you're asking Klay Thompson to do a lot more.
Well,
and do things that Klay Thompson is not accustomed to doing at the age of 33, coming back off of 2 injuries. Can't expect that.
No, I'm not expecting those things. But what I'm saying is, I just feel like there were, how many times this year alone did he do the 4 rings?
Oh, I loved it.
4 rings.
I know. I see 707 here. He was chirping more. Well, you got to let the guys know.
No, that I agree
think
with.
about who
That
he's
I
letting
agree
know
with.
that.
That I
Devin
agree.
Booker. Would you classify Devin Booker as a great player but a front runner? Right?
I think he's a great
He's a
player.
great player,
I
but
think
he's a
great.
front runner.
I think he's one of the best two guards in the
But
game.
he talks a lot
Of course
when
he
he's
does.
rolling.
Of
When
course
he's
he does.
losing, what happens?
But I would also say his surrounding cast isn't as
No.
wasn't as good.
Hold on. Suns had a better record than the Warriors.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, in the body of his career, I don't think he's had a supporting cast as good as Klay.
Forget the career. You're changing you're moving the goalposts here. This season, the Phoenix Suns were favored to go to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, and for a
that was
variety of
before
reasons they
That was
didn't.
before Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Devin Booker, when he's losing, how many times do you see
he's
him
a
get
sore
into
loser.
it? He's a front runner.
Yes.
So Klay Thompson got to let him know, yo, I'm a 4-time champ. Stop talking.
Yeah, but
you're the same guy who got beat 30 at home in back-to-back playoff runs. So forget Devin Booker. What about the Memphis Grizzlies?
Devin Booker's a better all-around
So
player.
he's throwing
than
up
Klay
to
right
4 at the Suns and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay, so
Devin
you're saying
Booker's
it's
a
the
front
people
runner.
that they were going.
Think about that.
I think Devin's a better, more complete player.
Okay,
than Klay.
that's not the argument here, Shasky. The argument is you guys are getting mad about him throwing 4 fingers up.
No, I'm
Think
saying
about the
he
front
showed
runners
more
who talk-
emotion. I'm not even mad.
But
I'm
you
saying
got front runners talking. It's the same thing when they won their first championship, right? They won their first championship, and Doc Rivers was like, well, you know, a lot of guards were hurt. They didn't get to play a team at full strength. And so the entire Warriors are like, wait a minute. We just won a championship. You know what? I'm going to win the first 24 games of the season. Fluke this. You want to call that a fluke?
All right.
So that, coming off a championship, you got guys like Devin Booker, again, who is chirping left and right. It got beat by 30. And we got the classic image of Lucas saying, yeah, keep talking now. You want to talk when you win. You want to talk when you win. That's who Devin Booker is. That's who Dillon Brooks is. So I got no problem with Klay Thompson throwing up the 4s at a Dillon Brooks, at a Memphis Grizzlies squad who takes shots, and they've done nothing.
Well, I think that I get what you're saying. You don't have a problem with it. I do believe his emotions this year got the best of him at times. Not all year, but at times. And it was a little slight drag on a lot of people on the team. But here's the question I want to ask you regarding Klay as I wrap it into Draymond. And I know we're going to do shameless shout-outs here. Moving forward, what's more important for this team to win right now? Is it Draymond Green's defense or Klay's offense?
Klay's offense. Aren't we watching the playoffs? You need to go get buckets. You need to get buckets. All right? And Draymond Green's defense, as we get to shameless shout-outs here. Steve Kerr's mentioned how he's the greatest defensive player of the year, right? Or one of the greatest defensive players ever, if not the greatest DPOY. And I acknowledge that Draymond Green is a hell of a defender. But if Dennis Rodman was on the Golden State Warriors, would he be guarding LeBron and AD?
Yeah.
Would Dennis Johnson somehow try to figure out a way to guard LeBron James? Would Michael Cooper figure out a way to guard LeBron James or Anthony Davis? Would he figure out a way? Would the great Ron Artest? Where I'm getting at here is...
Yeah, I was confused there.
Yeah, well, you won't be confused now because did Draymond Green guard LeBron James or AD? Full-time.
No, not full-time.
You're the greatest defensive player of the year or ever.
Yeah.
Ever, right? You're the greatest defensive player ever. AD's cooking. LeBron's cooking. I got to shut one of their waters off. Right? I got to shut the faucet off of one of those guys. I shut one of those guys down, we're going to win the game. Draymond Green did not guard Anthony Davis full-time. And he certainly did not guard LeBron James. How important was his defense?
In the end, I feel like the matchup was in favor of the Lakers for a variety of reasons. So maybe it was just a bad matchup. I go back to the series before. Was he better on Sabonis or was it Looney? Because I feel like it was Looney, and maybe I'm misremembering.
There you go.
No, I'm asking.
I would say Looney.
You would say Looney too? I think so.
Looney.
But are those just individual matchups? Because throughout the year, Dre was good defensively.
He was good.
Not as good as he's been in his prime, but he was still good.
He was good. Because
that's one of the pushbacks I hear from a lot of people. If Dre's gone, who's going to play defense?
I'm just saying.
Dre's defense, Clay's offense. What's more important?
When you think about the greatest defensive players of all time, they guard the guy who cooks.
Yeah.
And
You're
LeBron
right.
James
You're
and
right.
Anthony Davis was there.
Well, I always go back to LeBron with the Heat when they have unbelievable defense. Shane Battier, him, Wade, and he's like, no, I'm taking Derrick Rose. That's, to me, what elevated LeBron that year. Like, no. He's the MVP. Watch me shut him down in the second half.
Did we see that with Draymond Green this season? Or in these playoffs at times?
He had moments, but not enough.
I'm just saying, Dennis Rodman was a power forward. He's guarding one of those two guys. All right? Dwight Howard is guarding Anthony Davis full-time. Full-time.
Yeah.
Kevin Garnett is guarding Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Ben Wallace is guarding one of those guys. Did Draymond Green do that this year?
Yes.
Did Draymond Green do
didn't.
that? So what's more important to you? To me, spacing and shooting and getting buckets is far more important in today's NBA game. Defense.
I see the benefits of both. I think Clay brings more to the floor to help others than Draymond.
Right. So
I think the spacing that Clay provides and then him going off, actually, it empowers Steph Curry offensively. I think it makes our strength a stronger strength.
So if Draymond's not stopping any of those guys, what value does he have on his basketball team moving forward?
A facilitator, a grinder, a defensive stopper at times on a team with not a lot of defensive stoppers. Again, I would like to open this up to the audience. What's more important for this team if they want to win big? And they want to win big at a big clip next year. Is it Clay's offense? Is it Draymond's defense?
Yep.
What's more important to them?
Tell me. 888-957-9570. Tired of hearing Bonte slowly turn into a hater every morning.
Who are you hating on?
Listen.
Who are you
Draymond
hating
Green
on?
is a great player. But I'm saying greatest defensive players of all time, they'll turn the water off of the stars.
LeBron's a better defensive player than Draymond. And Draymond's excellent. But I personally believe LeBron's body of work to be better. I mean, Bonte's one of the greatest defenders of all time. I don't think that's an outlandish thing to say.
No, I'm not
and
saying
Draymond's
it's not.
amazing. But
I'm saying it's not.
LeBron, Jordan and LeBron, the part that I think people sleep on, not only were they the best offensive players at times in their career, they were also the best defensive players at times in their career. Both times, carrying the load offensively and being the best defensive player in the league.
Yep. So I don't know, man. The Warriors have decisions to make. And it all comes back to Draymond Green. He has the option. He can opt in. He can opt out. I'm not clickbaiting. I'm not trying to start anything. In my opinion, in today's NBA, that's the question. What's more important in today's NBA? Having a great defender or having a guy who can space the floor and get buckets? That, to me, is the better question. Forget pitting Dre and Clay together. What do you need in today's NBA? What do you need? What is more important to have? A bucket getter or a guy who's going to slow you down? Because it's an offensive league now, folks. It is. All right, let's get to shameless shout-outs. We're a little late here. Oh, hey there. Oh, a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Throwing up the four fingers. Throw up the four fingers at Memphis. Memphis has done nothing. All right? They've done nothing. Dylan Brooks is talking about I don't respect LeBron James because he hasn't dropped 40 on me. And then you lose your elimination game by 40. Forget Dylan Brooks. And Devin Booker.
Right.
Devin Booker, that front runner. Yeah, he's a great player, but he chirps a lot. And when he loses, he goes out bad. Bad.
All right, I'm going to start off our shout-outs here.
Bad.
Shout out all the people kids, parents, volunteer coaches, etc., competing in the playoffs right now in all of the little leagues around the Bay Area, whether it's SFYBL in the city, I know the championships are this weekend, or whether it's our boss's son, Huddy, hitting a playoff home run yesterday. Shout out to everybody playing their baseball playoffs and softball playoffs right now. I want to hear from everybody next week.
I'm proud of Huddy, man. Huddy's having a hell of a season.
Well, clearly it's his mom's genetics.
He's pitching. He's hitting. He's showing emotion. He's starting to care about the game.
Is he Ohtani?
Huddy. He might be Ohtani. He might be the Marin County Ohtani.
Mill Valley
Ohtani. Let's not do that to poor Huddy.
I know, that's a lot of expectations.
Yeah, just keep playing. By the way,
don't be a front runner.
I want to shout out.
What's more important, his pitching or his hitting?
Right. Both. I want to shout out the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, and Twitch. I really enjoy our audience. Even this week with the off season, we've had a lot of new callers. We've had a lot of first-time callers, and everybody has brought the heat. Yeah, we all don't agree on everything, but YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, I really appreciate the interaction that you guys give us on a daily basis. That's one thing I look forward to on the show, more so than Shasky sometimes. Or hearing the Shasky take, I look forward to the interactions on YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text Line. You guys bring it every single week, every single day, so I appreciate you guys. That's who I'm shouting out this week. Let's go to Chambry in Arizona. Chambry, who you shouting out this week?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Growing up in the late 80s with a single mom in the PA, it makes you hard. And sometimes that carries on in adulthood. But anyway, my son turns 15 this Sunday. And I just want to say, Antonio, I push you hard, not because I want to, man, but because I want you to have the confidence and willingness to walk through any door life presents you with and be a better person than me. And if I ever made you feel not good enough or like a failure, I'm sorry. I may not say it enough, but I'll love you forever and be here for you. Happy birthday, Papa.
There it is. Good stuff, Chambry. Good stuff. Let's go to Cruiser to 209. Cruiser, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Shout out to all the homies on the YouTube chat. I just want to say to my coworkers, all my coworkers, financial institution recently acquired. I'm sure you can figure out which one. There's a very real possibility many of us won't have a job in a couple of weeks. So everybody stay strong. Good luck. And, hey, one door closes, another one opens. Yeah, let's go get that. Thanks, fellas.
And Godspeed to everybody right now that's dealing with employment issues. And if anybody's stuff is going on financially with the banks and obviously the people that work there, it's going to affect them. I mean, it's devastating. We're in really trying times right now.
Brent in South City. Brent, what's happening?
Hey, speaking of trying times and speaking of a shameless shout-out, this is a shameless as it gets. I want to shout out my own real estate business, Brent Walsh Compass, biggest and best brokers in the country. I serve from San Mateo to San Francisco. If you're buying, if you're selling, hit me up. Brent Walsh Compass.
I love that.
Walsh,
I love
right,
that. I love that. Spadoni, what you got? What you got, Spadoni?
Shout out all the moms out there. It was Mother's Day last weekend, and I don't think we had a shameless shout outs because it was such a big deal as Warriors and stuff like that. So shout out all the moms out there doing a hell of a job. Jade, love you.
There it is. Love it. What you got?
I'm gonna give a shout out to my mom and my sister Sylvia for helping me move last weekend.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Oakland's own Sam Lubman. Out in the town, baby. Sis got up and helped you move. Wow, look at the family love coming from the Lubmans.
They're real family members when they help you move.
Yeah, that's true. The people who
Friends
don't show
too.
up. Yeah. Friends too. All right. Logan Murdoch, 920. Logan Murdoch, 920. 888-957-9570. What's more important to you? Having a special defender like Draymond Green or having a clutch shooter like Klay Thompson, although he wasn't clutch against the LA Lakers? What would you rather have moving forward? Klay Thompson and his spacing and his shot making? Or would it be Draymond Green and his defense? What's more important for the Warriors moving forward? 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll get you on the other side. And, of course, oh, wait, we got the injury report, too. All right, so real quick, Anthony DeSclafani will start tonight after leaving his last start due to a toenail discomfort. Are you coming around on Disco?
He's playing good this year.
Yeah, you coming around on him?
Well, him and Alex Cobb are actually surprised.
Look at you. Look at
you. Alex Cobb under 2 ERA.
All right, so he's going to pitch tonight, including sharp pain. The injury was caused by a piano bitch he dropped on his big toe, but he will go tonight as the Giants look to improve off that sweep over the Philadelphia Phillies. What a sweep for them. Giants are rolling right now. Another home game against the Miami Marlins today. Miami Marlins will get back against the Fish. That's tonight at Oracle Park. And that was the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Your phone calls coming up about Dre and Clay. We're going to take it all as we continue to navigate through this Warriors offseason. What's going to happen to the Dubs after bowing out in the second round to the LA Lakers? That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Welcome to IKEA.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts here on a Frisco/50 Cent Friday. Not a payday Friday. That'll be next week, of course. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Bakers, professional dancers, strippers. Listen, can I stop right there for a second? Because all the truck drivers, electricians, everybody right there. I want to read something from Dwayne Fontana, if I can.
Yeah, Reardon's Finest.
Reardon's Finest is my guy. He's not happy. He's not happy. These are one of many messages I received from a lot of people when it came to shout-outs. Because a lot of people are like, shout us out. And, security guards and, plumbers and, concrete or construction workers, all that stuff. Dwayne Fontana was like, dude, I'm pissed you can't shout out to strippers anymore. He goes, I'm surprised it took so long for you to acknowledge that or to move off of that because there are little girls there. We don't want our little girls to become exotic dancers or whatnot. But you know what? They are people too. And a lot of them pay for college through that type of business. That's some very smart people who got into that industry. Hell, Players Club is one of the most inspirational movies for a lot of ladies. You think about Diamond and Bernie Mac and
I'm $10 bills too.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So
there's a Master P Ice Cube song on that album, which is so sick.
Oh, the Players Club?
Oh my God.
That album's underrated.
Very underrated.
It was an underrated movie. So, Dwayne Fontana's like, dude, I'm mad about that. There's a lot of people at the Warriors games like, come on, Bonte, you got to shout him out. So I don't want to piss off the parents and, want your daughters in there. It's like, hey, I'm not advocating for you to be that because God forbid, I don't want baby Chaz growing up in that business, but they got to go out there and get it how they get it. You talk about it being tough out here, for employment and people trying to make $1. You got to do what you got to do in these streets, especially in the Bay Area.
I
where
love
cost of
when
living
you
is at an
start
all-time
drowning.
high.
I love when you start drowning and doubling down. It's like the
I'm not
person
drowning.
kicking in quicksand, and then they're like, "You're actually making it more difficult for yourself to get out of the quicksand."
Listen. I'm not drowning at all. I'm just telling you, man. Telling you how they feel and how people feel. So it's not a slippery slope, Danker.
Shout out baristas.
The pole may be slippery, but this is not a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's a family. I guess you know what? Now I was thinking about it. We do Disney with Dad. We do volley. We got Pandora's Box. Yeah. I guess we got to go more PG now, huh?
I mean,
is that what we're doing? We're going more PG.
Now I gotta go.
Is that what we're doing? We can't acknowledge the professional dancers, the exotic dancers,
I feel like we have grown as a society where we could recognize that, and it's very empowering for some women that want to do that. So you know what? That is their choice. That is fine. I support them.
Like, how am I going to ever do the King of the Hill rankings when it comes to like the Gold Club and Garden of Eden and Little Darlings?
So the new building we're going to be going to, is that closer back to the Gold Club? Because we used to be right across from it.
That is closer to the Gold Club. We do a lot of
asking for a friend.
We do a lot of company lunches, right? Talking business, talking about sponsorship deals. Be nice to do that over some fried chicken, in a nice indoor setting. Maybe some tunes in the background, a little something, some bangers.
What are you watching on TV these days?
What is going on here?
Seriously,
Dave. I just caught up to Dave. Hey, I'm Dave.
I get a good kick out of him.
Hey, I'm Dave.
I wait till the season's over and then binge it.
Yeah, so I'm watching Dave. I'm watching Barry. You ever watch Barry on HBO?
No, I haven't.
Bill Hader?
I'm going to have to check that out.
Oh, Barry's legit. Anybody watch Barry around here?
Yeah.
Barry's good. HBO Max. You're
Bill Hader's very underrated.
Yeah.
He's grown on me a lot. SNL. Can do the serious part too.
There you go. I think we lost a lot of people to chat.
So the St. Louis Cardinals are 9-2 in their last 11. Huh?
God, they scored like 19 last night.
Sports.
Where you guys thought the Cardinals were done?
No.
I mean, this is what the Cardinals do. Now, I'm feeling kind of stupid because I cut Nomar Gorman or Gorman, whoever from the Cardinals. He's got 11 home runs. Now he's falling.
Of course he is.
And I cut him.
Because he's a Cardinal prospect, so of course he'll be good.
So, yeah, they're 8-2 the last 10, 9-2 the last 11. They're going to be fine. 6 games back of the Brewers. Anyway, question before We went to break. By the way, if you're looking for baseball talk, check out the best Giants talk in the Bay Area.
New episode just dropped.
Oh, I was talking about Willard and Tibbs, Giants talk later tonight.
That's
Colin
good.
Fries, the Baseball
That's good.
Guys podcast.
That's good.
Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, bring you all you need to know about Giants season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to the podcast. Shasky and Lubman, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. And I'm sure you hear a lot about Casey Schmidt, hear a lot about Tyro Estrada, you hear a lot about some prospects. Giants prospects. Bear is one of the funniest shows ever. It's an Emmy winner. It is a very good show. Very good show. All right, let's get back to basketball because Shasky's never been quieter. He doesn't want to stay anywhere. Why are you so quiet?
Because I know my wife's in the car somewhere right now going, where are you going with this conversation?
Your wife doesn't listen to the show.
She's been listening a lot more.
Why?
Well, she's one of the many people that have decided to tune off some of the other programming here in the Bay Area, which has been elite for a long, long time, and come to us.
What made her stick with us?
I know.
What made her do that?
Well, she wants to, like a Howard Stern listener, I want to hear what they're going to say next.
She wants to hear her
They
name
have
get
no
dropped.
idea what's going to happen.
She wants to hear her name
She
get
also
dropped.
thinks you have an affinity for Klay Thompson, which is irrational.
No, it's not irrational. She does. She believes that?
Yeah, she thinks that Klay needs to check his emotions at the door. Coming from someone she's married, who's extremely emotional.
Isn't Draymond Green her favorite player?
Oh, yeah. She also thinks he's a big bully, but that they need a bully because there's a lot of softies on the team.
We'll see what bully he got them this year.
She's all about roster construction.
Yeah. See what bully he got them this year. See where he got them. Alex in the city.
Hi, Alex.
You're moving on. Draymond, Klay, what you got, Alex?
Hey, what's up, guys, man? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
The show. Me and my 11-year-old son always listen to the show in the morning on the way to school.
Awesome. Where does he go to school?
To drop him off right now. He was trying to be on the call with us. But, yeah, man.
I'm sorry.
Maybe it's time to, grow off the Klay and stay with Dre, man. Because, Draymond brings the defense. He brings that point center. He moves the ball around. He can facilitate the team, brings the energy. Klay's had his glory days. I know he's got that clutch shooting, but, he didn't show up in the playoffs this time. He only had one game where he showed up, and I just feel like, we got to go get some value for him while we still can.
So you move on from Klay and keep Dre back because of the defense?
Yes, sir.
All right. I respect it. David Fresno wants to talk about something I didn't think we'd be talking about this week. Dave, what you got?
Luis Matos getting elevated from AA to AAA.
Definitely not talking about
Patrick Bailey struggling at the plate but looking elite defensively.
He's definitely not here to talk about that.
What's up?
He's talking about basketball.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys all week, and I'm not sure if you kind of touched on it or barely, but the whole Wiseman situation, and hear me out on this. It's crazy because look at the similarities with the Warriors and the 49ers.
Oh, well.
They're both teams that were, primed to win now, championship ready, and they possess Warriors number 2 pick. The Niners, they moved up to get number 3 pick, and they both picked players that basically didn't play their last year of college, and both those players were expected to come in and be immediate impact and show that they're ready. And for the Warriors, I honestly don't know what they were expecting. Like, Wiseman was a kid, and if you're going to take that route, you have to be patient. Otherwise, you blew an opportunity to maximize this core with that number 2 overall pick. So now all you have to show for is, Gary Payton Jr. So y'all talking about, what can they do? I feel like they may have blew their chance because right now your best trade tip is Kuminga, and I just think that's not being talked about enough. I
don't know if Wiseman not playing down the stretch. Let's say he stays on the Warriors, right? Hypothetically, he stays on the Warriors and he doesn't really play much down the stretch. Does his value increase? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think what killed James Wiseman was not playing last season during the championship run.
Yes.
That really destroyed him because the Warriors could have figured out a way in the offseason to maybe make a move.
Had he not fallen awkwardly his rookie year,
yeah,
I think that we end up getting into the playoffs. I really do. And I think that his entire career goes to a different. No, I'm not saying he's elite. I'm just saying, I I think he's more of a contributor than what he is today. I really think that initial injury, because he was starting to play a lot better, I really think that initial injury set him back so far.
Yep, it did.
And then confidence, and then more injuries, and then not understanding where to be as the team was evolving. I think he would have been able to solidify himself a little more.
I'm with you.
In the offense.
I'm with you. I'm just thinking about his entire Warriors career. He never really got started off on the right foot.
So woulda, coulda, shoulda.
When he got drafted, literally 2 hours before he got drafted, Klay Thompson tore his Achilles. And that overshadowed James Wiseman being pick number 2. Remember when he got picked? It was like, yeah, we got James Wiseman, but Klay's out.
Yeah, no, it was devastating.
His career never really got off the ground.
No.
From day one, there was something with James Wiseman, so I think it was all good for both parties.
How do you view that Wiseman-Gary Payton Jr. trade? Gary Payton II trade?
Well,
right now, today.
If they don't bring back GP2 and they just trade Wiseman for Sadiq Bey. I like Sadiq Bey. Some of what you were missing, Sadiq Bey provides. Shooting, physicality, athleticism.
Yeah.
But all right, say if you just traded James Wiseman for 5 second-round picks.
I still can't believe that. 5.
Now, all of a sudden, those 5 second-round picks helped you save over $100 million in taxes and salary and all that stuff. But you brought back GP2, and now you're only saving from $7 to $10 million. And is GP2 going to play next year? How healthy will he be? That's the key. If GP2 could be the GP2 from the championship season, then I'm cool with it.
Let's talk about GP2, because I think he had moments, and I think he fits. He's a niche player, though. We have to acknowledge that. Like, he's not a two-way player. Trying to recapture the glory of a guy looking for his first ever contract after getting a two-way deal, and then he got paid, and his body's breaking down. He's 29 years old. He's not 24. I don't know, man. I think we've put way too much stock into the GP2. He can help. He's a niche player.
He helped. I mean, he helped in the Lakers series.
He makes more than Looney moving forward.
Yeah, but game 4 or 5, Gary Payton II showed his importance. Game 5
Agreed.
in Sacramento for a stretch, he showed his importance. But long term, everybody's going to look at Wiseman saying he's got more long-term prospects for what the Warriors needed.
No, forget Wiseman. I'm saying, like, for this team moving forward with GP2, I'm not sure that he needs to stay. Like, I think he's another guy that, like, if other teams are covering, I'm not, like, holding him
I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody is saying that.
And then, like, this core injury where he's saying, I'm not 100% healthy, because he alluded to it multiple times. I'm saying, what is the injury? Oblique?
It's a core.
Muscle?
It's oblique. It's something.
Abs?
Something. Maybe it's not right.
He needs to get right.
Maybe it's not right. But is Gary Payton II untouchable? If you're asking that, no, he's not untouchable.
No, not untouchable.
No, he's not at all. No.
Remember, what's funny
but
is, like,
I feel good for him moving back, because you may not have Dante DiVincenzo.
Well, and I love how everybody was like, the team wanted him back. It was Steph who wanted him back, and he probably did want him back. But initially, Steph didn't even want him. Steph wanted Avery Bradley.
Yeah.
It's funny how things turn around.
Him and Draymond. It did. Let's go to Jacob in Visalia. What's up, Jacob? What's happening?
Yo.
What's up?
What's happening? What's up, JoJo?
What's up?
It's JoJo. I just want to give my flowers to my boy JoJo, for sure. Appreciate you showing love to the Giants all the time. You always show love, major love.
Thank you.
Enthusiastic. I don't know about the guy over there across the seat. More like, not the king of the Bay, the fraud of the Bay. Yeah, I keep receipts. And I remember that day you tried to name yourself the king of the Bay. And you said that the chat was saying it. And I was in the chat, and nobody said it that day, Bonte. It ain't Bonte, it's Fraudte. You're a fraud.
Your mama don't think I'm a fraud.
What's that what we're doing? We're transporting ourselves back to 1998.
Come on my show and call me a fraud.
Call
me a fraud. Well, I guarantee you, your mama don't think I'm a fraud.
That's funny.
I guarantee your mama don't think I'm a fraud. Guarantee your mama want these digits. Daryl in Oakland.
Your
it's
mama
happening.
wants these digits.
It's happening, Daryl.
Are you hot in the plus 50 category?
The guy, wait, hold on, Daryl. Hold on, Daryl. The guy, Jacob, waited 30 minutes to call me a fraud. That's good job, Jacob. I'm glad you got that off. Fronte, man.
That's funny. Come on, laugh a little.
Whatever. He can call back. All right, tell him mama. Tell his mama.
When you
called
just
back.
went straight to your mama, that was
Daryl
funny.
Oakland, what's
that
happening?
was funny.
What's happening?
Oh,
Daryl?
that was fun. That was a great comeback.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
I just want to. I have to educate you guys on GP2 a little bit. First off, GP2 has a twin brother, Gary Payton Jr., okay? They have two different moms, but they're twin brothers, okay? Gary Payton II is a different guy from Gary Payton Jr. That's one. Okay. Two, Gary Payton II is the best on-ball defender in the NBA. And when you say he's not a two-way player, it's not like you're talking about Pat Beverly. GP2 does have that corner three, and I don't know which game it was, game 4. He was our second-best offensive player with that pick and roll with Steph. You guys are saying he's not a two-way player. I'm like, he was our second-best offensive player. What are you guys watching?
Well, it's on
defense.
It's by design, though. It's in the playoffs. So you look at the Lakers; they didn't even want to guard him. They left him wide open out, and he was another guy who compromised space. I'm not saying GP2. I don't want to pick apart his flaws here, and they played to his strengths, no doubt. But overall, you're only getting 15 to 17 minutes from GP2.
He's the best on-ball defender in the league. And so, yeah, you're telling me James Wiseman, thank God we traded GP2 for him. The best on-ball defensive player in the NBA compared to James Wiseman who wears roller skates? I mean, come on.
I mean, is he the best? Let me ask that question. Like, he's very good. Is he the best?
On-ball defender? I mean, Andrew Wiggins is. Andrew Wiggins is the best on-ball defender on his team. Gary Payton was fine, but if he's your 7th or 8th man, great. If he's your starter, there's limitations to your offense.
Well, and if he was the best in the league, wouldn't he be like a no doubt about it starter on every team?
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
If he was that elite at that, like he's better than PG-13 when Kawhi wants to. Like we watched Kawhi when he wanted to down the stretch before he got hurt. Kawhi was still that dude, and that blew me away.
Right.
Because I didn't know if he even wanted to be that guy anymore. Like, he's really good. I don't know about the best.
Let's go to Jay in Florida. Jay in Florida, what's happening?
And I keep messing up the Gary Payton Jr.
Hey, man,
that's because my family, we call everybody Jr.
I know.
So I have admitted,
I
keep messing that up. It's because in my own family, everybody's a junior or the third.
Let's go to Jay in Florida. Jay, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
What up?
I think everybody's panicking, man. I think the Warriors are, if you look at the West, it's wide open. Who knows what's going to happen in Phoenix? Memphis is a mess. Dallas is a mess. The Warriors are 2 pieces from still being in the NBA Finals. And then you look at the Heat. They're in the NBA Eastern Conference Finals. They're right there. They just need 2-3 pieces. They had nothing off the bench. The starters would get a lead, and every time it would dwindle because they go to the bench, and it's a significant drop-off. And so you need a couple of players, two pieces, and you're right there.
They're not as far as what they did make the second round in the playoffs. It has been a lot of doom and gloom. I get it with the crossroads and everything.
Because it's not the Aaron Fox. You're not 25 years old.
You're not 25
on the
years old,
ascension where you're looking at a 10-year runway.
But they did lose in 6 and should have. I'm not going to say should have, could have, would have, but games 4 and games 1 was definitely the turning point of that series. But they're not as far away. I don't want to make it seem like that. But there are adjustments that need to be made. I think the 3-on-5 basketball, when you got 2 guys who don't look to score offensively, you can't have that in your lineup in today's game. And that's Draymond and Looney. And I want to roll with Looney.
But you know why there's sense of urgency? It's because you have dire financial decisions to make that will have long-term ramifications on how you can build out the roster moving forward. It's not about
and it's also
are they
older,
close?
But it's also because of the age, too.
No, that's what I'm saying.
The
Yes,
age is
exactly.
huge.
You don't want to be anchored to someone who's declining, making maximum. Like I think it's a little more nuanced than what he wants.
Right.
Oh, we're right there.
Honestly, when you look at the league, you look at the Western Conference, let's just say every team returned as is right now. Lakers return with their roster. Nuggets return with their roster. Kings return with their roster. Grizzlies return with their roster. Phoenix, Clippers, and the Clippers are dealing with injuries as well. The Warriors are still a top 5, top 6 team in the Western Conference. And hell, you'll take them over Sacramento. Nobody fears the Sacramento Kings.
I think the Sacramento, with the right tweaks,
But if they came back as is.
Oh, as is. Okay.
I'm saying as is.
Because I really like Sacramento. I think a
like
year
Fox.
more. I don't love Harrison Barnes as a starter, but a year from now, more
love
seasoned
Sabonis?
Keegan Murray.
You love Sabonis?
No, I don't love Sabonis, but I do think that he works with that team.
I think they're going to have problems.
It will
moving
limit
forward with
them
Sabonis.
financially
Yes.
as they extend him. That
So
I will acknowledge.
I still believe
but
the Warriors.
I really like that team.
But I still believe the Warriors are a top 4 team in the Western Conference, so they don't need to make wholesale changes.
Did they even play
or
like that at
tweaks.
all this year?
Who's that?
The Warriors.
A top 4 team?
At all.
Yeah, but when it was all said and done, they were a top 4 team in the West. When it's all said and done, they were a top 4 team in the West.
Okay.
And the Lakers, who are in the conference finals, they pushed the Lakers.
I just feel like the margins are so razor thin to say they were a top 4 team in the West because they scraped by Sacramento with a 50-point performance from Steph Curry in Game 7.
I mean, they had a 3-2 series lead. They won the
I know
last 2
you're
games in
factually
Sacramento.
correct. I get it.
They won the last 2 games in Sacramento. I mean,
They could have easily been a play-in team.
they were down 0-2 in that series, won 4 of the next 5. They could have been a play-in team. But think about it like this. Here's how I think about it. In a series against Memphis, are you betting against Steph Curry and company against the Memphis Grizzlies?
No, but I think Memphis has had a lot of problems this year.
Which, to my point, you're not betting on the Memphis Grizzlies.
Against
Sacramento,
I have no
you're betting
idea
on the
what's going to happen with
Warriors.
Ja. I think Sacramento is, to me, I think they're going to be a problem to mess with for many years. And I think Denver currently is clearly a problem.
Depends what Sacramento does. Sacramento brings back Harrison Barnes, and he starts. And you bring back Kevin Huerter, who was MIA in that series. Nobody's fear. That's why everybody wanted to line up and play the Sacramento Kings.
But here's the other thing. We're not even to. I think the Lakers, the way that the Lakers are set up, they are a huge matchup problem for the Warriors.
They are a top 4 team in the West.
Right?
No doubt.
I don't know what to make of Phoenix because they've got a lot of moving parts. Ayton, CP3, obviously new coach, new owner. I think the West is pretty jumbled. I don't know.
The West is wide open.
Yes, the Warriors are in that mix.
Right.
I just think it's very jumbled.
But the Warriors are in that mix. So they don't need sweeping changes. They don't need to get rid of this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy. But I do believe they need to make some tweaks. And what's the biggest tweak they need to make?
Can I ask you about the Kings, though? Because I do find we keep doing this. Well, we beat them. Can we acknowledge, that was that was one of the hardest series that the Warriors actually won in years.
Yeah, I mentioned how that may be their toughest series of the playoffs. Now they end up losing to the Lakers. So obviously the Lakers were a little tougher. Sacramento was tough.
I mean,
But
I
they
don't know.
figured out Sabonis.
That could have easily gone the other way.
Maybe.
Like when you beat Dallas, you handled Dallas.
I mean-
right? So I was sitting here you want to laugh at Dallas, fine. But when you went into Game 7 and you have to, pull away with a 50-point Steph performance, to me, I'm not sleeping on the Kings. I think that they've earned my respect.
But the Warriors won that going away. They beat them in Game 5, going away. They blew them out in Game 3 without Draymond Green.
True.
The Warriors should have won one of the first 2 games. Let's be real.
But they didn't.
They didn't, but they should have.
I hate playing the woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I hear
do
you.
too.
You're right. You're right.
The Warriors, this year, they were so bad and not connected at all that they ended up going 7 against the Kings. They still were better. They still were better than the Sacramento Kings, man. I'm going to pay them their respect, but I'm not
And
putting them
De'Aaron
above the
hurt
Golden State
himself.
Warriors.
I don't know. I feel like we're glossing right over the Kings, and I think they're going to be a problem for some time.
Wiggins missed 25 straight games, came back into that series. It looked like Andrew Wiggins.
True.
I mean,
True.
I don't know about the Kings, man. Let them. Sacramento can have that. Whatever. They get respect, but they're still chirping. We were moving the needle. And Sacramento.
We got the Kings.
Stop. Enough of Sacramento. I'm tired of them. All right. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. What should be priority number 1 for the Golden State Warriors?
And I want to talk about the Super Bowl coming back to the Bay Area. You're not so high on it. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I'm not high on it at all. I'm not high on it. Let's go to break.
Welcome to IKEA. Enjoying the spring weather?
Yes. giving the Kings any more respect than they deserve. Stop. Sacramento Kings, man. I'm so over them.
Why?
I'm so over them.
What'd they do to you?
They do nothing to me. They do nothing. Not like Jacob's mom. Boy, I tell you, man. Whew.
All right, so did you see the news? They're going to announce something this week, owners' meetings?
Oh, I thought they were going to announce that we're going to be at Bois Vito on Wanda Creek.
Oh, well.
That's on Monday.
Tell everybody who wants to hang out with us what they need to do.
1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. That's 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. Guess who's going to be there?
The Knights of the Round Table with the King?
No,
King Arthur?
The Fronte is going to be there.
I shall rise as the knight of numbers for the king.
The fraud's going to be there. The fraud. Nobody called yourself a king. I was in the chat that day.
I was in the chat that day.
No, you was not in the chat. Let me tell you what you was doing. I'm not gonna do it. I could go in number different directions.
Bonte, I'm here to tell you, Team Morant was partying in Salt Lake City.
Jacob. Oh, poor Jacob. Radio Bonte could get real evil. But I won't do that.
I will admit here that I do think that you visualize yourself as like Notorious B.I.G., that mural where the crown is hanging off the side of your head.
I don't.
That's who you think you are.
No, I don't. I think I'm Bonte Hill. I think I'm a guy with 2 jobs. That's the father of Chesna. That's you guys who put me on the pedestal, not me. I don't do that. That's what you guys do. You guys ran with that. I don't call, hey, man, I'm the king. I don't do that. I'll never do that. By the way, Steiny, Guru, Willard Dibbs, yourself, myself, Sean Dickinson, 4 to 6, Buon Vino on Walnut Creek. The address is 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. That's 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show's open to the public as we have an open discussion. Nice. Open discussion about all the questions and issues the Warriors have in the offseason. It is one of their issues. Jordan Poole not coming out and speaking out publicly. We'll talk about that on Monday, May 22nd from 4 to 6 p.m. at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. And if you do show up, you will have a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. But you got to be there for a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. By the way, anybody want a Klay Thompson autographed jersey? The way some of our calls are gone, some of the texts are gone, sounds like nobody wants a Klay autographed jersey anymore. You sure?
Oh, boy.
I mean, man, the way you guys are talking about Klay, don't know. Is Tesla Bonte going to be there or TV Bonte? I don't know. I don't know which version is going to show up.
So,
call me a fraud. I know. Call me a fraud again. We'll get Radio Bonte times 15.
I know
in public.
I know we're going to get back into the Warriors, but there was some news yesterday that was circulating across the internet. And it sounds like it's official, but it has yet to be deemed official. But the rumor is that the 49ers and Levi Stadium are going to get awarded a Super Bowl in 2026. Now, normally I believe that like the Super Bowl stuff, we hype it up like to sell the season ticket packages. Part of the SBL sell way back when was you could win tickets to the Super Bowl. And we all understand that like it's highly unlikely, even if you are a a season ticket holder, for you to win and get the actual tickets. And I think we do hype it up to some degree. But as a Bay Area native, as someone who loves this area, and as somebody who's very frustrated with everything that's going on in this area, I am optimistic about the Super Bowl coming. Now, B, I will give you your opportunity to explain why maybe you think it's, or much ado about nothing, and that's a total fair point of view. We have been through the most lockdown. Like if you go across the country, San Francisco Bay Area was one of the regions the most locked down during the pandemic, COVID, etc., than any other place in the world. We've also had one of the slowest recoveries. Some would say we might not ever recover, which I'll listen to. We've got a lot of issues going on right now. I'm optimistic that having the Super Bowl will actually bring the best out of everyone so that we can put our best foot forward as a community. We need this. We need something big, something fun, something positive to happen so that we can campaign for the Bay Area. Like, I know traffic's going to suck and they're going to have to, move a bunch of things and you'll be inconvenienced. I admit all of that. But gosh darn it, I'm excited for the Super Bowl to come. And you know what? I want to give credit to the 49ers and Levi Stadium because, look, I have been a staunch critic of the stadium in general. I was shocked when I heard that they were announcing they were going to get their second Super Bowl. I didn't think another Super Bowl would want to come back here for political reasons, for egress reasons, for local politician reasons. There's a variety of reasons why I was skeptical the Super Bowl would ever come back. You're going to get 2 in 11 years? I don't know, man. I'm here for it. And whether the Niners are competing for a Super Bowl or not, just as a resident of the Bay Area, we needed something good to happen. Let's do this. Let's all band together. Let's clean up whatever the hell we got to clean up, and hopefully it'll be better. And for long term, it's not just a clean up and shove it into the closet and it all comes pouring out when everyone leaves. I'm excited for the Super Bowl, and I'm not afraid to say it.
NBA Finals are here last year, June.
Yeah, but it ain't the Super Bowl.
March Madness was here last year.
Also not the Super Bowl.
But it was here, right?
Yeah.
So we've had some good things happen.
We have.
Super Bowl here is Super Bowl 50. But listen, it's all good to have a Super Bowl in your region. How was traffic?
I told you it's going to be a disaster for a couple days.
The Super Bowl. I don't know if you remember Super Bowl 50.
I remember vaguely. I went down to Market Street. Michelle had some sweet tickets and access to some of the Super Bowl festivities, and I had a great time. It was beautiful weather. We got so lucky.
I had a great time as well. Media Day was all the way in San Jose. All the way in San Jose.
But it's a TV product.
It is, but it was all the way in San Jose. Now, would that be at Chase Center? Because you got a lot of people living in the city, but they got to get to events in San Jose.
Yeah.
A lot of things were in San Jose. A lot of things were spread apart. Mm-hmm. Then you think about downtown. Try to navigate through downtown San Francisco these
doing
days.
it on a regular Wednesday is tough.
It's terrible. Now you bring the Super Bowl in here. Who does it impact? Who pays for it? Who's coming out of pocket to shell all the dough for the Super Bowl? And then when I think about the stadium.
In terms of what? What are you talking about?
Just everything. Just the
NFL
community.
Spends a lot of money.
It's just the city as well.
Yeah, I know.
City as well have got to host a lot of things.
But also for a lot of the smaller businesses and stuff, there is a boon. Not a huge one, but there is a boon.
It's not a huge one, right?
But
so then we think about the stadium itself for the Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
And you're competing against L.A. SoFi Stadium. Night and day better stadium than Levi's. And I love Levi's.
Okay.
SoFi's better. Allegiant Stadium's better.
All right.
Glendale, Arizona, they've got an argument. And you saw the Super Bowl be hosted down there in Phoenix area. It's been down there for years. So now you got to compete against those 3 teams. LA, or those 3 markets. LA, Phoenix, Vegas. That's tough when you think about the stadium situation. And now the upgrades that the Niners will get is to the video boards and to the suites. Well, what about the sunny side of the stadium? What about the parking situation? What about getting in and out of the stadium and getting to Levi's Stadium? What about all that? That's amplified with the Super Bowl. So, yeah, sure. Am I excited for the Super Bowl to be back? Okay, yeah, sure. But can you make navigating to multiple events a lot better?
Bonte,
I don't know if
we're talking about a week worth of inconvenience. Like, I get it. And I know.
Inconvenience.
People don't want to be inconvenienced. And for the people that don't care about
the
sports,
parties.
What?
Some parties may be in San Jose, some parties may be in San Francisco. What if you want to get them both? They're 45 minutes apart.
Bonte, I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's
probably
you.
not going to go to any of the parties.
That's you. You're taking yourself individually.
But most people
a lot of people who enjoy Super Bowl week, media members, top media members.
I don't want to hear the media complain.
Top people out here in the city.
I'm tired of hearing the media
Top people
complain.
in the city, big dogs, celebrities, power brokers. A lot of people are at these events. How are you going to get the event? It was tough to do that last time the Super Bowl was here.
I don't know, man. I think we spent so much negativity and so much time talking about how inconvenienced we're going to be for a couple of days. The challenges. I think it'll be awesome.
There's a lot of challenges to make Super Bowl 50 work. Can you rectify some of those situations to make Super Bowl, whatever it is?
What was the biggest problem of the last Super Bowl?
For me?
Just in general, that you think,
I think getting to events, getting to it from other spots. It was tough.
What event was difficult for you to get to?
It was a lot of events to get to.
Because I went downtown, we all caught the streetcar, and I remember it. Like, you realize there's nowhere to park, so you take the streetcar, which was great. And I thought it was amazing. They had this huge setup on Embarcadero, and you got off on Market Street at the very end, and you walked around. And as a native San Franciscan, walking around, which you normally don't do with your significant other, in downtown San Francisco, I thought it was amazing. The weather was perfect.
Yeah,
there was drinking
for natives.
sections everywhere.
What about for people who don't live in the Bay?
What?
People who are coming from out of town.
Take part.
Do they know how to do that?
Well,
do they know where to go? Then you had a lot of events in San Jose. That stuff was 45 minutes apart.
Well, you had a lot of stuff down here at the Moscone Center. There was a lot of NFL experience stuff down here. So I don't know how they're going to break it down. I'm choosing to be optimistic. I think it's going to be really fun for the Bay Area, and I think it's an opportunity for us to seize on all the negative, because every single news outlet wants to crap on San Francisco and the Bay Area, and they want to rip Oakland because they're losing their teams and the this and the that, and I'm just fatigued by it, and I want something positive.
Okay,
and
so you get the Super Bowl. You get the Super Bowl here, and then you get down to the damn Super Bowl, and you're driving down to Levi Stadium. What happens then? You going to keep that same positivity getting in and out at the stadium? You complain about Niner games all the time. You're not going to complain about Super Bowl?
Well, the Super Bowl is a one-off. So the Super Bowl is a one-off, and there's going to be a ton of traffic. There's no doubt about it. But on a day like that, you realize it's an all-day event. Like you got to go into that. You've got to go into that thinking that. And look at the percentage of people that live in the Bay Area that will actually be able to go and attend and go to the game is probably going to be a smaller one than we're even thinking of.
Yeah, all right. It's okay to be excited about the Super Bowl. I'm not going to slam it.
Isn't it kind of cool that they got? I'm surprised they got a second one.
They didn't get it yet. They didn't get it yet.
Well, it feels like they're
competing. They're competing with LA. They're competing with Vegas.
Well, it sounded like from what everyone was saying yesterday, it sounds like they're doing it.
It's just done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl's headed back to the NFL is expected to. Oh wow, they're expected to award 2026 at Levi Stadium.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
I believe the vote is on Monday. I believe I read, so that's when it's going to be made official.
And it's not like, here's the thing. Like, I'm being real. Most of my diehard sports buddies, they're not going to go to the Super Bowl, but maybe they take their family to one of these like NFL experience things like they had down at Moscone Center. Most people who took their kids those were like, that was really cool. Like, when are we ever going to be able to go experience those kinds of things? And there's a ton of people that are NFL related that are hanging out all around the city, and you run into people. I remember I ran into Jim Plunkett, for example. Like, I thought it was cool.
Well, this is a good point. You see, Steve. Yeah, it was cool, but there's 1% of the local audience or the local
I don't even know if
who
it's
are going
that
to
many.
the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't even know if
not
it's
only
1%.
do you get a corporate crowd, so locally, we can't even attend the game like we want to, right? Locally, it's going to be tough for us to attend the Super Bowl.
Well,
what was cool about the national championship game? We were able to attend that bad boy. There wasn't many, you could navigate around, you can go down. But even the college football national championship, a lot of the events were in San Jose.
Well, I didn't go to the
San
game,
Jose.
and I thought it was cool.
Yeah, I thought it was cool, but everything was down. So think about where everybody lives. You're coming from Oakland. You're coming from San Francisco. You're coming from Marin. You're coming from Vallejo, Fairfield. You got to go all the way down to San Jose to experience a college football national championship? That's not Bay Area. That's one part.
Well, for those people that live down there,
and then you think about the Super Bowl, everything. I remember because I worked. I was at another radio station. I was working behind the scenes. So I knew all this. Radio Row, Fisherman's Wharf, San Jose. Everything was so spread apart.
So you don't want the Super Bowl?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying everything logistically is so spread out. I don't care whether they get the Super Bowl or not. Honestly, I don't feel any type of way.
Well, like when New York got the Super
care.
Bowl, like the actual game is in New Jersey.
Right, and a lot of people complained.
Well, a lot of people complain about everything. I mean, everybody complains about everything.
I mean, the real question is, are the Niners going to join the Bucs and the Rams as a team to host the Super Bowl?
I mean,
or is the window by then? 3 years ago?
I don't know, man.
The window closed?
I don't want to bring the vibe down, but I just when they announced it and I saw the news, I was just like, whatever. That's how I feel right now. Whatever.
I thought it was cool.
It was fun.
And I'm happy for the Niners because part of why they built that stadium, a lot of people feel whatever they want about, but part of why they built this, they did sell you on, hey, we could get a Super Bowl. And they got one. The fact that they've gotten a national championship game, they're going to get some World Cup games, which they've already had a lot of friendlies and stuff like that. This will be their second Super Bowl. Hey, man, look, they delivered on their promise. Right? I think we should acknowledge that. Like, they did. And whether you think LA is better or whatever,
I just don't give a damn, to be honest with you. Full disclosure, I just don't give a damn if the Super Bowl's out here. And, does it fix the city's problems for 1 week and then we get back to reality? We had Super Bowl 50 here.
You're probably right.
Has the city gotten worse after Super Bowl 50? Has it gotten worse in the streets?
Yeah, but for that couple-week period,
that's what I'm saying.
Pretty kumbaya.
So we're able to see, that's the problem. We sit here and complain every single day about the homelessness, about the city politics, about everything going on in San Francisco. But for 1 week, because we get the Super Bowl, let's just ignore that. Let's ignore it for a week, and then we get back to reality saying, well, our city really is a dump. That's what people are saying.
Well, that's
people
what
have complained so much.
Sports is a
I've heard you
distraction.
complain so much about the city, yet Super Bowl 50 was here for a week. We did all that, and then we're back to reality. And people complain more so about the city after the fact, after Super Bowl 50.
I don't understand what the problem is of hosting the Super Bowl, though. I think it's going to be fun, and yeah, it's not going to change life for San Francisco.
You say that we need this for our city. It's good for the city.
We need to feel good. Yeah,
we need to feel good. And then after that, it's back to reality.
Maybe some things will get better. Like, for example, I know for a fact the Hilton down at Union Square, which I actually went to a media thing for a bunch of kids in high school and whatnot. They got a huge renovation, a facelift last time in 2015 to be ready for the NFL executives. And I know for a fact that hotel needed that. They needed that facelift. And because of that, that was the center of where all the execs were. I'm sure they were at other exclusive places as well. It made things nicer. I know down for a fact it cleaned up the Embarcadero, even if it was for only a couple of weeks.
For a week. You
got to start somewhere.
For a week. And then how did we upkeep that after Super Bowl 50? We didn't as a city. It didn't. We got back to the same old stuff we go through every single day. So we could cloud it up and dress it up saying, yeah, we got the Super Bowl for a week. Let's dress up everything that's really happened in the city, and let's get overcharged and go to these events and break. Hey, what it is a money grab.
It was free. Most of the things I went to were free. So, I mean, it is a money grab. I mean, of course, this is always about money. Like, welcome to America in 2023. Like, it's about money. But I think it'll be a lot of fun, and I'm excited for it to come. And I know it'll inconvenience a lot of people. Like, I'm sure there are tons of people who don't give two rips about sports at all. There's a lot of things that I don't give a rip about that I pay for all the time, whether it's property taxes, whether it's part of our state taxes or our federal taxes, and that's just part of it. That goes along with life. So I'm excited and I'm ready for it. And whether some of the stuff is in San Jose, whether some of the stuff is in San Francisco, dude, let's embrace it. That's my philosophy.
Look, I had a lot of fun when the Super Bowl was here. I had a lot of fun in NFL experience. I got a lot of access. I went to both San Jose and San Francisco. I'm just saying, it was a lot spread apart, and I hope they do a better job of planning for this Super Bowl than they did last time. It was not a great plan. And then when you talk about the stadium upgrades, I know we want to, I know the Niners are not going to be happy with me saying this. I know they're not. I already know one person in particular is not going to be happy with me. But the upgrades to the stadium, to the suites and the video board, how does that impact us getting in and out of the stadium? Because that's still a big problem. That's still a major issue.
Can we stop for a second?
How's that going to get fixed? How's that going to get changed?
Well, they lost some parking lots last year because the city of Santa Clara took some of them away. And so the parking lot situation is an underreported one that, quite honestly, I actually want to, as we get to August, talk to some of the people involved there and find out how we can get those things alleviated, because it is an issue. And then the ingress, egress, the Niners don't control that. The different entities that come together on game day to set up all the cones, that's on them. And we need to apply pressure as residents to them to make it a little easier to getting in and out. That I acknowledge. No one is here to deny that. I'm with you there.
Are they going to fix that? The city and county of Santa Clara?
They have to. They have to. Like, what happened in the playoffs? That's what I'm more worried about. What happened in the playoffs is a joke, right? But I remember last time when they had the Super Bowl, I know in particular a lot of police officers were part of the party. They shut off lanes of the highway, and so all of the people that were truly associated, we're talking about the 1%ers, the executives, the players, all that, they were shuttled all the way down in a one-way lane, able to go back and forth, and it was police barricaded off.
Well, I'm more excited about the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction next Thursday night.
Oh, that's nice. Are you in that?
I'm a board member. I got to pick on the Hall of Fame.
Congratulations.
This year's class includes Gary Payton, Buster Posey, Andre Ward, Patrick Willis, Julie Foudy. Oh, my God. They got about 20 tickets left to sell. So you got 20 tickets left. There's already 450 people going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction dinner. I'll be out there. And fans can purchase individual tickets for the event at BASHOF.org. Hyatt Regency next Thursday night.
That's really cool. I'm proud of you for doing that. So that's like a really cool honor.
There'll be a lot of people in there.
That's really cool. Oh, so I'm getting a text from Mark Willard, who, boy, he's been on fire in the last 24 hours. I don't know if he wants me to put this out there, but I'm going to, because Mark, this is a text, and I'm not a journalist, okay? So this is reckless speculation at best. Mark is hearing that Patrick Bailey got the call-up for the Giants. Can we look that up, Sam? Find out if Patrick Bailey got called up or not? Does that tickle you?
I've not gotten anything from the Giants that would say that, but I'll keep an eye out.
Please look at that. And Mark, I apologize if I'm betraying your trust here. Not a journalist. Maybe I should attend some of your classes. I have no sources.
Make him Jacob and Vice Elias tickle by that.
It ain't Bonte, it's Fronte.
But your mama said, Bonte! Alex, it's San Jose.
Hey, Alex.
What's happening? Jacob, you
Hey,
clown.
good morning, guys.
Morning.
Hi, I'm a first-time caller, and sorry, I'm so sorry. I love your guys' show from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you guys every day. I listen to you guys every day when I'm working. I just wanted to keep it short. I just lost my uncle last Friday.
I'm so sorry.
Kind of hard working this past week. He kind of just collapsed, and it was just kind of hard for me throughout this whole week. But he loved his Warriors. He loved his 49ers. He loved his Giants. Big time sports guy. He taught me so much throughout the years. You know, with all the Bay Area teams and all that. That's why I love my sport so much. I just want to give you guys a shout out that, you know, you guys do a phenomenal job every day. I appreciate you guys so much. You know, I love you guys. And Bonte, sorry about that last caller, calling you Bonte, whatever it was. Shoot, man, like, you know, my mom always taught me, you know, if you got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. So,
what was your uncle's name?
That guy.
What was your uncle's name?
Cut him off. He's complimenting me. Why did you do that?
His name was Ray. Regino. It was Regino.
Yeah.
Big time Niner fan. He loved them through all those ages. You know, winning in the '80s and all that.
Awesome.
And I'm hoping through my lifetime,
That's awesome.
I get to see a Super Bowl win in my own eyes.
Yep.
I was only 4 years old when they won. They won the Super Bowl in '95 when they beat the Chargers. So I was only 4 years old. I didn't get to experience that for my own.
Yeah.
Watching them lose in Baltimore, that was heartbreaking. And lose, you know, just the recent one, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, you know, you guys, I love you guys. I'm a first-time caller.
Call back again.
Thanks, Alex.
And much
Appreciate
love,
it.
much love to your Uncle Ray. Like,
Appreciate
seriously,
it.
you know, we
Appreciate
all
it,
have
Alex.
those people who helped kind of like forge our fandom of sports or our love or our passion. And those people are always looking down on us. They're always a part of your life.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening?
Oh, hey there. How you guys doing today?
Good. Got an hour left.
I just.
hey there. Got an hour left.
I too am a first-time caller.
Nice.
First of all, much love to your previous caller.
Yeah.
That was very touching to listen to. Anyway, I too want to thank you guys for doing what you do. I love listening to you. I listen to you guys every morning when I take my son to school. I love the show, and I love watching you with Mully and Festus when you do your thing before and after the games.
Thank you.
You make the losses a lot less painful.
Thank you.
It's very enjoyable. I'm a little jealous because I grew up a huge Chris Mullin fan, so being able to watch you sit next to him all the time, you know, get a little jelly when I watch
appreciate that.
But,
appreciate that.
Anyhow, reason for the call. Earlier, before you guys started talking about the Super Bowl, you were talking about what tweaks the Warriors need to make. And my biggest thing is I honestly feel, and I know this is going to be a rough thing to say, but I think Jordan's got to go. I think they need to trade Jordan Poole. I think they need to get what they can for him. I think they need to. I don't know who they need to replace him with because I know that's the $6 million question. The minute someone says trade somebody, well, who do you want? You know, who are you going to get? But I feel that whoever they get has got to be somebody who can play defense.
Yeah.
Because Jordan cannot. And personally, watching all, everybody talks about the turnover problem, how the Warriors are constantly turning over the ball, high turnover rate, highest turnover rate in the league. All this, all that. My biggest problem with that is that does it really have to be? I understand that the Warriors play at a very fast, high pace, but when you look at objectively at a lot of the turnovers that happen, a lot of them happen. They're careless. They're just careless.
Agreed.
You see Klay Thompson Klay Thompson will travel almost every game. Jordan Poole has some of the sloppiest handles you've seen in a long time. And my biggest problem with Draymond, a lot of his no-look passes, he's throwing balls to the other team's coaches. I mean, it's just carelessness. I think a lot of them are.
Joe, sponsored by the Comcast Business Text Line.
They were saying, let him cook. Let him cook.
I mean, listen. I don't know what's happening, but I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now.
Why?
There's just too much love and I love you and gratitude.
I think you started it off by doing a your mama joke.
No. Well, no. It's all this love. The guy came in and attacked me on my own show.
It ain't Bonte, it's a fraud thing.
Yeah, you called my show calling me a fraud. You waited on hold for 30 minutes to call me a fraud. What a loser you are. But listen, it's not. It's just. I love the fact that we got the Super Bowl. Bonte, I love you guys. Hey, I love this and I love that. And I think we need something positive for our city. I love this. Wait till all the jokes start raining down on us getting the Super Bowl.
What?
Wait till the jokes with the blip coverage. Oh, look at that, the Golden Gate Bridge. It's only an hour and a half away from Levi's Stadium.
What?
No, you get pissed off about that all the time. No, you're
it's
not.
Called maturity.
I'm getting a little uncomfortable, man.
Yeah.
One more hour.
I built up a callus to
You know
it.
what? I'm last hour I'm about to get spicy.
Bowl.
We need to get spicy.
Super Bowl.
We need to get spicy.
Super Bowl.
We need to get spicy.
Super Bowl.
You ain't going.
Super Bowl.
You ain't going.
No, the Niners are going.
You ain't going.
Yeah.
You didn't go to the national championship.
Maybe it's Sam Darnold.
You didn't even go to Levi's Stadium until I dragged your ass down there. You wouldn't even go to Levi's Stadium. Now you're kissing Levi's Stadium's ass. You wouldn't even go down there in 2018.
Well, now I'm there.
And dragged your ass down there.
Now I'm there.
Jesus.
I'm a fixture.
It's getting uncomfortable.
Is it going to be Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, or Trey Lance?
Just get me to the weekend, man. Get me to the weekend. We're just spice at the Warriors just lost in the second round to the Lakers, damn it. I'm pissed off. All right?
Super Bowl. Super Bowl.
Damn. Straight tears here. All this love and stuff, man. Go home if I need some love. Go to Anna and Baby Chaz. We'll come here for that. Come here for hot takes. Listen to the 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 services always live on the free. I say, oh my God, we got the Super Bowl for the second time. What do you do? We've had big events here. We're going to have more big events. Wait till the women's Final Four comes here. Wait till the women's Final Four comes. Wait until the Warriors get the All-Star game again. We'll have dope events.
Time out.
It's not the first time. It won't be the last time.
The Super Bowl is the best of all of them, though.
Jeez.
Wouldn't you agree?
Not the way it's set up here in the Bay Area.
Oh, really?
Not the way it's set up in the Bay Area.
The Super Bowl is not the biggest American event of sports.
Not in the Bay Area.
No. I'm just asking you. Take a step back. Is the Super Bowl the biggest event of the year
Alex,
on the sports calendar?
Alex, call it. You can call it whatever you want,
Is the Super Bowl the biggest event on the sports calendar?
I don't know. College basketball was pretty big.
I mean,
the NBA playoffs are pretty big. Finals felt pretty big.
Bonte needs to be sponsored by Lids because he's straight cap right now.
Or cap in. Learn how to use it. Sausalito, Joe. Austin San Jose enjoys negative radio much, much more. Keep attacking the YouTubers and callers. No, I won't. Give me a reason to.
You know what's funny is like somehow, some way, NBC's going to get you, not 95.7, but NBC will get you at like the 50-yard line. You might even be doing pre and post at that point on the field. You'll be at the Super Bowl,
I'll
smiling,
go.
Suited, decked out.
I won't say I won't go to the Super Bowl, but I'll leave like 5 hours early. I'm not saying that. The Super Bowl is in the city. I love it. It's just all the events are spread out. You got to go freeway to freeway. It was a nightmare.
It is what it is. We're trying to touch all corners. You know?
Steve is Santa Cruz. Steve,
I'm happy
what's
it's
happening?
coming.
Steve, what's
up,
happening?
Steve?
World Cup
hey,
is
how's it going, guys?
Yeah, Steve, Super Bowl's not for the locals. It's not.
Hey,
go ahead, Steve.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I got to.
What's up, Steve?
Steve, don't. Steve, let's go.
Hey, just want to touch on the Draymond Poole and Jordan. Draymond Green and Jordan Poole incident that happened earlier in the season.
What do you got?
To be honest with you, I think we overpaid for Jordan Poole. I think we need to trade him immediately and get whatever we can for him, and just accept that we overpaid for him. I think Dre, Clay, and Steph need to stick around. To be honest with you, I think we would have won last year's championship without him. I think Andrew Wiggins played a bigger part in a championship run last year. And and I just think we need to move on from him. And one more thing too, Steve Kerr, a lot of love for him, man. My first Warriors game, I was 8 years old. I saw him in a Bulls uniform with Michael Jordan. One of the best moments of my life. I'll never forget it. But to say we maxed out last year, I think was just a little incorrect. I think the Niners really maxed out. Huge Niners fan here. Went down with 3 quarterbacks. Really had nothing left to give. I think that's the true definition of maxing out.
What is the noise in the background? Are you playing Mario? Are you playing Sonic? It sounds like you're collecting rings.
I'm just showing up to a job site. My boss.
Oh, nice.
Gave me a hard time on the other line.
Nice.
Oh, good stuff, Steve. Hey, look, I did have a problem
with what?
With Steve Kerr saying he maxed out the roster, and Draymond Green saying that because, hey, we feel like this roster maxed out. We overachieved. Well, to me, it's kind of a slap in the face to Bob Myers and Joe Lacob to say that this roster maxed out. They don't believe they put together a roster that could max out in the second round. I think it's a slap. If you're Jordan Poole, you're Jonathan Kuminga. Wait, we maxed out? You didn't even give us a shot. I'm Kuminga. You didn't even give me a shot. Max out. Max out means I'm using every single cent on my credit card. I'm using every single personnel. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he did that.
So, Sam Lubman, you've got something to report?
Yeah, I got some Giants roster moves for us. God. First off, the rumors are true.
Wait, time out. We got the Super Bowl. We're getting the World Cup. Purdy's getting healthier. Trey Lance looks good at training camp. And we've got more Giants news. Can this day get any better?
But wait, there's more. We got
what?
Patrick Bailey.
Let's go.
Coming to Oracle Park tonight. The rumors were true. Patrick Bailey's getting the call up, along with right-handed pitcher Ryan Walker. He's going to get brought up. Cal Stevenson, see you later. He's getting designated for assignment. Heliot Ramos is getting recalled from AAA and being placed on the 60-day IL with a right oblique strain.
Wait, who is?
Heliot Ramos.
Oh, that's not good. And then called that.
2 more injury notes. Joey Bart's going on the 10-day IL, retroactive to yesterday with a lower groin strain.
Oh, again the groin.
And Ross Stripling is going on the 15-day IL, retroactive to yesterday with a lower back strain. So those are your Giants news.
Patrick Bailey up. You suck.
Yeah, Patrick Bailey up. Joey Bart hurt. Ross Stripling. Yeah.
So Willard was right. Patrick Bailey, 10th or 11th overall pick. What was he? 10th? 10th overall pick?
Sure. I think he was a top 10 pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Might have been 12.
The future's here. Casey Schmidt. This guy won a Gold Glove in the minors. They only give out 8 of them, or 9 of them technically. He won 1 of them.
Spadoni breaks at 9-11. All right.
And Sparity coming up.
Gotcha.
Patrick Bailey, switch hitting catcher. He has not hit that well in AAA, but the glove is clearly elite. I'm ready for this. And their outfield's looking so strong right now in the minors. Grant McCrary's looking like a baller. Vaughn Brown finally returning from an injury. Bonte, it's coming around. Luis Matos. I mean, boy, somebody put the Titan screws on Farhan because he's calling up everybody. I'm loving it.
Are you Team Farhan now?
I'm loving it. Well, hey, you know what? Casey Schmidt might have saved his career.
Back on board with Farhan, huh?
Well,
just like that?
I'm more optimistic.
Pivot, don't panic.
Exactly. When presented with new information.
Yep. I mean, you knew things were coming around when Bonte's showing up to Giants games. That's how you know things are getting better.
Sam,
Captain save a Giant.
I didn't go to the Giants game because the Giants are playing. I went to the Giants game so I could get my ass out the house.
You were still at the ballpark.
I got free tickets. You see those tickets I had?
But Bonte, you were still at the ballpark.
You see where I was sitting at?
You can rationalize it however you want, Bonte.
Let me tell you how down bad the Giants were. I got an Uber at 12:20. And I was in my seat before first pitch. So it ain't people rushing to the yard.
Imagine if it was a Super Bowl, though.
Imagine if it was a Super Bowl.
We're moving in positive steps. That's what I'm saying here.
What do you want me to do?
Crawl before you
I work
can
in
walk.
sports. I got to watch these bubs. I got to watch them. Can't not watch
you can't not watch Bryce Harper, am I right? Like, no Bryce, no
Trey,
Bonte.
that's what I was really for. Trey Turner's a Waller Street hustler.
You were excited when Casey Schmidt came up, though. He stepped in the batter's box. You were texting us saying that there was a lot of excitement here.
About time. Yeah, he got the. That's how down the Giants are. Casey Schmidt got the loudest.
Well, no, they just recognize how good he is right now. So now you got Patrick Bailey, and you got Casey Schmidt, and you got Tyro Estrada, and you've got some hope. Bryce Johnson's looked a lot better. I don't know what he ends up being. Extremely speedy, 27 years old. This is becoming more watchable. Baseball. Yeah. The puzzle's starting to look a little more comprehensive.
You were watching spring training Giants games over NBA playing games and playoff games.
Well, there were no playoff games in March, but that's okay.
You were watching playoff games. You're watching spring training games over playoff games. Or, I guess, the first couple weeks of the season.
Here's the thing.
I am salty.
They need a defensive-minded catcher so bad right now. Blake Sable cannot catch, and he just physically can't catch. I mean, he's a solid hitter.
Honestly,
in a platoon situation.
I would ask our audience.
What?
Since basketball's over, 888-957-9570. I'll give you a chance after
we're not trying to do 2 hours.
No. Where are the Giants fans at? Do you actually care? Do you actually care right now that Casey Schmidt's up? Do you care that Patrick Bailey's getting called up?
We're finally here 5 years later.
I'm eager. Because it sounds like all of a sudden Shasky and Lovin are Team Farhan again, which is unbelievable.
No, you got to give credit where credit's due.
I mean, they're under 500, right? They're what, third place in the NL West?
Yeah.
They swept the Phillies, who are not good right now.
6th and 7th wild card spot.
Oh my God.
Still viable.
Yeah, they only swept the defending NL champs. You know, that's not a big deal.
Only. DeSclafani looking good, bouncing back. Alex Cobb under a 2 ERA. Camilo Duvall putting together what could be an all-star season.
You saving this, right? F8, I want you to save this. Because I'm going to get my Steiny on in a couple
Don't
months.
worry. I podcast everything.
Yeah, I'll get my Steiny on in a couple months. We'll revisit these comments. Daniel Martinez. Daniel, what's happening? We will revisit this.
Who would have thought the Giants prospects, the Giants young players,
we go
more impactful than the Warrior young players? 888-957-9570.
Keep doing this.
Is Casey Schmidt better than Kuminga?
Go ahead, say it. Go ahead, I dare you. Say it. Stand on it.
Oh, Casey Schmidt's done more than James Wiseman in a big league uniform. Okay. That's for damn sure. And he's done more than Moses Moody.
Daniel Martinez,
and
what's
I like
happening?
Moses Moody.
Daniel, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Mr. Hill, Mr. Shasky, how you doing? And just so that caller knows, it's Bonta. That's how you spell your name. So
I appreciate that.
And much love to that young man that called first time with his goal. I think his name was Raymond.
Mm-hmm.
Much love to him. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I recently lost one of my best friends to cancer. He's in a better place now, but he's from Cleveland, and the Cleveland Browns, Amari Cooper, Donovan Peoples-Jones, and the wide receiver coach sent him a videogram, which was amazing.
Wow.
And that's why sports is so, because they do things like that for, for everyone in the community, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's no way that Draymond Green and Jordan Poole can both stay on the team. One of them has to go.
I agree.
I mean, Draymond talked about it a couple days ago on Stephen A. You know, it's obviously... It never got settled, and we don't even know where Jordan Poole stands because he really won't talk about it. He won't say yes or no. So it's which one do you want to get rid of? And as far as the Giants are concerned, Mr. Hill, you got to remember 40% of the teams make the playoffs now. So the Giants are only a couple of games back of that 6th wild card.
Well, and look, here's the reality. I don't even care if they bow out and lose 100 games this year or get into the wild card. I'll be there. I'll be at the games. I'll be rooting and I'll be happy. I'm finally seeing the young guys I've been hearing about. Like, if today's not a day to at least smile, no one's saying we're throwing a parade down Market Street. But if we can't be happy.
The Giants called up a prospect. Let's go crazy, folks. Let's go crazy. They called up a prospect. Gosh, only every other team in Major League Baseball does this on a daily basis.
Bonta, you've been saying all along, where's the vision? When are we going to start seeing the future?
Where's the vision?
Well, today's the vision. Seeing it today.
That's buying enough Farhan.
You're finally getting what you want.
Oh, my God. With Patrick Bailey. Let's go crazy, folks. Let's go crazy. Bailey's up. Just an hour ago, Shasky was talking about Bailey ain't been hitting in the last week. Now he's coming up and let's throw a party and pop champagne. Literally said that an hour ago, Lubman. Literally. But I know you don't listen to the show half the time. Literally said an hour ago, Patrick Bailey was not hitting in the minors, and now he's coming up, and we're going crazy, folks. Come on, man.
Ante, you have been louder than anyone in saying, what's the future, what's the vision?
What is the vision?
It's
starting
the
to see
right
it.
now. It's the lineup you're going to see tonight, at least parts of it. You got Casey Schmidt, Tyro Estrada, Bryce Johnson, Patrick Bailey. Let's go.
You just said Patrick Bailey wasn't doing diddly squat in the minors.
Well, in terms of hitting, he's struggled a little at the plate, but defensively, he's elite. They need defense behind the dish. I watched Joey Bart and Blake Sable commit back-to-back inning errors that cost them runs in Arizona and blew that game wide open. They need a defensive stalwart behind the plate.
Oh, my God.
They were one of the worst defensive teams in baseball last year. Now they've upped that. They brought in a slick fielding youngster who's hitting in Casey Schmidt. Tyro Strada's improved dramatically with the glove. And offensively, he's one of the league leaders in almost every category for middle infielders.
This is why Farhan would never get fired.
Can we just be happy?
A lot of Giants apologists.
Can we just be happy?
I don't care about Patrick Bailey. I don't care. No, I can't be happy. What championships? Now all of a sudden we're happy because a guy gets caught up. How's the bar dropped? The expectations have dropped so far with this club. Gosh. Oh, my gosh.
They haven't had but one winning season since the Obama administration.
You just ripped Patrick Bailey and now Rico said he can't hit. Now he calls up and you're ready to do the Willy Wonka
hey guys, we got to go to breaks while we do that.
Dance. You want to click both your heels now in the air when you got the golden ticket. And this guy just an hour ago couldn't hit. Now he's up and all of a sudden let's pump champagne. Let's throw water around. Woo! Woo! Let's do all that.
Let's break.
Gosh.
Life
coming up, brought to you by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services.
Worried or frustrated, CalHope can help. Access
is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
See, one thing in life I have to work on. I talk to the boss man all the time about this, Matt Dehegan. It's tough to fake happiness. It's tough to fake it. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm not faking happiness. Great, the Super Bowl's coming in 2026. Awesome. I'm sure I'll get excited when that time comes. Right now it's 2023, and I don't know if Bob Myers is coming back for the Golden State Warriors. I don't know if Draymond Green's coming back. I don't know if Klay Thompson's coming back. I don't know if Poole's going to be traded. That's on the top of my mind. What the hell is going on with the Golden State Warriors? Number 2, conference finals going on. Wait, actually number 1, 2, and 3 is Baby Tez being in dance class and swim class and doing all these things and growing older, going through the terrible twos. That's top of mind. The Super Bowl 2026, okay, great, awesome. I'm glad they're getting another Super Bowl. Honestly, I'm happy. If you're happy, I'm happy. Giants bringing up Patrick Bailey, great. Just an hour ago, brought up Patrick Bailey. Oh, well, he ain't hitting right now in the minor leagues. Now I'm about to go crazy and click my heels like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Like, what are we doing? Okay, great. He got called up. Great. But what's equally disappointing is Joey Barton, number 2 overall draft pick, can't stick in the big leagues.
I know.
That's not good.
Well, but I think we should have known. It would be like, drafting a quarterback immediately after drafting one in the first round, drafting one. Like if the Niners had done it and drafting a guy in the first round the very, very next year, even though they didn't have any picks.
Right.
Like that's kind of what the Giants did with Patrick Bailey. Like they drafted a catcher the year after they drafted a catcher.
Right. So, I mean, you got that. I'm worried about Trey Lance and Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy. Who's going to play quarterback?
Did you hear what Jeff Christensen said?
That he's gotten better in a lot of areas.
Look at you.
Well, I'm again, some people think I don't read things or I just don't pay attention. Watch every Giants game like the rest of you. I read everything about Trey Lance like the rest of you. Watch everything about hoops like the rest of you. It's kind of my job, folks. It's what I do. It's what I get paid to do. But I ain't going to sit here and act like oh, man, the Super Bowl's coming here. Woo, wee, great. Awesome. Yippee-yi-yay. Know what I get happy about, though?
What's that?
Is when Logan Murdoch joins the show from The Ringer. When I see Logan Murdoch, it puts a smile on my face. It really does. Because Logan is big time. Logan's about that business. Logan Murdoch, everybody, joining us, Berkeley High's finest. What up, Logan? What's happening this morning?
What's going on, bud? Good to see you, man. And speaking of which, you are also someone that is shining. Every time I see you, you got the Gucci sneaks on. Oh. You try to act like you don't own the whole 17 radio stations. And I just want to say, you're doing the fake humble thing right now, and I appreciate that. But stick your chest out too, bud.
Well, I try to do that from time to time. But earlier today I had a guy. This is how you know it's bad today. This is how you know I'm ready for the weekend. I had a guy call from Visalia. His dumb ass stayed on hold for 35 minutes just to call me a fraud on live air.
It ain't Bonte, it's fraud thing.
He waited for 35 minutes to call me a fraud.
You know what happened? He got shook. It was like taking a big hit in an NFL game. Now he's afraid to step up in the pocket.
But no, Logan, I'm supposed to be fake happy about the Super Bowl coming here in 2026. I don't care. I don't care. At the end of the day, great, the Super Bowl's coming back to the Bay Area. Awesome. I'll put some jump for joy.
Probably, yeah. I mean, that's a big deal. That we should be happy about that, right? I don't know. Right? That should be cool. It's going to be popping.
It's going to be popping.
Super Bowl 60. It's going to be popping because I'm going to your party.
Well, I'm not going to have a party because I work in the mornings. I can't party.
You're not going to have your party?
No, you will have the party.
And RBL Posse and all that?
No, they don't rock with me, man. As Jacob said, I'm a fraud here. I'm a fraud. Anyway.
Okay.
Can we get into whatever we're supposed to get into?
Yeah, we will, Shasky. I know you're feeling left out right now. Logan's great work at the
you guys are spooning each other on air mentally, and I'm like, whoa.
Well, you got to think.
Should I just leave the bedroom?
Logan and I, we go back, man. We go back a long time. Over a decade now. You had some great words this week in the Ringer. Discussing the Golden State Warriors season, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green. So let's start here. What did you make of Steve Kerr and Draymond Green admitting that the incident in the preseason affected the way the season played out? What did you make of that?
I mean, shout out to them for telling the truth. I mean, it was something that we all knew in the moment. And even if you go back and look at the coverage and look at what we were talking about back then, this looked like a seminal moment in the season that this is going to affect things. You got Jordan Poole, who's just signed an extension or was in the process of about to sign an extension. And he was boasted as the future of this team. And then as soon as this incident happened, it pretty much puts everything at a crossroads. And it was something that we all knew was going to linger throughout the season. Now, did we think it was going to be this bad? Probably not, because we trusted the Warriors infrastructure, or whatever that means. And but now, a few months later, shout out to everyone for telling the truth, and that it was not a big distraction at the very least.
Do you think they mishandled it?
Yeah, I do think they mishandled it. I think what they should have done is, and I think I've said this on the podcast, Real Ones on Ringer NBA, which you can see Mondays and Thursdays, which you can listen to Mondays and Thursdays on the Ringer. We said this. I think that they probably should have suspended Draymond at least for a week or a couple of games. Tell Jordan Poole, hey, we got your back, and at least show some level of accountability to Draymond, or at least have some accountability that he had to work through. But they didn't do that. They decided, we're going to make sure that our infrastructure takes care of this. And this it wound up being too much to ask for this team and the players all around. And it was a stench all over the team throughout the season. Bonte was there. He knows how bad it was in that time and beyond. And it was basically just trying to put a Band-Aid over, a large bruise, and didn't work at the end of the day.
Do you, this is obviously what we're, guessing, I guess, to some degree on this. Do you think Jordan Poole felt that maybe some of the other teammates didn't publicly have his back, per se?
I think it's an overall team thing. I think that he probably felt, and this is me speculating.
Yeah, speculating.
Question. But I believe that he probably the fear around the team was that a lot of trust was eroded between him and the team. Just in that, not only because people maybe didn't defend him, and I think there were players that did defend him, but just that the overall organization didn't have his back in a moment like this. When on one hand you're saying, I'm the franchise star, I'm the future, I'm going to be a pillar within this organization, and then something happens with an established guy like Draymond, and y'all don't have my back. In fact, you empower Draymond to do more things by not even suspending him. So I think that, there was, if I had to guess, there was definitely an erosion in trust in the months leading after that.
Logan Murdoch from The Ringer, the Real Ones podcast with Raja Bell, one of the best podcasts out there, just talking hoops. And, of course, his latest story in The Ringer, the 2-track plan divided the Warriors a preseason punch. He wrote it. Golden State's once vaunted culture, and now the franchise faces more uncertainty than it has in a decade. And one of the most uncertain things happening with the Golden State Warriors is Bob Myers. If he does move on, it's a tough job to take. And if a new GM does come into place for Bob Myers, now we don't know if he's made a decision yet, obviously. We don't know if he will come back or if he's not going to come back. I'm not saying that at all. But the crossroads that this organization is at here, and with the cap situation, Logan, a lot of moves have been discussed. Draymond Green, is he going to opt in, opt out? Klay Thompson, 1 year, $43 million left. Do you think, going off of Jordan Poole and going off some of these youngsters, that they could come back in an environment that includes a Draymond Green, a Klay Thompson, knowing that, hey, we may not get the minutes that we want because these guys are still here?
I think that, the way that Steve Kerr and some of the guys have been talking, it would seem at this point that, the young guys will be back. I think Steve Kerr called Jordan Poole a foundational piece. So it seems like they're looking to, at least at this very point in May, whatever day it is, that they are looking forward to having the whole band back together next season. But that relationship is going to take some, massaging. And I think the way that you do that is, I think one way that they've done that, at least from a roster standpoint, is bringing Gary Payton II back into the fold. And, I don't know if Juan's coming back necessarily, but you see Juan Toscano Anderson around a lot during the postseason. But you need guys like that both have the respect of the older core and also can speak to the younger generation. But as for Bob Myers, that's the first domino that has to fall for the Warriors to figure out where they're going to go forward, because he is not only the head of the front office in basketball ops. He's like a family member to a lot of the established guys, and Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Where would Draymond Green be without Bob Myers, right? And it's going to be interesting to see what he does. But as a guy, it's interesting. You could see that he's getting pulled from a lot of different directions because even in the midst of his contract situation, he was still on the front lines on every single moment that happened during this season, right? Like he's the first person to speak up when the Jordan Poole Draymond situation happens. It's a press conference with Bob Myers speaking on behalf of the organization. When Andrew Wiggins comes back from his personal absence for personal reasons, who's right there next to Andrew Wiggins is Bob Myers, right? And also Bob Myers is in Chicago at the draft combine with the team as they, prep for another draft and another summer of uncertainty. So it's going to be interesting, but he's giving signs both ways. One, that he's undecided of what he's going to do, but also that he's still in the trenches for big events within the Golden State organization. So I'm really interested to see what his decision is. I'm sure as everyone else is, but it's going to just be interesting because he's moving in a lot of ways that suggest that he's still in the fabric of this organization. But we'll see how long that lasts.
Interesting. That's interesting. What do you think his first order, or anyone who becomes GM's first order of business, should be? Is it?
Well, they got to. Go ahead.
No. I mean, like the Draymond thing, obviously he determines whether he opts in or opts out. But let's assume right now he opts in. What should the first order of business be then?
I think the first order of business is you got to make sure that all the established guys are in line. And that's Steph Curry, that's Klay Thompson, that's Draymond Green. That's whoever the GM or whoever the head of basketball ops is. That's if that is Mike Dunleavy, if that is, I don't know. I don't know who that person might be at this point, but they have to get in the same page with the established guys on this team, because this team has still a couple of years of at least contention left in it. And that goes back to what I was talking about with Bob Myers being a family member of this established core. That's a big hole to fill. And that's going to have to be day by day of just making sure you're on the same page with these guys who have this affinity and love for another person. Because the first thing that they're going to think, the established guys, is, well, what is the vision of this franchise now that Bob isn't in the picture? And that's going to be a question that has to be answered immediately by the new person, should there is a new person to be there. Is what is the direction of the franchise going to be? And that's a huge question, considering that Bob Myers has been has been answering that question for the last decade. And to have a new face in there, they have to make sure that they send a clear message to the veteran guys of, this is what we're going to do. This is the message that I'm conveying, and this is where we're going to go. That's really important if someone else comes into the fold.
Last one for you, Logan, here. We appreciate the time this morning. Logan Murdock, of course, from The Ringer, does a great job for them. The Real Ones podcast with Raja Bell drops twice a week in the 2-track plan, Divided by the Warriors, his latest piece in The Ringer. You should go read it at theringer.com. It's really, really good. Klay Thompson. What did you think of him during the Lakers series? Obviously, he struggled, but what do you think about his role moving forward if he is playing for the Golden State Warriors?
You got to play a lot better, right? And I think Draymond, after the series, was saying that Klay was rushing a lot, right? He was rushing on his threes, and he wasn't comfortable in the series. And I think that Klay has to find his way again. And we talk a lot about how bad Jordan Poole played. Well, Klay Thompson played just as bad during the postseason in stretches. So he has to figure his game out, get his mojo back, and I think he'll be back next season. And I think that he'll figure it out. He has one more year left on his deal, and I think he'll figure it out. He's a competitive guy. He's a champion, and he knows what it takes to get there. He just has to find his game again.
Logan, what you got planned this summer, man? What you got going on?
Man, I'm going on a beach or something. You know how we do, man. You know how the vibes, bro. I'll probably go to a beach, probably get some sunshine, get away from the bay. Just vibe. I'm ready to lock in on this sun. You see how it's been over the spring? Like yesterday was a beautiful day, man. I'm excited to just go on random walks around. If y'all see me in the bay, I'm probably just going to be walking aimlessly, enjoying the sunshine. That's what I'm doing.
Are you excited for the Super Bowl in 2026 like I am?
I asked him at the front end. He said, "Yeah."
I'm juiced, man. I'm juiced. I'm excited. I'm excited. I didn't get to go to none of the events the last time it was out here, so I'm looking forward to be popping with Bonte.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'll get excited in 2026. We'll get excited.
Hey man, let me borrow $100, Bonte. What's up?
Nah, you with the ringer. You with Bill Simmons, dude.
He'll
Simmons.
make you 11 points on that $100.
Dude, you with Bill Simmons, man. Hey, listen, one of my sources of income has been cut off for the next 5 months. So
what Big Sykes say? I got no more money. Somebody loan me $100. Loan me $100.
Shasky's got 2 houses, and he's part of the Olympic Club. You should.
Interest rates are high right now, Logan, from the Bank of Shasky.
Shasky had $100.
Shasky's rolling it though.
Olympic Club member? That's old money right there.
Yeah, exactly. Trust me, old and new money.
It's in the Presidio. Let me hold some.
Dude, your boy lives on a golf course, man. I'm just saying.
I actually live on the baseball diamond these days. But yes,
baseball diamond and the golf course. All right, Logan, get out of here, man.
See you, buddy.
All right, talk to you soon.
All right, Logan Murdoch here in the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game. I'm sorry, man, if I ruined a lot of people's mornings, like the 408. He said, man, you started off my morning so bad. Come on, man. I'm so angry. I can't listen to somebody who's cranky. I wasn't cranky the entire show, but I'm sorry if I was cranky.
Did the caller calling you LaFronte?
No.
Did that get to you?
No, I was fine.
Should I have not laughed? I apologize.
No. I just talked about his mama. I'm fine with that. I wish more callers would just call in and tell the truth.
And just talk smack?
Yeah, just talk smack.
Smack off.
You wait 35 minutes and talk, hey, you're a fraud. Hey, that's cool. Oh, if you got somebody clipped it on Twitter.
Did they?
That's fine. No, people do it. Caller's wild. But at least they clipped it and got your mama in. I bet your mama don't think so. No. So, you guys get fake happy about the Super Bowl coming here. But not only that.
How's it fake happy?
No. The Patrick Bailey thing is just hilarious.
What?
How an hour ago you guys were saying Patrick Bailey can't do anything. You guys cut it quick.
No, I said that his bat has not been as good in the minors at the AAA level as it was in AA. That's all. He's had a rough week or two here because I follow the minor leagues quite closely these days because we've got so many guys that have gone from double to AAA and from single to AA. So right now, Patrick Bailey's glove is farther along than his bat.
Listen, if Jacob from Visalia came Monday to Walnut Creek, I'd buy him a drink. Then I'd ask him where his mama's at. That's how cool it is. Jacob, come to Walnut Creek. You can tell me to my face that I'm a fraud, and I'll buy you a drink, and I'll ask for the 7 digits. Michael, Santa Rosa, what's happening?
Hi, Michael. 707.
Hey guys. Hey, so I want to be kind of positive and looking forward because and that involves really what Logan was saying, and I really agree with what he was saying. I think that Bob Myers is a stand-up, incredible GM who has built this dynasty around Steph Curry, and he has brought in some core pieces from the beginning, and he's a loyal guy. That's part of who he is a loyal person, and he is not going to. That's not going to allow him to just brush some people who've been with him for the whole time away. I mean, they've gone through so much. That includes Kerr, Draymond, and Iguodala, and Stephen Clay, who he came with. It is. I think what's going to happen is that Bob Myers. I think he has to know this, that he is not anybody. And I'm actually, you guys are some of the people who have been talking about this with the most clarity and the most honesty and bravery, really, because everyone's kind of afraid. Like, oh, are we going to upset the apple cart? I think that here's what I think is going to happen. I think that this announcement that you guys were talking about earlier, I think it's going to be Bob Myers who is going to do the right thing, fall on his sword, and let the Warriors, because he can.
God bless him. Was he ever going to get to the end of the story?
Oh my God!
I mean,
I feel bad for laughing, but
we've had
my God,
maybe the worst collection of callers that we've had in months. We're back.
I just shouted out to callers, YouTube,
we're back,
Twitch, Comcast Business text line, and ever since your boy from Visalia came on, everything just went downhill. No, it didn't rattle me, but the callers got worse.
You're not rattled?
I'm not rattled. I'm fine. But we've got off the rails. We got Giants talking. We got Super Bowl talking. I mean, again, we're about 15 minutes away. And 2 minutes away from the music quiz. Volley's music quiz. We're 2 minutes away. 2 minutes away. And every Friday, we're going to do the song of the week that best describes the week. Today, we're going to focus on the mood around the Warriors now that the season is over. But wait a second. Let's try to recover.
I forget if it was Dave Chappelle or Bill Burr. I forget which one did it. But someone was doing a stand-up about women telling stories versus men's telling stories. And, like, a man's story is like, why are you putting your hands back?
Gotta be careful. Just be careful. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, when a man tells a story, it's like, this is a joke. Obviously, he's comedians, and he's saying that, like, it's very specific. It was me, it was Bob, we went here, and boom, this happened. And I feel like today, we're getting a lot of what I would call my wife's stories, which is, well, you got to understand it was a Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, my boss, he doesn't work from home, he works remote, all right? And then what? Well, and then it was foggy, and, on my way into work, there was a lot of traffic, okay? And then...
Does anyone really have a choice?
Colors, get to the point.
You know what got to me more so than anything on the show was you saying that, Michelle, your wife, says I have an affinity for Klay Thompson. You protect Klay Thompson so much. I was like, man, it might become that guy. Because I like to throw facts out there when it comes to Klay Thompson. I know I get a lot of facts go over a lot of people's heads. And they can't grasp the fact that he played a multitude of roles on this basketball team this past season. We get that. And he struggled against the Lakers, and the optics don't look good. But in today's NBA, what do you need more? Do you need bucket getters, or do you need quote-unquote defensive specialists? Mike Malone last night said you can't win with specialists in the playoffs. You need two-way players. Is Draymond Green a two-way player? I know Klay's not, but at least tries on defense. Draymond Green offensively, what is he? Inconsistent. And is he the greatest defensive player of all time? Is he really that guy? Because the greatest defensive players of all time guard the best players on the opposing team. Did he guard LeBron James? Did he guard Anthony Davis for the entire game? No. So in today's NBA, I'm choosing to get a bucket getter who can space the floor over defensive guys who play a role. That's how I look at it. But the show went off the tracks. We just went, wow. I don't even know where to go from here. Do we want to do volley?
Yeah, I'm ready to do this music quiz.
Let's do the music quiz.
Okay, time out. Every
Friday, we are going to, I'm going to do this again. Every Friday, we're going to do the song of the week that best describes the week. Today, we're going to focus on the mood around the Warriors now that the season is over.
All right,
Shasky.
All right, B. All right. If there's a song that I believe to represent the mood of Dub Nation, it's going to be this song that we will play to you in a second. I'm going to give you 10 seconds, and you have to name the song and the group. That's what Music Quiz is about. It plays some music, and then, you got to name what it is. Are you ready for this?
I'm waiting.
Okay. Okay, then play the song. All right, Bonte, if you think you know the music, ask your smart speaker or Alexa to play Music Quiz, and boom, you'll be ready to go. It's free to try out, super casual, fun for all ages. Again, say, Alexa, play Music Quiz, and you could play a game just like this. Bonte, without looking.
I don't have the text line open.
Do you have YouTube chat open?
YouTube chat is open, so I'll close it right now.
They also can't hear on YouTube, though. So
okay, so I'm on ESPN right now. ESPN.
Can you name the song? Can you name the artist? They're local.
Well, if they're local, then it's either... Oh, wait, is this the group that we had a discussion about a month ago?
I can't wait.
They're all from, like, Berkeley, Vallejo.
You're close.
The Green something.
So close.
Green Day.
Let's go! Now, can you name... Everyone gets the title wrong.
Oh, I don't know the song. I don't know the song
This is a
at
great graduation song.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Goodbye?
Good riddance.
Good riddance.
Time of your life.
Good riddance to the 2023 season.
Good
Boy,
riddance
we needed to move on.
Warriors.
Not good riddance to players, because I don't want to be disrespectful.
Right.
Not good riddance to the GM. Good riddance to the season.
All right. Good riddance to the season. Green Day. That's right. They're from
All right,
Berkeley, Berkeley and everything. So if you think you know your music, just ask your smart speaker or Alexa to play Like Music Quiz, and boom, you will be ready to go. It's free to try out. It is super casual and fun for all ages. Again, just say, Alexa, play Music Quiz, and the fun will begin. Alexa, play Green Day.
Good Riddance is a catch-all for whoever anyone wants to get rid of right now.
Right. Well, I think people want to get rid of me for the day.
Now I gotta go.
Sam Ponte, good riddance. Come back stronger Monday. Oh, man. Good riddance to the Warriors? Well, unfortunately, we will not be saying good riddance. We're going to be talking about them.
Can you name one other Green Day song?
I can't. I'm not even going to pretend to know that.
If they walked in front of you, would you even know what they look like?
No.
Because there's a lot of bands I wouldn't know what they look like.
I wouldn't know.
What's your favorite of the Graduation songs?
Kanye West Graduation.
That's a good one, yeah. But have we canceled Kanye? Is it even acceptable?
I still play his old music.
Do you wear Yeezy slides?
Stuff. I haven't worn Yeezy slides in a minute.
Are they very comfortable?
They are very comfortable.
Full disclosure, I got myself a pair of, they're not the normal Crocs. They're like the sandal style Crocs for around the pool and the beach.
Crandalls?
They're good shoes. Like they're very comfortable. Very comfortable. I'm not going to be rocking Crocs. I'll tell you that right now.
But don't be talking on Crocs.
No, Crocs are good. Crocs are a good shoe. AJ Cruz 1212. Bonte likes the vitamin C tune. What is that? What is vitamin C?
What does that even mean?
What's that even mean?
I don't know.
I'm trying to. That's why I thought you would know.
No,
all right, let's go to.
I like orange juice in a blunt for breakfast.
Need one of those right now.
It's a good source of vitamin C.
Steve El Cerrito, what's happening?
Do you know who does that song?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What up?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I know I'm just kind of. We already talked about it. I know. I want to go back to that punch by Draymond. But check this out, man. I feel, in my personal perspective here, Draymond didn't get suspended. Nothing happened to Draymond. Maybe because of how Jordan Poole handled the situation. I texted in a couple of times. Maybe sometimes, man, people need to get checked. You know, it's very possible that Jordan Poole stepped out of line, man. He's saying things he's not supposed to be.
All right.
But I think Jordan Poole's got to go.
All right.
Because
why?
I feel he gave up on the team.
Oh, he did?
Really gave up on the team. Austin Reeves hit that three-point shot half court, man. He stepped out of the way. Like, what are you doing? You're getting more fouls than points. Like, I feel at the end of the season, he just had enough and he gave up. That's just my personal perspective.
Can we agree on something?
Draymond.
Can we agree on
something?
Steve,
keep cooking.
Nobody
Steve.
deserves to get punked.
Yeah, no, it's Steve.
Come on,
just keep going.
I mean,
Steve.
come on. You're an adult, right? Right? Like you're an adult.
The way you said check made me laugh.
Don't
though.
be
I did like the way
tough
you
guy.
said. Steve, what else you got? What else you got, Steve?
Come on.
Okay. Other than that, I'm all about Draymond. Joe Lacob, for one, has got a bunch of money. I'm hoping whether or not whatever happens with Poole, Draymond, or anybody, he's going to be able to replace him. I have no idea about Bob Myers, but I have high hopes for the team. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you guys weren't going to view my side of it, but Jordan Poole's got to go. But other than that, man, I have high hopes for the Warriors.
You can have an
Let's go
opinion that
Niners.
Jordan Poole wants to go. Everybody deserves to get punked every now and then, or
Well,
whatever the take was.
There was media members who thought Jordan Poole deserved to get socked, and that's just cold-blooded wrong. That's just wrong.
Yeah,
I bet you some of those media members have never been in a fight before. If you brought some smoke to their asses, would they wilt?
My fighting days are over, dude.
Yeah, I'm not fighting no more either. I hope to never ever get in a fight again.
I'm out.
I don't want to fight. I don't want to be tough. I just want to be in the house playing my video games, watching sports. That's all I do. Take care of baby Chaz.
What game are you playing right now?
The PJ is still on that.
You like that?
Oh, I love it.
Have you created? So when you create your own character, do you create to kind of look like you?
A little bit.
Or what you envision you to look like?
Yeah, the first character.
Yeah, you don't like create like an avatar, if you will.
No. Got to look like me. Got to be swag.
So did you buy the Jordans? Because you can buy those in the shop.
No, I haven't yet. I don't have enough money yet.
They got the low tops. They got the high tops.
I peeped. I'm actually going to go golf shopping this weekend.
Nice.
Buy some clothes.
Are you?
Yeah. It's happening this
So what
weekend.
are you like? Let me ask you this, because this is always a question. If you're wearing like Adidas pants, can you wear Nike shoes with those?
No, you got to wear Adidas shoes.
So you're gonna be up and down branded by one, because I'll rock the Under Armour golf pants because I think they're very comfortable with the Adidas Boost shoes
I'll
that
go
I have
Nike
for golfing.
Or if I go Dockers, I'll go Jordans.
Dockers are thick. They're tough to wear. That's why golf pants, you'll see, there's a whole like golf pant thing that people wear in sales because it's comfortable and it's easy to throw in and on.
Boy, Jordan Poole didn't get checked. Do people even know what happened in that situation? That's the other thing. I've heard so many assumptions about Jordan Poole and Draymond and what actually transpired. Because everybody has
so
sources.
Unfair. It's so unfair.
Do people really know what happened? Or are they just making things up? By the way, you're showing the taco meat. Looks good, man. Looks good.
I didn't even mean to do that.
No, it looks good.
My
All time. You got some. No. Keep it.
Okay.
Time.
I know.
Oh, the unofficial statistician of the morning roast.
I shall rise as the knight of numbers for the king.
Alex in Atlanta. What's
Hey,
happening?
Alex. Patrick Bailey. Look at us.
What's going on? Hey, guys, look, 3 things for you really quick before you guys close out the show. Bonte, number 1, don't let the haters ruin your day when you're going into the weekend. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I appreciate it. Number 2, wanted to give a quick shout-out to my grandmother. She turns 96 today. Love you, Granny.
Congratulations.
And number 3, I really do think the Warriors should look at pursuing a trade this offseason for Damian Lillard. Maybe flip Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole for Damian Lillard and Joseph Nurkic. The trade machines all say the money works out there. You can bundle a couple of picks to make it more sweetening for the Blazers, but it helps both teams out. It gives the Warriors a shot creator, a guy who can get to the line in Damian Lillard. It gives them some help in the front court in Joseph Nurkic, which would take some pressure off Kevon Looney and maybe help the Warriors maybe move off Draymond Green should they want to. And it helps the Blazers out because it gets them out from under some big contracts so they can actually start a proper rebuild. They'd only have to eat Klay Thompson's money for 1 year.
Bonte,
I love your numbers, Alex.
I suggested this to you off air, but not Klay. I said, what about taking Dame on?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm open to it.
I'm good.
Him coming back?
I'm good.
Then it gives you an opportunity to flip Poole?
Yeah, I'm good. I want Dame Dollar.
I think it would be dynamic.
I don't.
Him and Curry?
I don't think it works.
Why?
I don't think it works, especially in the playoff series. I don't see it working. But you never know. Steph Curry can make things work with anybody, but Dame Dollar off the ball, can he play? He needs the ball in his hands. I don't know. All right, it's a great idea. Portland. Klay Thompson goes back home to Portland.
Nurkic is always hurt, though.
And he plays.
Always hurt.
No defense.
Always hurt.
You talk about rim protection. He's the opposite of rim protection.
You know who I call Big Nurk? Tommy Call, former host here at 95.7.
Why do you call him Big Nurk?
Because they for some reason their games resemble each other.
What's Tommy doing?
Doing a lot of pickup. Softball.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He's a dad now, too. Congratulations, Tommy.
He invited me to play in his co-ed league, and it's just not going to be able to work out this year.
Final thoughts. We made it. Oh, my God. We made it. My final thought is we made it. It's weekend time. The morning mail-in today was not our best work. Thanks to all 600 people who stuck with us on YouTube. It's not our best work. Patrick Bailey's coming up. Farhan.
Look, I put up all the numbers
got you
today.
guys already back in his pocket. Unbelievable. Final thought is the weekend is here. Thank God.
Here's my final thought. We're getting a little taste of the Giants' future. Hey, I don't even care if Patrick Bailey goes 0 for 9 over the weekend and doesn't do anything. I'm just happy we're getting a chance to see him because I really didn't think we'd get to see any of these prospects. So I'm excited. Estrada, Schmidt, Bryce Johnson a little bit, and now you're getting a look at Patrick Bailey. Let's go.
Speaking of mailing it in, the Los Angeles Lakers, they're done. Stick a fork in them. Season's over. Night-night. I hate them.
Well, on that note, I'm pretty sure the Lakers are going to come back and win this series in 6 now just because Spadoni is going hard on that reverse jinx there. I'm excited to get back to the ballpark tonight. And, yeah, the Patrick Bailey treat, that's just an added cherry on top there. So I think I might try the crab fries tonight, too.
Crab fries.
Now I got to go.
Oh, we get to go. It's my best.
What album you going to bump on the way home?
I don't know. It won't be Green Day, though.
Yeah?
I'm probably on the Nipsey Hussle. I've been on the Nipsey Hussle hype. Nipsey Hussle's been 650 Comcast business text line, hard pass on Dame. 2 small guards won't work. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm gonna be bumping Million Why You Young, Nipsey Hussle.
Oh, make a Million Why You Young.
Yeah, that song is inspirational. I know closing reads. Love it. Can I get a word in? Jesus Christ. We do this every day. That's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity.
That was like Grogu.
Next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Are we done? Weekend time? Weekend time?
We've got about another minute of this.
Oh, we got another read.
We're good.
We can peace out a little bit early.
Yes, let's go. Let's get the hell out of here. Bye-bye.
Welcome to IKEA. Enjoying the spring weather?
Yeah, maybe too much. I got
Oh. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings. It's a Friday in the Bay. Your boy's in an optimistic mood. My little one, I don't know why I'm starting here. My youngest got in a little fender bender yesterday, but she's okay. That's that call. You see that kid's call at an unusual time, and you're like, oh no. Got into an accident. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Are they okay? Yeah. Was anybody in the car with you? They're okay. So everybody's okay. Okay. Well, that's a good start.
You win some dad points yesterday?
I'd like to think so, but not contrived. Just, she was fine. She was just emotional. And I get it. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's a Friday. I'm locked in. I mean, I know obviously we don't have any more Warriors basketball. Still a little hesitant to jump headfirst into baseball season because we got so much on the bone with the Golden State Warriors. But, I mean, look, I know Guru's still on vacation. A lot of people probably wondering where he's at. I'm happy to be filling in for him again. And I'm excited to dig into some of what we got going on because there's so many questions surrounding this team. And it doesn't feel like we're going to have an answer particularly soon. But there is certainly ways that everyone can lean. And I'm curious the way that Warriors fans are feeling right now, kind of a week removed from the season.
Yeah. You know the number, 888-957-9570. There's talking to the boss this morning. He was like, where do you think Warrior fans are right now? The week is, it's been a week since, how do you think they're feeling? And he's like, how would you be feeling, Stein, if you were a Warrior fan? I said, you know what? I think I'd be feeling grateful. Because it feels like it's time to kind of reflect on the last 10 years. And, you had to see this coming. Things are going to get different. But, there's only one reason why the Warriors are where they're at right now, Evan, and it's because they've been a dynasty, and that's why these decisions will impact so far down the line, and also the decisions you're making, whether you like it or not, they have something to do with what happened in the past. So I want to know, Warrior fans, like a City Boy called in yesterday and said, I'm kind of excited. Let's see what happens. He's kind of, the boss is kind of wondering, what's everybody feeling? And I think that's a good thing. So if you want to weigh in on that. But here's my question. So apparently Bob Myers, contract runs out June 30th.
Yes, it does.
Who's going to be the GM on July 1st of the Golden State Warriors?
I would take the field over Bob Myers.
I would too. I'm going to take it a step further. I would take the field over Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy.
So you don't think it's going to be internal?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. But the two, Bob's either going to sign the contract, and Mark Willard was in here yesterday reporting that, Bob's got a lucrative contract in front of him, and that he's making his decision, and that's kind of what we've known for a while. So my question is, let's take it a step further. Let's take it at face value.
Mm-hmm.
Myers has a contract in front of him that's either makes him the highest paid of GM or right there. The number is the number, and it's not a low ball. You know what I mean? It's a good, solid, damn good number. So why hasn't Bob signed a contract yet? Good, solid number. Bob's looking at Joe in the eye saying, you know what, you're not being a jerk. That's fair. So why isn't Bob signing it?
Well, I think there's a few factors, but number one, if you're telling me that the money doesn't talk, then I have to look at, okay, what's your work situation? Who are you working for? Who are you working with? And then also, of course, the personal aspect of things, which is where are you at in your life? And that's obviously more difficult to get into without Bob Myers actually speaking on it. But the only other part that we can comment on, Steiny, is the fact that Bob Myers has been with the Warriors for since the 2012 season as the general manager, AGM since 2011. How is he feeling about where the Warriors are headed? How does he feel about who he's working for, his relationship with him, the way that the last few years has gone. Maybe his voice doesn't feel as like, we're talking about getting voices back. Well, maybe Bob Myers doesn't feel like his voice is as loud as Draymond Green's was after January 27th against the Raptors. Maybe that's the way he's feeling right now. And I'm curious what you read into the report that we got a couple of days ago from Mark Spears about Bob Myers being in Chicago for the scouting combine, but not representing the Warriors at the GM meetings. And instead, it was Mike Dunleavy Jr., the guy that you just said may probably not be the next man up for the GM job.
Bob Myers is in Chicago. We do know that for a fact. And so he's still acting as the Warriors general manager. Mike Dunleavy with him, that's not a surprise to me. And who attends different meetings, I'm going to kind of let that one go. Because I'm looking at it as though Bob Myers is, right now he's at the pre-draft camp doing his thing.
But
my feeling is this: Bob's not coming back. Bob's not going to sign a contract. I just don't think he is. I think it wouldn't have gotten to this point unless it got here for a reason, and the reason is that they couldn't. He doesn't want to be back for whatever reason.
He said he won't make a decision until he has to.
Right, and he's getting close. He's getting close because I know his contract runs through June 30th, but Bob's the kind of guy that if he's like, you know what?
Doesn't there have to be a date, though? Whether it's 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before? I mean, you can't take it up until June 29th and say, hey, sorry, I'm out.
No, and I don't think it gets that. I think there's an understanding of what's happening. And that's what I mean. I don't think Bob's coming back. And I think he kind of knows it, and I think Joe kind of knows it. I could be wrong. I don't think Bob Myers is coming back. And if he doesn't come back, to me, now you start asking why. Well, he does have 3 girls. I think 4, 10, and 11 or something like that. And that ain't no joke. Also, I think it's got to be talked about why. The next 3 years is going to be hard. The next 3 years is going to be unbelievably hard for the Warriors. Does Bob Myers want to stay the face of the Golden State Warriors for the next 3 years, having to talk about the moves that they're going to make in the context of kind of knowing you can't keep the dynasty going? You know what I mean? Like, does he want to... I don't know that he wants to come back if he knows this organization's going in a direction, maybe even by necessity, where they're not going to be able to stay on top, and he's going to have unbelievable constraints financially, and it's like, you know what, I can't win. Like, we're not going to win in the next few years because of where we are with our salary cap and just age, so this might be the natural transition point.
Well, and from what I can gather from listening to Bob on this station all season, along with seeing him at Chase Center and, of course, recognizing his role in the last decade of successful Warriors basketball, he's obviously a very thoughtful guy, and he'll take a multitude of factors into the decision, all of which I'm sure you kind of just laid out, whether it be the lucrative offer, wanted to be the highest potentially GM in the NBA, whether it's working with Lacob, for Lacob, under Lacob, potentially his children who might be involved a little bit more so next season, Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s in the fold. I think Bob is probably in a position where you do wonder, like he's the best equipped guy to handle this job in the future and handle the potential, downside of this dynasty. And I don't think it's because he doesn't want to be blamed, so to speak. I think he just knows it's going to be extremely difficult, and there's going to still be expectation that the Warriors have to get this done. Otherwise, Lacob and his thoughts of becoming a Jerry Buss-like 16 finals in 33 years expectation, that's going to be hard to do. What the Warriors have already done has been incredibly hard to do. And even if you're compensated for being the face, the voice, the representative of a team that obviously cannot stand up to what it previously was, maybe he just decides it's not worth it. The money isn't worth it, especially when, like you're saying, there's children potentially he wants to be more involved with, or there's also just professionally another situation that he would prefer to take, another challenge in his career. He's 48 years old. He's still got a lot of time to do great things in this league. I know there's been reports about him being involved with media. He's obviously had the podcast. He's definitely spread himself around the sports world. He's been an agent. There's so many different things that he can do that it's up to him. And I don't feel like he feels cornered at all or pressured in a way to take this job or to continue to do this job.
Right. And I would completely agree with that. When people say it's not about the money, it's always kind of about the money. But in this case, I do subscribe to it. The money is less of an issue than all the other stuff. Because there's no way Joe Lacob is offering him a contract that's insulting.
Well, he already offered him two contracts prior to the one that Willard reported yesterday that Bob had turned down.
So I'm going to assume that the offers, whatever the offer is, it's for a lot and it's pretty fair.
Well, the most recent one he's got, I'm sure, was much larger than the first two.
Right. Here's the other thing I was thinking. Different GMs in the league, they go about their job differently. In other words, some GMs scout a great deal, go to games themselves, college games, G League games. Other GMs do less of that, and they send their scouting staff out to do that, and they concentrate more on the team and things like that. I think it's fair to say that Bob Myers' strength is his relationships in that organization. And so I could absolutely see a scenario in which, the personnel decisions, who are we drafting? Who do we want to trade? Who do we want to try to develop? All those things. Maybe Bob is like, that's a can't win right now because we don't have a lot of money and all the constraints. So I think it's very possible. We've heard a lot about Kirk and Kurt Lacob. I think it's very possible that Bob's voice in the room has diminished a little bit in terms of personnel, in terms of who we draft, who we trade, who we sign, our G League, the G League team, all that kind of stuff. I think it's fair to say that Bob probably doesn't want to be as enmeshed in that. Okay, well, if he's not, but he's still the GM, you know what that means? He's the guy who's still got to be front and center talking about all these moves that they're making or the moves that they made, and maybe he's not really involved in them that much. He's more of a figurehead.
But if I'm a fan and I'm looking at this situation of Bob returning or not, I might also be saying, well, okay, so what have you done with the draft? Because we're talking about all the swings and misses that they've had on, whether it be Wiseman, potentially Kuminga we still don't know about, but Moses Moody is involved in that. He's the furthest one along. So of the recent 3 top picks that you have had, you've relatively swung and missed. And
who swung and missed?
The front office.
Thank you.
Bob Myers is the face of the front office. Yes?
Correct. Yes, he is.
So I think to a lot of people, and again, I'm playing devil's advocate, they're saying, well, why should he be the highest paid GM in sports? Because you haven't been able to develop your young core to the point where they can help you in a playoff series. One of them's getting DMPs. The other's out there for 10 minutes, who's not supposed to be the guy. One, you traded for a guy you had under contract last year and couldn't retain. So if I'm a fan, maybe I'm also thinking, we'll be fine without Bob Myers.
Yeah, and you might be. You absolutely might be fine without Bob Myers. But does it matter if the reputation, Bob's very respected. Here's the other thing. Who makes the decisions here? Joe Lacob is higher than Bob Myers. Can we all agree with that?
Joe Myers is the Golden State Warriors.
Joe Lacob.
Yes.
So what happens when there's a disagreement on a personnel decision? It's going to go Joe Lacob's way, or Joe Lacob's going to be persuaded to do something else through Bob Myers and everybody else. What I'm getting at is maybe Bob's been out front now a few times where he's like, yeah, who drafted James Wiseman? How about that? Let's just cut to the chase. Whose choice was James Wiseman?
Well, the question then becomes, if Bob Myers did not want James Wiseman, one, I would ask who else he wanted. But two, I would ask, did you stand on that? And was that a situation where you just said, hey, professionally, my personal opinion, this would not be our guy? And Joe Lacob said, well, I'm sorry, it is. And I don't know if the conversation is also maybe Bob, acquiescing because there's that pressure, because he knows, the whole day on that day, I'm sure had a lot to do with it as well, with Klay Thompson getting re-injured and everyone in a bit of a panic state. But, I mean, if I have to lean with the direction that we have seen from the Warriors, the players that they drafted prior to that year, now a lot of them were in the late 20s. Of course, they didn't have high picks, the Jacob Evans of the world and beyond, Eric Pascal. Those guys are more ready-made college players. James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and even Moses Moody are young, more developmental projects. That is where I can see there being a disconnect between where I believe Bob Myers was at the forefront of the choice and then potentially had to give in to, in this case, Lacob.
Let me throw a couple names at you. And here's the reason I'm throwing these particular names at you, is because they're not huge names. All right? Because to me, there's so many moves that are made. Okay, so you got Joe Lacob, you got Bob Myers, you got Mike Dunleavy, you got Kirk Lacob, you got Kurt Lacob, you got Larry Harris. There's 6 voices. Boom, right off the bat. Right off the bat, there's 6 voices. Let me just throw some names at you. Jordan Bell, Jacob Evans, Eric Pascal, Alan Smilagich, Nico Mannion. I'll throw Michael Mulder in there. Omari Spellman, Marquise Chris. Okay, here's what I'm getting at. You think there was consensus on all those guys? No chance. No chance.
How often is there consensus, though, when it comes to a draft pick? Because there's so many different voices in a room, but one is louder than the other.
Well, I think maybe the Warriors have a ton of voices in the room. Maybe the Warriors have more voices than any other front office in the room. They may. I'm almost ready to say they probably do.
But there's only one that matters, right?
Joe?
Yeah.
I think Kirk matters. I think Myers matters.
But one's swinging the gavel and the others are weighing in, so to speak.
Yes, but let's say those moves aren't the most high-stakes moves, and they're like, let's tell you what, let's draft this Alan Smilagich guy. And Myers doesn't have a strong opinion. Or Myers is like, I don't know about that. Fine, let's take Smilagich. Well, it's not his pick. Smilagich can't play in the NBA. But he's got to go out and talk about Alan Smilagich. Listen, I am completely making up a scenario. But the reason I'm doing it is because there's 24 guys like that. And so maybe it's no secret the Lacob's sons are poised to grow into this front office in a bigger role. And maybe Bob's also like, it's just time. It's just time. These guys, let these guys step up. I'm not as involved anymore. And these guys are doing the heavy lift. Like, these guys below me are doing the heavy lifting with personnel. So I'm going to, we're going in that direction with all these moves. And you know what? They may be better suited than me to do that.
Yeah, that's true. And look, I'm not saying that Bob Myers, he gets all the credit for the good picks and none of the credit for the bad picks. Like, he gets wrapped in it all, and it all also falls at the feet of Joe Lacob too, and everyone else involved in that front office. But, since 2012, that 2012 draft was incredible, getting 3 starting caliber basketball players, Harrison Barnes, Festus Ezeli, and of course Draymond Green. The year after, or 3 years after, I should say, you pick up Kevon Looney with the 30th pick. That's an incredible pick. But from there, outside of Jordan Poole, which I still think a lot of people are on the fence on, there's a whole lot of swings and misses. And the one thing that you can see, if you just go ahead and look at the years, the picks, that between 2019, when they made their last finals with Kevin Durant, and beyond, there has clearly been a shift in selection towards projects towards guys that have not had as much experience playing either college or professional basketball. And that tells me that the Warriors were expecting to get to this point of an unsureness about whether they can compete for a championship, only it might have been actually 3 years ago or 2 years ago and not right now, because credit to the big three, especially Steph and Curry, those guys said, we're not done yet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I think that's kind of the birthplace of the disconnect between the old and the new is Stephen Curry is looking around at this roster, so is Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. We've heard Steve Kerr say that his conversation with Steph and Dre about when they could contribute to a championship 3 or 4 years into their career, and those are all-timers. So why would a James Wiseman, a Jonathan Kuminga, even a Patrick Baldwin, Moses Moody, those guys be able to contribute to winning basketball out of the gate? I don't have an answer for that, except I don't know if the Warriors felt like they would be competing for titles in the first 1 or 2 years of those guys' careers.
Right. No, I think that's a fair point. I'll look at let's look at Ty Jerome, and the number's 888-957-9570. We're throwing around a bunch of questions, and we'll get to those on the other side. One is, who's going to be the GM on July 1st, the Golden State Warriors? And then we're kind of taking the pulse a week after the Warriors have been eliminated, like how you're feeling about the present and the future. My boss said, how would you feel? I'd be like, you know what? Like anybody who's watched basketball for a long period of time and have watched any team that's had the success of the Warriors, you know it's going to come to an end at some point. And I'm not even saying it's necessarily the end right now. So he's like, how'd you be feeling? I'm like, I'm pretty grateful. 4 titles. That's why, like teams aren't usually in this position. Why? Because they're not a dynasty. So it's a catch-20. It's a what's the word? Catch-22.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
No, it's more like it's good, but it's bad. But it can only be bad because it was good or something like that. I was just thinking of Lamb and Ty Jerome, and I'm wondering, okay, who picked them? How'd they end up on the roster? Did Bob? Hey, you know what? There's 2 guys. One guy went to Vermont, and one guy played on that Virginia team, and I think. No, it's the scouting department, which is a bunch of guys. Like, whoever brought Lamb and Ty Jerome onto the roster, that's a win. Like, that's a win. Whoever, quote-unquote, discovered them. Let's say it's Kirk Lacob. Kirk Lacob said, there's this guy, Anthony Lamb. He's 24, but, if the young guys can't help, he's the kind of guy who can da-da-da-da-da. And then Lamb comes in and does what he does, I would look at Kirk Lacob and say, tell you what, it's a nice little find. It's a nice little find. So maybe they've got to start doing more of that. And so they're ushering that right. They're ushering in that kind of era. And maybe Bob's like, with all due respect, Bob's like, hey, man, I go get Kevin Durant. Okay? I go figure out a way to get Iguodala to the Bay after he plays for Denver.
Wiggins.
I turn Kevin Durant into D'Angelo Russell into Andrew Wiggins. I don't do Anthony Lamb. You know? And so, why are you putting me up here for stuff that I may not have complete control over? Anyway, there it is. Fascinating stuff. Who's going to be the Golden State Warriors GM on July 1st is the question that I have. And my answer right now is I have no idea. I don't think it's going to be Bob Myers. And until Mike Dunleavy is named the general manager, I just don't see it, Bob. I could definitely be wrong on that. And maybe. And we can get into the Mike Dunleavy thing. But if you're younger than, let's see, Dunleavy's at 25, 50, 60. If you're younger than 25 years old, if you're older than 25 years old, let's say older than 30. I mean, Mike Dunleavy had one of the most acrimonious relationships with Warrior fans that I've seen of any player. And I'm thinking of Mike Dunleavy putting himself in the position of, I've got to keep this thing going, or I've got to break it down, or I've got to do something. To me, that's like, yikes. That sounds all bad to me. 888-957-957. But then again, 30, 35 million sounds pretty good to me. Hey, this Monday we're bringing you the Warriors Summit, and it's going to be at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Myself, Bonte, Butcher, Goo, Willard, Dibbs, John Dickinson. We're going to be live at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek from 4 to 6. And you're going to have all the hosts there. We're going to talk about the Warriors. We're going to have a discussion, a panel. 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show's going to be open to the public, of course, and it's going to be on the radio live. Open discussion, questions. What are the Warriors going to do in the offseason? All those in attendance, this is the big news. This is the new nugget. All those in attendance are going to have a chance to win a Klay Thompson jersey. I would assume it's autographed. I'm going to say, yes, it's autographed. If not, I'll forge Clay's name on there, and you'll think it's autographed, and we'll get the verification. But that's this Monday, May 22nd, 4 to 6 p.m., Buon Vino, Walnut Creek. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who's going to be the Warriors GM on July 1st? And secondly, how you feeling going into this uncertain territory?
on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Simonson, Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. The aftermath. See, when you say aftermath, it makes it sound like it's over. Like the atomic bomb hit, and now this is the aftermath. But I don't necessarily. Maybe we should do the juncture, or the grand junction, or the crossroads. That's what it should be.
Yeah, the crossroads. Bone Thugs and Harmony.
What are you talking about? That's the Allman Brothers.
Oh, boy. Someone on the text
line, down
please.
to the crossroads. Oh, my God. Grow up.
Grow up.
Crossroads is a classic by the Allman Brothers.
I know Allman, and I know Brothers.
Allman, not almond.
Almond?
Allman. Allman.
It's a great source of fats.
I'm going to jump in first before we get moving here to Carl in San Pablo. Carl's been hanging tough. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. What's up, Carl? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, you guys?
Hey.
What's up?
I just want to talk about this because nobody seems to talk about the fact that, Jordan Poole pushed Draymond Green first. Draymond hit him.
Okay. So that's the elephant in the room?
Well, I mean, it's like this. If you're growing up and you have a little brother, and all of a sudden he beats you in sports, you get pissed off, right? And you might even tag him one time just to shut him up, let him know, hey, I'm still the big brother.
Carl, I got you.
Were you the younger brother?
Thanks,
Donnie.
Yes, I was.
You ever swing at your older brother?
I don't think so. He left. He rolled. He rolled during my formative years. He just flew the coop. So I didn't, there's a void I have, actually, when it comes to my older brother.
Well, we can dig into that. We put you on the couch a little bit later in the 1 o'clock hour. But I was an older brother, and yeah, you get into fights, you get into spats, but you also know, and if you got a nice, household, not everyone does, your parents explicitly tell you, you protect your brother, you let him know, you do not full-out assault him like Draymond Green did Jordan Poole, if in fact that was the big brother, little brother relationship that was reported by Logan.
Yes.
You can't do that.
So I'm okay, Bob Myers. I don't think he's coming back.
Back to Bob.
I don't think he's coming back. I think we'd know if he'd be back by now. But nevertheless, so that leaves Mike Dunleavy Jr. And it was interesting because during the break, Evan, what are you, 30?
28. Yeah.
So Evan's like, yeah, I don't know much about Mike Dunleavy Jr., but there's a whole section of the fan base that knows all about Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Educate me.
All right. So Mike Dunleavy Jr. was drafted by the Warriors in 2002, 20 years ago, when they were awful. Warriors had think of this, Warriors had 5 straight years, one stretch, where they won 21 or fewer games, 5 straight years. 21-61 was their best record over a 5-year period. Okay.
You were around for all of them.
Oh, yeah. So they draft Mike Dunleavy, and Dunleavy's the 3rd pick out of Duke, and he gets picked behind Yao Ming. They lose the lottery, the Warriors. Yao Ming and Jay Williams from Duke. And then the Warriors took Mike Dunleavy. Now, unfortunately for Dunleavy, he was 6'8", 6'9", white guy out of Duke, could shoot it a little, pass, all-around game. And the expectations were sky high for Mike Dunleavy.
He's the GMOAT.
And he wasn't a great player. He was a good player. He played 15 years in the league. He was smart. He knew how to play. He was a total professional. His dad was a coach and a general manager, so he grew up in the NBA. And so he had a professionalism about him as soon as he got to the league, but it came off a little bit as aloof or detached. So Mike Dunleavy came into the league after going to Duke, and he was not the most emotional player. In fact, he was totally even Steven. He didn't show a lot of emotion on the court. Well, they kept losing, and Dunleavy got scapegoated. And everybody mistook his demeanor for not caring, and he became a player that a big portion of the fan base did not like. He represented a lot of the failures that he had nothing to do with. But he was the third pick, and he was a nice role player, but they were looking for a star. Dunleavy did not appreciate that because he was smart enough to get that he felt scapegoated, and he might have been right. So Mike and a big section of Warrior fans really did have an acrimonious relationship. He got booed at home. When they asked him about the fans, he was kind of dismissive because he didn't want to play into that game. And so I've been around here for 30-plus years, and I can't remember a player that had more of a strained relationship with the fan base than Mike Dunleavy, for whatever reason.
Wouldn't that then affect Mike more than the fans, though?
No, what I'm saying is, yes, it did affect Mike, to the point where then Mike eventually got traded to Indiana, and he was very glad to get out of here. So now Mike comes back. What I'm getting at is Mike Dunleavy's going to take over this franchise right after the height of the peak of its dynasty. He's in a brutal situation. We all know it. We're all wishing that a rabbit somehow is going to get pulled out of a hat here. Well, let me tell you something. When the rabbit doesn't get pulled out of the hat here, I do not want to be Mike Dunleavy, being the general manager, knowing what happened when I was a player here. It's like the opposite of setting someone up to succeed. And so all I know is if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I tread very, very lightly when it comes to making the decision about whether I want to follow up Bob Myers at this point in time where the Warriors are.
But see, that sounds to me like someone that has, because again, I'm younger. Mike Dunleavy Jr., yes, he represents a poor part of the franchise's history, but growing up, the Warriors were always bad. It didn't matter that it was just one player or not. And I understand that there's a lot of fans that feel a certain way about Dunleavy, whether it's because he was the perfect scapegoat, because he didn't play without a perceived heart. There's a lot of people that are chiming in on the text line and the YouTube chat that are giving and weighing in on what they thought about Mike Dunleavy Jr. But the thing I would be most worried about is what you're talking about, Mike's relationship with the fans more so than the fans' relationship with Dunleavy. Like, wouldn't that, in a way, the first time he has to come out and explain a tough situation,
yes,
it influenced the way he speaks to a fan base that he doesn't feel loved by, even though that was 20 years ago. Like
right.
That's what I would be more worried about, that there would be not a hint of defiance, but a hint of, hey, you guys didn't believe in me then. I know you don't believe in me now. I'm following Bob Myers. We're on the back end of a dynasty. And that to me could create some friction.
Oh my God. But
it's less about how people felt about him as a player as the way he feels perceived now as well as then. And I think he would, and anyone would carry that into their role in the future if they had to become the GM of the team that they didn't have a great relationship with.
And here's the other thing about Mike Dunleavy. So Mike Dunleavy grew up as the son of Mike Dunleavy Sr., coach, GM, so he's born into a pro basketball environment. He goes to Duke. He plays 15 years in the league. He's a smart guy. Plays 15 years in the league. Now he's getting into the business of basketball. Like, he's seen it all. Like, Mike Dunleavy's not a guy who started out as a film guy, didn't make the NBA. In other words, he could turn the job down. Not a lot of people could turn the job down, even with all even though it's so fraught with risk. But Mike could, because he's seen it all. Here it is, the 510. I'm dead serious. This tweet might be sarcastic, it might be the truth. Dunleavy's the perfect scapegoat. I think he's kidding, but it doesn't matter if he's kidding or not. He's right. He'll be a scapegoat, and I think the next GM could be set up to be a scapegoat. By the way, I blew it. Crossroads is cream. It's not the Allman Brothers.
Oh my God!
Yeah, thank you so much. 510-415-707. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Two things I know.
Man. Let's go to
care less.
Anthony's on Highway 4. What's up, Anthony?
Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
Hey.
So
I have, first and foremost, I wanted to say, what a lazy take to still at this point be blaming Jordan Poole or trying to rationalize the situation like Draymond Green wasn't wrong. We all know he was, and we all know Jordan Poole wanted space from Draymond, and we all know that Draymond came out and said that he was in a bad place when he got to practice, which meant that he was looking for trouble. Okay, so let's stop with this. Secondly, I think people, fans need to consider if Bob Myers is not the general manager next season, you can bet your bottom dollar that one of the big three, if not two, might be gone. Because you have to consider that Joe Lacob might be wanting to move on from it, and Bob Myers might not want to move on from it. You think about the relationship that Myers has with Steph, Clay, and Dre. He has a very good relationship with Steve Kerr. And so there may be a lot of disagreements right now. And so we have to take that in consideration that, they might not be on the same page because we know that Bob Myers may not have been a James Wiseman guy. We know that actually the big three were not big Wiseman guys, nor were they a fan of bringing in youngsters. But I kind of want to just take it back to the Draymond conversation. When you think about Draymond and what he gives you offensively, it's next to nothing. And we're talking about whether it's going to be Dre or Clay. Let's get one thing straight. Clay had a bad series. He didn't have a bad year, and he did not have a bad series against Sacramento. So let's stop with the Clay slander. And you think about Draymond, he only played 2 good games during the playoffs, one against Sacramento and one against the Lakers. And we wouldn't even be talking about trading Draymond if over the last 11 years he developed a little back-to-the-basket game. He developed a better offensive repertoire. So that's why we're even talking about getting rid of Draymond, is because we need somebody in that 4 and small ball 5 position that can give us points when we need it. That's what we're lacking from Looney and Dre, is just an offensive threat. That's why the Lakers were able to cut off that spacing and made Clay relatively ineffective at all, but they also made Steph work super hard, and he didn't have the best series. So let's look at it as a whole picture and not just the last thing we've seen when we lost that Game 6.
Thanks, Anthony. I'm preoccupied because now it's hold those tickets, hold those stubs. According to 510, the Allman Brothers also did a killer version of the classic blues rock song, Steiny. You were right. Also, the song originally was written and performed by blues legend Robert Johnson, and that's from Will in the 510. Yeah. Many people have covered it. If Guru were here, count it. Count the basket. The Allman Brothers.
If Guru was here, he'd tell
standard.
you it's a Bone Thugs and Harmony song.
It's a stand.
No, it's one of the most classic rap songs in history.
No, Allman Brothers did it better than everybody.
Somebody yelled at me.
They did it before. They didn't do it after.
Give me that other goo, the last one.
Which one?
Somebody yelled at me.
Somebody yelled at me.
You know, remember what he was doing that for?
What?
He was saying, because remember I said I'm not making a prediction? And he's like, why? I'm like, I'm just sick of these social media tools. I don't know anything. And he goes, oh, you're such a baby.
Well, you ended up making a prediction.
I did?
Yeah, you had the Warriors beating the Lakers.
Ah, it's a shame. There goes my credibility.
Once again, Steiny, wrong about the Warriors in the playoffs.
Right to jail. Randy in San Francisco. What's up, Randy? How you doing?
All right. I wanted to talk about this is the second time they're going through this with Draymond. I mean, why haven't they taken care of this? And this happened during practice. I mean, we had something that happened with Rudy Gobert and Slow-Mo during the game. And then they found a way to work it out, and they played to the best of their abilities together.
Yeah, so, Randy, what's your major point that, like, Draymond and Poole, what? They just Draymond should have been punished?
I mean, the organization, why they didn't take care of this? Like,
You mean deal with it?
Yeah.
Like, why did it linger? Well, it's a great question. I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with Draymond's personality and his weight within the organization.
So I have a theory about this. I want to run by you. When that happened, yes, you could have suspended Draymond Green. I think they've only done that for when he called Kevin Durant the B word on the bench against the Clippers. And they came out and said afterwards that was the wrong way to handle it. We blame Bob. We blame Steve. They messed that up. Didn't take any accountability, but I'll leave that there. Draymond punches Poole. You have to ideally do something, but they don't want to suspend him for ring night, and that's not the whole part of it. But afterwards, Jordan Poole gets the money. He gets his bag. And I think the Warriors are looking at a compromise, a way to appease both sides. Draymond's still there. You're afraid of potentially losing him at the beginning of an important season, but also the beginning of a contract year for Draymond Green. And if you want to, as Steve Kerr, give yourself the best chance to win a championship, you need Draymond. So I don't think they wanted to suspend him because they're afraid of losing him, maybe more so than even losing Poole. But they felt like at age 23, if they extend Poole, if they give him his money, then that will be enough. Now, it wasn't. Looking back, that was completely the wrong way to handle the situation. But at the time, looking at the context of it all, I can see where they were trying to sort of find a way that both sides could be happy about it. And that, to me, was the decision they came to. Do you think that is how it sort of played out? Because looking back, they clearly should have suspended Draymond Green.
You would think.
I mean, maybe, and actually, I would ask Draymond this if he was on Evan A's world. If Draymond, you punched Poole or didn't punch Poole,
right,
you'd still be playing right now, right? Well, if the Warriors had suspended you and you kept Jordan Poole in a mental state of not feeling like the guy that's being the proverbial and literal punching bag for the fan base and his own teammate, are you still playing basketball right now? If you bit the bullet and Jordan Poole didn't have to bite the bullet all year, would you have your voice back still and you'd be playing basketball?
Yeah. Maybe.
We got to get him on the show.
Maybe. I got a couple things written down here. Okay, Warrior fans, is this fair or foul, as our guy John Curley would say? So the one thing that it's come up all week is, well, how close or how far are the Warriors? How far are the Warriors from winning it again? Well, I'll tell you what. They're one Lonnie Walker great quarter away from being in the Western Conference Finals.
That's a fact.
Okay? That's fair. And I can say they're one Harrison Barnes 3 away from getting beat in the first round.
For real.
Okay? Or I could say they were lucky to get into the 6th spot as opposed to... So what I'm getting at is, what I always come back to in this situation is reality. They won 44 games. So, you know what the Warriors' regular season record is? Last 100 games? 110 games?
Tell me.
56-54.
Wow.
Anybody remember that the Warriors started 2 years ago? Not only 18-2, the Warriors were 41-13 in February of last year. 41-13. So, are you, and yeah, that was only 14 months ago. Or are you, yeah, that was a long time ago, and since then they've been a 500 team. Because they're both true. 41-13 is removed from, not that far removed from the championship run. Then again, they've played 110 games since, and they're 500. 56-54 in the regular season, 6-7 in the postseason. After they made their run last year in the post. That would exclude the playoffs last year.
Yeah, but if you're including the 500 that they were after the 41-18 start to...
They're 12-16 to finish the year.
They were. But then they also never saw a Game 7 in the playoffs of that championship run.
Right.
Which, as Bob Myers has stated on the station, means, yes, they might have had a favorable path, but they were the best team because they weren't pushed. Like... What was the toughest series for the Warriors last year? The finals? They were down 2-1, right?
Memphis, Denver, then Memphis. Then
Denver?
Dallas. Oh, my God, did they have a cakewalk? Boston, yes.
Well, it only looked like a cakewalk because they took care of business. Do you think this team, this year, if it had the same path in the playoffs as last year, could get it done?
No, they'd lose to Boston at least. They'd still beat Dallas.
Do you think they'd beat Memphis?
That's a good question because Memphis wasn't as disjointed as they were this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Ja got hurt last year, and he was still... That's a good question. It's a really good question.
But and that's where I think a lot of the optimism lies is because if they had the same path as last year, this year's team, I don't think wins the championship either because of the disconnect. But a lot of people feel like if you can run this back, if you can get back that chemistry that was lost primarily due to the punch, then maybe you do have action if you fall into another favorable playoff path. The only thing that I would retort with is watching Denver and the Lakers last night. Second game of Western Conference Finals series in which, and I'm sorry, Spadone, to bring it up. I know it hurts. But the Lakers, to me, do not look up to the level of the Nuggets. And the Warriors were clearly not up to the level of the Lakers. How big is that gap, not just between the Warriors being a contender for the West, but if you're trying to go through the best team in the Western Conference, and we can get into who you're buying stock into in the West, if you're buying the Warriors stock, but there's a significant gap right now to me watching the playoffs between where the Warriors were this year and clearly what the Denver Nuggets currently are. And I don't think they're going to get any worse next year.
I agree. Like, I don't think the Warriors are in Denver's league right now. I think Denver would have beaten the Warriors. Like, to me, Denver has the best player on the floor every single night. He also happens to be the biggest player on the floor 99% of the time. But forget Denver. Forget Denver. It's about how close or how far you think the Warriors are. And I'll start, and I've said this yesterday. I don't want to repeat the whole conversation, but I think this year proved that the Warriors aren't a championship team. I don't need to run it back and see if everything could possibly fall into place next year, and Wiggins has a new mindset, and Draymond has a new commitment, and Clay's head is all together, and Jordan Poole is ready to embrace a new role or a different kind of role, and Kuminga will take that. No, I'm not. To me, that is not anything you can rely on. The only thing I've relied on in the last 2 years is they won it 2 years ago, and they got every benefit of the doubt because of that, and they should have. But they lost this year. They were a 44-win team. They lost in the second round. So I'm not going into next year with essentially the same team, thinking we're going to be better. I can't, not when our three most important players are all getting up there. That's all. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got something about Draymond Green, too, I want to bring up, and it might be a little touchy. Might be a little bit of a touchy subject with Draymond Green regarding whether he gets a contract extension, whether he opts in, whether he resigns, whether he leaves for nothing. Because I want to ask Warrior fans what they really think about it if something happens. And that segment is all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I forgot about that YouTube camera. I did something I never do.
Yep. For those watching on YouTube and Twitch, you might have seen the old Larry Bird.
Spinoni and I have a running joke, but I still have never done that to him. I usually mouth something to him like a profanity. I usually don't use the
it's all in love, right?
Use the middle digit. Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you. Let's just jump into a call. Let's go to Gretchen in Walnut Creek. Then we'll get back to Draymond Green, and I'll take a couple more calls. What's up, Gretchen? How are you?
Hi. Hi
Hey.
there. I'm just wondering if we can win without a big and who's available.
Can I ask you something first, Gretchen?
Yes.
What do I have to do to get you out at Buon Vino on Monday in Walnut Creek for our panel discussion?
Oh, yeah, I'll be there.
It's from 4 to 6. 1501 North Broadway.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'll see you there. Okay, now you can elaborate on your big man theory.
Steph, it's like he's doing everything and Clay's like tired. It's like, and if we're going to lose Dre, how do we get a big and who's available?
Well, Gretchen, that's a great question. Gretchen, also my sister's name. I call her Gretch. Good German name.
You see Gretch at Buon Vino on Monday, it sounds like.
Hopefully.
Sweet 130.
I mean, that's the problem. That's why they have to re-sign Draymond Green. I got a question for Warrior fans about Draymond Green. Okay, so how old is he? He's 33, 34?
Yeah.
Freaking old. Anyway.
32 going on 33.
Oh. 33 going on 39.
No,
really. But anyway. No,
Like a stallion.
I'm just kidding. But anyway.
No, you're not.
So, Draymond Green. Here's my one. I get two issues about if you sign Draymond Green to an extension or re-sign him to 3 years. I have two issues. One is the natural, he's getting older. And I guess I worry more than most about fall off as your price tag is still very high. But here's the other thing. We've seen Draymond at his worst and Draymond at his best. He's at his best when they win, Warriors. He's at his worst when they lose. You can't take away Draymond Green's history, and part of his history is that he's made statements that he doesn't care about games in March. And part of his history is that the year Steph got hurt, he packed it in. Now, part of his history is he is an unbelievable championship player. Another part of his history is he's the heart and soul, and they might not be able to win it without him. All those things. Anybody else worried about the Warriors struggling a little over the next few years and Draymond not caring as much as he usually does because they might not have a chance to win it?
Would you consider this year?
I'm a little scared of that.
I would be too, but I would also ask, was this year a struggle for the Warriors?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Somewhat. Sure.
He started 73 games for a team that struggled.
Yep.
Now, I know he said he couldn't get out of bed in March. I know that he had some, in addition to the preseason altercation, he had some up and down games. He got ejected in inopportune times. He actually chose to, seems like it took himself off the court about 2 minutes after Stephen Curry got injured against Indiana. But that's what you get. That's what you're always going to get with Draymond Green. So, in a way, even though he has admitted and displayed, of course, during the 2019-20 season, in which he played 43 games and basically just mailed it in for a bad team, I think in a way he also realizes that if there is a chance for the team to turn things around, whether it be midseason, postseason, like if there is an ounce of hope for the Warriors to win a championship, and that, I think from Draymond Green's perspective, has solely to do with Stephen Curry, then yes, I think you will get the Draymond who can get out of bed in November.
Oh, boy, thank goodness.
Twice a week.
Okay. So he's going to get out of bed for us.
Well, that's what he promised. If that's not good enough for you, then I don't know which Draymond Green you've been watching.
No, and I hear you. And this is from the. I want to get this right because it's a fair question, and it's at the heart of it. What's the alternative, Steiny? What's the alternative?
Well, saving $150 million.
And that's the alternative.
Is the alternative.
That is, and I'm not saying I like it. And I don't like signing Draymond Green for 3 more years, and I don't like losing Draymond Green for nothing. And that's the pickle that they're in with Draymond Green.
But if the Warriors are going to, maybe not next year, but probably the year after that, continue to move in an older, maybe less championship contending position, I wonder how many fans are okay with Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Stephen Curry still being around just because those are their guys. Those are our guys. And I wonder how many fans don't give a crap about that, and it's all about winning. Because at one point, you're going to have to choose. And I think that's the crossroads in a way where they're at this year is, do you hang on to the past and just simply appreciate them going out and try to win a chip? Or do you recognize that this team is not going to be as competitive nearly as it was even maybe last year, of course, 2 years ago, and we're just going to see these guys ride off into a sunset that is actually going to look a lot less glamorous than we feel like it is?
That's what I think always happens. It's going to be less glamorous than anybody thinks it is. Look at the San Francisco Giants, even. Steve's in Pleasanton. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
We're doing well, man. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I want to challenge the premise that Jordan Poole sucked because Draymond Green hit him.
Fair.
Is that why he sucked when he came off the bench? He only could score if he started. Is that why he sucked? Because Draymond Green punched him in the face? Well, then he doesn't have the character we need on our team. And look, I'm a Jordan Poole fan. I bought my 82-year-old mother a Jordan Poole jersey. We're all in on the young guy. But this guy, I have a friend who knew him in college and said, you're not going to have to worry about his ego. Well, I think he might be wrong.
Thanks, Steve.
All
Listen, I mean, Jordan Poole ain't perfect, that's for sure. Man, we're talking a lot about the punch. I wonder why. Seriously. I guess it's because Steve Kerr essentially confirmed, the punch was a big problem.
They all gave credence to it.
Right.
Not just Steve Kerr, but Draymond Green, and even Jordan Poole. I know he hasn't addressed it directly, but when he's speaking to Logan Murdoch, who was on with the Morning Roast this morning, he's saying our relationship was just businesslike. It was just,
right.
It wasn't quite Shaq and Kobe, but it was essentially walk in, put the tie on, put the jersey on, get out there, play basketball, go home.
Couple things here on the Comcast Business text line. You can always jump in there at 888-957-9570. Got some phone lines open also at 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in to this conversation. With so many tentacles, you can just grab one, pull on it, and we can go down that road. I'm looking at this on the Comcast Business text line. Draymond could agree to a sign and trade. Well, two things. I don't see it happening. It also would hard cap the Warriors. But the other thing is, if you were to sign and trade Draymond Green, essentially, you're taking on more money. You have a chance. I'm not saying it's the way to go, but there's an opportunity right now to get off Draymond Green's money. There just is. And so if you want to, if Joe Lacob is about cutting some costs, he's not going to trade Draymond Green for a guy who's got 2 or 3 more years left on his deal. You know what I mean? Because then he's taking in more money. Here's the second thing, and I'm gonna exaggerate my reaction just because. Draymond Green can play a big role over the next 3 years, playing and gradually playing less and taking more of an Iguodala role, mentoring the Moody's and Kumingas. Come on. Draymond is a mentor. I mean, this is what I mean. He punched Jordan Poole, but he's going to be a mentor. He's going to be a leader. But see, that's the thing about Draymond. He is a leader. He's important, but he's flawed as F. And so, what do you do there? Really, Draymond's got a mentor? See, my feeling is if you bring Draymond Green back, you re-sign him for 3 more years, then you have to trade Kuminga. You have to.
But he mentored James Wiseman.
Who did?
Draymond Green. That's what he said.
Excuse me?
That's what he said. No.
Somebody maybe should take Iguodala and Green's mentor card from them.
How many mentors are on the Golden State
They
Warriors?
got a lot.
You sure?
Oh,
well, okay.
Steph Curry's a mentor.
Who does he mentor?
He mentors the entire Bay Area by showing them how to be an adult, a grown-up, mature, and a terrific human
He
being.
leads by example, yes?
Yes, he does.
Does Klay Thompson lead by example?
No.
Does Draymond Green lead by example?
Well, that's the conversation.
Does Andre Iguodala lead by example? It's so funny. Like, we're all talking about how the young guys should be happy to be a part of this culture and this championship blood that's permeating through the Chase Center and the locker room. And then we ask a simple question of how many mentors are on this team, and we can name one because he simply does it through his actions, not actually by... I mean, I'm sure, and he's talked about taking guys aside and talking to them, and they all try to do that, but they're not being paid. Stephen Curry's not being paid $50+ million to be a mentor. He's paid $50+ million to compete for titles. They're not here to babysit. And I think that's what Draymond Green, whether it be through his actions or otherwise, is also telling people that's the Big Three's role. That's what they're trying to do, and that's why he wants to come back to compete, not to usher in the next wave of Golden State basketball.
But he wants to compete on his own terms, Draymond Green. He just does. He's proven that his whole career. And when you want to know why it's dangerous to re-sign Draymond Green for 3 years? First of all, it's dangerous not to re-sign him. Every time I make a point, I want you to realize that, like, I'm not advocating for the next or the other decision or the other side of the decision, but I'm looking at the Warriors landscape, and I think if you're realistic, you've got to allow for the possibility that, you know, we may not keep winning at the rate we're used to winning. And so, do you want Draymond Green to be a part of a team like that for the next 3 years? And I get both sides. It's like, well, if you don't have him on, then you're probably going to go downhill. But if you do have him on, you know what? You're still probably going to go downhill. And now what does a Draymond Green on a struggling team do or mean?
Well, and the hope is that having Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson there will alleviate some of those concerns, because in 2020, neither of those two guys were there. Draymond was the elder statesman, and we saw how that worked out. But we also saw this year Draymond being pretty much the only guy that could go to Klay Thompson in the locker room and say, hey, Klay, pull your head out of your you-know-what, quit shooting the ball the way you want to at the beginning of the season, play within the flow. And Klay Thompson got back, and to Willard's point yesterday, had perhaps his best offensive months afterwards of his entire career. Also appreciate the correction, errors and omissions from the text line. 408, Evan, why are you not mentioning Looney? I agree. Looney is a guy that leads by example.
No doubt.
And Jonathan Kuminga has mentioned as such. But when it comes to the direction and Draymond Green, and if he's going to be all in, I think as long as those two other running mates are there, he can be. But let's say Steph misses another 20 games. Klay Thompson, unfortunately, maybe he runs into an injury. I do then have concerns about maybe a 10 to 15 game stretch of Draymond Green kind of cruising a little bit, and then that's where you run into the trouble. And if he's like he's talking about 5 months of bad habits, well, what about 3 weeks of bad habits? How does that, like, you need 8 months, maybe more than ever, of good habits for this team to get themselves right heading into the postseason, and that maybe that's where my biggest concern is about Draymond. Makes sense.
Let's go out to Michelle. Michelle's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Michelle, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Let me before you start, can I ask you something?
Sure.
What are the odds we can get you out to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek on Monday from 4 to 6 p.m.? We're having our round table, and it's at a restaurant bar there. We're going to have all our hosts there, me, Willard, Dibbs, John Dickinson, Bonte Shasky, and we're kind of going to do a Warriors Summit. It's open to the public, and it's going to be broadcast on the radio. So I noticed you're from Walnut Creek, and I figured I'd give you the personal invite.
Oh, I'm honored. I am honored to come.
So, 4 to 6 on Monday. If you listen to the station, I'll be giving the name and the time out. But, Monday, 4 to 6, Michelle, you're more than welcome. Everybody from Walnut Creek's going to get a personal invite today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hey.
I spread the word.
Cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I've been listening to your radio station for a while.
All right.
Some things I do agree with it. Yeah. Some things I do agree with. And, I don't know if we can afford to lose Draymond because everybody likes his I guess I'll say, leadership.
Right.
As he's his leadership for the team was great, but when he was injured and it was just Clay and Steph, it was kind of like something was missing.
Yep. No doubt.
And the younger guys couldn't step up as much as Green could, because you got people like Anthony Davis and so on and so forth. I mean, they've been there he's been there since the beginning, so I don't see him not going anywhere, Yeah,
no, I listen, and thank you so much for the call, Michelle. Appreciate it. I don't know what the right thing to do is. Guru would be like, Steiny, you're all over the place. So Michelle just said she didn't think they could afford to lose Draymond Green, and you're saying she's right, but you don't want to sign Draymond Green for 3 years. Yeah, I don't like either one of them. But she's right. She's absolutely right.
So if you were Bob Myers right now, that's why you don't feel like he'll be back, because you wouldn't want to come back. You wouldn't want to be a part of this because there's no easy decisions. There's no right decision in your mind.
Right. I think all the moves. I think there's two kinds of moves the Warriors can make. One is to make them worse quickly, and the other is to see it decline less quickly.
So the Warriors have become a scab that you can either rip off right now.
Well, interestingly, I am a scab picker.
Oh, I'm sure.
God, I love picking scabs, and they just keep coming back. You know what I mean? So you may as well let that first one on.
I did.
What?
I didn't mean to take us down that road.
No, I got some.
You guys were talking about cysts the other day. It was just disgusting.
I have some unkempt habits. How about that?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Hold
on a sec, 650. Don't forget, it's not just the core three, but that Wiggins and Looney, up and coming, Moody especially, improved Kuminga. It's not all doom and gloom, Steiny. 650, I needed you yesterday. I needed you yesterday when I said, you know what? I'm not saying I'm telling you what to do with Draymond Green, but let's say Draymond Green walks. I still think the Warriors could win 44 games next year without Draymond Green in the regular season.
How does that look, though?
It looks no worse than this year.
Well, but you would need other players to step up and fill that void.
Kuminga.
So Kuminga would all of a sudden go from a player that's getting 6 DMPs in the postseason to being a full-time starter, 25, 30 minutes. He'll slot right in and help you win 44.
20 to 25 to start. Yep.
Make him earn it.
And I'm supposedly a guy who doesn't like Kuminga. But I agree. I don't think he fits on a team that thinks they can win a title right away. But we're not there right now, I don't believe. And this is the other thing. It all comes down to if you think it's a championship team or not. And I don't think it is, because I'm taking their word for it.
Their word?
The Warriors' word.
That it's not a championship team?
Correct.
That they maxed out this year?
Yes.
But that doesn't apply to next year.
How are they getting better if they're getting older?
Steve Kerr said this is still a championship core.
Well, okay, how are you getting better if you can't help the core?
Because And this is actually something I don't know if a lot of people have maybe looked at, but the Warriors are going to get younger next season.
But they're going to get better. You're saying they're going to get younger and better?
The big three
is older.
Will get older.
Okay, they'll get worse.
But you'll have another year of Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Jordan Poole. Who knows if Patrick Baldwin Jr. might be the starting four. Don't count that out.
Okay.
You got the 19th pick coming up.
Let's go to Oscar in San Jose. He wants to challenge me. Uh-oh.
Get him, Oscar.
Challenge you, man. Listen, this whole mentorship thing, I've always had an issue with it. I don't believe that. I think the media guys always talk about mentorship within the NBA. I don't think it's as valid as people like to believe it. I think that, other guys they take under their wing, sure, but this core team, they want to keep winning, man. They'll bring in a young guy if he shows talent enough to be able to play. I mean, look what LeBron did with the Austin Reeves guy. I know he's not a rookie, but hey, he's playing because LeBron said, hey, this dude can play. So we keep going on about the young guys and all that. My opinion is the young guys aren't good enough. I mean, let's stop with this. They need more time, Steiny. If they were good enough, you think that Steph, Dre, and Clay wouldn't have them on the court with them? That's my whole thing. And then one other thing about Dunleavy.
I'm with you. So far, Oscar.
One more thing, man, on Dunleavy. Listen, the dude deserves a chance if he gets the job to do his job. But, I'd be more impressed with Dunleavy, frankly, if he comes in and does something different. He comes in and shakes something up. That's where he's going to impress me, not with being Joe's guy and
gotcha.
Go once. That's my take.
Hey, Oscar, are you old enough to remember Dunleavy when he was here as a player? Of course.
Of course. Yes, sir.
And so you know what I'm talking about his relationship with the fans.
No, I think he's going to have a tough time. That's why I think that if he can come in and do something dramatic, it ends up becoming positive.
Gotcha.
It's going to change the fans' opinion, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it, Oscar. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, this Monday, we're going to be bringing to the Warriors Summit Juan Vino in Walnut Creek. Bonte, Butcher, myself, Goo, Willard, Dibbs, JD. We're going to be live from 4 to 6. I think Michelle's going to be out there. Juan Vino in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public. We're going to have an open discussion about all the questions and issues the Warriors have facing them in the offseason. And all those in attendance will have a chance to win a Klay Thompson jersey. That's right, Klay Thompson. That's this Monday, May 22nd, 4 to 6, Juan Vino, Walnut Creek. See you there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and our guy.
What about the goo?
Our guy is. We better be careful.
We will.
We're going to be careful, but Goo, you got some splaining to do. Mm-hmm.
He'll
be back Monday for our show and also the roundtable at Buon Vino.
He will, and I look forward to that because he's been 0 dark 30 on the chat the last couple of days on his vacation.
It's been beautiful.
No, I'm gonna tell him you said that.
Pirates tweets.
Well, they haven't won a game. He only sends the Buccos sign when they win.
That's true.
Gaga goo goo.
Ralph's in Alameda. Hey, Ralph, how are you, man?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Had a slightly different take.
Right.
I get your thoughts on it. There were a lot of injuries last year around the league, and the Lakers are a totally differently constructed team midway through this year. Murray coming back for Denver. Do you think the Warriors win it all if they had to face the same Laker team to even get there last year? I think they could have beaten Boston, which is basically the exact same team. But getting through the West, I mean, Durant was hurt. There are a lot of injuries, Kawhi, et cetera. So I don't know if we were that much different of a team, quite frankly. Maybe we just didn't have it enough against the full league. So let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, without getting into the hypothetical of whether last year's team could have won it this year, because that's a tough one. But what I will say is this. When the Warriors have won, before last year's title, when the Warriors have won titles, they have been significantly better than the second best team. Or noticeably better, observably better. I know people don't like to hear this, but I'm not sure they were the best team last year. They were the best team at the right time. They were the best team in the playoffs. They got a bunch of breaks that a lot of championship teams do. And if you look at it objectively, two things. One is, of course they weren't as good as the great Warrior teams that won it. But what if the Warriors were just like 6 other teams? But they just happened to be the best. You know, it's like, envision it like the NCAA tournament. There were 6 teams that could win it last year, 4-6. And guess what? The Warriors won the national championship. Doesn't mean they were UNLV when they were dominant. It means that, they were North Carolina. But you know what? Duke could have beaten them in that game. And Kansas was really good. And, Kansas is right there with them. They got some people returning. All I'm getting at is if you view the Warriors as a championship team 2 years ago, acknowledge that, they were one of 6 teams that could have won it.
That year, they didn't look like the UConn Huskies of this year who just ran through the NCAA tournament. They beat basically every team by double digits. But, yeah, the best team 2 years ago in the regular season was the Phoenix Suns. Won 64 games. I believe they set a record for the amount of road games they won. 32-9. They were incredible. But they flamed out. They were not good at the proper time, at the right time. And they clearly had pieces missing. The Golden State Warriors beat 4 consecutive teams in the playoffs that had won 48 games or more. This year, they beat 1, the Sacramento Kings. The Lakers were the 7th seed. I think it's fair to believe that last year's team could have won it this year because they went through 3 quality opponents. And in fact, like we were talking about it before the show, Steiny, do you think that the Warriors were looked at as favored heading into the finals last year against the Celtics? Because there was a lot of people, both nationally, maybe not so much locally, but nationally especially, that did believe that Boston team was good enough to beat Golden State or was favored potentially to beat Golden State.
I could have seen Boston beating the Warriors last year, but then after the Warriors won the series, the Warriors were better than Boston.
Yes.
They were better than Boston.
But Boston was up 2-1.
But were and I know this is what I mean. Were the Warriors better than Milwaukee last year? Well, I know it does.
Yes,
I
because
it.
they didn't have Chris Middleton.
Well, yeah, okay, fair. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter in a way. Milwaukee was a pretty good team. Like, I'm sorry, were the Warriors better than Phoenix last year?
Throughout the entire year?
Yeah.
Well, no, because I mean they finished 12-16 or whatever. Like,
all right,
for the entire year. But again, that's,
so even though when Dallas upsets Phoenix and then the Warriors handle Dallas, I don't look at it as though, oh, we were way better than the Phoenix Suns. So all I'm saying is, then you come into this year and it's like you don't start out the year way better than the Phoenix Suns. They won 60 games, so like the Suns are in this group. And now, the Suns obviously didn't come through this year. All I'm saying is, I think sometimes we have a tendency to look at last year's championship team as with as much margin for error as those other Warrior teams. They didn't have that. In fact, it was close. A lot of teams right there on the edge. Okay, fast forward a year, and now guess what? They lost in the second round. So what I anticipate is next year, they probably won't go as far. Or will go as far, but no further.
Potentially. I mean, I still think they can. And in a Western Conference that is likely going to be shifted around, I think there is still an avenue for the Warriors to compete for a title. But I also think that does include Draymond Green. And so that's why we're going to, of course, be on pins and needles waiting for the decision from him to opt in or opt out. And, of course, to potentially re-sign. But last year, like when I'm looking at that team, and the reason why I think a lot of fans still have hope that they can compete is because, to the text line's point, a lot of people are chiming in with the Warriors had the best player in that series in the finals against Boston.
Yep.
And his name was Stephen Curry. I think Stephen Curry can still be the best player in a playoff series on the route to a championship. Do you not believe that?
I think it's possible.
And that's where the hope lies.
But everybody else isn't. But Steph is...
He's not as great.
Steph is declining at a very slow pace.
A slower pace than Klay Thompson and Draymond Green.
Absolutely. Like a noticeably slower pace to me.
So, like, those two guys, the other members of the Big Three are what gives you pause.
Yes, absolutely. It's far less about Curry. It's almost has nothing to do with Curry. And also, he's under contract for 3 more years. Like, okay, you want to hang your hat on something? Your best player on the team by far is your highest paid player, and he's under contract for 3 years. Like, in a way, I just heard myself say that, Evan, and I was like, yeah, that should be the only sure thing. You have Steph Curry declining at an incredibly slow rate for a guy his age, and he's under contract for 3 more years. Everything else, my ears are open. Ronnie D, Mountain View. What's up, Ronnie D?
Hey, Steiny, how you doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Hey, I just want to get your thoughts on Kuminga, and I know that I say, look, you can't erase the punch. It's always going to be there. But how does Kuminga view Green when he speaks? Is he like, whatever, dude? Because I think there was a divide on the road between the young guys and the old guys, and you can't run this team back. You can't erase the punch. Either Poole and Kuminga have to go, or Green has to go. And I can't wait for the 30 for 30, the punch that destroyed the dynasty.
Ronnie D, good stuff. You know what? I tend to agree. And I think Warrior fans probably might too. Does Poole... It does come down to Green's coming back, or if he doesn't come back, then it's Kuminga and Poole staying.
Either or.
Yeah.
But it sounds like our caller's in the camp of they both can't be there next year. One has got to go.
I don't
subscribe to that.
Well, okay, here's where I'm at. If you're bringing Draymond back, then Kuminga and Poole have to go. I think I am in that camp.
But is it more because of the punch or because of the role?
Both.
Okay.
It's because of the role with Kuminga. It's because of the punch with Poole. See, you can't, Kuminga's going to be entering his 3rd year. And listen, I've been critical of him. But I was viewing Jonathan Kuminga as someone that people wanted to play a big role on a championship team. And I was like, he can't. He's 20 years old. He can't be a vital cog on a championship team yet. Okay, we won 44 games. We lost in the second round. I heard 2 guys in the locker room say, we're not a championship team. Okay? Now Kuminga gets a shot next year. Like, that's kind of the way I look at it.
But why would he be... It sounds like you're rewarding him.
No!
Or is it just a product of circumstance? Because we don't want to bring Draymond back, and so naturally you're next up. Like, the way I look at both of those situations is, and it applies to Draymond Green too, but Jordan Poole has to be a bigger man because he's the guy who got punched. He's got to be a professional about this. And Draymond Green has to be a professional about this if he's back next year, which is to say, dude, quit talking about when you get your voice back. Quit talking to people about how, you're good with Poole, you're mentoring Poole. All that stuff is out the window when you decided to cold cock him, whether people feel like it's because he pushed you, he said something that he shouldn't have, whatever. Leave that kid alone. Be a professional, Poole. Be a professional. Jonathan Kuminga. I'm sorry, when I hear his camp saying he's not satisfied with his role, I get that. That's frustrating. But that's also part of being in the NBA. That's part of being a professional. If you really don't feel like you are valued here, well then, in a couple of seasons, you'll have the opportunity to explore elsewhere. But for right now, Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors need you to do 2 things this offseason, and that's improve as an on-ball defender and a rebounder. That's going to be his role. So if he's all of a sudden thrust into the starting lineup, aren't you afraid that it's all of a sudden just going to be the Jonathan Kuminga show?
Well, first of all, I think it's unfair to say thrust into the starting lineup. Without looking, I'll bet you Kuminga started 30 games in his career.
But if Draymond's not there next year, then he's your 4.
Yeah.
So he would be thrust in the starting lineup.
Well, it's just a matter of us defining thrust.
Okay.
I don't think we want to do that on a sports talk show.
Elevated.
No. Yes, he would be. Part of it would be out of necessity.
Like Mike Dunleavy Jr.
What do you mean? Oh.
It'd be elevated.
I got you. I'm with Double and Marge, by the way, on the Comcast text line. Steiny, Dre staying or going is kind of a toss-up. Dre's a really good player, but he's so much hassle. I'm excited. I'd be excited to see who steps in without Dre. That's so reasonable. So reasonable. Going to be fascinating. Let's go to... Trevor wants to rip off the scab. What's up, Trev?
Don't talk about that.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, an exciting couple weeks of Warriors talk here. I can't help but think that perspective is ironic. Back in 2012, I would have done anything to be in the second round of the playoffs. And here we are talking about shipping everybody away. But I'm just calling, man, the whole Jordan Poole and Draymond thing is terrible, without a doubt. And one of them's got to go. But to me, that one is Draymond. I think Draymond represents an old regime that we've awkwardly needed to talk about these last few years. Clay and Draymond, I feel, are going to hold back the younger players. And for me, it's about setting a precedent for the next Warriors team. And, yeah, Jordan Poole and Draymond can't be on the same team with each other. There's just one more thing I wanted to mention. It's, I never felt like Draymond justifies himself on the court with everything else that he's got himself involved with. So I would love to see the Warriors move forward. If anything, get rid of Draymond, keep Poole, and open the door for new players to come in and develop and thrive. And hey, I'll leave you with this though. I have a reliable source
an inside man who told me this week that, and I'm okay to say this, and I'll take your reaction off the air.
Okay to hear.
But I've heard that Clay is 90% gone, and he was a large reason for the disrupted locker room this year. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it.
Wow. Well,
Whoa!
First of all, he has one more year left, so he can't be gone. But
Actually, Trevor said some interesting things. But I like in the world I live in, I got to let the last thing go. I'm going to choose not to believe that at this point.
I would hope not. But to his, I think his comments are the way a lot of fans feel about, well, first, the coexistence between those two guys, Draymond and Jordan. And, do you think it's 50-50? People want Draymond gone? It's 60-40? It's 40-60?
I think it's something like that. I think it's in the middle. Yeah, I think it's around in the middle. I think it's more than 25%, less than 75%. My question is, the Warrior fans, I know we don't know exactly what's going on inside, but if you're a Warrior fan, are you saying to yourself, yeah, Poole or Draymond's got to go? Do you think that part is a fait accompli?
I don't, because I think both guys can put it aside. And look, it's never going to be the same. Again, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be kumbaya, but everyone continues to, throughout this show and throughout this week, I've seen a lot of people discussing the most important part of the roster, which is number 30, and the Warriors trying to maximize his window. Now, that's a broadly used, overused term, I think, but what do people think that means? Does that mean moving off of Draymond Green? Does that mean trading him? Does that mean trading Jordan Poole, trading Kuminga? What do Warriors fans feel like maximizing Stephen Curry looks like?
It's a great question.
Because I think the front office wants to do that. I think Joe Lacob wants to do that. He wants to win. He wants to compete, and it starts with Stephen Curry. But what does that look like? Because it feels like we ask that question every time the Warriors don't win a championship. How can we maximize Steph? How can we get the best out of him with a couple years left on his contract, still being a top 5 player? But then if it doesn't happen, we see he wasn't maximized. In 2022, he was maximized. So what does that look like this offseason for a team that has limited financial flexibility?
To me, maximizing Steph would be you got to bring Draymond back. But I don't want to bring him back for 3 years. I only want to bring him back for 1. I want him to play out his option, but that's not realistic. So, okay, we got to bite the bullet and re-sign Draymond for 3 years. Okay, now what do we have to do to maximize Steph? Because to me, you could make a case extending Clay 2 more years doesn't necessarily maximize Steph. Okay? Maybe you have to, we got to move Poole to maximize Steph Curry. Okay, well, who you moving Poole for? Mason Plumlee?
Lauri Markkanen?
Oh, please.
OG Anunoby. What, you don't like Markkanen?
I think he's unrealistic for Jordan Poole.
Well, if you throw a certain amount of first-round picks at Utah, you might be realistic.
And see, this is where I get it. Everybody's just cavalier. Oh, it's all about you're going to throw away first-rounders in 2026 and 28 for a guy. And, what happened? Does anybody ever allow for the fact that what if we stink in 2 or 3 years and we don't have any first-round picks? Does that ever cross your mind?
I mean, you're going to stink anyways with post-Steph, right? So why does it matter? You have to accept the fact that after Steph, it's probably going to be night-night for a little bit, right?
But you have to give yourself a chance to get a top 3 or 5 player who might bring you back. You can't give up on that completely unless, and I'm dead serious, Spadone, and we can talk about this on the other side, unless you want to try to be the Lakers, but you're not the Lakers. The Lakers don't care about first-round picks. They'll just get under the cap and go try to get a superstar. The Warriors could try to do that, but to do that, you got to let everybody go.
Well, and that's where maybe we go back to the conversation of are the Warriors, like, again, if you're buying stock in them or you're choosing not to, that also probably applies to players. Do you want to be a part of the Warriors on the way down? Everyone wanted to be a part of them on the way up, but if you're looking at the downside of a dynasty, I mean, it's probably looking like a guy like Dante DiVincenzo who's signing a make-or-break deal to go out and get another one. It's looking like JaMychal Green, who they can only bring back for a $3.4 million contract. He might be trying to use that to level up his career, create another opportunity. Like, again, the Warriors right now, they're not the sexiest product out there, but they still have Stephen Curry. And that, I think, is the draw in and of itself.
Couple things on the YouTube chat that to me are kind of interesting. Let's see. Then we just stink, Steiny. Well, that's from Ricardo Davidson.
Well, you can't stink and have no picks.
That's what I'm saying. You can't stink in 2025 and then be like, oh, we don't have a first rounder. Unless you're so far under the cap and it's Giannis's free agent year. Okay, now we got a ball game if you can be one of those franchises. But here's the thing. Okay, Ricardo Davidson, I'm going to challenge you. You don't waste Steph's prime. You don't waste Steph's years. It's not rocket science. But again, what does not wasting Steph's years mean? To me, that obviously has to mean you got to bring Draymond back. Okay, you bring Draymond back. You bring Clay back for 3 more. It's so delicate.
You kind of have to choose the old or the young.
888-957-9570 is the number. That segment sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater. On the other side, we'll take more of your calls. And by the way, can I take a shot at Van Gundy and Mark Jackson? Actually, I'm not going to ask. I'm going to take a shot at him on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Evan Giddings. Guru will be back Monday. You know, Bay Area listeners, thank you so much for all you've done for this show. Sometimes I feel like this is a one-way relationship, though.
How so?
Well,
you're not giving back?
No. I give, and I give, and I give, and I don't talk about how much I give, and that's one of the reasons. Well, quite frankly, I'm loved like I'm loved, or thought I was loved like I was loved. But I started the show with some personal information with my daughter who got in a little fender bender, but she was okay, and the other person was okay. You can't get one text. Glad your daughter's okay, Steiny.
Well, that would assume that people are listening, the loved ones, right?
No, I'm talking about listeners.
Oh, from the text
Just
line?
one listener saying, Steiny, glad your daughter's okay. I don't know. Was that too much to ask?
Well, it also depends. Are you trying to help your daughter?
Yeah,
You try
that's
to
too much.
Try to help your daughter because you want the affirmation, because you want people to know that you're a good guy, you're a good dad, or are you doing it because you love your daughter, which we know you do?
I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy. And you know what? I was going to say don't text in now, but nobody has.
Oh, Dennis on the YouTube chat. Steiny, is the car okay?
Dude, I told you that story about my brother.
Yeah.
It's at the crux of all our family issues. And I did not make, you know what? I did not pass along the sins of my father.
You learned.
Dad, I got into an accident. Are you okay? Yes, but I got into an accident. Are you okay? You're okay. Yeah, but I'm scared. Are you? Yeah. That's all that matters. I don't care about the car. Now. I'm going to Kaiser. I need to speak to an advice nurse. What's up, Marvin? How you doing, man?
The affection's coming in now.
I'm doing good, guys. First of all, until I hear exactly what Jordan Poole said to Draymond Green, I'm holding my judgment on everything having to do with that punch. And I doubt the punch had anything to do with how bad Clay shot in Game 6 here. Okay, that's the game where we needed him to do what 3 different Laker role players did in their games against us. That one guy shot, 6 for 7 in the fourth quarter, and so forth. So at $150 a year just for Draymond Green to extend him, and if you extend Clay, both of those extensions would have to be far below where it is today, because they have to recognize what the NBA is doing to the Warriors franchise. They constructed the entire collective bargaining agreement to stop this. So they got to get their head out of the Joe LaCobe has to spend $1 billion signing these guys for the next 4 years. They have to give. And what do they have to give? Well, first of all, they got something to prove. They choked in the Game 6 here. They choked in the 2 games here against LA. The first one is in particular. So it's time for those guys to start thinking about the team, because I know they won championships, but the reason they won championships was Joe LaCobe spent the money to get the players that they needed to play with. So they had a chance to prove they could go on and get extensions. They sucked. It's that simple. They couldn't shoot. Look at the game last night. Denver is behind. They're behind 12 points. All of a sudden, Jamal Murray wakes up and makes 7 out of 8 shots. Looked exactly like Steph Curry. Okay? None of the Warriors did that, particularly Poole. It was his turn to step up and do that. So they need to do something for the team. They need to play out the next year and prove they can play again. It's that simple. If Draymond says, oh no, I got to get a 4-year extension. Okay, Draymond, here's the terms for that. No podcast, more practice shooting. Okay? They need to get off of this extracurricular activities and start working for this team and fix their own mistakes. Klay Thompson, can he do it again? We don't know, but he has next year to prove it. So let's stop talking extensions. Let's play one more year, because at the end of that year, they lose $80 million in cap. Okay, they get $80 million in cap space. That probably gets them out of the CBA, and they go from there because they have to pay these other young guys.
Marvin, yes, but it's kind of not realistic. You know what I mean? It's kind of like saying, man, the NBA would be great if they could drop to a 60-game season. Well, it's not going to happen. Draymond's not. I'd be shocked if Draymond comes back without an extension or without getting re-signed.
Joe LaCobe?
You know what? I've got a story about that.
Is that how it's pronounced?
I've got a story about that.
Once upon a time?
Once upon a time when the Lakers took over, I had heard Lacob and I had heard LaCobe. And I remember I want to say it was at one of those Golden State Warrior G League tryouts. You know, the open tryouts? And Kirk Lacob was there because he was assessing the talent. It was all kind of a show. But anyway, I said to Kirk, I've heard your last, because names are big for me. I said, I've heard your last name pronounced Lacob and LaCobe. And his first response was, it doesn't matter. And I said, really? He goes, yeah, I've heard both. It's fine.
Really?
Yeah. I said, okay, I heard Lacob. I'm just going to say Lacob. But if I remember correctly, my first conversation with Kirk was, I think there are segments of people that say the LaCobes.
Stephen or Stefan? It's Stefan.
Yeah. Anyway, I hope my goal is always to, maybe give you one thing to chew on. I didn't know that, Steiny. I didn't know.
That's kind of weird. He's like, either one? No.
Well,
what do you say?
Well, I've got another one I can give you. So the Warriors signed Kalena Azubuike back in the day.
They did.
Right. And they had just signed Kalena Azubuike. And we were in Phoenix. And not surprising, I was at a bar. And I met a young gentleman from, I forget where Kalena's from in Africa, but he's from the same country. And he says, why do you guys keep calling him Kalena Azubuike? And we're like, because I think that's his name. He's like, no, that's not the African name. The African name is Azubuike. And I was like, oh. Yeah, it's Azubuike. That's how you would pronounce it.
He's Nigerian.
Okay, Nigerian. Yeah. Well, of course, the next day I went up to Kalena and said, I met somebody from Nigeria, and they said your name should be pronounced Azubuike. And he said, Azubuike's fine.
Well, and for a while,
he said, and I think he acknowledged that, yes, that was the way it's pronounced in Nigeria. Here, it's different. So he didn't.
Iguodala or Iguodala? I mean, I know he's
now. My understanding is Fitz gets it perfect. I think it's Iguodala. It's not Iguodala. But, I mean, that ship has sailed, essentially.
Kellerman wanted Iguodala.
In fact, I honor Iguodala by not calling him Iggy. Apparently, he doesn't like Iggy.
Yeah, everyone refers to him as Dre. I think, like when you hear the players talking about it, they say Dre, Andre.
Well, and that bothers me.
Why?
Well, it doesn't bother me that the players do it. It bothers me when Goo does it.
Well, he calls him Iggy.
No, he calls him Iggy and
Dre.
Dre.
Doing it now.
But if you're in the public forum, you can't say Dre because everybody thinks Draymond Green. Right? Nobody thinks, hey, Dre. Oh, Andre Iguodala. No, it means Draymond Green.
Mentor is what I call him.
Who?
Dre.
I tell you what, it's Friday. It's time for Filmo Mike. Filmo Mike can have action at the Torch in Oakland tonight. Mm-hmm. What's up, man?
Hey, Steiny. You got to pull up, man. Evan, you got to pull up, too.
I'm a possible.
I'll get there around 11. I'll get there when Steiny leaves.
Well, I got to make it to 9 p.m. first, Filmo.
Nah. Hey, it's funny you talk about names because, like, sometimes people be like, Phil Moore, Phil Mo. I'm like, man, it's Phil Mo. I get offended. My last name is Fontilla. Sometimes Fountilix. Sometimes people be saying Fontilla, Fontaine. Sometimes people don't read. That's the half of the problem. Anyway, I'm talking Draymond Green. I don't know why everybody want to get rid of Draymond Green all of a sudden. Like I don't get it. Like, I understand he's controversial, but y'all realize, he's helped us win.
Yep.
These players are worth so much money. And at the end of the day, I don't really believe Steve Kerr would be just saying, you know what, if we don't have Draymond Green, we can't win. That's a $7 billion, $9 billion team. I don't really think they would be playing like that or saying that if they don't really believe that they're convinced that Draymond could really help them win. I heard you yesterday, Steiny. I don't know if they could find another Draymond Green, but I do think they could win without Draymond Green. You just got to find the right combination of players.
All right, Phil Maul, check you out tonight, man.
See you at 7:30.
Yeah, I'll be there in line. Be the first one in line. Like they're giving away new phones. I'll be there at 6:30 at night. When's this open? 9? Yeah, just let me in the door, one drink and home.
You'll be there before dusk. Out of there by the time.
The complaint. Yeah, I did it again. Thank you so much.
What?
Listen, we had Jeff Van Gundy on. I love Van Gundy. Mark Jackson, not so much. But I do love Van Gundy. I think he's great. But those guys last night acted as though Jamal Murray didn't get hit in the freaking head. D'Angelo Russell went for an aggressive block, hit him in the head, and that's it. Hey, this is my thing. If you don't want that to be a technical foul or flagrant one, change the rule. The rule is you hit somebody in the head, it's a dot. Boom. So you can, I can't stand, it's so soft, it's so soft, it's so soft. Okay, well, it is soft. So why are you being incredulous now? They're interpreting the letter of the law, which they have to do. It's not a referee problem.
But there's not any room for interpretation.
That's right.
You could tell, I'm sure, D'Angelo Russell was trying to make a play on the ball. But in the process of doing so, he got him in the head.
Yes.
There's a difference between Dylan Brooks swatting GP2 in the head, quote unquote, trying to make a play on the ball, which clearly wasn't, as opposed to D'Angelo Russell, who reaches across Murray and actually gets him on the arm, which prevents him from making a layup.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks got ejected, suspended, and D'Angelo Russell, because he made contact with the head, he got a flagrant one. That's the rule.
But you can't disagree. You can't feel like the rule is dumb.
With the rule. Then change the rule. I just don't understand. The NBA is so why are we saying a guy gets hit in the head, it's a flagrant. That's the rule. That is the rule. It just is. So why are we, every time somebody gets hit in the head and they call a flagrant one, the league is soft. Okay, well then change the rule if you don't want the league to be soft.
Well, but you do need that rule there to prevent someone from swinging and decapitating a guy when he's in mid-flight. But if D'Angelo Russell's trying to make a play on the ball, or whoever, they're trying to make a play on the ball, I can understand the broadcasters saying, hey, come on, what are we doing here?
Well, they're doing the same thing they've done for 7 years.
They're protecting the play?
Yes.
But that's a step too far, Steiny. It's a step too far.
But it's a step too far that's been taken 5 years ago. Are we going to do it? Are we going to be incredulous every time they give a flagrant for a guy who gets hit in the head? It's sorry, that's the rule.
Well, the rule's dumb.
Okay, then say the rule's dumb.
Well, that's basically what they were doing, but they're both former head coaches. They're pissed off and they're
Are they? Oh, yeah, that's right, Mark Jackson.
Yes, he did.
The other thing is the rule with basket interference is, I want everybody out there to close their eyes. Well, you don't have to if you try. Close your eyes and envision a cylinder above the basket. Above the basket.
Is this about the AD tip slam?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was off the rim.
Was any part of the ball, even a sliver of the ball, in the imaginary cylinder? Could there have been?
Sure.
Okay. Well, then it's basket interference.
But there's so many instances of that call not being made.
Well, then they're getting it wrong. Actually.
Oh, the 90% are getting it wrong.
Yeah. Now there used to be. Okay, let me just educate you a little bit. So, if any part of the ball is in the imaginary cylinder, you can't touch it. You can't, even if it's coming off the rim. Now, I'm glad you asked. There used to be part of that rule that said the ball has to have a chance to go in. Okay, well, that's different. If Davis does what he did last night, that ball's not going in. We all know it's moving away, but that's not part of the rule anymore. It's just not. Great job of officiating last night.
That was a terrible job.
You shaking your head, Spadoni. Please.
I'm with Spadoni.
They protected LeBron on the last play,
Nuggets,
thank God.
Goaltend also was egregious, I thought, on Jokic at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
I can't remember that one. What?
They got that rule right.
You think I was locked in all game? I was watching the Murdaugh murders.
I thought it was Murdoch.
No, I think it's Murdaugh. Murdaughh.
The Murdaugh murders?
It's a 3-part documentary. It's fascinating. I talked about it the other day.
Of course. Back to Wiggins.
Here's the other thing. This may get Warrior fans upset. We're on to my miscellaneous, and it's not because we're out of topics. We got so many today. We'll get back to Warriors in a second. Back to Wiggins. You know how they talk about culture in the NBA? You know, sometimes we got a program. We got culture. It's a culture. We got a culture here. Spino, you can hear this too.
Where are you going?
I'll tell you where I'm going. There's only one. There's only one team in the NBA that legitimately has a culture. One team. That's it. The Miami Heat. The Miami Heat have a legitimate culture. All cultures must answer to the Miami Heat.
The original culture was only a culture?
Thank you. The Miami Heat have a program. They have a culture. Let me tell you something about that roster. It stinks! That roster stinks, and they're in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, you're talking about a path, Steiny. A team that shouldn't be where it is.
Long and winding.
You want to talk about a team that was lucky. The 2022-23 Miami Heat, a 44-win team, by the way.
Year after year after year after year.
You played the Milwaukee Bucks in the first round because you're in the play-in, and you got multiple games without arguably the best player in basketball, Giannis Antetokounmpo. You take care of business fine. And then, who's sitting there in the next round? The second-seeded Boston Celtics? Nope. The third-seeded Philadelphia 76ers? Nope. The New York Knicks?
Please put upstart in front of that.
Who did the New York Knicks beat in the first round?
Let me think.
Exactly.
Cleveland.
You're being too cavalier about it. That's how bad. That's how bad it is. And now they find themselves up.
Yes, 650 Spoelstra over Kerr.
Spoelstra over Kerr.
Yes. Dude's done it for 20 years.
He's also had the benefit of the Godfather in his corner the entire time. An NBA legend. And a guy who I think is probably more responsible for the culture than Eric Spoelstra himself, and that'd be Pat Riley. But the Miami Heat were the 1 seed last year. They got upset in the conference finals.
Yeah. Look at their history.
Their team, yes, they do not maybe have as much talent, but they have...
Not even close.
But they have players that rise to the occasion, specifically Jimmy Butler. That guy is an incredible playoff player. But in the regular season, he can put it in cruise control, plays 65 games a year. He's a completely different player.
That's culture.
What makes a culture to you?
What makes a culture to me is when you have success over a period of time longer than the 1 or 2 players who get you to your peak. They've won with Mourning.
They've maxed out.
Yes, over 2 or 3 decades. Let me get to Murillo and Petaluma.
Okay.
Somebody said he had a personal question for me earlier. What's up, Murillo? How you doing?
Hey, Stein, it was a personal question, but it was more, I want to give you your flowers since you felt like you're not as loved as some of the hosts. I appreciate because
I wonder why.
you bring the critical thought, and that's what I like about the radio. So But
Thanks.
guys, I'd hate to be. Let's move to the Warriors here. I'd hate to be the guy to call here and tell what Draymond should do, or Poole, or Bob, or anybody. These guys have their lives. They have their perspectives. I think, regardless of what happened individually with these guys, everything hinges on Joe Lacob's decision. When you look at the landscape of the NBA, this idea of pulling back to the tax limit threshold, that idea is gone. If you do that right now, you might as well dump everything and rebuild, because you look at your division, just your division. Steve Ballmer's not stopping spending money, especially with the new arena. The Lakers are going to have to spend money to keep AD and LeBron competing in this the next 2 years. The Suns are going to have to spend money with the new owner on Kevin Durant and Devin Booker building that team. The Kings are not going to stop right now. So everything hinges on his decision. If he wants, because let's be honest, the best move is to tweak this and come back. And, I agree with the idea that there's no other way around these contracts if Klay and Draymond do not sit down and take a hometown discount, whatever you want to call it, because it's the reality. The league, teams are going to spend. The Warriors are one of, I think, 9 teams above the luxury tax. So that ship is gone. I think you got to stick with this, make a couple tweaks, and see what happens next season. But it's hard. If you want to blow everything, you might just stay with Steph.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, and I agree with everything he said. The only thing I'll change one word from Murillo is their best move is to tweak this. That's a good move. It's a legitimate move. I don't know if it's the best move. I don't know if it's the best move. When you go out and sign Kevin Durant, you made a great move.
It's a big tweak.
I don't know if the best move is to tweak this. The best move may be something else.
Well, a tweaking would include then the majority of the pieces from this past season. I mean, maybe that's excluding Poole or Kuminga, but when you say tweak, the starting 5 to me stays intact. And then it's all about just trying to figure out the rest of the roster. And I think there's a lot of people out there that felt like the bench didn't carry its weight this year. The role players, either because they didn't have an established role or couldn't figure out how to be in the rotation consistently coming off the pine. Maybe that is where the tweaking needs to be done.
It's possible. It's possible. Let me...
By the way,
yeah,
players are the culture. I mean...
yeah.
That's how it's always been.
95% of the time they're the culture. But that's why...
Including
the
Miami Heat.
The culture, no, Pat Riley is the culture, and Spoelstra's becoming the culture.
When did the Miami Heat win consistently in the last 20 years?
Dwayne Wade and those guys?
Hall of Famer. Yeah. And then they won 2 more finals.
LeBron.
Yep.
They won
Chris
with
Bosh.
I believe they won with Alonzo Mourning.
And then there was a bit of a gap.
Hold on a second. No. It's not about a gap.
Yes,
it's about...
It is.
No, it's not. It's about... What do we got here? We've got... Since 2003, they've missed the playoffs 4 times. Okay?
And in those years, the roster was barren.
They've made the playoffs. They've missed the playoffs 6 times since '95. So they make the playoffs 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6 years. Over 30-year period. That's culture.
Because what? So you're saying that the culture is being able to...
I'm saying,
bring in quality players.
I'm telling you, I'll tell you if the Warriors have a culture in 2030.
Well, they'll only have a culture if they have good players.
Right.
That's how it works.
And they'll maintain good players by drafting well. And if they don't draft well, you got to develop players who maybe wouldn't be as good on another team.
Between LeBron James and we got to go.
No, we don't. Max Strus. Yeah, he's going to max out. He would have maxed out Max Strus.
Gabe Vincent's going to get paid
in Portland. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gabe Vincent. Put him on Minnesota. He's first team All-NBA.
Santa Barbara.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
That's good knowledge. All right. This Monday, we're going to be bringing you the Warriors Summit. Bonte Butcher, myself, and Guru Willard Dibbs, John Dickinson. We're going to be live from 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. The address, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public as we have an open discussion about all the questions and issues the Warriors have this offseason. All those in attendance, and I've gotten confirmation on this, all those who are in attendance Monday at Buonvino, you have a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Monday, May 22nd, 4 to 6, Buonvino, Walnut Creek. I'll tell you what, I'll sign some flats. I will sign some flats if need be on 95.7 The Game. Bad news to pass along. Jim Brown passing away. Jim Brown, one of the greatest running backs of all time. Played for the Cleveland Browns. Also, you may not know, probably the greatest lacrosse player that ever walked the face of the earth.
Did he play at Syracuse too?
Yes. Yeah. I know you're not going to believe this, but
78 years
my
old?
friend's dad was a teammate of his at Syracuse. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever meet Jim Brown?
Never met Jim Brown.
It sounds like you heard about him, though.
Oh, my God.
Well, I mean, like through like an actual personal relationship with your friend's dad.
Yeah, I knew about Jim Brown, and then my buddy Al was like, my dad played with Jim at Syracuse. Anyway, I'm holding up the Klay Thompson jersey right now for the YouTube audience. Show up at Buon Vino. Buon Vino. What do you mean, up higher?
You got a 3 in 19 chance of winning the Klay Thompson jersey if you come out on Monday.
The YouTube. So there it is. There's the Klay Thompson jersey right there. It's nice. Really looks nice now that I'm not being shown. Let's see if there's a price tag on this. Price tag.
By the way, it is signed by Klay Thompson.
It is.
For those wondering.
Come on, Big Mouth. Why don't you tell the people who have a chance to win your big one-liner?
I just did. Did you not? Are you not listening to the show? Said you got a 3 in 19 chance to win the Klay Thompson jersey if you show up on Monday.
That's you're asking me about Jim Brown. I got all distracted. My bad.
Well, it's sad news. And I can, look, obviously I'm not old enough to have seen Jim Brown play as a football player, so I really only know him through his kind of after his career endeavors. But I will say the one thing that my dad made me watch when I was a kid was his interview on the Dick Cavett show with Lester Maddox, them having a discussion about race in America, specifically about the Southern approach from Lester Maddox in Alabama. And I would recommend that everyone go watch it. You can learn a lot, and you can learn about not only just a great football player, but a great man, Jim Brown.
R.I.P. Jim Brown. Over the years and months, you've heard us refer to Warriors World. It's a website it's a Golden State Warriors fan website. It's been around for a while.
A lot of cool gear.
Yeah, they sell great gear. Great gear, in fact.
The Guru's good friends with them.
Yeah. Anyway,
I don't know if you are, but
no, they're check them out. WarriorsWorld.net. They got good stuff. Creative merchandise, etc. It's legitimately a cool place. Rashid, who runs it, he texted me. And it hits the nail on the head. You're worrying about 2026 first-round picks. Are you high? Now, I'll leave out the second part.
That's a no.
But that's okay. So what he's saying is, who cares about 2026, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go down that road. Who cares about picks in 2026? Fine. What does that strategy look like right now? If you're ready to not care about draft picks in 2026. By the way, get this Klay Thompson jersey out of here because I'm going to spill coffee on it. I swear to God.
Hopefully nothing else in this place.
Yeah. So, okay, what does that look like? Does it look like Jordan Poole and a 2026 first-round pick to sweeten a deal? That's probably what it means. That scares me a little.
Well,
that's all.
I mean, and I would be reluctant to move off of picks because you don't know what the future is. And if you want to say F them picks, I get it. But what you don't want to be is stuck like the Brooklyn Nets were about a decade ago with Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Joe Johnson, a lot of aging superstars with no future first rounders. And you're looking at potentially a 40 to 50 win team somewhere in there. You're looking at a second round playoff team, potential exit. You don't want to basically be in a position where you are this year without looking at the 19th overall pick, which they currently have. I understand the sentiment of 2026. Who cares about it then? But also, if you're not going to have Draymond Green back this year, you might not be as competitive. And I just don't understand where. I know the Warriors haven't been extremely successful at finding contributing first rounders immediately, but that doesn't mean they can't. And to me, that's the only hope that you can extend this potential dynasty, not at the same level that it was, but to be successful is to potentially hit on a first rounder this year or next year or the year after, even though I don't think they have one in 2024 because it belongs to Memphis.
Top 4 protected, but yes. That means if it's top 4, the Warriors
get it.
But 5...
Now there's no Wembanyama next year.
Well, but I'll bet there's a good player at 5.
Yeah, and Memphis might get it.
Exactly. A caller brought this up earlier. Now I want to get these contracts up. The guy who said, let Draymond walk and don't re-sign Clay after next year. That would free up, that would drop 40, 50, 60, almost $80 million of salary. So at that point, then, you would theoretically have Curry under contract, Wiggins and Poole under contract. That's 55. That's 100. Maybe you have a little money at that point. I know, and Looney would probably be coming off. I know that. How daunting does that sound?
Not ideal. Oh, this is from Ernie Chavez on YouTube. Appreciate you. $2. We worried about teen kids. The hell with the kids.
He's right.
Isn't that your line?
It is. But at some point, I mean, you can take steps to mitigate Steph leaving now. But I guess I get it. I mean, I get it if nobody wants to worry about that now.
Well, but you always say that.
But Joe Lacob's got to worry about it, right?
But you always say it starts and ends with Stephen Curry. So then, in fact, why would you care about draft picks? I think that's the other side of this too. Is, well, who the hell cares about draft picks when you have Stephen Curry? Because either way, it's going to look dark after he's gone. So whether you have picks, whether you don't, it really shouldn't matter. I think there's a large, maybe not large, but there's a sentiment of the fan base that feels that way as well.
I think,
why not go all in for next year, the next, 3 years if you want to re-sign Draymond, extend Clay. And again, it's just...
All right, what about this? If it's all about Steph, okay, it's all about Steph, then let's go down that road. So I could view that as, like, if you say it's all about Steph, re-sign Clay, re-sign Steph, bring back the big... What about something like, okay, if it's all about Steph, the first thing you're acknowledging is that Draymond and Clay, they're first of all not as good as Steph, and secondly, they're declining faster than Steph. Okay, so you know what we're going to do? Draymond, come back for 1 year, we'll see what happens. Clay, come back for 1 year, we'll see what happens. Draymond says, I'm not coming back for 1 year. Okay, good luck. We are at a crossroads here. We still think Steph is a championship player, and the only way to get better is for you two declining stars to possibly be moved for some different player that creates a different dynamic or players. And you know what? In a year, we're better without you.
Do you think there's a conversation that could take place revolving around Draymond, Clay, Steph having a diminished role? Now, that doesn't mean not starting, but, hey, we're going to have to try and, in order for Jonathan Kuminga to come along, for Moses Moody to get more minutes, for whoever they try and bring up next from the age 25 and younger, like, you guys are going to play 30 minutes a night. And we're going to have to be okay with potentially winning or losing basketball games because we're going to preserve you throughout this year to the postseason. Now, that might, I would see that as trying to find a way to combat that decline that you're talking about. And that, I think, if they play 35 minutes a night is ultimately inevitable. But if you take the Stockton or Malone approach, which is you're playing 28 to 32 minutes a night, you don't play back-to-backs, you try and load manage this thing throughout the season, then I do think there is a way that those three guys can maintain what they did this year.
When Bobby Marks was on, and Bobby Marks is a former general manager, he was on with the Morning Roast yesterday, he essentially said Klay Thompson, okay, Klay's going to make $42 million next year. Mm-hmm. And he basically said, if Clay has a year, falls off some, a little more, he falls off a little more. He's still a $30 million a year player. I know. That's a lot of money.
But he's also not wrong. If Jordan Poole's on the same team making 27, I'm sure Klay Thompson looks at himself and says, why should I take less than that guy?
Well, why should Draymond take less than Jordan Poole? See, that's the other thing. I mean, do you put any credence in this? That if Draymond comes back for 1 year, Jordan Poole will be making more money than him. Like, I'm going to be honest. Would Draymond Green be okay with a re-signed contract where he's paid less than Jordan Poole?
Not if he could go get more somewhere else. And that's another question too. Like, okay, if you're not comfortable with paying Draymond Green $3 for $90, how many other teams are? Because he's
I know
worth the most to Golden State.
I know this is a cliche, but it only takes one. The Lakers.
That's fair. The Lakers. I mean, and maybe they feel like he could be the difference in a series against Denver if they end up losing. I don't know. But there are so few places to me where Draymond, his mentality of playing for a championship aligns with teams that are actually able to give him both the money and the opportunity. Golden State happens to be one of, maybe the amount you could count on your right hand.
Yeah. OG Mike. OG Mike is in the Fillmore. What's up, OG Mike? How you doing, man?
Oh, it's all good. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, man, I just want to say that nobody's winning 60 games anymore, right?
All right.
And I also want to say that had we had Wiggins, you could give us 11 more wins, right? Out of that 22, right? And my other opinion is, I think you get rid of Jordan Poole, you bring in somebody like Buddy Hield, right? He's a split image, how to run that pick off the picks, run the ball, shoot off the pick. And then you go get a guy like Montrezl Harrell who know how to play the pick and roll, right? And we right back in the ball game, man. We were just unhealthy and had some bad breaks. Man, we're not that far away. However, I want to say this. I like Bob Myers, but the truth is, hey, man, we've had some bad picks for the last, we only got like 3 pitchers still on the team, from all the, from Pascal to what's that other, Jordan Bell and so on and so on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I just think that we're that far away, man. We get a guy like Buddy Hield, I think he makes something like $19 million. You swap that and just send one of them kids over there with him and bring Buddy Hield. We right back there, man.
Buddy Hield, Evan, thanks for the call, OG Mike.
Here's the answer. He shot 42% this year from 3. I think he was the second best volume three-point shooter behind Klay Thompson. Of course, led the league in threes, Steiny. Yeah, I'm sure you know that.
So we got 2 volume 3 shooters. You got 4, actually.
Who?
Steph.
Yes. Klay,
Poole,
Buddy.
Klay and Poole. Well, I'm just saying, volume.
Well, not if he's only playing 20 minutes off the bench.
Who, Poole?
Yeah. Are you going to put him in the starting lineup?
Well, you're making the move Poole for Buddy Hield.
Yeah, so he's gone. So you just have 3.
If you were the Warriors, would you like to have Miles Turner? Would Miles Turner have made a difference if you could trade him if you could have traded him for Wiseman? And I don't know that you could or couldn't, but his name is always
would have made a difference. You don't think so?
Well, he would have made more of a difference than Wiseman.
Yeah, so that's. I mean, at this point, we're looking at that deal as that trade, that draft pick as. That's going to be something that for a long period of time fans are going to have an understandable gripe about, because you had the best opportunity to find the next bridge to your franchise and you swung and you missed.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Monty Poole was on with Dibbs and Willard yesterday, and he was asked about Bob Myers. Bob Myers is how we started the show. My question was, who's going to be the GM of this team on July 1st? Here's what Monty Poole said's going on with the Warriors, Joe Lacob, and Bob Myers.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does walk away and not do anything for a year. I don't think he's looking for another job. Like, I got to take this job, that job. I think if he were to stay a GM, I wouldn't be surprised at all, to put it that way. If he were to leave and decide, you know what, I'm just going to escape for a year or 2, do a podcast, go fishing, whatever. But I don't see him eager to leave. He grew up in the Bay Area. He lives there. His folks live here. He lives here. His family lives here. He grew up a Warriors fan. So, yeah, I don't think he wants let me get out of here and go work for, the guy in Phoenix or whatever, Matt Ishbia. I don't see that. So do I think he'll be back? I still think there's hope that he will be. I know that Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson all want it to happen, but I think at the same time they all realize that it might not.
So put this in the cap. Put it in the cap. Bob Myers not coming back. Going to do TV for a year or so. That's how you keep your name out there. You don't lose any value when you're doing TNT or ESPN or ABC. That'll be his year off, which is a lot of free time. Next year at this time, something will be open. I bet the Clippers might be open. Probably. Maybe maybe Dallas is open.
Maybe the Lakers.
Maybe Philly's open with Morey. And then he will be the GM of a team a year or two from now.
Maybe Phoenix.
Did you put that in the cap? Put it in the cap.
Quit capping.
That's my prediction.
He's going to take a year off. Basically, he's going to sit back, reevaluate, do a little bit of work.
Put it in the cap. Put it in the queue.
Do you think that
coming back,
wherever Bob Myers goes, whether it's this year or 2 years, is a future destination for Draymond Green?
That's way too far in the future.
Well, not if it's next year.
That's too early for.
Not if it's 2 months ago. 2 months away.
I don't think. That wouldn't be on Bob's radar till he actually makes the move.
I mean, again, if we're talking about places that Bob Myers can go, I imagine.
You think Bob Myers wants that headache in his brand new job? Congratulations. Here's your new team, and here's your old problem.
Well, but do you think Bob Myers wants to take over an organization that he has to build from the ground up?
No, that's the beauty of what he's already done. If I'm Bob Myers, okay, where would Bob Myers go?
That leaves 6, 7 teams?
I would say it's about right. It's about right. I'd give him Lakers, Clippers. Believe it or not, I might give him both teams in New York. I'd give him the Knicks now.
Mm-hmm.
If the Knicks want to go in a different direction, they would make Bob Myers would make a lot of money.
Wants to work with Dolan?
Well, he doesn't want to work with Dolan, but it's an unbelievable opportunity. Joe Lacob ain't easy to work with either.
Well, I think that's
no
what I'm
owner's easy to
referring
work
to.
with. Actually, no owner's easy to work with.
Ballmer.
He might not be that hard to work with. I have no idea. Eric's in Miami. Oh, Eric. From the place of culture. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Really appreciate it. Love your show.
Thank you.
I was calling because
we love Miami.
I'm trying to so do I. I'm trying to understand in my mind that the front office, Steve Kerr, a lot of fans are saying, let's bring back the core intact. Well, in March, Steph turns 36. Shortly after, Draymond and Klay are 34. Jokic ain't going anywhere. LeBron ain't going anywhere. AD ain't going anywhere. KD and Book ain't going anywhere. So I'm trying to understand, how do they get better? How do they hope to succeed when Steph's going to have, all I can see is load management up the yin-yang next year. But I don't know how they plan on getting better with the same guy. They need a serviceable big, a Zaza, who was it they had before him?
JaVale McGee.
Bogut. Yeah, McGee, some kind of serviceable big that makes it, because what I'm sick of watching game after game is the wide open threes. And the reason they're wide open is because everybody sinks to the middle. And I'm wondering, what the heck is Steph just sinking to the lane for? What's he going to do? Block a shot? Get out of the lane. Get on at least throw a hand in their face. So that's very frustrating to me. But I'm still trying the logic of how we're going to be better. Boy, I'd love someone to lay that out for me.
All right. Eric, thanks. I'll try. They would say that Klay, and I'm not being, they would say Klay is actually going to be better because he's 2 years removed from the injury now.
Yep.
They would say Steph is maintaining. They would say when Draymond plays, he's still very good. They would say Wiggins will be better than he was last year because something was going on. He was injured, and then he had the personal thing. Wiggins will be better. Poole will get his mojo back, and Kevon Looney will return as Kevon Looney. Yes, if those 6 things all happen with those 6 individual players, I think they might be better.
Well,
I don't think those 6 things are happening.
But on the other side, maybe we can get into what we think is the likeliest of those things to happen and kind of go down from possible to, I'm just not seeing it.
All right, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into this conversation. We got another hour left in the show. Then Willard and Dibbs take you to 6 o'clock. We'll be right back to talk more Warriors on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Guru out, Evan Giddings in. Do with that information what you will.
He's on vacation.
Are we allowed to say that? Oh, Canada.
He actually specifically told me to say that.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, really? Guru's usually very transparent.
Can never tell what he's getting into.
Interesting. I'll tell you what. I came up. Was it me yesterday? I came up with this great idea, or was it you?
Probably me.
Here's a question for you, and you can answer. You can call or not. It's just little. What's it called when something runs parallel to something else?
When they're in step with it? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, we can do two things at once. We can talk Warriors, and then I can throw this question out.
Okay.
Evan and I were having one yesterday with our good friend Orlando.
Just one,
by the way.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I know. I forgot
Shout out.
Forgot
to
he
Orlando.
popped out too.
Yeah.
No, but it was a quick one. I was home by 5. And everything's about championships. Hey, champion. Is he a champion? Oh, they got rings. Clay, 4. That's all that matters. 4 rings. Who cares? It's all about rings. He's a champion? Well, he's great. He's not champion? He stinks. All right. Who's in the NBA? And you know what? We aren't going to say who our name first.
Okay.
We're going to let it marinate first. Get some
Get a list.
Exactly. All right. Who's the most respected NBA player right now, not in history, right now, that doesn't have a ring? Give me the most respected NBA player who's playing right now who doesn't have a ring. Thank you, 408. Concurrently. That's exactly what I was looking for.
But it could be a player that is the consensus. So who do you think the rest of the league respects the most?
Yeah.
Who do you think NBA fans respect the most? But also I'm curious, just individually, who everyone respect. Like, who do you respect the most?
I think there's kind of one guy above and beyond almost.
There are, but I think there are some closer to him than we're giving.
San Jose Jazz
to.
fan the third. That's the guy we had. I'll tell you in a
Chico on
second, but
YouTube,
first,
San Jose fan.
let's go to Nancy. Nancy's in the city. Hey, Nancy, how you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I actually pulled over so I can call. I've never called in a radio show, but I appreciate your show is kind of helping me with cope with the fact that there's no more Warriors basketball, so I can still hear and talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to make like a less technical observation than some of y'all are making about which position and so on, and to say that I'm still kind of burned up about the Draymond Jordan Poole thing, and you may have heard this ad nauseum, but I don't understand why, Kerr has kind of enabled him. I know he's a great player to be such anger management problem and such a problem. And I just feel like, something more should have been done. And I'm kind of, it's easy to love Draymond. It's easy to not love him. But I know that as people age in the game, like Klay Thompson, for example, they need to adjust their game. Klay figures out he can't play the same game he played before, right? Well, I think Draymond needs to grow up and put some big boy pants on and learn how to control himself. And if he can't, I'm talking about like his egging on the crowd and his tantrums and so on. I don't believe he can't change that because I see him with his kids and he's really sweet. And I just hear people making excuses for him all the time. Oh, well, that's the only way Draymond can be, blah, blah. Well, that's the only way Draymond wants to be. And regarding Jordan Poole, I think it's unfair to trade Jordan Poole because I think Jordan Poole got the raw end of this whole team thing this year. And I saw Jordan Poole developing some really nice chemistry with Dante DiVincenzo, who I think is really a great player. And I'd like Jordan Poole to be able to be part of building that new team for the future. And I'm also not totally focused on being a championship team next year either. But that's just my thought on Poole, Draymond, where I'm seeing it, as it's still going on. So I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
I think that's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. I don't know if, some people are going to disagree with you in terms of Draymond because Draymond's polarizing, and some people might say, Nancy, you're not putting enough blame on Poole, but you certainly have a feel for the situation. You certainly know what's going on. Jimmy Butler.
Well, I was going to say, I do have a list of names that I've been keeping, just looking through the text line, looking through YouTube, and I feel like I do have a top 5.
We're talking about who are the most respected NBA players right now who don't have a ring, who aren't champions.
So
I got Jimmy Butler number 1 on my list. I think he's the most respected non-champion in the game right now.
I think there's only 2 guys that you could choose from. Jimmy Butler's one of them. My 5th would be Jason Tatum, and I think people respect his game more than his mentality, who he is. But he's potentially next up as a new face of the league. Number 4 is Nikola Jokic. Now he's starting to, I think, get rid of some of the disrespect that he caught over the last 2 years for the MVP, and I mean, frankly, he's been utterly dominant in the postseason. Number 3, and Warriors fans may not like this, but it's Chris Paul. Chris Paul has been the NBA's Player Association president for the better part of a decade, if not longer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He is, as you put yesterday at the cafeteria, Steiny, this generation's Isaiah Thomas. Of course, he doesn't have the rings, which is why he's on this list. But I think he is very well respected around the league. Maybe not by Warriors fans. Number 2, and I think it's the gap between Jimmy Butler and this player is closer than maybe people are making it out to be, but I think it's Damian Lillard. Just because he's been in the same place for his entire career. That's the one thing that Jimmy Butler does not have on Damian Lillard is longevity in one location and specifically loyalty. But I believe just because of what Jimmy has done with certain teams, he's been to an NBA Finals. He's staved off elimination. He took LeBron James to 6 games. He's been consistently in the conference finals. He's taken 3, it's like Chicago, Minnesota, a team that had not been to the playoffs since the early 2000s, to their first playoff appearance in 2018 in a long time. Goes to Philly. They get to the furthest point in the playoffs that they have under the Joel Embiid era. And then he goes to Miami and gets to multiple conference finals as well as the finals. So he's done more in the postseason than Damian Lillard has, but I think Lillard's loyalty is why he's at the top of some people's lists.
Funny thing about Jimmy Butler is you can make a case he was one of the worst leaders of all time in Minnesota, and that's made him among the most respected players in the NBA.
Worst leaders or just headstrong?
I've got Jimmy Butler as my number 1 most respected non-champion in the NBA right now. Also on my list, see, Tatum to me is too young. Like he's 25? I think Tatum still is too young to be the most respected. It's got to be somebody who's had staying power. Chris Paul's on that list for me. How old's Jokic now? He's still pretty young, too.
27, 28, I think?
Dame Lillard. What about Dame Lillard?
Dame Lillard would be my number 2.
And then I got one that's very interesting. Derrick Rose.
I saw that on the text line. That's a good one.
It is a good one. It's a real good one. And then lastly, James Harden.
Do you think people respect him?
I think the players respect his talent in a big, big way.
Even with some of his big game shortcomings? Because then, I mean, he's not as good of a player, I don't think, but people don't afford that benefit of the doubt to Paul George. But maybe he's in a completely different category.
I have Paul George on my list, actually.
Okay.
See, I think Paul George is one of these guys. Players love him, but I don't know if that translates to respect. The other guy I threw in there, maybe Bradley Beal. What about Bradley Beal? Let me ask you: do you respect Bradley Beal?
I'm indifferent about Bradley Beal.
That's fair.
I could care one way or another.
I guess that's the way. Like if you'd say, do you respect Paul George? Well, I mean, look, all these guys are in the NBA, so of course you respect
players.
them all. But it's like Paul George, I don't like the load management. I don't think he's as good as he thinks he is, even though he is good. DeMar DeRozan's a good one. All right.
By the way, 510, for those just getting into the
Thank you very
conversation.
much.
We're talking about the most respected NBA players that have not won a championship.
Right. And this conversation was born out of the whole, well, if you're a champion, you're great. And if you can't win a championship, you're wanting. And I'm like, okay, who's got the most respect among the players that don't have championships? What about Embiid?
Embiid? I don't think so.
I don't either.
Just because of the self-promotional aspect of his demeanor. One guy that I think is kind of interesting because I respect him, but a lot of people dislike him as a person and a player is Russell Westbrook. Like I think he's
an interesting one, actually.
I feel like you can go one way or another on him. He's really polarizing when you talk to people because he used to be incredible, and of course he gets into it with fans. He makes a lot of money. He's always come up short. I do wonder if people look at him like they look at James Harden.
See, I actually think, let's just say among his peers, players, I think Westbrook gets more respect than Harden.
Among the players?
Yes, because even though Westbrook is flawed, I do think NBA players respect that he plays harder than everybody else. Like, I think NBA players respect that Westbrook plays as hard as he does, as frequently as he does. Like, that's the respect he, I think, gets from other players in the league. What about, just throwing out Lillard, Jokic?
What about Al Horford?
Great name. That's a great name. Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
You think he's respected on that level?
Yeah, I do. I think he's kind of like almost like an Udonis Haslem in a weird kind of way, but he still can play. Horford is, yeah.
Well,
I think Horford's a great one.
So if Horford's on that list, I would also submit a guy like PJ Tucker.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, he's pretty old. He's been around. He hasn't won a championship, but I feel like he gets respect from the players because of how tough he is.
Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you what. Here's one. Steven Adams. Steven Adams is respected around the league.
How old do you think Steven Adams is? It feels like he's been in the league for 15 years.
He is going to be younger than we think.
He's 29.
That's about what I thought.
He's the same age as Jokic.
John's in San Jose. What's up, John? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I hear you loud and clear. Thanks.
Yeah, so, I like your players list, but I wanted to talk about something else. So, I think we spend a lot of time and energy talking about Bob Myers.
Okay.
We thank him for all he's done. I think he definitely deserves a lot of credit for turning Kevin Durant's departure into a useful asset, which helped us win a chip last year. However, for every one thing he's done, there are 10 things he hasn't done. I look at what Rob Pelinka did. He literally, revamped the Laker roster and turned them into a championship team with literally a donut and a screwdriver. Compared to that, Bob Myers had a lot of assets on the table. Was really disappointed that we couldn't get the big man that we wanted. Turning James Wiseman to Gary Payton too, I think it's a cop-out. It's more economically driven than driven to address the team's need. That's the first point. Second point, I think we want to move off from Klay Thompson, not Jordan Poole, not Draymond. I think Jordan Poole's value is at an all-time low. We should probably let him recover and then maybe trade him. But Draymond brings something unique to this team that others don't bring. However, I think Klay Thompson, who built his reputation as a 3-and-D, is neither a 3 nor a D. He's not reliable in playoff situations. He's not able to defend like he used to anymore. And if Steve Kerr insists on playing small ball, you're not going to be able to, fit Klay Thompson in that system, especially as he gets older. So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Boy, a lot of stuff there. I mean, the issue about the trading deadline, I don't think everybody thought it needed revamping at the seat. The Lakers needed revamping because they weren't very good and they weren't great last year. The Warriors the fact that they won it last year, to me, was probably a huge reason why they didn't do much. What did they do? They traded Wiseman for Gary Payton II. Why? Because they wanted to even further duplicate the personnel on their championship team. I mean, that's the thing to me that's staggering is, not staggering, But that's the thing to me that's kind of lost is, okay, if they won it last year, and we're hanging on to that, and we're hanging on to that pedigree, so how can you not be, why would you want wholesale changes at the deadline this particular year? Because what you did at the deadline was double down on replicating the championship year.
Well, two things. I apologize. PJ Tucker did win a championship with Milwaukee. My bad.
That's a big mistake.
Can't have it. But the second, the second part
Hate to see it.
The second part about that is the Lakers, for example, also had a path to make a wholesale change with their roster. They had a player in Russell Westbrook who is making enough money that if they found multiple partners that would be okay stomaching that cash, being willing to cut them, that if you include draft capital, could literally change what your team looks like. The Warriors don't have any of those players. So Wiseman and his salary matched up with Gary Payton II. The only players that you can look at trading, if you're trying to create that kind of, just, I guess, 180 for your group, is one of the big three. Or now this year, you're looking at Poole. I guess Wiggins could have been involved in that last year. I think there's some details about when you can trade him after signing an extension. But Poole and Wiggins would now also be included in that. So I understand the direction that they went last year, essentially trying to recreate their 2022 team. But now, in a way, it's almost like you have to either... I think some people think you have to lean all the way into that or completely pivot off of it. And to me, the Warriors are going to be, again, unfortunately, kind of stuck in the middle. Because I don't think they want to move off their young guys, but I also don't think they realize that they can't not afford to give Stephen Curry another good crack to win a title.
You've seen The King and I, right?
The King and I?
Yeah, the musical. With, back in the day starred.
If it's a musical,
Yul Brynner.
I've only seen the Book of Mormon.
Have you ever heard? You know what? I want to see that.
Yul Brynner, Magnificent Seven? Is that?
Maybe.
Is in the old Westerns?
Anyway, the movie King and I, he was the king of Siam. And, of course, Anna, the teacher, went over there from the United States to teach some young people English and fell in love with the king of Siam. And when the king of Siam couldn't figure anything out, he would always just say, "'Tis a puzzlement." I think that's what we should start calling the Warriors off season. "'Tis a puzzlement." A puzzlement. By the way, great name here for the 510. Evan and I were just batting around. Who's the most respected NBA player that has not won a ring? Mike Conley.
Yeah.
That's a good one. 510 says Lillard, Conley, Derrick Rose. That's from Chris A. Yeah, that's a good one.
From the YouTube chat, see Austin and San Jose chiming in with Jeff Green. Others also throwing that name out there as well. The last, second to last Seattle Supersonics still left in basketball.
And Durant?
Yep.
Technically, PJ Carlesimo's still doing radio, and he's in the league.
And I don't want to go there.
We don't have to. Mike Conley. Mike Conley was a really good one. Hey, by the way, did you see the report that James Harden is apparently going back to Houston?
He wants to, right?
Keith Pompey of the Philadelphia Inquirer. Like, he's a big boy. He says Harden's expected to sign with the Rockets in free agency.
Hey, the Rockets gave the Warriors some fits this year. See, with that young group. I mean, they didn't win a game, but hey, you're looking around. You got Jabari Smith. You got Porter Jr.
Never let it be
Maybe
said.
They need a veteran presence like James Harden, Ime Udoka. They can get that ship turned around.
Don't you ever think for a minute that everybody wants to win a ring. Don't you ever think that.
Quitting gets a bad name.
Yeah. David's in San Jose. He's got the Warrior season lock. He's got it on lock. What's up, David? What are you thinking, buddy?
Hey, what up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So initially when all this stuff started happening, I was kind of like, burn it to the ground. Let's get off Dre. Let's bring in some new blood. I had a bunch of weird, angry thoughts. But now I see the direction they're going. And if they do want to extend the big three, extend Clay and Dre and give them this one last opportunity here, then my suggestion is, hey, where's Jordan Poole from? He's from Milwaukee, right? So next year you can get off this contract of his by trading him for Brooks Lopez on an expiring contract. I think Brooks making like $20 million. We got $28 million for Poole, right? You get a big who's a smart big. I know we don't like bigs, but for some reason I think this can kind of give us like a Bogut kind of guy. He's a smart big, a rim protector at 2.5 blocks a game, and he's shooting something like 36 from the 3-point line. You get him on an expiring contract. We need rim protection because our point of attack defense is terrible. I don't care what they say. So this gives us, a guy that can protect the rim, spread the floor on offense, and then with that extra $8 million, maybe we can get a Seth Curry or another shooter out there on a mid-level exception. What do you guys think?
All right, Brook Lopez.
I would love Brook Lopez.
35 years old right now.
So are the Milwaukee Bucks.
Let me just double-check his contract situation. Yeah, he's a free agent. Made $14 million last year. $14 million last year. That's not bad. It's not bad.
No, and he shot over 50% from the floor and 37 from three.
He's a name that comes up. He's come up a lot. And I do think that the Lacob Sons know him from Stanford. Matt's in San Rafael. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Before I get to my take, I am starting to agree with the Klay Thompson should be traded approach. My concern is that
I don't even know if that one came up.
No. They're really tight. But what I wanted to say is you just talked about Harden going to the Rockets, and it actually moved me to call. To me, James Harden is a destroyer of teams. That is all he does. He will never win a championship because all he does is go into a situation and become a black hole for the basketball. I watched Houston last year. All I could think was, this is a team that's on the come. They get a couple more pieces, they got a chance because they were athletic, they played hard. You bring James Harden in, and that team is going to go right back to being trash. And you look at what he did to Brooklyn.
What about
what he did to the Sixers?
Real quick, Matt? What about James Harden being a mentor?
What, to go to a strip club?
He does know all the best places in Houston. Oh, we lost. Oh.
No, how old's Harden now?
I think he's 33.
33.
Going on 34.
I get the whole James Harden thing, but listen to this. His last 7 years, 10.8, 11.4, 10.9, 10.3, 10.2, 10.5, 10.7. Guy's averaged over 10 assists a game the last 6 years.
Led the league in assists this year. He was actually he was a much better version of himself this year than last, especially shooting.
Well, honestly, what to me, James Harden is actually evolving pretty good in terms of getting older. I mean, his shot attempts, look, in 1920, he averaged 22 shot attempts a game. All right. And he was big boy then. But since then, 16-7, 15-3, 16, 14-5. Like, he's not a gunner.
No, but you don't think having a ball-dominant ISO guard among a bunch of young players who also want to play a lot of one-on-one basketball might not be the best remedy?
Listen,
if he says he wants to go to your team and you have the room, I guess you kind of have to sign him, but
when we talk about all the players like Westbrook, to me, Harden has a better... Oh, God. Harden, to me, is more realistic about what he's got to do to stay in the league as he grows old, as opposed to Klay.
Well, and I think this is a big summer for Klay Thompson because he got slapped in the face by some postseason shortcomings, and he's got to look at himself in the mirror and say, yes, this is... he's always going to be the same Klay, but I do think there is some maturation that can happen, and maybe it took going 3 for 19 in a game 6 in which he usually thrives for him to say, maybe I'm the one that's got to make a couple adjustments.
Maybe.
Or maybe not.
No, that would be interesting to see. I'm not going to, as Guru would say, I'm not going to rob him of that opportunity. because everybody's got to do it. Carmelo had trouble doing it, and then he did it, and he wasn't bad. This Monday, we're going to bring you our Warriors Summit. Bonte, Butcher, myself, Goo, Willard, Dibbs, JD. We're going to be live from 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public. We're going to have an open discussion about all the questions and issues the Warriors have this offseason. All those in attendance will have a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. That's right. Get out to Buon Vino on Monday between 4 and 6. You may walk out of there with the Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Monday, May 22nd, Buon Vino, Walnut Creek.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings and Steinmetz. Guru's gone. Changeover coming up in 10 minutes. You just got me upset.
What do you mean?
Reading me that.
I always brighten your day, Steiny.
Let me tell you something.
Turn around. It's sunny.
Relax.
Thank you.
Let me tell you something. I'm starting to be anti-lottery. Just anti-lottery crap.
Prevents tanking.
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean?
The Spurs have been tanking for 4 years. You know what? They should go back. They should either get back to the territorial draft, or you know what else? Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing you do.
One pick.
You know what? You declare for the draft, and you're essentially a free agent. Any team can sign you for any amount of money. Period.
So then it'd just be an auction.
That's right. That's right. Just like when you're a college graduate and you're magna cum laude, like me, and you've got 7 offers from big firms, and I say, come to Papa. Oh, Orlando. So what? Who cares about Orlando?
Oh, but then the NFL used to do that, but then they ran into the issue of
think about this for a minute.
Having to pay Sam Bradford $100 million out of college.
And listen, if you don't like America, love it or leave it, okay? Right now. And whether you like it or not, we're a capitalistic society.
Don't tempt me.
So let me ask you this. How the hell did we get to a point in our society? Competition. All about winning.
Yeah.
Bottom line. Really? I'll tell you what. What do you say, whatever team was the worst team in the league, all right? What do you say we give the biggest benefit to the worst team in the league? How about we find the team that's done everything wrong for 4 years?
On purpose.
Let's find a team that can't win 26 games in a year. Let's find a team where a coach has begun to mail it in. And let's give them the best prospect we've had in the NBA for 25 years. 20, LeBron.
Yep.
Get out of here. What are we doing?
Greg Popovich deserves.
He already got what he
Victor
deserves.
Wembanyama.
He deserved. He got Robinson and he got Duncan.
He's 74, Steiny. The man still has something left to prove. Still a chance to capture NBA glory.
Hey, by the way, did you see his protege, Becky Hammond, got disciplined and suspended in the WNBA? Bullying. She got suspended 2 games.
Yeah, she learned from the best.
I don't think you can say it.
Okay. No. The Spurs. Okay, so how would you like this? I mean, unless you're suggesting a complete relegation sensation. Sorry to steal from the guys coming up from 2 to 6. But that's the only way that this works. And that doesn't happen in American sports. The way you see soccer leagues set this thing up. Like, yeah, we wouldn't look at Greg Popovich after 4 years of going 20 and 62 if he'd been relegated by this point. But
right. The player was pregnant too, and then she got cut or waived.
The player. Oh,
that Becky Hammond,
the actual bullying details.
Thank you, Jazz fan.
Well, you should have explained the detail before I made a joke. I feel bad now.
Heck, Steiny might have gotten drafted in the old territorial draft by the Sixers. They had about 15 rounds, too. Hey, San Jose Jazz fan, your humor sometimes doesn't rub me the right way. And by the way, it was the most rounds they've ever had is 10.
Balls.
10 rounds in the draft.
Wait, I thought...
I think.
Who was the old Brazilian superstar, Oscar...
oh,
God. I thought he was selected like the 18th round when he was 40 years old or something.
Not Oscar Torres. Oh, this is going to bother me.
Oh, I got it.
What's it start with?
An S.
No, it doesn't.
Oscar's last name? Yes, it does.
Oh, what's the second
I'm
letter?
looking at it. A C. S-C.
Oh, Oscar Schmidt.
Yeah. Yeah. Taken in the 1984 draft. 131st pick.
Well, that's only the first
No,
round.
that's not that bad.
Okay, here's what you do. Go back to the 19...
My fault.
Remember the Boston Celtics back in I think it was the early 80s, in the 10th round, they drafted Landon Turner of the Indiana Hoosiers. But Landon Turner had been in a tragic car accident that left him paralyzed. But the Celtics drafted him in the last round just to honor him in his career.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm just saying. By the way, Willard and Dibbs coming up at 1:48. We'll do the changeover, and then we're leaving at 2 o'clock today. It's a Friday. Here's the other thing. Buon Vino. Let me tell you something about Buon Vino. What a great time we're going to have Friday. I hope to see everybody out there.
Guru will be there.
Guru will absolutely be there. I'd like to see a diverse crowd out there, too. I don't want to see just a bunch of, you know what I mean.
Well, Gretchen's coming.
I don't
Michelle's
want it to be,
coming.
Listen, here's what I don't want at Buon Vino. I don't want Meathead City. All right? I want diversity. I want intelligence. I want all ages. I want all genders. I just don't want, it can't be a meatball night.
Our partners at Buon Vino offer a diverse selection of wine, attracting a diverse selection of customers.
Let me tell you something. I may enforce my own dress code there. No backward hats.
Are you going to say no black T-shirts?
No T-shirts. No sneakers.
Sweatpants?
You can wear whatever you want. We'll take any fan, any listener. Buon Vino, 4 to 6 on Monday. Let me see where else. I got a couple more things here. Bob Myers. Bob Myers has an offer in front of him.
Apparently, yeah, a very lucrative offer in front of him.
Very lucrative.
Do you think we'll find out whether he takes it or not by the end of the weekend?
No.
If you had to guess, just a range, like when do you think the decision does come down?
Hold on.
What?
Nicole Diaz. Were you listening today? She said, we got the grumpy Steiny today. I see. No, you didn't. It's Nicole.
It's a Friday.
Nicole Diaz. You're killing me. No, Ernie Chavez, there's not a dress code. I was just kidding.
What about pets?
That's a good question.
We'll leave that up to
Dibley does not like pets at restaurants. I don't know about wine bars, how he feels. That I don't know.
Bring your dog.
She gets a little too active. She will wreak havoc. No doubt about it.
I'm glad somebody got paid this Friday from the 408.
Well, that's it. All right. On the other side, let me see. We're 42, 43, 42. Oh, 42. It's break time. It's break time. You know what's coming up next? It's the crossover with Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the crossover. It's brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your tickets at calacademy.org. Willard Dibbs, what's up? What you got, man? What's going on?
Hey, dudes. What's
Hey-o.
Hey.
We just, we spent a fair chunk of today's show talking about the two pieces of information that you brought to the show yesterday.
Sure did.
One was that Bob Myers
What?
It's
What are
two
you laughing
sentences.
at, Dibbs?
I'm just laughing at Evan with the sure did.
Oh, got it. He's just there to,
What happened?
he's backing his guy.
Uh-oh.
The one.
No, go ahead. So, yeah, that there's a lucrative offer on the table.
Yes.
And what's the other piece?
I completely believe
two
that.
sentences,
I completely believe that. And then the other one was Bob's demise or departure.
Demise.
Overly.
His demise has definitely been overstated.
Is overly.
Yeah. Put it this way. I'm definitely not trying to say that he's staying. But when Sham's tweet went out the other night, I think everybody just immediately went on, okay, let's move on with our lives. Bob's leaving. I think that's getting ahead of ourselves. I think
he's leaving, though.
He might.
Yeah, I think he's leaving.
He might.
Well, so how did you read it at first? Because I saw the headline and felt it was there's a likelihood, and that people are I think it was bracing for the possibility.
Brace for impact.
Well, okay, the Titanic's not coming in.
Here's what I would actually have issue with Sham's tweet is not that part. If he sees it as a likelihood, whoever he's talking to, that's Shams. I'm not saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, but the one thing that I think is not misinformation, but it's misleading, is there have been no substantive talks for months. Right, because Bob Myers said at the beginning of the year, we're not talking about this till the year's over.
Yeah.
Bob didn't want it to. So, no one's tried to have any substantive talks. There's an offer on the table. He's well aware of that.
Especially with all the stuff that's been going on this year, too.
There's
been other stuff that's a little more important.
Let me bring Dibbs in on this one.
Welcome in, Dibbs.
Hey, how you doing?
Let me just
over there.
Look at you moderating.
Just go with me. I think Bob's going to leave. Okay.
I agree.
Who's going to be the next GM?
Well, I think it'll be Mike Dunleavy Jr. And I threw this out yesterday.
You know his history here and stuff.
Well, it's funny because I threw that out to Mark, and Mark gave me the big time Mutombo, he waved me off. And
called
then
a Heisman.
Immediately a caller and 4 people on YouTube and multiple texters are like, I think somebody called him Unlevy. Which
is a 2.
It's a 2,
at best.
but I think it represents a certain amount of discord from the old school fans. And I explained this yesterday to Mark, my feelings. If he was drafted 17th that same year, we'd feel differently than the fact that he was drafted number 3. And if you look at that draft was terrible.
Yeah.
Yao Ming went 1, and then Dunleavy goes 3, and Amari Stoudemire was the only one behind him. Karan Butler, maybe. And other than that, it's a sea of absolute nobodies. So bad year to have the number 3 pick.
Yes.
You pick number 3. You take a guy who had good college pedigree and a dad who is, one of the all-time great players and coaches in the association. It wasn't a leap. It didn't work out, and Warrior fans needed a scapegoat at that time. You were covering the team.
Yeah.
And he was not the worst of the worst.
No,
that's fan stuff, isn't it? It's irrelevant
but the fans who were around then think of him in a certain way.
And people thought of Gabe Kapler a certain way, and
still do.
And maybe they do, but they didn't when he was winning 107 games. So that's
kind of him.
Let me
correct.
Well, let me add some.
Obviously, it was.
Let me add a little more context.
Okay.
So I've been around since 94.
You're old. Yeah.
And he is the most, I think he had the most acrimonious relationship with the fans in that time. I'm trying to, Dibbs, who else did people hate or couldn't stand? Maybe Steven Jackson at the end when he wanted out right after he signed the contract.
That was great.
Sure, there's a few more. But it's not just they didn't like Mike. Mike kind of made it clear he didn't respect the fans either, because they were really hard on him, and he just didn't think that was fair.
From day one.
To me, looking back, the fans should have actually been more pissed at Troy Murphy But Troy Murphy was this gritty guy from Notre Dame.
I think eventually they were.
They might have.
Yeah, eventually they. Because that's another name I was going to bring up.
It comes down to draft slot because Troy Murphy was drafted in the 20s. He was late first round. So the fact that Dunleavy was picked third.
I get it. I just think this is trudging up stuff that once you actually get into the job, this is stuff to discuss on the way in, and then the job starts. And I just don't know what his draft position and what fans 30 years ago thought. I don't know how that's relevant to moves that you're making today. Well, once they actually start happening.
What if I shouldn't do this.
Huh?
No, do it. Do it.
San Francisco. Farhan has been fired, and the Giants are hiring Aubrey Huff to be their general.
That's a rough comp.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. is on the phone to ask you about your comp.
Mike, I'm kidding.
Tiny Mike.
That's a rough comp.
Mike, I'm kidding.
Jeez.
I shouldn't have encouraged that. That was a bad comp.
AJ Pierzynski would have been a better comp. Still too rough.
I think a better comp would be somebody they drafted high who was a bust.
Joey
for
Bart?
the Giants. No, somebody further back. Like if you would have gone
like Fred
to
Lewis? I don't know.
Or maybe like Boof Bonser is going to be the new GM, right?
and I don't think everyone would be like, cool, his name's Boof?
How about Hunter Strickland?
Wow, that's probably closer to being But I don't think Dunleavy was ever like reviled at that level.
Did Dunleavy concuss teammates? I mean, what happened here?
Morse had it coming to him.
Can I
and that was Samardzija who did that.
He was done.
The shark.
Well, but it was Hunter's fault.
You jumped it. But okay,
nice.
so
I caught that, by the way. Good for you.
That's a 1.
But I caught it.
But he doesn't know the reference.
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, speaking of which, Stein, you covered them in '94 starting.
Careful. Just be careful here. That's
I
all.
was born. So
you were a zygote.
But from hearing you guys speak about Mike Dunleavy, to me, hearing that, I don't have that reference point about knowing him from his playing days. But if I'm him and he has that relationship, more so from his side with the fans and the fans with him, then wouldn't that dissuade him from wanting to take a job that he feels like he's set up not necessarily immediately to fail for, but he is going to get blamed for because he's already felt that at a player level, and now he'd be feeling that from the front office level.
But there's only 30 of those.
Yeah,
So-
you take those gigs. That's probably like going back to Jordan Poole and being like, "Do you want this max extension? Because your teammate just punched you." Well, yeah, I'll take the $130 million.
Would he
Do you
get
know
the
what I mean?
lucrative
And an ice
contract?
pack.
But I
And
do
an ice
think,
pack, yeah.
But if
Yeah,
you
be safe.
really
An
want
apology.
to get into the weeds, I get both sides. Like, there's only 30 GM jobs.
Yeah.
You're going to take. Dunleavy's different. He's a little bit different. He grew up in an environment where his dad was a player and a coach. He could turn it down.
What if I ask you guys this? What's he doing here now then?
That's a fair point.
So, like, if
He's hiding in the shadows.
so
Way
terrified
beyond
of
this.
him being the GM, why is it okay for him to be the assistant GM?
Very much behind the scenes, though.
Oh, so, but-
Because name
Is he?
another assistant GM in the association.
doesn't matter. He comes on our station all the time, and we supposedly care what he has to say. He's got a voice in the room. If you hate him that much, why is he allowed to have a job with this team at all?
Because he's underneath a guy who's won 4 chips, and he
Right.
doesn't have to, like, his opinion is only a well-founded opinion. It's not like, hey, Mike, what do you think we should do about Jordan Poole? And he's going to weigh in on exactly what's going to happen.
That's exactly what's happening
But
behind
he
the
doesn't
scenes.
have to go to the
But
podium
his
when
voice
something like
is
that
not
happens.
the voice. He's not the guy.
No,
He's
no.
not on the executive show.
I'm
He's
just
not
trying-
even on the junior
I
executive
guess
show.
I'm trying to figure out how
Assistant
bad
executive
was
shows,
the
yeah.
1990s hatred. So not enough to care that he can have a voice in the room. He just can't be the voice in the room.
For now, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's among some.
I think it's
and again,
fine.
I
Yeah.
think it's fine too.
I'm not bothered by 5 YouTubers
if he
who will
takes
be
the
ticked off
job,
by this.
and we had a
Yeah.
caller too. Don't discount the callers.
Yeah,
and
that's
if
true.
he takes the job, and it's a 5-year deal, and part of his job is to go and
dismantle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does he want the
Well,
job?
Now that's a different point because we could easily make the case whether it's Dunleavy, Pierzynski, Aubrey Huff, Saddam Hussein. You can put whoever you want in there. Are they destined to fail? And they're going to be hated. Maybe. But when Vin Scully retires, don't take that job. Don't follow a legend.
Unless you're being groomed for that job like Joe Davis was. So that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But, I mean, with Dunleavy, it's like he's going to have to go from being in the shadows, like you're saying, Dibs, to being the face of a potential downfall. And if you're paid a lot and you're compensated and you're cool with that, maybe that's his prerogative.
Is there a name? Is there a different name people are excited about?
I don't think there is a name that anyone
I don't
would be
know.
excited
I'll tell you
about.
this. I'll tell you this from a PR perspective. They're going to have a lot less questions with Mike Dunleavy Jr. than they do if the last name is Lacob. I'll say that.
Maybe?
Which Lacob?
Maybe, yeah. Which
Lacob? If it's Joe Lacob?
Jimmy. He has no relation. No relation.
Actually,
Yeah.
it's
I just-
Lacob.
It's always
right?
been Lacob.
Right.
Yes.
It's
Found that
not
out.
wrong to be Lacob, from what I understand. Now maybe they may have a preference, but when they bought the team, they did not have a Kirk
Yes.
did not have
When
a
they're
preference.
losing, it's Lacob.
I never trust people when they say you can pronounce my last name however you want.
Did you hear my segment today on
I
Kalena Azubuike?
I did not.
Azubike?
I did not. You want to do it again right now?
Yeah, you can download the Odyssey app.
I could.
You're smart.
I have
downloaded.
actually downloaded the Odyssey app.
Bring it up on Monday.
I
on
just
Juan
think,
Vino.
I don't think Mike or the fans would, but I could see Mike saying, all right, first time GM. Holy hell.
Long time, first time.
Holy hell, we're in trouble. I got to pull rabbits out of a hat. And, oh, by the way, I got to I could see him saying, I don't need that one to be my first.
But if you're the organization, what is the path of least resistance in terms of replacing Bob? If Bob leaves, and Mark yesterday was, I'm 50-50, and, either way, I still think that Bob is more likely to leave than stay. But if you're the organization and you're trying to replace him, what's the path of least resistance?
You want to know what I actually think it would be?
No, I'm just asking you so you
No.
tell me what you don't actually
Yeah.
think.
Give us your Dallas Mavericks opinion instead.
That's a 4.
The path of least resistance. I'm not advocating for this, but I think it would be to go hire Travis Schlenk to come back.
Oh, wow.
Well,
you said I'm not saying best.
No, that was just a self-serving
The
opinion.
question was
No. Travis is fine. Travis is a made man.
of least
resistance. Yeah.
The path of least existence would be amazing, too. I don't think
That
anyone
would be
wants
to
that
hire
job.
one of the sons.
I do
Yeah.
not want the path of
The path of least
existence.
That's true.
existence would be.
I didn't even think of that, I guess. But you're right.
Yeah. I'll say this. I think this job's going to be harder 2 years from now than it is now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. So
What do you guys got coming up?
Our show.
Nice.
You gotta
I noticed you always say that.
You got to do the. You can't leave yet. You haven't even done the legal.
You got the
I
legal.
don't have it written down today.
Why do you just do?
You're listening to 95.7. I do have it written down.
Yeah,
the
do the-
game.
do the funny
KGMZ
legal.
FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch and on YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Where are you
Thanks,
going?
Randy.
High horse.
Well, you're on your high horse. I know that.
By
but
land or
what
by
is-
sea?
Well, you like this? So there's
What are
two
you doing?
bars around. One's called the Old Ship. One's called the High Horse.
Yeah.
So are we going by land or sea?
Oh.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm going
why-
to be so corny. You're going to kick me out of
No,
here
but
soon.
no. Yeah, like high horse doesn't have a tea time.
need to be
You
corny
just
to
get
do
there
that.
when you get there. Why are you in such a hurry?
Why do you care?
What do you mean? Why do I care? What do you mean? Why do I care?
2 o'clock on a Friday.
I like talking to you.
I know you do. Well, that's
All
why
right.
we have
4 to 6.
That's why
Monday,
we have 4 to
Juan
6
Vino.
at Juan Vino,
Well,
baby.
you'll talk when I say you talk on Monday.
Oh,
that's
boy.
a fact.
Yeah.
Probably what I do anyway.
Yeah.
And what if this crossover is actually the best part of our show from a rating standpoint? Would that make you more motivated to stay or less motivated? Because what if we need this, Steiny?
Yeah.
What if this quarter hour is the make or break for me and my 8-month-old
All right,
baby?
fair.
What kind of teammate are you? It's not true, by the way,
At
but what if?
precise time did we get credit for that first quarter hour?
Well, you need half the quarter hour, so I need you till 2:08.
All right, I can give you that. I
All
can give you
right,
6
thanks.
more minutes.
Will you sit down?
Just going to stand
it
there for
stresses-
6 minutes.
It stresses the whole room out when your bag's on your shoulder.
Standing.
No.
See, now you're picking
I
you're picking on me.
I didn't say
Oh,
you
you're
couldn't
picking.
stand.
You're
You
picking
can
a
stand.
scab
Get
the
the
entire
bag off
show.
your shoulder.
Where's Bonte?
It's a bag
Yeah,
alert.
get the bag alert down.
Where's
Put the-
Bonte?
asleep?
Yeah, he's taking a nap.
totally asleep.
No, he doesn't take naps anymore because of state of the art. He says his energy's up. He's
Oh.
lost 20
Really?
pounds.
SOTA?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Good for him.
Telling you the truth.
can't
Beautiful.
sleep when you're hungry.
That's good news. He could actually listen to
true.
our show, and then he'll understand what we did say instead of what we didn't.
And sources say
anyway.
that he was hangry yesterday when he took your comments out of
Sources
context.
say.
I mean,
It's a source report.
listen, why do you think I bring my major bag alert with snacks? You have to have snacks. I've
Yeah.
learned this in life. Don't
Look
go
at
anywhere
those,
without snacks.
some nuts.
Steiny, is that
What?
what's going on here?
What?
Do you
There you
not
go,
bring
Dips.
snacks to work?
Rock shrimp
that a
burger.
quiche?
Sometimes
Oh.
I think you
Oh.
sound like you need a snack.
4-star.
Sometimes I do.
Do you have snacks? Do
I
you
usually-
think ahead?
I usually bring in. Do I think ahead?
Beer
Do
has-
you?
beer
See how
has
little he knows
calories.
Don't look
me?
at me.
You see how little he
Look
knows
at
me?
him.
I thought
I'm
we
asking
crossed
you
the
questions.
bridge.
I'm asking you questions.
At the beginning of every week,
Oh.
Yeah.
I make a quiche or a frittata.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Great.
Shout out, Tim.
And I have 5 servings of breakfast for the week. So I bring in breakfast.
You have
5 days.
5-day-old frittatas on Friday? No wonder you sound like
You know
this.
what's funny is there's
Hakuna
this,
frittata.
Have you ever heard of
Three.
have you ever heard of a refrigerator?
I have.
William Perry.
There you go. That's a 3.
I'll take it.
Well, they're trying to stick it to me before I leave. By the way,
Well, sit down and
Willard,
sit down
4
and get your
minutes.
bag off your shoulder, and that won't
it's
happen.
off. Willard and Dibs 2 to 6.
You got
Remember,
Boston coming
make
in.
sure you call in and tell him you can't wait for the Mike Dunleavy era to
comes
start
the
because he was so
Lacombe.
successful as a player.
I do have an update.
Uh-oh. On.
And did you introduce me yet? Do people
This
know
is
who I
Matt
am?
Nahagian. He is the god of everything.
So from
Omnipotent.
1:45 to 2, that's your show. They
Okay.
come in here. That's number 1 right now in the entire market.
Okay.
From 2 to 2:15 in their time when you leave, it's number 2. So you have to stay.
Oh, wow.
Like they're doing you a favor. You got to do them a favor to get back to number 1.
See, the punchline would have been from 2 on, we stink. So then we'd have to leave.
That's
No, they're
why is
great.
that your
They're great, but
conclusion?
we want them to be number. It's because of you. There's a couple days you leave early, and then they're doing you a favor. You gotta
The
reciprocate.
punchline is, Steiny, you're welcome.
You tell me I got to stay till 2:10 every day now. 2:10, 2:12.
I don't know. Maybe we
I
should
mean, you
actually.
can leave early, but at the exit,
2:08.
he's going to look.
Hey, when's my contract up, by the way?
I don't know if you want to know that.
Sooner than you thought. We're grooming your replacement.
June
Dude,
30th.
Evan Dunleavy Jr. right over there staring at you.
June 30th.
Looking at
Oh,
you.
my
That's
God.
Baumeister Steinmetz.
I'll just go up to, hey, look, can I scratch and claw for another 2 or 3 years? Yes or no? If no, just tell me now.
Just
Scratch and claw for another 3
Hey,
minutes.
here, let's throw out some actual content.
Oh, boy.
I can't
You
believe
do it.
because I did listen to you guys today. Some, not the segment you asked me about, but I can't believe how often I hear, and this is whether it's you guys, callers, the morning, everybody. I'm amazed how often I hear in the last week, this week on 95.7 The Game, the words "trade Draymond Green" or "trade Klay Thompson." I think that's hilarious.
See ya.
How often we hear that?
Yeah,
No, go ahead.
Well, of course, because I'm defensive. I have never used trade for Clay or Dre.
No, it's not even whether
He says cut.
Yeah,
Hit the pipe.
No, they have an option.
That's right.
The
Get him
Warriors
out
have
here.
an option to extend him or not, or to re-sign him or not.
Clay.
Steph. I mean, Draymond. Sorry,
Draymond.
They can extend
right.
Clay too if they want.
Let's say they don't extend Draymond and he opts in. How does that go next year with Draymond on a 1 year and Clay on a 1 year and a double walk
That
scenario?
would be to me as a Warrior fan. That would be my best case scenario.
Yeah.
Warrior fan.
What? Seriously,
He's always been a Warrior fan. That was revealed last week. He's a closet fan.
He's a
You get
Warriors.
Draymond. I mean, if you could get Draymond to come back for one more year and then be a free agent, I would be all for that. But that to me seems outside the realm of possibility because
Probably.
he'll take a 2-year deal for $40 million probably.
Right. So Draymond wanted a max in July,
Yeah.
and the organization either laughed at him or gave him crickets. And
Right.
awkward, he gave what Steve Kerr gave to me earlier this week. Steve, are you still there? And I got dead air.
Pump fake.
I asked him about the punch.
You
and
got
I-
a yeah, no. Too.
Dude,
It
I
was
got,
all over.
I got
You got
5
a yeah,
seconds of
no,
dead air. It was so
I don't know.
So Clay, whatever. Clay has one more year. We know that. But if you tell Draymond, yeah, you can play or opt in, but we're not going to sign you to an extension. What kind of a Draymond and Clay are you going to get next year?
Well, I better hope there's
wonder.
not a lot of Tuesdays in Oklahoma City.
Thank you. In March, exactly.
I know. Like, well, what kind of Draymond are you going to get if you give him 3 years and now we start to decline noticeably? He doesn't play well when you don't win.
But if you give him 3 and 75 and you give Clay 2 and 40 on top of the 43 he's getting next year, at least you could say to the 3 of them, look, the 3 of you have 3 more years and we're going to go all out to try to win. We're going to do everything we can to give you veterans, to give you players you want. P.S. Jordan Poole's getting dealt. Give us a couple minutes.
That's fair.
And that's really what we're trying to do.
I would,
I agree
under
with
that
Yeah, I
scenario,
like that.
if I'm the Warriors, I do that, but I make it clear to Draymond and Clay that it still could be the last year. Like, I'm going to give you this year, next year to win it all again. or at least to prove to me we can still knock on the door.
Why would you need to say that?
Because they need to understand that if they get re-signed, that doesn't mean they're retiring Warriors. It means that we're giving you another chance with years on the back end of your contract. But if you don't get it done, if we go 40 and 42 and are the 8th seed and lose in the first round, now we're going to try to trade you.
Couldn't it also be a
We're going to try to get off your money. We're going to try to do whatever we can.
I guess what I'm asking, I'm not
street.
even disliking the concept. I'm not understanding why you would say that to people on their way into a season. Like, congrats on your new contract. You've been Hall of Fame players. If you don't win this year, we're trading you. Like, why would you say that? Why would you even put that in the back of their mind on the way in?
Because
you obviously have that power. You're the team.
Well, but these guys are different. These guys are legends in a way.
Almost more reason to not say something like that. They might find that to be a little bit disrespectful.
What if they want to compete?
Why would you say that?
Because it's honest.
Okay.
Because you know what I say. You know what, guys? There's another direction we could go here, and that is Draymond. Take it or leave it. Clay, we're probably going to come off your money. Now, we have a history here. We want to still see if we can get something done, but we're not giving you 3 years. We'll give you the 3-year deal, but you got to get something done. You got to make it make it worth our while to keep you on our roster.
Probably understood. No, I go back to what Steph said to you guys a few weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago, whatever it was, when he talked about how 1 year, every year right now, is what buys them more years of faith. Like I think you're right.
Is Steph different?
No.
Steph different.
Is Steph different in terms of tradability? Yes.
It's a fact.
See, I think Steph Curry knows he's not going to be traded unless he says, I'm ready to get moved.
Which I doubt he would ever say.
See,
would Draymond or Clay?
I'm not willing to.
I mean, maybe when he's not like a 1 anymore. Maybe.
You don't see a scenario in which, what about this? What if they tell Draymond, no, take it or leave it. Draymond goes somewhere else, and then they make it clear, Clay, we're not re-signing you either. In fact, because you know what? I mean, there's a scenario out there, it may not be the greatest, where you might be able to create opportunity in 1 year. If Draymond walks this year, you don't re-sign Clay, and now you start thinking about, can we move Poole? Can we? Again, I
think the premise is so unlikely. How many times in the history of sports, especially now, factor in the history of this organization and this player? The game ends last Friday night. Draymond can't wait to get to a microphone to say, I want to finish my career with the Warriors and I want to finish with Steph and Clay.
Because he's in a contract year.
And the team tells that to the Athletic as well. We are going to immediately, when both sides are sitting there going, and then Steve Kerr comes on our show, my gosh, these guys have all kinds of time. When everyone says that publicly, how often does it then go south? And you just be like, hit the road.
Well, I think to me it's perfect because if Draymond wants a certain dollar amount and they don't give it to him, well, the Warriors can say, we wanted him here forever, and Draymond can say, I wanted to be here forever, but they didn't.
Right. I would argue those comments were made publicly because both sides are well aware that the numbers are probably about where they want him to be.
We'll see.
Right?
No.
Why would you go say that publicly then?
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah,
but
that's the way I
wouldn't
it.
subscribe to that 100%.
If I'm the team,
I'm not leaving yet.
I give Draymond Green a 2-year deal on top of the 1 year that he opts in for, and in the second year of that 2-year deal, it's another player option. So you play next year for 27 and change, then you play for 27 and change, and then after that, the deal is for probably 24 or 25. If things are rolling and we can still win, you can opt in again. If not, you can opt out. And Clay is kind of in the same boat, although Clay is a tougher conversation because he got to take a pay cut, and a massive pay cut.
Steep
like
pay
a
cut.
50% pay cut.
Yeah, I mean, like that's kind of the guy that we haven't talked about a whole lot, and I understand he's beloved, but Klay Thompson is going to have to make probably the biggest sacrifice of all these guys.
To stay.
Yeah,
to stay.
I agree with that. Yeah.
That's a good place to let it go.
I think so.
All right, guys.
Let it go.
Yeah. That's
Shut up, Frozen.
That's what I wanted to say.
He beat you to it. Younger and quicker.
Willard, stuck it in me.
Okay, it's Friday, man. I'm so jacked. This has been a great week, and let's get it going. George Carl's going to be on the show. 888-957-9570. I love to count the ifs. Count the ifs whenever you are making a decision in life. Count the ifs, and if there are too many of them, and maybe it's different for every scenario, but when you get to too many ifs, that's when you have to say, hey, this is not realistic. So I've been thinking about this, as we all have, with regard to what the Warriors are going to do this offseason, and I think it's wild how many times I've heard, whether it be callers, texters, hosts, insinuations, sensations, that's an early buck, whatever it is. I can't believe how many times we're hearing the word trade in the same sentence with Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. It's a non-starter for me. It's a complete non-starter. The big three are still viable if. How would you fill in that blank?
If they get help, veteran help, not major help, but significant help. They need veteran help because what we saw this year is that the youngsters are not ready to contribute to being a championship team. And you could say that last year's team and this year's team were the same. I don't believe that they were. And I look at who they relied on this year in the regular season and in the postseason, and they were not good enough. They were not veteran enough. The team, Steph, Klay, and Dre, did not rely on them enough. So for me, if this championship core is still viable, you need to bring in veteran help immediately.
Agreed. Perfect. So that's one if, and you're already there. Now let's do Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole continues to work on this team if his relationship with Draymond can be repaired, if he wants to stay.
If Draymond's gone.
If Draymond's gone, if he trusts the organization, if he can learn how to play defense, if he can take the roller skates off when he drives. How many ifs need to work for the Jordan Poole situation to work? I would argue it's about 5 times as many. The more I think about this, the more I've listened to all of the Warriors, the dignitaries, Steve Kerr on this show, all of the hosts here, everywhere else as well, NBC Sports Bay Area, all the, Monty Poole, that's just, the more I've listened to everybody, thought about the financial situation, to me, one thing keeps ringing abundantly clear, and that is that the Warriors need to trade Jordan Poole.
That's it, huh?
I don't really see any other scenario being all that viable unless, of course, Joe Lacob is going to do what he said he would never do and just go ahead and do a $440 million payroll. If he wants to do that, then yabba dabba do. Have a great time. Here we go. Everybody's back. The Warriors have set this up also. If you listen to what they're saying, I also think about this. When they talk publicly, what would make them eat crow? What would make them sound silly? If they go ahead and do something with the big three, they sound silly. They've sat here for a week and told you that it's all about the big three. Their actions have said it. Their words have said it. What have they said about Jordan Poole? Well, he's a member of the foundational 6. Yeah, that's not preventative. That's not enough. There are questions everywhere, and they can absolutely come to a microphone and explain why they changed their mind and traded Jordan Poole. They can't do that with the big three. They can't do that. The only reason that they're sort of hedging, because they don't know what they're going to get. They don't know what the market will bear for Jordan Poole.
They don't know what Draymond's going to do either. I mean, they might think that they know.
That's fair.
And I think that you're of the correct mindset in that they probably have talked to Draymond in terms of what an extension really will look like. And if he wants to accept that and stay, he can accept that and stay. And I think that those conversations have been had already. But in terms of Jordan Poole, we don't really know because until you actively shop him, you don't know what he might be able to command, and you can't really shop him until the year is over. And the year's really not over, by the way. It's over for the Warriors, but it's not over for 4 teams, and it's not over for the rest of the association. So in terms of really shopping him, you're not going to trade him right now. I don't even think you can trade him right now.
Shout out to my guy Jude, by the way, who did ask for chicken nuggets on Thursday night so that he could sit down and root for the Denver Nuggets. And as he started to eat them, That's when the comeback took place last night. Nuggets up 2-0, and for the moment, all is right in the world.
Nuggets in 5 is what I've said all along. And, the Lakers, it's been a great run, and it's been a cute little run. And all of you, the bubble chip, the bubble chip is a thing. Miami and Lakers rematch, and that'll validate the bubble championship. Well, I don't know if that matchup is going to happen. I know that Miami is putting up a very good fight against Boston, but I don't know if the Lakers are going to have enough to get over this Denver team. I think that this Denver team is the best Denver team. It's the best team left in the association. And George Karl going to join us at 4:15, former Nuggets coach, with his really, really frank, direct insights on Denver, the Warriors, and life.
And everything.
Yes,
yeah,
I
exactly.
can't wait.
Exactly. No, that's going to be a ton of fun when George joins us. 4:15, right? Did I remember that correctly? 4:15 for Mr. George Karl. But no, there's also the financial side of this, which we talked about yesterday. I think sometimes, and this is what we do because we're fans, and so it's other people's money, and so that's totally fine. But we throw around all of these scenarios, and none of them factor in money. And the people who are making the decisions are going to factor in money. And if this needs to be trimmed somehow, I really only see one major way where they can take a huge chunk of that luxury tax and eliminate it. And it's to trade Jordan Poole for 75 cents on the buck. That's I don't even that's it. What other move can you make to trim salary without asking somebody to just walk out the door?
While keeping the big three, it's Andrew Wiggins would be the other piece.
But to do what? Like you're going to trade him for 75 cents on the dollar?
You could trade him for $1 on the dollar.
Right, but that doesn't save you very much.
It saves you, depending on how much you get back, it saves you the same amount relative to what you're going to get back for Jordan Poole.
That's what I mean, 75 cents on the dollar. I mean, you're a trade
right. I thought you were saying that for Jordan Poole in terms of what you're going to get back.
No,
because
I don't mean in terms
think that
of
you're going to
talent.
get back, talent-wise, you're going to get back 75 cents on the dollar for Jordan Poole.
That's fine because
based on Jordan Poole's upside and what you think that Jordan Poole is going to be and what you paid Jordan Poole to be at 23 years of age.
Yeah, that may be the case. I'm actually talking like math. I'm talking 75.
Right.
I'm 75%.
So no matter who you trade, you're going to get back 75 cents on the dollar.
Well, you're talking about in terms of performance. I'm talking about in actual numbers. The player can be better. He can be worse. It could be 5 players. It could be 1. Whatever it is, whatever comes back, 75% of what Jordan makes.
Right.
And then you save a big old stinking hunk of cash. You can knock like $30 to $40 million off of your luxury tax / salary cap bill if you do that with Jordan Poole. And I think that that's doable. Like somebody would obviously have to take on more salary, but there might be teams willing to do that if they feel like they're getting the more talented player in the deal. That's what I would prep Warrior fans for because no one wants to look at the math and everything. We want to be like, who do we get? We got Anunoby.
Yeah.
And we got, you want all
Otto
these.
Porter Jr.
Right?
That was your great deal.
Get all these players. And I think you need to think about it more in terms of the James Wiseman deal. Forget projection and forget talent. Trade the bigger talent for the better fit. I think that's what the Warriors have got to do.
Well, you want to get the better fit, but you also need to get somebody who is ready-made to help you this year. Because if Klay Thompson doesn't get an extension and he enters his last year, and if Draymond Green, even if he opts in and gets a couple of years on top, you're still in a tight window in terms of when this veteran core can win a championship. So if you do trade Jordan Poole, you got to get some players who can come in and help you right away.
No doubt, obviously. But I like the Wiggins one that you bring up, I think is so much less likely for multiple reasons. There's the obvious ones like A, he's a better player. B, he's not gotten into any fights with teammates. But C, he makes less and performs better. So sure, he'd be a hell of a lot easier to trade. The market for him would be much better.
Right.
But that like, I don't know, that helps the Warriors a lot less, I think.
Trading Andrew Wiggins, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I just was thinking in terms of what you said, 75 cents on the dollar, and I was not thinking about it in terms of money versus money. I was thinking about the player because Jordan Poole, I do think that his stock has dropped a little bit to where you're not going to get the same caliber of player back as you would have maybe 4 months ago.
Agreed.
Let alone 2 months ago. So in terms of like the player, because if you're going to make a trade for Jordan Poole, yes, it is financial in a way, but it's also to get in some veterans who can help you win. Because what's the point of bringing back the big three, paying Clay, paying Draymond, giving them extensions, 2-year extensions to end with Steph Curry, running it back, and not trying to win immediately? It makes no sense to me.
Let's dip our toe in the water on this, and I wonder how you'd respond. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls, your text. Hey, YouTube and Twitch, what's going on? Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. We'll be chatting with you here throughout the afternoon. When people bring up the idea of Steph, Clay, or Draymond not being on the team next year, I flat out shut down. Close for business. I think it's a complete and total non-starter. When you bring up, now, the only caveat I'll give is that Draymond technically has the power to do so.
Sure.
Should he choose.
I think
However,
Steph's 100%.
Steph's 100%.
Clay's 100%.
But Dre has said he has no interest in that.
Sure, he said it, but has he picked up his player option?
Well, no.
Has he said, I'm going to opt in?
I don't think he wants to pick up his player option. I think he wants to stay.
Of course.
And I think they want him to stay.
But I think in terms of what you're saying, I agree with you on the surface. Steph's 100, Clay's 100. I put Draymond at 90%. There is that 10% sliver of maybe he gets a better offer elsewhere. Maybe his bestie LeBron comes in and brings it in for a power hug and says, you know what, I'm going to get you 3 and 90 with the Lake Show. Denver beat us in 5. We needed you. Come on, Draymond. Come to L.A. I'll let you babysit Bronny on the side.
Yeah. And he says no. He says no. I know we love to do this. He hugged him. It's fine. It's fine. He can hug his friend and still want to be a Warrior. In fact, he hugged his friend, and it was 15 minutes later in front of a microphone that he said, I don't ever want to play for another organization. The one thing that apparently...
Those are words.
They're words. However, boy, words must be powerful because the whole world is terrified of Jordan Poole using them. Don't you say nothing publicly, Jordan.
Not me, Mark Willard.
No, and I actually, there's a huge part of me that agrees with everyone, but the agreement is based on the problem that Jordan Poole has. And that is, we don't know what he feels. He doesn't even potentially know what he feels. I don't know if he trusts Draymond. I don't know if he trusts the organization. And so he doesn't even know if the organization wants him. You can't come out and be like, I want to be a Warrior. And then the next day there's a press conference, they're like, we traded him. Right? Like, then you look like a big old buffoon. So I get all of that. But here's where the toe in the water that I'd love to dip, because I'd just love to hear what everyone thinks about this. Are y'all in some way ready for even one of the big three to be gone? Is that where we are? I've heard so much of it this week. So 888-957-9570. Like, for me, I can't even imagine it. I'm not open to it. I think it'd be a terrible decision. Not ready for it. It's a no. It's a non-starter. Are you all ready for one of the big three to leave? All right, let's get into it. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
now through May 31st during May is Maytag month.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God. The next time we get back here, it won't be here. It'll be at Buon Vino. The next time we talk after today, Dibs.
Yeah?
We will be sitting at the Warrior Summit at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek.
I can't wait.
Okay, 4 to 6 p.m. for the actual summit. 2 to 4, we'll be there hanging out doing Willard and Dibs things. It'll be fine.
No doubt.
Just
No
regular Willard and Dibs. And then special Willard and Dibs, also known as the Warrior Summit. And it'll be Willard and Dibs and Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Goo and J and D. And they'll all be there. And we will talk Warriors off season with all of you fine folks, and it's open to the public, so y'all get to come out. That's on Monday.
I can't wait, and it actually works out perfectly for me because I'll be taking in my wife's car, shout out Supper, to Walnut Creek Honda, which is located about 2 blocks away from Buon Vino. I'm on my way to work today, and I got the call. She was with the baby. She was going to the nursery, not for babies, but for plants, and she said, I got the, begonias. I don't even know what she bought, but I got the begonias. My car won't start. And I'm like almost at work, halfway to work. And so I said, what do you need me to do? And she said, I need you to come fix it.
Come back.
Next off ramp, on ramp in the other direction. Boom, jumper cables.
Wait, did you double up
Big
on
time.
bridge toll today?
No, didn't make it to
Oh,
the
you
bridge.
didn't make it?
Just short of the bridge.
That's a good job by Supper.
No, it's huge.
That's a pre-toll call.
It's huge.
And Supper, you give her a little extra something tonight for that.
Cash me out one time.
Or, yes, just one time.
Because that bridge, $7, it cuts a little different. So
Cash me out one time.
you call AAA, and I love AAA, and they give you the classic. It'll be an hour, and I'm like, okay, I'll be at work by about 3:15.
Your whole life living in the Bay Area, have you ever done the unscheduled, accidental bridge crossing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My mom, okay, so we lived in Foster City, and if you're coming east on 92 to get home, whoop. If you got your last exit, and that's it.
That's it.
Shout out Pearl Jam, last exit. So this is one of these days where mom just, probably got into a conversation. She's probably mad at me. I was probably being a jerk in the back seat, and she lost track of where she was. And the next thing you know, she's like, buckle up, hon, we're going to Hayward. We're going to Hayward. Now, the good thing was it wasn't like $7 or $8 back then. It's probably $1.50. I don't know what the hell it was. But anyway, we're going to Hayward. And when we get there, we're going to come back home.
And that's a long bridge, too. It's a sneaky long bridge. The bridge portion's not very long, but then you have like the 7-mile flat.
Flats.
Yeah,
the flats will get you.
Yeah. But anyway, Buon Vino works out perfectly. Drop off Supper's car at Walnut Creek Honda. The great people in the service department.
And everything's okay with Supper today, right?
She's fine.
Yeah.
The car needed to be jumped, but we got battery issues, so,
Did you call Kevon Looney? Because he's got jumper cables.
Jump. Actually, she had the cables. And, of course, I hooked him up incorrectly the first time. And then you had to Google it. I actually Googled it, and it's like, oh, yeah.
Let her know that you work with this guy, Mark Willard, who, if you had asked me to do jumper cables, I probably would have attached them to 2 different tires. I mean, like, it's not working. I mean,
you got to Google it.
I will call someone when the stupid gas burner doesn't work anymore. Like, I don't do stuff.
I don't either.
We don't do stuff.
That's why today was such a big win.
Good for you.
I couldn't remember.
GFY, Dibs.
Thank you. I couldn't remember which one you grounded because you put the battery on 2 claws on one battery, and the other battery, it's 1 claw. Shout out White Claw.
2 claws.
Inside. And the other battery is 1 claw and then 1 metal ground, and I couldn't remember which one you're supposed to ground, and so I had to Google it, Googled it, got it right, jumped the car, and made it here in time for the changeover.
I'm really proud of you.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of you.
Gutsy effort.
If that had happened to me, it would have been the and Dibs show because I would not have been here. There is no question.
Well, if it was Grandy, it would be the and Dibs show because you know how much he loves to drop the.
Yep.
Oh,
Grandy and
that's
Dibs.
rare.
2 to 6.
Thanks, Grandy.
95.7.
Buzzer and Dibs.
All right, 888-957-9570. I thought a good day. It's Friday. We've been through hell in a handbasket, I feel like.
You think?
I said it's been a great week, and a bunch of people on the YouTube are like, it has? The hell's the matter with you? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? I think y'all are right on YouTube. It's been a hell of a week. We got a lot going on. And I mean that here at the station. I have some things like what you just described.
Man.
I mean, not at the station. The Warriors are not playing.
Yeah.
Welcome Patrick Bailey to town. That's exciting.
Tonight?
Young stick is on the way. Yeah, Joey Bart hits the IL, and the Farhan drafted catcher in the first round.
Yeah.
Patrick Bailey is on his way to Oracle Park.
And is that we want to thank Joey Bart for participating kind of move?
Not yet, but I do wonder, like, are you ever going to hit a homer this year? Or are you just like, that's
Thank
it.
you.
You're just going to be like,
Bart delays.
Yeah, my OPS is 550 and I squat.
So
like,
Patrick
is that-
Bailey now becomes the second prospect this year. And I know we've seen a little bit of Elliot Ramos in the past, and I know that Matos might be coming, and I don't know what Kyle Harrison's doing this year. I have not been checking in on the farm.
No, Kyle's not ready.
Okay.
Kyle's walking too many people. But yeah, you could play.
We're not doing walks.
No, we're not doing walks. You could play Homegrown by Zach Brown if you want to later, Grandy, because yeah, here comes the homegrown. Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey. It is on over there at Oracle Park.
And
Here
they're only
comes-
2.5 out of the card.
they're right there.
You were going to do like a quiz for me a few days ago. You're like,
yeah,
game show music, but
They
I
got a
actually
better
looked it up.
record than the Padres.
Yeah, I know
Those
they
plucky little Padres are trying to keep up with the Giants.
Right.
Oh, so good. So anyway, maybe it'll be a good end of the week. But yeah, it's been a lot this week. But just after listening to everything, talking everything out, and everybody, like, all of the opinions are welcome, man. Like, we don't know what's going to happen with these Warriors, and I get it. Like, I love, just speaking me, I love the emotion that everybody has put into this. The Warriors should feel great. Y'all see how much the Warriors and this particular era matters to people. We've spent the whole week talking about the Warriors without any Warriors games. And that's still where we are, because what they do next is massive, and all of the different opinions are welcome. Speaking for me, I shut down when any of the opinions call for one of the big three to not be on the team next year. I'm just like, no. And I mean that financially. I mean that for basketball reasons.
Emotionally.
I mean it emotionally.
Yeah.
I am not there. And oh, by the way, neither is Steve Kerr.
No, never crossed my mind. I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
Call me whatever you want. I am lockstep with Steve Kerr. Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come.
Okay.
Lockstep.
Yeah. It's not up to you or Steve Kerr,
No.
which is pretty funny.
It's a little bit more
And
up to
it's-
Steve Kerr than it is to me.
It's actually not up to Steve Kerr. It's not up to Steve any more than it's up to you, because it's up to Draymond Green. Draymond Green has until late June to decide whether or not he wants to exercise his player option. And in advance of him exercising his player option, the team has the opportunity to offer him a contract. I don't think he can sign it until about that time either. And maybe this is all already set in stone, where they say, Draymond, we're going to give you 3 years and $170 million because, darn it, we love you so much. We love your technicals. We love your flagrants. We love your preseason right crosses. We love it all, Draymond. Here's $70 million a year because, darn it, we want you to stay. So maybe that's already set in stone. That's already done. But in terms of how I feel like the three of them will be back. I'm pretty sure 100% Steph will be back. I'm pretty sure 100% that Clay will be back. I'm pretty sure about 90% that Draymond will be back. We still have another 5 or 6 weeks to go until Draymond either picks up his option, declines his option, or gets a new deal. So between now and then, until I get a definitive name on paper, I'm still going to have a small sliver of doubt.
And I get that these are only words, but for context, if you do say it's up to Draymond, there is this.
We'll see what happens as far as my contract goes. Obviously, I have an opt-out. Everybody know about that. I know about that. I'm aware of that. But as I've told you guys for years, I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life. I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. And, I think we've put the work in to make that happen. Here we are, our worst season as a whole since 2014. And yet, we had a chance to make another run. So it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems.
So you're right. Those are just words.
And he said, I want to be a Warrior.
He didn't have to say them, though, either. He didn't have to.
No.
Not everybody says that when they're asked that question.
But by saying it, he puts the pressure on the organization to make it happen because he's telling the organization and the fans, I want to go in and I want to go out with the guys who I came in with. That's what I want. He didn't say, I'm going to be a Warrior for the rest of my career, which he could have said. He could have said, I'm going to be a Warrior next year.
But that's good because, in my opinion, because he knew what was being written simultaneously in The Athletic as he said that, which is that the Warriors have every interest in beginning work immediately on a 3-year extension for Draymond Green.
Right.
Yeah.
So, well, then he could have said that.
Wow.
He could have said, we're talking about what he could have said. He could have said, I'm going to be a Warrior next year, rest assured. Whether it's me picking up my option or signing a deal, we're doing the work right now. Yeah. I'm going to be a Warrior next year. He could have said that, but he didn't.
Yeah, there's work to be done. I don't argue that.
Yeah.
It's not done. But
done.
If it's up to him, that's what he wants.
And if it's up to them, that's what's going to happen.
Sounds like it, yeah.
But then are they doing $470 million? Or I guess Dante comes off, which is $25 million.
Off.
So are we doing $445 million?
I don't believe so. I believe they're trading Jordan Poole.
Oh.
I believe they are trading Jordan Poole.
And I said 2 months ago that I didn't envision the two of them playing together again. So I'm kind of with you if that's the way this goes.
Nick in Berkeley, why don't you lead us off? Let's get to the phones. Are any of you ready for any of the big three to not be on the team? Nick, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
Getting ready to go coach my Albany High game against Sonoma Valley. We sit in the bottle packing for the year. Yeah, on Wednesday. So second round of NCS. But look, man, beat the drum for Andre Drummond. He's a free agent. He's a rebounding beast. Go get him, and then trade Poole to his hometown in Milwaukee. They got some grinders over there for us. And then lock it down, baby. You know what I'm saying? Keep the big three, and that's how we roll. Go Dubs.
Nick, thanks,
Dude,
man.
Softball. It's a softball matchup. It's 5 o'clock. You need to get over there.
This weekend, there are a lot of, and I heard Shasky on the Shameless Shoutouts today, shouting out everybody working on Little League teams as they head into playoffs. That's right, 2:30 tomorrow. The KC Monarchs are going to go into battle. They got the 4 seed. We'll be playing the 5 seed tomorrow. So we are one of those Little League teams. So yeah, a lot of playoffs going on. Hope everybody has fun with that this weekend. He mentioned Andre Drummond. Look, there's going to be pieces that the Warriors add. There's never an offseason where there isn't some addition and some subtraction. I continue to be fascinated about what the Warriors can do on the front line. Because everyone points to that. They've actually been pointing that even during the championship year. Need a big man, need a big man, need a big man. What exactly are you going to do with the big man? I feel like whoever those big men are or big man, I feel like it's got to be a bench piece. Right? Like, to me, Looney and Draymond are starters on this team. And whatever you bring in outside of that needs to be for depth, for bench minutes, and whatnot. I don't think you can add another non-shooter into this picture and to become a bigger team.
Right. I think you do need a big man, but you probably need somebody in more of the Festus Ezeli, JaVale McGee role, a guy who you can go in there and play 12 to 15 minutes at times in certain matchups. I don't think you need a big man like most people think they need a big man. Like, you need a big man to go out there and play 30 minutes a night, start, and be your big man as a part of your five. I think you're right about that. The best five-man team in the association this year, we all know, was Kevon, Dre, Steph Clay, and Andrew Wiggins. I don't know how much time the five of them actually played together because Andrew was out and all the rest of it, but you like to go small. You like to use Draymond at the five. That's your biggest advantage in terms of both ends of the floor. So I agree with you about the big man. However, if you're looking at a 5-man, 6-man bench throughout the course of the regular season, you do need some size. And you need a guy who, in a situation like you had against the Lakers, and if you would have faced Denver, or if you're going up against, I don't know, New Orleans and the size they have, it would be nice to have that punch to throw in a series.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's just at the top of our mind because of what just happened with the Lakers, and there was so much about size, and size matters.
Thank you, Fitz.
Yeah, there you go. Bill in Marin, you're next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bill, what are you doing?
Size matters.
Thank you.
Hey, I just had some thoughts about Jordan Poole, and I think people who are willing to get him out of town don't remember Ian Clark and Quinn Cook. I mean, I think in some ways when you're saying if we lose Draymond, that's the first thing we'd want. I mean, one of the things to realize is we had stretches without Steph where we were winning games, and a big part of that was Jordan. And last year we had a huge stretch without Clay, and we were winning games, and a huge part of that was Jordan Poole. And so I think part of it is that he's better starting, and eventually he'll be starting. I think we get rid of Poole, he starts for someone else, and he blows up. And he's just great, he's confident, he knows his place. And I, for one, don't want that. When you say we got to keep the 3, I think we got to keep the 6.
Well,
because I want Looney, I want Wiggins, and I want Poole. And I don't know. I mean, I when I heard people on him on Twitter, I just thought of Ben Simmons. Don't do it to this guy. Don't get in his head like that. He's had such a great attitude, and he's such a spark plug. And we just had nobody when Steph or Clay was out. You know, even our championship years, nobody liked Poole. And I think his stock is low now, but I wouldn't sell. I mean, I'd keep this guy.
Yeah, Bill, what you're saying is definitely possible because, as I've said, I think they explore the idea of a trade, but they don't give him away for nothing. I don't think that at all. But I also think you're maybe overstating a couple of things. One, when you say, boy, his attitude has just been great. Well, he did drive everybody nuts. I don't think he had a bad attitude per se. I do think that he is a little bit of a malcontent with the situation. I think he wants to start. And I remember, let's go back a year ago, and I sat here and I said, I don't know if Jordan Poole wants to be with the Warriors, because if you sign on the dotted line for the Warriors right now, you're signing up to essentially be a bench player behind Steph for at least a few more years.
Your whole contract, basically.
Right, and I don't know if he's going to want to do that. Now, he did because you sign that guaranteed money when it's in front of you, but I have no idea if Jordan even wants to be on the Warriors because the starting role is not available right now. So I guess I wouldn't call that a bad attitude, but it's not perfect for the locker room. He's not happy. He wants to start. He thinks he should be getting more opportunity. This is all well documented now.
It's more than just starting because he did start half the games that he played this year or more, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking at his stats, and he played in all 82, and I think he started 50-something games. He started a bunch of games based on, Clay was out and Steph missed about 20-something games. So those are times when Jordan can start. So I think it goes to more than just Jordan wants to start. I think Jordan wants to cook, and he wants to be able to cook whatever meal he wants to cook. And the way this team works, when Steph and Clay are both on the floor, Jordan, we don't want you to try to shoot the ball 24 times a game. We want you to play a role as the third guard on our team, and I don't think that Jordan Poole necessarily wants to be that player. He started 43 of 82, by the way, so half the time. So, yeah, I'm sure he wants to start all 82. He sees himself as a guy who is a starter in this league, and yet you're behind Steph and you're behind Clay, and you're going to start. Now you're on the bench. Now we want you to shoot a little bit. Now we need you to shoot a bunch. That sort of on-again, off-again role, I don't think jibes with the way he wants to play.
I think you also have to be careful because what also came out in that conversation was the idea if Jordan goes somewhere else, he's really going to flourish. I think you got to be ready to potentially bite that bullet. If that happens, you got to be okay with it. Because if you're sitting here literally saying he can't do it here, he can do it somewhere else, well, then let him do it somewhere else. Because if he can't do it here, it doesn't matter. If he's not a fit, then you're going to have to figure something out that is. And if that leads to him being amazing somewhere else, I'm okay with it. I'm not rooting against Jordan Poole.
Right.
But it only matters if he can really pop here. And if he can't pop here, I'm willing to deal with it if he pops somewhere else.
I wonder what that looks like, though, when people talk about Jordan Poole flourishing elsewhere. What does that mean? Does that mean he averages 26 a night for a team that's not very good?
What if it's 26 a night for a team that does become good?
Well, that's flourishing.
Yeah.
So, and, we can talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He flourished in Oklahoma City, and I believe they were the 10 seed,
Yeah,
or
they were one of
they
nine-
were playing
nine or
and
10.
they didn't make it out, and he's an amazing player, and he flourished. What if Jordan Poole went on to be Trae Young or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a guy who could really flourish individually, but his team is not very good? Do the Warriors look at that and say, boy, we missed out? Because you made a great point, Mark, at first one of the week. If he's here, can he flourish? Because flourishing for the Warriors is what he did last year, where in the playoffs, he averaged about 15 a night. He was a key piece off the bench, and you won a championship. That's flourishing here.
Want to mention this because this, I don't know if I've seen this yet in the super chat. Have you seen someone drop $9.99?
No.
For a comment?
No. Who's so spendy?
Aaron Hoff, $9.99. Are you out of your mind?
Not 5, not 6,
Right?
not 7.
So you must wonder, what is this comment? $9.99 that Aaron Hoff had to get off.
I'm
into the
dying to
comments.
know. I'm off the YouTube today.
Aaron Hoff wrote Nuggets in 5.
Yeah, Aaron.
Nuggets in 5.
That's my guy, Aaron.
$10.
I've been giving it to you for free all week.
Exactly. Yeah. But Aaron would like to give it to you for $10.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Aaron, because
Nuggets
you
in
spent
5.
$9.99, you show up to Buonvino Monday for the Warriors Summit from 4 to 6 in Walnut Creek.
And?
I'm getting you in for free. No, I am, Grandy. No, I am. What's wrong?
Perfect. No, that's a great gift. It's a great gift.
It's also a great transition,
This is-
so you can
thank
promote it
I
again.
really appreciate
Because
it.
P.S.
Yes.
Aaron, spoiler alert, it's free for everyone.
Warriors Summit, Buonvino, coming up 4 to 6 Monday in Walnut Creek. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. George Carl's just over an hour away. We continue with you coming up next. Are you even open to this? Is this even on the table? The idea of one of the big three not being on the team next year? 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. Now through May 23rd, earn 2 times rewards points when you purchase participating items with Safeway for you. Then use your rewards on groceries or discounts on gas at participating Chevron or Texaco stations. Download your exclusive...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Now back? We might need to take a 20.
Yeah. Everybody around this building is always, sometimes, especially in the Higgin, look, why do you like stand-up comedy so much?
Oh, man.
You and the lovely Christy and the stand-up comedy, what is it? I'm like, man, by the time we get to Friday night, we need some freaking comic relief.
Does anybody remember laughter?
Oh, my gosh. It's actually the first when we saw Joe Coy last weekend.
Yeah,
it was. I think it was his opening bit. He came out and he's just like, I want belly laughs. Like, I want you to ugly laugh. Why not? It's free. It's free to laugh.
Right.
Not tonight, but tomorrow.
I saw that post.
It's free to laugh. I'm like, oh my gosh. And he had us going right away.
Laughter is free.
Right.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
I saw that. That's pretty funny. No doubt.
Although for some of us. Anyway.
Yeah.
888
That's a flex. The flex.
No guy. All right. 888-957-9570. Yeah, man. Y'all have the invitation sensation.
Cha-ching.
To make me laugh as much as you want today, because it has been a sideways week.
Yeah.
And so let's roll, man. Yeah. You
Thanks.
can. Yeah. You're welcome.
That was me on Monday at my kid's college graduation from Cal. It was tough for your boy to speak.
Oh, I bet.
The emotions.
Yeah.
Because I'm a crier.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Were you were a total mess?
I was a partial mess.
Was everybody else a mess? That's what it, like when you, I'll give you a great, like the kid crying story. Is your kid a crier?
No. He's more of an eye roller.
Okay. You cry, he rolls eyes.
I cried when I dropped him off at kindergarten, elementary school graduation, middle school. I've cried every time. Dad. And now he kind of expects it. So now the big fella, he brings it in. He gives me a big hug because he knows that's all I want.
Okay. Did mom cry?
We were seated separately, Mark.
Oh, I understand. So
I doubt
did you use your binoculars to find out if she cried?
Nah, no.
Okay.
I'm the softie. Yeah.
Dude, I cried one time giving my kid his Little League trophy.
I've been there.
His Little League
Dude,
trophy.
I've been there.
I'm the coach. Man, firing out. Right? You fire out the trophies. Oh, this kid picks his nose. This guy caught the ball in left field one time. Hey, he's our best player. You rock. Hey, you over here. You barely showed up this year, but we love you anyway. Everyone's getting trophies. And I grabbed the trophy out of the box and my kid's name's on it. I just looked at him and I go, this is my favorite thing that we do together. And I was done. I can't even remember if I finished the box.
Wow. What's in the box?
What's in the box? They're like a bunch of trophies. Here, the rest of you go find your trophy. I'm
exactly.
done.
Logan Timmy, it's in there. Miles.
I'm a wreck. I'm a wreck every day. It's unbelievable. Tommy in Concord. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Tommy?
Hey, guys.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Tommy. What's going on, Tommy?
I was about to say, not much. What's up, Tommy?
Is it Tommy or Tony?
I really don't know.
It's
but
Tony.
Yeah.
It's Tony. Go
Sorry
ahead,
about
Tony.
That. Yeah. Well, whatever your name is,
right,
you
you
start
guys-
talking.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Hey,
Thanks for calling.
my question is, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tony. You got 3 hours left.
okay,
Go ahead.
Okay. Here we go. No. Here we go. My question is,
254.
why do everybody think that Draymond is so irreplaceable? I mean, he's not that contributor like he used to be. Last year, he didn't really help win the title. If you think about it, he folded in the Boston game. He almost folded in the Memphis game. And this year, he definitely folded all the way around. And
really? He
so
did?
He's not that guy no more, man.
He did? He folded?
It's
He
time.
folded.
Yeah, it's time.
Wait, did you just bring up one game in the Boston series and one game in the Memphis series? And so now
Folded.
Now it's time to move on. I mean, let's start with the fact that you don't even know his name. I don't know who Draymond Green is. I know who Draymond.
It's his brother.
I know who Draymond Green is, and I know that Monty Poole said this to us yesterday.
Well, I've always said this about Draymond, and the possibility of trading Draymond comes up every so often for the past few years, partly because, he's a little bit of a loose cannon. But I've always thought if you trade Draymond, what's your first order of business?
to go out and find another Draymond. So,
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, and so you're trading a guy who Steph and Clay know how to play with for a guy who does the same things but has to be integrated with those two guys. And I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know how well it's going to work because you've seen those video of Steph and Draymond, how they work together. It's like they can both be blindfolded and they can play together. It's just like that. There's a unity there. There's a unison there. There's a synergy.
See, this is one of the things, and it is the basis of my point today. It's fascinating to me when you have a decade-long journey with a few players, and then you get to the end of it, or end-ish of it, and seemingly y'all just turn on them. And with very little evidence, by the way. This is and Steiny and I would get into this more on Monday. We started to get into it yesterday. You have in my opinion, very little evidence. I didn't say none, but very little evidence that Steph, Clay, and Draymond are not the players that they have been.
Well, you have to look at them individually, I think.
All right.
Steph, I think his decline is much less dramatic. Klay Thompson, you can look at his decline as the more dramatic of the three, I think, and Steiny will cite his defensive lapses, and Steiny makes a great point about him formerly being a great on-ball defender, and now that he's not a great on-ball defender, he has to be an off-ball defender, which he's not great at anyway, so now you're weakening two different positions. Draymond Green is the interesting one because I thought this year he played pretty well for the most part during the regular year. I thought he had a really solid year, but I think that his decline will be the most dramatic based on his body.
Okay, and that may well be true, but we're still in a predictive space. I have not seen evidence. Klay Thompson on the defensive side of the ball, to me, is the best point anyone can make about decline we're currently seeing in any of the big three. Steph was better this year than he was the year before. Klay was certainly more available this year and shot the ball better this year in total than he did the year before. Draymond, I thought, was pretty flat. I thought he was the same player, and that is a very good player. It's not something that you can always see, but I don't know how many different Warriors, how many different ways need to say through the years that this guy is an absolute need. You cannot do what they do without him on both ends of the floor. This has been stated 1,000 different ways. And so you can look at one game in the Lakers series and be like, I didn't like that, or whatnot. And that's going to be your reasoning. I don't see it. And in fact, when you do go to the Lakers series and you want to point to bad players and bad games, I said this to you last week. I go, you got to go down the list a little bit before you get to Draymond. There were some total of 0 games in the playoffs this year where I walked away and went, man, they lost that because Draymond stunk. None. 0.
There was a game against Sacramento. Game 6 against Sacramento. He stunk. They all stunk.
They all stunk, right? But I never singled him out.
In terms of singling him out. Well, would you single Klay out for Game 7?
Yeah, or Game 6. Yes, Game 6.
Game 5. Game 4.
And Jordan Poole gets singled out a few times for how poor he was. DiVincenzo, I thought there were a few games where like, what's going on with him?
Of the big three, which of the big three could you lose and feel the best about still winning a championship?
Klay Thompson.
And I couldn't even finish the question. And that to me, I totally agree with you.
But I'm a no. I'm a no.
No, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that.
I know, but I answered it.
Of course you did, because you want to defend the big three, and I get that. And I can't wait to go to the phones up here momentarily, but the answer is Klay, and it's not even close. 3 of 11, 3 of 12, 3 of 19. That's how he ended his 2023 playoffs. That is 9 for 42. 9 for 42, Mark.
Bigger picture, though, don't you think it's also because of the uniqueness of what they do? Like, I think that...
Who does?
Steph, Clay, Dre. I think
Clay had so many open shots.
No. I'm talking about just who they are as players. When you say which one's the most replaceable.
Oh, right.
Like, Clay is the least unique of the three.
Agreed.
Yeah.
If you had to replace Clay with Jordan Poole, you wouldn't love it, but you could do it. Jordan could go out and get you 20.
We got a $5 super chat trade idea from David Tapia. And we'll throw that along with your phone calls into the show coming up next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That should actually be the motto of sports media. How do you explain it as if you're explaining it to a 9-year-old?
Okay.
There you go. All right.
Talk to me in terms of the big three.
So,
Daddy, why does Draymond want to leave? They've won 4 championships.
He don't want to leave.
Can I have ice cream?
Young man. Oh, yes. Vanilla or chocolate?
You're the best dad. Where were you when I was growing up?
Dude,
ice cream? You think I made of money, Daniel?
It's actually my biggest flaw. It is my number one flaw.
You're a yes man.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to expect when it comes to them, yeah. Nahagian, you didn't hear that. I'm not a yes man.
Yes.
I'm going to drive this place for every dollar I can.
Totally, dude.
But, yeah, when it comes to the kids,
look,
I'm like,
I heard you say.
All right, you got to be off your phones by 10 p.m. It's time to go to bed. All right, it's 10 p.m. Put your phone away. No, but Dad, I just listen to music. All right, fine, 10:30. All right, okay, now it's 10:30. Put the phone away. Dad, right, but come on. All right, you're right. Let's do midnight. I mean, it's just, I can't. Come on, people. Anyway, Super Chat, David Tapia on YouTube. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for putting $4.99 out of your pocket, our direction, so that you could get this thought out there. Look, I think off-season trade machine stuff is usually just a bunch of stuff it's clouds. It's up in the air, but doesn't make it not fun to talk about. How about Poole for DeAndre Ayton? Fresh start for both, plus CP3 could be on the way out, so there could be a spot for a point guard with the Phoenix Suns. My immediate reaction, I have a hard time thinking that the Suns and Warriors are going to get together on a deal to make each other better. That's one. Two,
does that make Phoenix better to get a slippery-footed shoot-first point guard?
I think
to go along with a guy you already have who's a shoot-first guard.
Well, except for I do think CP3 is largely done winning in the NBA.
Right, but what about Book? You think Booker's going to want to watch Jordan Poole shoot it 22 times a night?
Look, I mean, maybe Jordan Poole wouldn't shoot it 22 times a night.
I'm sorry.
I got jokes.
Yeah, you're hilarious. Jokes. Look at his numbers from this year when he started versus when he didn't start in terms of field goal attempts, and the 22 games in which he shot the most times from the floor. Those all came when he started. And I know that he probably played more minutes, and
there's a lot of non-Curry games in there that you're talking about.
Right.
Load management and injury.
So you go to Phoenix, how many non-Curry games would he be playing?
I guess my question would be, how much does he shoot when he does start with Steph? Does Jordan know how to play a secondary offensive role? Because a lot of times when he comes in off the bench, he's told, dude, you got to be our one. You got to be our scorer right now.
Right.
You're option one.
And when he's not option one, a lot of times he becomes option 17.
That's true. That's a fair criticism.
And that, to me, is the immaturity of a player. And if you go to Phoenix, and I believe they still have Kevin Durant, so you've got Kevin Durant and and Booker, and so he's going to go in there and think, I'm getting my 20, 25 shots a night? Maybe. I don't think so.
I mean, he is going to grow. We all get that, right? He is going to mature. He's going to be 27 someday.
That's an assumption.
It is.
You're assuming that he grows into a player that is more aware and more, I guess, nimble-footed.
I mean, it's not for sure. It's not for sure, but I do think that's the natural arc, and let's not act like he hasn't already shown some growth in the NBA from a G leaguer to what he is now. You assumed a few minutes ago that Draymond's about to have a fall off. Maybe.
Oh, it's coming.
Well, it's coming at some point.
Right.
If it comes in 4 years, who cares?
Right. It could come in 4 weeks.
It could.
It could come in 4 months.
It could.
Is Jordan Poole, in your mind, ever going to make an all-star team?
Oh.
Because that, to me, would be growth. Or
I would say
is it
no.
more likely that we've seen Jordan Poole as close to his ceiling as we're going to see?
I don't think
20 points a game.
No, I don't think either of those things.
Which is more likely? He blossoms into an all-star, or he's close to his ceiling right now?
The second one. I think the second one is more likely,
I agree.
But I think option 3 is the most likely, which is that he grows to a 25-point per game scorer, but not an all-star. Like all-star guard in the Western Conference, think of what you need to work your way through. And granted, 7 years from now, we have no idea what he'll need to work his way through.
Right.
But think of what you got to work your way through to make an all-star team. From Booker to Curry to Lillard to Gilgeous-Alexander to, and I could keep going, as you know, like that is a very, very high bar. The All-Star team is it's not a very big team. That's very, very hard to do.
Yeah.
It's possible.
De'Aaron Fox, All-Star.
Yep.
25 a game this year.
Problematic for Jordan Poole, by the way. There's another one. That's another name
True.
who's going to be there his entire career.
This year it was from the Western Conference. It was Steph Curry. It was De'Aaron Fox, Anthony Edwards, 24.6 a game. Kyrie Irving, I guess he made it, though, as an Eastern Conference player. Where is Ja?
Ja, thank you.
All-Star at 26.2. The aforementioned Gilgeous-Alexander, 31.4 a game. Drew Holiday, he was on the Bucks this year. He doesn't count. And Damian Lillard, 32.2.
Yeah. Ja might not be at the All-Star game next year. That's possible.
He might be a spectator.
It might be possible. 888-957-9570, the question we have been throwing out. Are you even a little bit ready? A little bit. Are you open to the idea that one of the big 3 is not on the team this year? I'm a hard no, and I've been shocked at how many different ideas I've heard from Warriors fans who are shipping these guys out the door at the very first, and let me say it, first sign of trouble. That's all this is. You thought it was that's another thing I'd love to say. Doesn't a lot of this week sound like 3 years ago? Oh, gosh, the dynasty's done. Stop it with the myopic behavior. Why do you want to keep barking up the same tree? It's time to reboot. Championship 2022.
Different time, though, because back then, you gave Clay, off the injury, a long-term deal.
Yes.
Steph Curry got the max. Draymond Green signed for 4 years. So whether you thought it was over or not, it didn't really matter. It was an opinion. They were going to be able to have it play out on the floor. This time, it's not that same way. Draymond has a player opt-out. Clay's got 1 year. So if you think there's a chance for them to win another title with the big 3, step 1 is Draymond stays.
I guess here's another way I look at it. I never, ever want to be the one who you jump ship too early on something great because I think you never get over that. Let me give you an example. I can tell you this. Lakers fans will never, ever, ever get over the fact that Shaq and Kobe split up when they did. Because there was more meat on that bone, and they didn't get it. Now, both of them ended up winning rings again in separate spots and in separate rosters. So that's great. But Laker fans will never, ever, ever get over that because there was more meat on the bone. How about Tiger Woods when he won the Masters a few years ago? How many people for 3 years leading up to, this is ridiculous. Tiger's not winning another major. Can we stop this whole thing? How would you like it if Tiger had been like, you're all right. Let's just wrap this puppy up. No, instead, what we got was one of the most iconic performances, memorable things that we've ever seen on a golf course. I would much rather give this thing, squeeze the orange until it's dead. And yes, I'm willing to be wrong, but give it a shot. Because it's not like what I see on the other side is staring at you going, dude, you got a championship sitting there. If you just make this all about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, boy, how's anybody going to stop that? I don't know, man.
No one's trying to sell that. No one's buying that.
The closest route to a championship, whether this is a feather blowing in the wind or not, to me right now is obviously still centering around the big 3.
Of course.
Yeah,
There's
no
no doubt.
Okay, so let's
and
just
I would
do
have
that.
thought that if they wouldn't have won the title last year. The fact that you have 3 guys who had won 3 titles, now 4 based on last year, of course that gives you the best chance. And I just wonder about what happens after the big 3 decides to leave, because I don't believe that the future core, even if you want to include James Wiseman when he was here, that to me was not a future core that was going to win a championship. Jordan, Moses, Wiseman, Kuminga, PBJ, Rollins, any of those guys, even Lester Quinones, who some have cited, including the great Alan Stiles, who said, let Lester cook. And I thought that was just a genius tweet, one of his 170 tweets. I don't know how he does it with a young baby, but no, that core, that future core, is not the one that makes you think, yeah, championship core.
Right.
No.
Right. Absolutely. My family on YouTube, not actually my family, but my family, one of our listeners on YouTube, Willard, maybe a few of us are tired of Dre's antics and simply want him to continue his legacy elsewhere. Well, that's fine. Like who's not allowed to have that opinion? That group does have a very large contingent. There are plenty of you who are exhausted with Draymond. But to me, that's not a point in the direction of the Warriors are better without him. The Warriors have been steadfast, consistent all the way around the board. They're a better team with him, and it is power for him. It's why they put up with him. Sure, he wears everybody out. Steve Kerr, once upon a time, lip readers. I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond. We know that. Wears everybody out. But they're better with him. So, yeah, you got to bite the bullet.
That's it. And that's ultimately and I talked yesterday about the pros and cons list. It all comes down to those two things. Draymond's antics versus do you want to win a championship? Because they believe that they cannot win a championship without Draymond. They believe they still can win a championship with Draymond, Steph, and Clay. On the other side of the balance sheet is Draymond's antics. And under that umbrella is a stomp of Sabonis. It's a crotch punch. It's a teammate punch. It's a body slam. It's a flail kick. It's flagrants. It's technicals. It's a shouting match with Steve Kerr. It's an alienation sensation of Kevin Durant. And so much more. But the balance sheet obviously tilts in the direction of we'd rather survive and sustain all of that and have a chance to win.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, 888-957-9570. Robin in the city is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Robin. What are you doing?
I'm driving on the freeway and hope you can hear me. I was just looking at some Matchbox apartments in San Mateo. I was thinking that San Francisco's not the only one that has them. But listen, I don't have anything like a choice. I just want to throw a few things at you. Maybe it'll offer some content. In terms of the big three, here's how I feel about that. You know, Steph is going to be there. I think Clay, I think he deserves another chance to come back because he was out for 2 years, and I kind of look like, to me it seems like it would take him that much longer to get up to par. You know what I mean? And then in terms of Jordan Poole, I brought this up with John Dickerson. You know, could this be part of his growth process? You know, the guy was in the G League, and now everyone expects him to be all end all. Oh, his defense sucks. No kidding. He just learned how to shoot compared to the first year. So I do think he deserves one more opportunity. But in terms of the big three going, I could care less if Draymond goes. It's not saying that I don't want him there, but I have to agree with one of the callers. Draymond thinks he's indispensable, and because he thinks he's indispensable, he rides that. He rides that to a tilt, and then he gets away with it. And
well, Robin, let us jump in on that because I think that's an interesting point. And we do this a lot to the Warrior players, I guess, and all athletes. Jordan thinks he's Steph Curry. Draymond thinks he's indispensable. I'll say this, when you tell those two things, I know which one sounds like a more correct statement to me. Draymond thinks he's indispensable. Guess what? I agree with him.
Right, but he acts like it, and he leverages it, and he behaves like it.
But he is.
No, so it's not, I think
what are you going to do about it? If he's indispensable, he's indispensable.
What you're going to do about it is allow him to punch a teammate in the face, and you're not going to discipline him. That's what you're going to do about it. And when you do that, and it costs you a season, Draymond's words, not mine, and when you do that, and it maybe costs you the confidence of a young player who you just gave $130 million to, then that is all part of collateral damage. And I know Draymond's won 4 titles, but when you do that, when you allow Draymond Green to run roughshod over the ethos of your organization, and it costs you an NBA championship because he punches LeBron James in the groin, you have to understand that all this is a part of it when you allow him to do that.
You're not wrong at all. However, here's the problem with it, and this is what he knows, and this is what the Warriors know. When we say, oh, he cost them a season because he punched Jordan Poole and he said so afterward, okay, remove him and the punch. All right, Draymond, you're gone. You're out of here, and you lose Draymond. Well, then what do you lose? You don't even make the playoffs. You don't even make the playoffs. So what did he really cost them?
He costs, I mean, if he's gone, maybe, so you suspend him for the year.
Yep.
You give him an 82 piece.
Or if you just do what people suggest, get him out of here. Whatever way, shape, or form, trade him. Trade him for somebody that all you people think is just going to come in and do the same thing.
You get Jonathan Kuminga, and you get to find out about Jonathan Kuminga, and you get to see what you have in Jonathan Kuminga. And
that's fine. It's the 12 seed, but it's fine.
Maybe. I mean, you don't know that. The difference between the 4 and the 13 was about 5 games this year. So, I mean, maybe things would have played out similarly. You probably wouldn't have been better. You might have been a little bit worse.
I mean, he's 20. Like, who in the NBA is 20 and is coming in and doing really, really well? Like, in a big role. It's just, you know what I mean?
Not too many people.
Right. Like, I would love to see Kuminga grow. I would love to see him too.
But I guess the devil's advocate position is you didn't go anywhere anyway. So if Draymond wasn't around and Kuminga played 25 minutes a night, at least his development would be further along. If you're not going to be a championship team anyway, and you weren't, so at least you would have been able to see some of the young guys.
I guess that's a little hindsight 2020
it
for
totally
me,
is,
right?
yeah.
Because you don't know.
No doubt.
You don't know if you were going to win. And I still stand here where I don't think they're not that far off. They're not that far off. Like winning a series and getting to 6 and no, it's not great. I know the bar that is set here, but I don't think they're that far off.
Yeah, I think they're further away than what the playoff results would tell you because the way you beat Sacramento, if you're in that same series with Sacramento next year, I think you lose that series. Sacramento lost to you because of championship pedigree.
They did, but also this is interesting.
Lemon booty.
When we talk about those adorable little Beamers, I tell you what.
It's been a while.
Right?
Lemon booty.
It felt good too.
Thank you.
It felt good to go back. Anyway, you know when people go, oh gosh, you barely beat the Kings. There's Kingsism in there. That's Sacramento Kingsism.
Please explain.
They're the 3 seed. Stop acting like winning in 7 was some sort of, they barely beat the Kings. That's the 3 seed. That was a good team.
Well,
beating them was an accomplishment.
In all fairness, about the 3 seed, they were only 4 games better than the Warriors.
I know, but they're the 3rd.
So let's not pretend that they were like this mighty 3 seed, 60 and 22.
I don't call them mighty, but I think we should stop flicking the idea as if the Warriors were the 3 and the Kings were the 6.
The Warriors were favored.
I know. But
prohibitive.
Pedigree and public perception and all of that. Don't you think it sounds like the Warriors were the 3 and the Kings were the 6? And people are like, dude, you barely beat the Kings. You were the 6. They were the 3.
Sure.
Going into this thing, right? I tell you what, like none of us here, but that's because we live here. Sacramento, you detailed this to me. Supposedly thought they were going to win.
Yeah.
They thought they were going to win.
Yeah.
They were not this. I know what Vegas said, but there were healthy opinions out there.
Sure.
That the Kings were going to win that series.
But the 3-6 matchup was a 4-game difference. And if you want to look at how those 4 games actually got settled and solved, you had a Warrior team that didn't really go balls out in the regular season, and the Kings had more games played by their best players than any team in the association.
100%.
So their 48 was we're trying for every game 48, and the Warriors are like, what, 44?
No, there's no doubt. But I guess that's part of the larger point, which is that there is not greatness in the Western Conference right now.
That's a good point.
So I don't think they're that far off. You don't even have to be great. You just have to be really good.
Well, you got to be great to beat the Nuggets because
do you?
Nuggets in 5. Nuggets in 5.
It cost you $10 to say that, by the way. You have to give me $10.
Damn, in the super chat.
Yeah.
Nuggets.
Cash me out one time.
Nuggets. I could see a Nuggets sweep.
I could also see a 2-2 series here in a few days.
Not me.
I hope not. I hope not.
The only way that happens is if Scott Foster gets an assignment.
Phoenix did it to him.
The extender.
Phoenix did it to him. Phoenix made it 2-2.
Phoenix is better than the Lakers.
And then they laid down. I don't know. Put it this way. I agree with you, except for at the end of a series. Give me LeBron over Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns.
Look at you coming
franchise.
around on my Lakers.
Well, it's LeBron.
You woke up. You finally woke up.
Huh? What is that my alarm? Man, I slept through it. Sean in Oakland. Hey, Sean, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up?
What's up, Sean?
Yeah.
Nothing, man. I'm just the whole Jordan Poole situation that I'm thinking about is just like everybody that's been the three people in the core of the Warriors. Every player in there had gotten better. Curry was probably on his way out because of ankle issues and everything. And everybody was giving him to the Wolves and everything until he got better, got bigger, got stronger. Draymond got more competitive, got more of a voice. I don't condone his antics sometimes. It's annoying. But at the same time, we do need that physicality in the West. And Klay just came out for a 2-year injury. And he just now getting everything back in order and stuff. So, yeah, he shot like crap against the Lakers. But at the end of the day, his legs was probably tired of going around chasing the Sacramento Kings all the way around that whole series. So Jordan shouldn't have got that big contract so quick. I think he should have earned it a little bit more because he hasn't proved nothing. Yeah, he got a little 20 point per game and everything, but what has he gotten better at?
So, Sean, this is a really interesting point because a lot of us have talked this out about did Jordan get it too soon? Let me ask you this, Sean. If the Warriors had done what some of us advocated at the beginning of the year, wait, let Jordan play this year, and would arrive right now at restricted free agency, what would you have done right now if you were the Warriors?
Right now, he wouldn't have got that $100 million. Because
right, so would you
took a lot of years.
So would you let him walk
to Curry to get that max?
But what if? So now here come the Charlotte Hornets, and they do offer Jordan $100 million because the Warriors gave him $128. I think he is still a $100 million player. He may not be $130, but here comes Charlotte with a 4-year, $100 million offer. You're the Warriors. How do you respond?
I'm giving it to him. I'm giving it to him.
No, so I'm with you. You match it, but
and
what
then
he's saying
untradeable.
is,
and then he's untradeable.
No, but you didn't have to
Thanks,
give him the
Sean.
130. Thank you, Sean. I'm with you because you gave him the 130, and now he's probably worth 100. So now, if you wouldn't have given him that deal, if you would have let it play out, now Charlotte comes and says, we want to give you 4 and 100. Now you could say, all right, we'll match that 4 and 100, thereby saving $30 million, which really equates to about $150 million.
Well, no, $30 million over 4 years. You'd actually only be saving about 5 plus the tax.
It'd be 5 times 5 a year over 4, which would be $100 million.
28 this year, and we're saying that he would make 25. So that's 3, the escalator, 15 million.
Well,
$16 million.
If you look at his contract, it's 28, and then it's 30,
right,
and then it's 32.
Right, but we're talking about just the cap this year.
Right, and they may not be over the cap in the future. Point being, for this year, you're making, you're saving 15 straight off the rip. Instead, you gave him the bag early, and I wonder if you have bag remorse.
Maybe, but now tradable, which that other deal would not be for 6 months. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls next, and George Carl in a half hour right here on Willard and Dibs.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $50.
I'll admit this when we talk about old and young. In fact, and I apologize for not getting the name, but you'll know who you are. One of the YouTubers just threw in and said, hey, reliance on old players and sticking with them too long is exactly what got the Giants into their current mess. Or what would Bill Walsh say to you right now, Mark? Like, yeah, just hang on to them old guys and watch them get older. I get that. My counter to it right now would be that we're not there yet. And I know Bill Walsh, get rid of him a year too early rather than a year too late. I fully understand that. But I would also, here would be the other thing I would say. I might be more on board with moving on from any of the older players if I felt like there was a great secondary option right now. Bill Walsh was able to move on from Joe Montana because of this guy, Steve Young. And he's like, I actually think we could win both ways. So let's win with the guy that's going to allow us to win for a longer period of time. And we could still debate that to this day with the way that was all handled. Look at the San Francisco Giants. After everybody wanted to get rid of Buster and the Brandons, no, they didn't win a World Series, but they did come back and suddenly spark. And literally the three of them were the three biggest sparks in 107 wins. So I'm also very hesitant to jump off ships that have been proven to work really, really well too early when you're not presenting a great other boat for me.
That's the piece.
That's the thing.
To me, that's the other piece that I think has to always be recognized, because you can say on the one hand that Steph, Clay, and Dre are declining and that they won't win another championship together. And I agree with that. I don't think that these three, if I was to make a bet, and Steiny famously made a bet with a friend on Tiger Woods, the aforementioned Tiger Woods, he won't win. I believe the bet was he won't win another 2 majors, and this was before he won the 1 major.
Yeah, they set the over-under at 1.5.
1.5 majors, and it was laughable because there's no way Tiger was going to even win 1, and then he won the 1.
He did.
And now it feels like Tiger's chances are diminished, but if I had to make a bet, Tiger Woods, is he going to win a major? Probably not. Like, what's more likely? The Warriors win a title with Steph, Clay, and Dre, or Tiger wins another major.
So the Warriors and Tiger are an interesting comp here.
And you brought it up, which is why I'm bringing it back up.
Which is more likely, I would definitely say the Warriors. But here's what's interesting. Do you watch the hesitation? It's a hesitation sensation.
That's a buck.
Watch the hesitation now in people saying, Tiger's never going to win another major. People won't do that now. Even though now, with what you're watching, the idea of him winning another major is absolutely laughable. He can barely walk around the course, and it's laughable.
I actually sprained my ankle in a bunker on the second day. I don't think you guys saw that on camera. I was hurting pretty bad.
Guys, using his 7-iron as a cane. So
actually, it was an 8-iron, so it fits me a little bit better. But go ahead, Mark.
But the reason we hesitate to be that firm about it now is because he turned the tables on so many media members one time already. Everyone had that take, and he went, pow, how about another green jacket for you?
And it's 4 days as opposed to 2 months.
Correct. Also, very good point. Right. It only takes 1 4-day stretch of greatness. Now, the Warriors is a little bit of the same thing. There are plenty of media members, hey, Nick Wright and everybody else, who thought the idea of the Warriors acquiring Andrew Wiggins and continuing the ride was ludicrous. And then you and I still have confetti in the bag to prove that they were wrong. And so now we're a little bit more hesitant,
right?
Even in the face of evidence, to say, well, the Warriors are never going to win again, because they are the owners of Crow that a lot of people have had to eat.
Yes, and there's a couple pieces of evidence that would support what you're saying, one of which would be the 2008 Boston Celtics. And I just punched up their roster to remind myself of who they had and how deep they were in their careers when they beat the Lakers in 6 and they won their NBA championship. Ray Allen was in his 11th year. You had Kevin Garnett in his 12th year. Sam Cassell played somewhat of a role. He was in his 14th year. Paul Pierce in his 9th year. P.J. Brown in his 14th year. Scott Pollard played a role in his 10th year. That was an old blank team. And they were able to win the championship. And this team, Steph would be in his 14th year. I think Draymond's in now, going to be year 11 or 12. So it's possible for old guys to go ahead and rack it back, especially when they have championship pedigree. And the other thing you said, and we have to always remember this, what's more likely? Steph, Clay, and Dre play 3 more years and gut out a championship, or you turn the page and whatever follows after wins a championship? I don't think it's close.
No question.
Right?
No question. No question, which is why I have a hard time sitting here today getting overly worried about 4 years from now. Like, it's the quote that I said yesterday, and I really think it applies to the Warriors right now and all of us fans. It really, really applies. And it's this. You always have to have a mind on the future, but don't be obsessed with it. Don't be obsessed with it. Don't get so excited about what you think is coming, because the truth is, in the history of sports, it's probably not. It's probably not coming. Some of it will, but the majority of draft picks, am I right with this? The majority of draft picks don't work.
In any team, in any sport.
In any sport.
Absolutely.
I mean, even the high ones. Even the high ones. Some of them stick. Some of them are fine. Some of them don't work at all. Thank you. But very few of them just realize first-round potential. It's a less than 50-50 deal. So
it's about a 33.333% deal. And think about the high ones for the Warriors. And we'll go backwards. Jonathan Kuminga, more of a miss than a hit right now.
So far.
Not over.
So young.
Moses Moody at 14.
So young.
James Wiseman at 2.
This is James Wiseman.
Harrison Barnes at 7. That's a hit. Now, he hasn't been a hit for you. He won a title with you, and he's gone on to be a really good pro who's gotten multiple multi-year contracts. I would call that a hit.
It's a hit, yes. It's not like a hit, but
it might be a double. It's a base hit. It's not a home run.
For the number 7 overall pick, I think he fisted one to the outfield and it fell.
I think it's a line drive. Good, solid line drive, base hit.
I don't know, number 7 overall. I mean, wasn't that when Steph Curry got drafted?
I'm not to Steph yet. Because before we get to Steph,
all right,
we get to Ekpe Udoh in 2010.
That's a miss.
2009, Steph Curry at 7.
Win.
That's a opposite-handed grand slam with the knob end of the bat.
That is the longest splash hit in the history of the stadium.
He turns the bat around and still hit an Oppo Taco walk-off grand slam.
He rounded the bases in cartwheels. Okay, go ahead.
I won't belabor this too far other than to say Anthony Randolph at 14, Patrick O'Brien at 9, Ike Diagu at 9, Andres Biedrins at 11, Mikel Pietras at 11, Mike Dunleavy Jr. at number 3.
Now, why would you talk about that?
Because it's the bit. Yeah. Then you got to go back to Jason Richardson at 5 in 2001.
That's a hit.
That's a double.
Yeah.
He was a legit.
He was a good player.
The guy played 857 games in the association. He's a legit. And, other than that, Vince Carter in 98, Donald Foyle in 97. Point being, to your statement, it's way less than 50-50. And I know the Warriors have been worse than most historically with drafting, but you look at any team, and almost any team has that track record.
Yeah, no, it's a bad proposition. I know it's exciting, but I've talked to you about this before. Is why I have a hard time when I getting excited about drafts. Everybody, oh my gosh, here we go, mock draft and grades and all this. It's just like whatever. You could ask me anything about the NFL draft that just happened. My answer is I have no idea. You could even ask me, who did they pick? I have no idea.
Who the Niners get it kicker?
I haven't. What's his name? The Michigan something. I don't know.
The Michigan guy who likes
Bob
to use his
Michigan,
feet.
Whatever. Talk to me when they play.
Tuesday, OTAs.
Talk to me when they play. I don't care about your draft grade. It's the weirdest thing we do in sports media.
Are you ready to grade the 2018 NBA draft?
Yes.
Okay.
I am not ready to grade the 2022 NBA draft, though.
DeAndre Ayton went number 1.
That's a hit.
Sacramento took Marvin Bagley III.
That's a miss.
Luka goes 3.
That's a hit.
In a trade with Atlanta. Whoops.
Yeah. Well,
because we really wanted Trae Young.
They ended up with Trae. That's a hit.
You'd rather have Luka.
Sure, but he whines.
Triple J's went number 4.
Okay.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
That's a hit.
Bamba at 6.
That's a miss.
Wendell Carter Jr.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean,
Colin Sexton.
Okay.
Kevin Knox, former Warrior.
I mean,
for a minute.
That was one of the best minutes of our year. It was exciting.
It's a good draft. Mikal Bridges at 10.
Yep.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander goes 11.
There's a lot of hits in here. There's
Miles
a lot
Bridges.
Of hits. Yeah.
Dante
DiVincenzo
went 17 to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Lonnie Walker the 4th to the Spurs.
Too soon.
At 18.
Too soon.
Kevin Huerter at 19.
Yeah. There's a lot of picks in there.
Yeah.
But even some of those, like is Lonnie Walker a hit?
And the Warriors took Jacob Evans.
Okay, great.
At 28.
I mean, is Dante, this is a great little discussion here. Is Dante DiVincenzo a hit?
Nah,
First round draft pick. And
NBA champ.
Yeah, and the Warriors got him for $4 million this year in year 5, year 4.
Right.
I mean, and this was the best he ever played. So
he's 20th among his draft class in games played.
Okay.
So it's a base on balls.
Yeah,
it's not.
It's not a whiff. It's not a whiff.
It's a walk. It's a hit by pitch.
Yeah. He flew out deep to Triple's alley or something. Something.
Jacob Evans, man, how many games did he play? Boy.
7.
Something like that.
Not 7. Not 8.
3 guys in the draft never played at all.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Warriors could have had Jalen Brunson.
First rounders? When did he go?
Jalen Brunson went early 2nd.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, he's a good player. He is a good player.
Yeah, Brunson went 33rd to Dallas. Jared Vanderbilt in that draft.
Okay. Boy, that guy can't shoot, though. You listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. George Carlin, 15 minutes. Let's hear from you. Xavier in Berkeley, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, Xavier?
Yo!
Oh!
What's good, guys? It's my first time calling in. I just want to say I love the show.
Thank
I
you.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah. One thing I just want to come down everybody in the chat's road real quick, all this Draymond hate, I just don't understand it. He's one of the, definitely a top 5, if not top 10 defender in the league. And who are we going to replace him with, for real? I'd love to hear some trade concepts from you guys or whatever, talking about who we could trade Draymond for, because I'm in the Jordan Poole trade boat. I've been saying trade Jordan Poole since last playoffs, and I just don't get, I get it, he's really good and stuff, but it's just like K-Love. K-Love can put up 18 points, but he can't defend for nothing. So it's just what are we talking about here? If we can move Jordan Poole for some good assets, why not do that?
Xavier, I think you're spot on. And I also think what the Warriors are doing and what would help fans, take the emotion out of it. If Jordan Poole gets traded, Xavier, thanks, man. You're dead on. There's no replacing Draymond. There's nothing that they can do. The idea of trading Jordan Poole is very formulaic. It's strategic. It's not just, Jordan the player, we like a different player better, let's swap. It's not that, in my opinion. It goes so much deeper. It goes into money. Where are the opportunities? Let's just focus on that for a second. Where are the opportunities for the Warriors to trim salary without dumping this offseason?
Without totally changing the fabric of your team going into next year, the opportunities are Jordan Poole.
Thanks. Done. Okay, so that right?
I mean, you could do a sign and trade with Draymond, but Draymond's not going to do that. You could just say, bye-bye, Draymond, but you can't replace Draymond. And we know that. Monty Poole said it. He laughed. We all laughed, and he's 100% correct. And we went through the list yesterday. There are probably 3 or 4 facsimiles of Draymond, and none of them are as Draymond is. And even if they were, it takes a certain amount of time, and I don't think that player could ever be in sync with Steph Curry like Draymond is. Mm-hmm. They're the most in sync players that you could possibly imagine in the association in terms of knowing what the other guy is going to do and what the other player wants to do. So you can't replace Draymond.
Right. Plus, you also have a problem with Jordan Poole. that you don't have with any other human being on the planet.
What's that, Mark?
No, there's relationship issues there. He's got trust issues with the organization. He's got a problem with Draymond Green.
And I don't blame him. I don't think you blame him either.
I don't blame him at all, but it's there, and how do you get out of it? So let's just pretend that you could trade Jordan Poole for Jordan Poole 2. Exact same guy, same numbers, same defensive problems, same ice skates, all of that stuff. That's a good trade. Simply because he's not this Jordan Poole. And there's a lot of relationship stuff negatively that has been built over the last year. What's the way out of that? I know everyone's like,
fix it.
Yeah, they're professionals, and Draymond's going to go to his house, and they're going to have dinner. Maybe that fixes it. How on the earth has that not already happened? You're telling me with an entire season, Draymond's like, we're not getting dinner? On all these road games that they're losing, they never went and had dinner? Did Jordan tell him, no, I'm not having dinner with you?
It's going to take more than dinner.
Well, maybe. I have
And I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah.
If that happens between you and I, and, we had this discussion yesterday, which is hilarious because you haven't thrown a punch in some 30 or so years.
Not going to do it.
Yeah, our relationship is not like that. But if I was in Jordan's shoes and I dust myself off and my employer does nothing to punish the person who came out of his shoes and knocked me out, I'm going to have hurt feelings. And that's just the way it's going to be. And it's not going to work for me if the player who knocked me out says, hey, let me take you out to dinner. You can have soup and salad. How about that?
Ooh, we're going
and an
Sizzler?
appetizer. We're going to Sizzler.
I'm going to eat it.
It's going to take more than that. And I don't know what it would take. It would take a lot.
For a lot of people, there's no answer there. For a lot of people, it's nothing. There's nothing you can do to switch this. For some people, it would be steak as long as it's medium rare. I don't know.
Always.
I don't know. But the bottom line is I would have concerns that just for the fact that we're sitting here today saying that Draymond needs to do something to get Jordan Poole back. Because my opinion is if you haven't gotten him back by now, you ain't getting him back.
Agreed.
So,
and it doesn't feel like he is, quote, back. And it felt like there was a disconnect all season, not only between Jordan and Draymond, but Jordan and the rest of the team. And I don't think it necessarily had to do with the punch. It had to do with the way Jordan was playing basketball. And it didn't always jibe with the way the other veteran Warriors wanted to play. So if it's not fixable, then I absolutely think you got to make a move.
Bernard in Antioch is next up. Hey, Bernard, what are you doing?
Hey, just listening to the conversation about this team that I love, been rooting for ever since they was only winning 20 games, 15 games, whatever it may be. And the thing I'm hearing a lot of people say is, especially with Draymond. Draymond, my favorite player. He's the only jersey that I got. He's annoying as heck, and some of the things he does, is sometimes it's just like, man, just be quiet and play basketball. But I keep hearing a lot about, I think Div said that the employer let him get away with that. So my thing is, Kerr has a talk show, and we talk to him. I want to know, let me back up a little bit. He has the full support of Kerr and Steph Curry. So until they say something about it, his antics, Draymond is going nowhere. So who has to feel some kind of way? I mean, Draymond trumps him. No two ways about it. And it's unfortunate what happened, but Curry supports Draymond Green and Kerr supports him. So those are the two biggest entities as far as the team goes. And if they not necessarily okay with it, but if they're not going to discipline him, then Draymond he has the leverage in so many words until they say something.
So, Bernard, I think you're. I think
he's right. Bernard's totally right.
I think you're so right, and I think you're onto something that's a really, really interesting human concept. Okay, it's a really interesting human concept, and it's this: the job of the Warriors is not to be fair. That's not their job. We actually don't want that to be their job. If we wanted the Warriors to be fair, then we could do one of them Latter-day Saints commercials where every time the ball's out off of Steph Curry, he runs over to Scott Foster and said, actually, that was off me. And then he starts singing about how he told the truth. That would be what the Warriors would look like if they were about fairness.
Shout out JC.
But that is not what we're doing here, and it's not what any company does. How many people have lost a job in the last 4 years?
It's too soon,
Did
Mark.
you feel like it was fair? Did the company come to you and say, look, we're doing this because we think the most fair thing that we can do right now is have you leave? That's not, unfortunately, what this is. So everybody raise your hand and just admit that Draymond was wrong. And then realize that, unfortunately, it doesn't matter in the big scheme of the Golden State Warriors because
that's where you're wrong.
No, because their function.
No.
Their function at their core is two things.
Make money.
Entertain/make money.
Fine.
And win. And they believe that Draymond Green is more important to both of those things than Jordan Poole.
Right. But as we've seen through the course of this year, you didn't win. And Draymond Green himself came out in front of Stephen A. Smith and the entire association in the world and said, basically, we didn't win because I punched Jordan Poole in the face and I lost my voice, and it wasn't until February, and by then bad habits were in place and we couldn't make it right. So it's broken. What you're saying is not wrong, but the way it played out shows you that it's broken. And the other piece of this, and this is maybe the most important piece in my opinion, Jordan Poole has a guaranteed contract. You paid Jordan Poole $128 million to play basketball. Draymond punches him. Draymond doesn't get suspended. Nothing happens to Draymond other than take 2 days off of practice and think about what you've done. So Jordan Poole plays an entire year uneven, up and down, inconsistent, at times disinterested, lost his balance 83,000 times. So now, if you're Jordan Poole and you're faced with another season of playing with Draymond Green, and you're not thrilled about playing with Draymond Green, and really you'd like to be elsewhere, but the team can't find a taker or the team doesn't want to trade you, what's Jordan Poole going to be like next year? If I'm Jordan Poole, I'll tell you what I'm doing.
What's that?
I'm going out there and trying to get me as much as I can get in terms of individual shots, points, and accolades, and it's double middle finger to everyone else because ultimately you can't touch Jordan Poole. He's a made man.
Oh.
As long as he shows up, doesn't offend, doesn't break any rules, doesn't go Ja Morant with a glizzy on IG, he can do whatever he wants. He's getting paid.
Yeah, and I'm trading you. And I'm trading you.
Absolutely. And if I'm Jordan Poole, I want to be traded.
Yeah, well, okay, now that is another interesting discussion point, which in addition to your phone calls, if you missed Monty Poole yesterday, we asked him directly, does Jordan want to be here or not? And his answer was really, really interesting. We'll play that for you coming up next, along with your calls. And George Karl is around the corner as well, coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The Warriors offseason has begun. The question... Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is going to be fun. We're going to get back to your calls at 888-957-9570. We'll have that answer for you from Monty Poole. Does Jordan Poole even want to be here? But we've been looking forward to this conversation. The Hall of Famer, he really doesn't need much of an introduction. He's done it all here in the NBA, and that is none other than George Karl joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Coach, how you doing? What's going on tonight?
Oh, another basketball game, a good one, I'm sure. So it's, I always think that final 8 and then the final 4 and the elite 8 of the NBA playoffs are the best basketball in the world. And I think this year it hasn't disappointed any of us. I think it's been really good, especially us here in Denver.
Yeah, I tell you what, they look like they might be the team, Coach. And so more on that coming up. I wanted to ask you about the Warriors situation with their general manager. Can you give our listeners and us an idea of the rigors of the job? Because what we're being told right now is Bob Myers at the top of a team that's at or near the top is considering leaving, and the rigors of the job might be the reason why.
Well, now that I'm probably retired, you never know I am, but the stress of the job is addictive, and you think you can do it, but once I've been away from it now for 7 or 8 years, and I realize how intense the coaching world is. There's so many jobs to do every day. I mean, everybody thinks it's just coaching basketball. There's travel, there's decisions to make with contracts. You got to talk to the media. You got to hang out. You got to hang out with your coaches. It's a big time job. And I think general managers now are because the money is so big and it's $1 billion business, that they get called on the carpet a lot more than they probably have in the past when the budget was a multi-million-dollar business. But it's gotten to be, the business has grown immensely. The game is very popular. I think the game is in good place. But I don't think there's any question if Bob Myers is saying he needs a break. I admire that, because I think too many of us say we can do this, we can fight through this. And I think sometimes our mental health deteriorates because of it.
He's the second longest tenured GM currently, which is hard to believe, but I guess it speaks to the rapid turnover that we get in the business. Would you find it hard, though, in Bob's shoes, even with the demands of the job? Would you find it difficult to walk away from Steph, Clay, and Draymond and a core with whom you won 4 championships?
Well, I'm not sure he's walking away from that as much as he's walking away from, he knows he's probably got to rebuild and retool this team, which is, I mean, once you do it once, I think you realize, how hard it is. And I think today's game, there's more parity at the top of the mountain of NBA teams than ever before. This year I thought there were 6 or 7 teams that had a chance of winning an NBA championship. Most of the time there's only 3 or 4. And I think there are a lot of teams who, got some good young players. And, I don't know what Coach Bob Myers is thinking, but, they obviously didn't have enough talent or at least enough connection this year to win a championship. And so how do you fix that? And do they have the salary cap to fix it? Does the owner want to be over the salary cap all the time? There's all types of questions. And then does Draymond want to go to L.A.? Or does Poole, does he want to be there? There's all types of questions. And I know the young kids haven't panned out as fast as they wanted them to. But I still thought they had a hell of a year, a crazy year, losing all those games on the road and still being a pretty damn good team and winning a playoff run. And, Steph is not getting younger. And I think he definitely has years left on him. He was a great player again this year. But I think that project of maybe retooling and rebuilding in a very competitive Western Conference might be what he might be walking away from the stress of trying to do that.
George Karl with us here on Willard Dibs, legendary coach, former Warriors and others, of course, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Coach, I'm interested in your comments about the Warriors there. Are you feeling like this core is done winning championships, or are they still not that far off?
I don't think they're that far off, especially if they get Wiggins back to 100%. I thought he played really well in the playoffs, but they really missed him. The thing that Golden State wasn't, they didn't have a good consistency to them. They would play great, and then they would play bad. They would surprise you and win a big game, and then they would lose a game on why did they lose that game. And I just think their consistency, that might be because of Wiggins being away from the team, a lot of injuries this year. But their consistency wasn't of a championship caliber team. And, I think Bob Myers and Steve Kerr are probably two guys that know what they probably have to do. But the question is, can they do it?
Yeah, we're hoping yes, because we are the flagship that the Warriors can. But Warriors fall to the Lakers, and now the Lakers in trouble against your Nuggets. And I saw you were there last night. How much would it mean to you to see Denver do something never done before in the Mile High City on the hardwood?
Well, Denver's had a lot of fun. They've won some Super Bowls in the last decade. They won a Stanley Cup in the last couple of years. And I think Denver's turning into a hell of a sports town. And I think that the final flag up the mountaintop would be that the Nuggets would go to the finals and win it. Right now I think they're playing as well as anyone in basketball. And I think people got to realize that they're only halfway through the journey. But I really liked how they played last night. Last night they didn't play their A game. They still figured out how to win it. And Jamal Murray was spectacular. It was it was a great fourth quarter, and it was fun being a part of it.
Hey, George, we'll let you rock and roll. Before you run, definitely wanted to ask you this question. If you were coaching a team and one of your stars punched another star, how would you handle it?
I would try to handle it with class. I try to be honest and upfront. I think the thing that caused the problem more than anything else is the video got out. And I think that irritated not only the people in the video, but the organization that had to have a kind of a due diligence on what the hell's going on. It's a tough call. I mean, I said at that moment that the negative energy that this is going to be to bring to the basketball team all year long will never be people will never realize how much negative energy that lingers and hangs over you. And then when you start playing bad, everybody starts talking about it again. And I think that's exactly what we saw. We saw negative energy wear out maybe a team that didn't have enough talent. But because of the energy drag that they had to go through all year long, I didn't think they had enough in his tank to win a championship.
George, Steve Kerr said something similar back at the time about the video getting out. What if there was no video? Then what's owed to the player that's in this case laying there on the ground?
Well, I think it's a difficult situation. I think communicating and trying to make it work and trying to rebuild trust and trying to rebuild a connection between the players not only involved, but the players on the team. And in a lot of ways, I think Golden State showed a lot of character. But also, I think in the end, it came back to bite him. And I think moving forward from there, I think they got some tough decisions to make. And I think the summer will help them. Time will heal some of it. But you're also going to have to sit down and make some tough decisions if you want to move on or change.
Yep. I think that's what everyone's feeling right now. Coach, thank you so much. It's wonderful to chat with you for a little bit. Appreciate you.
Okay, guys. Enjoy the game tonight.
Okay, you too. There goes George Karl with us here on Willard and Dibs. Gosh, it's fascinating, isn't it? It's fascinating. The mind of a coach.
Yeah.
When something like that happens, his mind went to the same place Steve Kerr's did, which was
the damn video got out.
Damn video got out. And I get it. I get how they're wired. Look, they're in a ego, maniacal, athletic, type A, alpha scenario. And so guys getting up all in each other's face and pushing and shoving and maybe even a hit here or there is probably not that far out of the realm of the norm. But this one was obviously incredibly intense. But everybody's mind goes immediately to, boy, we would have been able to handle this if the video didn't get out. And I just keep feeling like if I'm Jordan Poole, that's an offensive answer.
It's the reality, though.
Right.
It's the absolute reality. And I think because the video got out, that's what makes me even more surprised that there wasn't a greater punishment, because the video did get out. And so if the video never would have gotten out, but the report came out, there was an altercation at practice, and Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face. If that's all we knew about it, we would all think, okay, two players, maybe it was a held ball situation, and Jordan ripped the ball away and pushed him, and Draymond, he just punched him.
Right.
It wasn't Draymond walks over, stalks him, and cold cocks him like the video shows in unbelievable clarity.
Right. There's no doubt, and if each of us can go back and remember what happened when we heard about it, there was a lag. You heard about the punch,
yep,
and then you saw the punch. And raise your hand if you felt differently once you saw it. God knows I did.
100 times
God
worse.
knows I did. The second I saw it, then you're like, because I remember. It was like, there was a punch, and you're like, oh, man, I guess we'll address this real quick on the air today or whatever. And then you saw it, and you're like, well, there's the next month of our show. I mean, it's that different.
I talked to somebody with the Warriors in the know.
Yeah.
I have sources, too.
Sources.
And I said, so what was it, like a face wash or like a face push? And this source said, no, this was a legitimate punch. And even then, I was like, oh, wow, okay, it's a punch. I didn't think it was a punch of this nature.
Oh, man.
And even when you see it, it had me think about Bobby Portis and Nikola Mirotic, Chicago Bulls 2017. They get into it at practice. No video. Portis hits Mirotic, but he concussed him. And he had multiple facial fractures. He had to go to the hospital. And as a result, Bobby Portis got suspended for 8 games. So we see this punch. There was no concussion, as far as we know. Mm-hmm. There was no hospitalization. We know that. There was no facial lacerations. And so even though we saw it, Draymond doesn't get any suspension. So that to me, and George Karl's right. If the video doesn't get out, it's a non-story. It's a 24-hour news cycle. Oh, I wonder if these two can get along. Of course they can. Boys will be boys.
I wonder this. Okay, once again, go and try to be in the shoes of Jordan Poole. All right? The video got out, and there was no suspension. I have to be thinking to myself, if I'm Jordan Poole, what would y'all have done if there was no video? You, in other words, you didn't really come to his defense, and there was video. If there was no video, what are you doing? Are you going to this press conference? Are you even having a press conference?
No way.
But if you do talk, if you do get asked about it in the media, you probably brush it off. No big deal. Boys will be boys. This stuff happens, and we'll handle this internally. And if you're Jordan, you're sitting there going, excuse me? Excuse me? You're just going to brush this under the rug? But it goes public, and you still don't. I mean, we sit here today and wonder if Jordan Poole trusts the organization. And you sort of think to yourself, how could he?
Right.
So back to what we promised earlier, Monty Poole, we asked him yesterday, does Jordan want to be a Warrior?
He says he does. I'm not sure how much conviction there is. I think he needs this off season to kind of think about that for sure, to see if his heart is really here. I think it was. He likes who he works with, the coaches he works with, the staff members. He likes his teammates. I mean, Draymond, obviously, their lockers are next to each other, and it's a kind of I don't want to say that it's necessarily kind of it's a little bit disconcerting to know what happened between those two guys in the preseason, and that they still sit right next to each other. Their lockers are still adjacent. So, yeah, I'm not sure Jordan knows. I know that his mom came out and came out to some games, and so I think he wants to be where he can play his best. And last season, playing here, he was not at his best. The question is whether he can rebound and come back next year, and I believe he can. I don't know if the Warriors still believe that. I think Steve Kerr still hopes that would happen, but I'm not sure it will. But if you're Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, if Bob stays, I think it's something you want to ride because they did discover the guy. They drafted the guy.
All right, that's from Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area with us yesterday. This is interesting. So Lucas just gave us the article that was written about this punch pre-video. So right away,
October 5, 2022.
Just listen to the tone of this, okay? And this is by the Slates.
And Shams.
There was a physical altercation at the Warriors practice Wednesday. The team is seriously considering disciplinary action against Draymond Green. When a heated interaction with guard Jordan Poole escalated, Green forcefully struck Poole and needed to be separated swiftly. Green and Poole came chest to chest, with both players pushing and shoving each other prior to Green's escalation of the physical altercation. The Warriors stopped practice, tried to settle nerves in the team's locker room area, but it appeared that internal discipline is imminent. Poole and Green are known to regularly get into verbal arguments, but the team's management and leadership believes a line was crossed. That's the tone. Now, when I read that article in the moment, your immediate reaction is, all right.
Two players in an altercation, pushing each other, which the video shows was not the case. Draymond never pushed Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole pushed Draymond, and Draymond escalated it to punch in the face land. So the report, according to sources, the report not 100% accurate, but the way it reads like a garden variety dispute between two players, heated interaction. Draymond Green forcefully struck Poole. Doesn't say in the face. It could be like a punch in the chest or a punch in the stomach or who knows what, right? It definitely doesn't completely accurately describe what we all saw in the video.
Right.
It does say the Warriors are seriously considering disciplinary action toward Draymond Green, which we know is the case, but then they chose not to pursue disciplinary action.
Well, or did they? They didn't suspend him.
No.
I do believe there was a fine and there was a go away from the team for 4 or 5, 6 days, whatever
and
it was.
Less than that, but yeah.
Well, but I forget what it was.
Neither here nor
Whatever
there.
it was, yeah.
To your point about the video, and George Karl is absolutely right in what he says from a management standpoint, but for me, the leaking of the video, when the video comes out, it's akin to Jordan Poole being punched a second time. Because you get punched and it hurts. And then the video leaks, and now it's embarrassing because everybody knows that you got knocked out. You had no response. You had no physical response. Some people think, oh, you should have done this and you should have done that. Well, now we know what he did and didn't do. He got knocked out, and that's it. And the guy who knocked you out did not get punished, and your parents saw it, your friends saw it, everybody close to you, they saw you get knocked out, and the team did nothing about it. It's like he got hit twice.
I mean, we sift through all of this now this week after it coming back up, after watching the Warriors fall short, looking at all of these different angles, the finances, where this issue sits, the play on the court of all these players. The more I sit here and think about this, they got to trade him. They got to trade him. I don't know if they can, because I like him enough, and I think they do too, to where you're not dealing him for nothing. You're not going to give this guy away. He's too good of a young asset in the NBA. But, my gosh. They got to trade him.
Right. Or else risk a repeat of what we saw this year, which is this thing continues to linger.
The vibe.
Jordan Poole plays the way he played this year, which Jordan Poole's better than that. Jordan Poole played tentatively at times. At times he played too aggressively. He didn't know his role. The whole team did not feel like they were as in sync as they had been in the past. So if you don't trade him and you're going to keep Draymond Green, and I think you're right that Steph, Clay, and Dre are going to be given another chance to, quote, run it back. If you run it back with Jordan Poole, I think you're doomed to repeat what happened this year.
Jonathan in the city here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what's going on, man? What are you doing?
I'm just enjoying banh mi. I just wanted to tell you guys, if one of the core three absolutely has to go, I'm sorry to say it's going to be Klay Thompson, man. Because Draymond Green, I've been calling this station since the inception, since the genesis, and I'm the biggest Draymond Green supporter, man. There's everything about that guy is about, winning. I know he comes with a little bit of baggage, but that's 10%. 90% of Draymond Green is essential to winning. So it's the plan and the goal next year and beyond is to still win and go after a championship. Draymond Green needs to be a part of that. Because you know what, guys? You need him on that wall.
Jonathan, I think we're actually all in agreement from this standpoint. If there was one, and you asked me this earlier, if there was one of them that were to leave and the Warriors keep playing at the highest possible level, which would it be? And I agree with you that it's Klay Thompson. But I'll back that up and say that's solely because his sort of position, the way he plays it, is not as unique at what the other two players do. Steph is otherworldly, and we've never seen another player like him. And Draymond is such a Swiss Army knife on the court, and the vocal leader and the spiritual leader, or whatever you want to call him, the on-the-court leader on both sides of the ball. Klay is a shooting guard who shoots, right? He's a very, very good one, but there are a bunch of those. There are other people who do that. So while I agree with that, though, I still back up to my original point, which is any of the three not being on this team next year for me is a non-starter.
Right.
Total non-starter.
Well, and for Joe Lacob, it's a non-starter. And Steph Curry's not going anywhere. He's under contract for 3 more years, and you're not trading him. Klay Thompson, 1 more year under contract, and then we'll see. Hopefully he's open to a massive pay cut, because I think that's what he's going to look at in terms of wanting to stay or being able to stay. Draymond Green's the interesting one, because I think that there will be other suitors out there. How much are they willing to pay and for how long, based on what Joe Lacob wants to do to continue to pay over $400 million for this team?
Hello, Nicole Diaz on YouTube with a super chat, $4.99. Are you out of your mind? The person who leaked that video should be held accountable too. Someone,
Cash me out one time.
Or 5 times. Someone in that gym is not to be trusted. I mean, I bet somebody was held accountable for that, and we just weren't told. I would imagine there was an internal investigation, and somebody is gone. That's what I would imagine. Don't you think?
Well, if they could find out who it was, because I believe that the camera, I'm not sure if it was just somebody in the auditorium with a camera and an actual videotape.
The footage, security
I believe
footage,
it's security footage.
Yeah, but who had access to it?
A lot of people have access to that. Yeah, the entire security team, for the most part, or at least a portion of the security team.
If I'm Joe Lacob, I got a way to find out who talked to TMZ.
Well, you probably do.
Yeah.
And you would imagine that the person who leaked it got a pretty penny, but the thing that still kind of sits with me, if I'm Jordan Poole, you were more interested in finding out who leaked it than you were at punishing the guy who actually caused all this.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and we circle back to our original question. Are all of you, any of you, some of you, 2 of you, are any of you actually ready for any of the big 3 to not be on this team next year? 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls all the way up through the rest of the way till 6 o'clock. This is Willard and Dibbs.
You know it pays to protect your engine, but did you know that with Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil, it pays in more ways than one? Not only does it help extend engine life, saving you in the long run, but right now you can get it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, so May 19th? May 19th. Oh my gosh, they're still talking about the punch. All right, so check this out. First of all, Steve Kerr brings it up. Exit interviews, and Killian asks the question, what happened to the culture? Brings up the punch. Night later, Stephen A. Smith, Draymond Green says, without the punch, we're still playing basketball. So, A, that makes it relevant. But B, I will always believe that the Golden State Warriors, just like other great companies, Salesforce, whatnot, what they put out to the public is very strategic. There's a reason for it. Why would the Warriors be going to this so much? You would think, man, they don't want to bring this up. They don't want to trudge this up again. But they have readily talked about it. Why? Okay. So I've spent a decent portion of today suggesting that I think unless you cannot get anything for him, I think you got to trade Jordan Poole. By extension, I also think the Warriors are setting up to trade Jordan Poole. Let's think of the things that they have done since the season ended 1 week ago tonight. What have they done? First of all, the punch has come back up. Why does that help them? More on that in just a second. What else have they said about Jordan Poole? Well, he's a member of the Foundational Six.
Right.
I mean, we're expecting him to be here. What else have they done? Steph Curry looked at Logan Murdoch and pointed to Jordan Poole's locker. That's the key right there. That's the guy. That's the key to our future. Do you really believe that Stephen Wardell believes that guy over there in that locker is the key to the Warriors winning another ring? Or might he think that he's the key to the Warriors winning another ring?
But the question was about like the two timelines future. And he said he is the key to that. Not he's the key to us winning next year. So that was the context. But still, Steph anointed Jordan Poole out in the open, and he did that in the locker room in front of many reporters.
Right.
That was not by accident.
It is my belief that the Warriors are building up Jordan Poole so that his trade value can be at the highest, and they can also lay in the weeds a little bit. What do the Warriors want right now? They want to not look like they want to trade Jordan Poole.
That's always the way. Yeah.
Right. If you look like you want to trade Jordan Poole, the value goes down, and everybody knows when the phone rings. Oh, here come the Warriors. They're going to ask me about Jordan Poole. The Raptors are sitting there waiting for that call, right? So if you look at this, right, when Steve Kerr talks, everything has been about, well, we're keeping Draymond, the big three, lots left on that bone, lots of years left together for sure. Oh, yeah, and Jordan Poole's part of the Foundational Six also. If the Warriors were intent on keeping Jordan Poole, they'd tell you that they were keeping Jordan Poole. It's not enough to be like, oh, yeah, we expect everyone back. Well, sure, that's super vague. With Draymond, Steph, and Clay, they're naming names. Big three, back, contracts, let's go. That's what we think. With Jordan Poole, it's just like, and also we think Jordan is amazing, and that poor play, this is the real key. That poor play that you guys all saw on TV, that was because of the punch. And if you didn't have the punch, he wouldn't have played like that. He would have played a lot better. He would have been a better, and you, Raptors, or whoever, you can have a better version of Jordan Poole because you don't have anybody on your team who punched him. That's how I see it. That's how I see what's going on right now.
Well, and you can look at the numbers, and that'll tell you everything you need to know about how Foundational Six he really is, because last year in the playoffs, 27.5 minutes, 17 points a game, and that was over 22 playoff games. This year, he played 21.8 minutes, so his minutes were down by about 6 minutes a game over a decent sample size, and he scored 10 points a game, not 17 points a game. So minutes down, points down. His Foundational Sixness was also down. So you can say he's a part of that. That helps his trade value. And you can really say the reason why he struggled was, and Draymond said it, I didn't have my voice back till February, and by then all these bad habits had crept in, and that's why we didn't have enough to win it at the end. Take nothing away from the Lakers, but The reason why we didn't beat the Lakers is because I didn't have my voice, and I didn't have my voice because I punched Jordan Poole. And the other part about Jordan Poole getting his contract early, they gave him a contract early in the thought back of their mind that maybe if it doesn't work out, we can trade him, and that contract never will have kicked in. They haven't paid him a dime of that $130 million extension.
Well, in an odd way, it's rare in sports that signing the long-term deal is what keeps flexibility, but in a weird way, that did work here. Yeah, because if they, again, I would suggest to everybody who thinks they signed it too early, I'm not even saying I disagree with you, but where would the Warriors be with Jordan Poole right now? They have not signed him. Where would they be?
They would be in a spot of, will they match another team's offer?
Right. So now it's out of your control what the number would be. And if somebody signs him to something that you don't like, now you're faced with letting him go for nothing. And maybe financially they would have liked that, but they also dang well know they weren't winning anything the last couple of years without him. They're going to have to turn that into production if he walks out that door. 888-957-9570. How about Telmo in the city on with Willard and Dibs? Hey, Telmo, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting here about to walk into work in a few minutes. But I had this thought as I was driving, listening to you guys, and we've been talking about the punch and Draymond, the punch and Draymond. But we know Jordan Poole, what he really likes and what really makes him successful when he plays is to be a starter. So I'm trying to figure out what bugs Jordan Poole more about being on the Warriors. Having to play with Draymond Green, given the incident or the punch, we haven't determined that, right, Dib?
Right.
So what bugs him more, that or knowing that while Klay Thompson is there, that he's not going to be a starter? And he's looking at this, Klay has one more year, are they going to extend him? It's the big three, Klay, Dre, and Steph. And thinking like, am I ever going to get the chance to feature as a starter in this franchise? My second thing is, I'm just wondering with this whole punch and the thing, right? All these guys, even though they're stars of the team, they're employees of the Warriors. I was thinking if Joe in accounting went over to the two desks over and punched Larry from accounting, if he would just kind of get to walk away from that.
Of course not.
No.
Of course not.
It depends on who you are. And thank you, Telmo, because if you are the Draymond Green of an organization that is as successful as this organization is, you have a better chance of getting away with it than if you are and I don't want to name a player to disparage him, but a lesser player of the same organization. You're not, quote, getting away with it at the same level. You're just not. But if you're the Draymond of your organization, you have a better chance of surviving it than if you're not the Draymond.
We got to get past this whole everybody needs to be treated the same thing. I mean, and I'm not saying that in some sort of a social environment.
It's life. Think about our job here, our company. You think we're all treated the same here?
No, we're not.
At 95.7 The Game?
We're not. And by the way, each and every person out there who thinks everybody should be treated the same, ask yourself, let's say you got kids. Phone rings. It's the school. Hey, your kid just got punched. Okay, now the phone rings. It's the school. Your kid just punched someone else. How are you reacting?
Or if it's my parents, the call is, your kid punched himself, and we need to come get him because Danny's given himself a bloody nose, reenacting the Muhammad Ali fight.
Danny.
Thanks. True story.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was doing my kindergartner, doing my Cosell.
Kindergarten.
Running material, 1974, 75, punching myself in the face, reenacting the Ali fight, bloody nose, won't stop, got to go home.
And out of here.
Yeah,
you're gone.
13 years of college later, I get my degree. And now you know why.
And look at you. Look at the success story
Look
that's
at
become.
me. Look at me. Look at the big brain on Brett.
Look at the big brain on Dibs.
Telmo had an interesting question about, is it the punch or is it his role? Because I do think that the role discussion is as much a part of Jordan Poole's happiness as the punch is.
I think more.
His role?
I think it's even more. Yes, I agree with you.
Let me throw some quick numbers at you.
Go for it.
I know you love numbers, son of a math teacher.
Do I.
Jordan Poole's played in 266 games in the regular season as a Warriors. As a starter, 115 games, 32 minutes a night, 21.3 points a game.
Okay.
As a reserve, 151 games, 21.7 minutes a night, 11.6 points a game.
Sure.
Jordan Poole, when he starts, he gets to play more, and he gets to shoot more, and he gets to score more. When he's a reserves, he doesn't play as much, and there's that sentiment of don't shoot, Jordan. Stop going to the hole, Jordan. Play within the offense, Jordan. Jordan this, Jordan that. When those guys are out and he can start, you can let Jordan eat.
I mean, part of it is mathematical, right? More minutes equals more points.
Yes.
However, the efficiency is much higher, and that's why I said that right before you brought up the numbers. What bothers more? What bothers Jordan more right now? The punch or the roll? I definitely think it's the roll. I definitely think it's a roll. However, I'd also argue that they're kind of linked. They're kind of linked in what I would call Jordan Poole's standing within the organization. And I think that covers both issues. Jordan is sitting there going, dude, I'm a $130 million player. I can cook. I'm 23. You need to start me. You need to grow me. You need to have my back. I need to be the guy that you say I am, the centerpiece of your future. And there's two things that the Warriors did this year that make Jordan feel like those are just words rather than action. Number one, he got punched. They didn't do anything about it. Number two, the season started and he didn't start and he wants to play more. Those things are both Jordan feeling like, you guys don't have my back?
Yeah.
You don't believe in me the way you say you believe in me? And so those all end up in the same bucket of him just feeling unloved.
And
that's all this is.
And when he feels unloved, he doesn't play as well. The one stat that shouldn't be factored in, starter or reserve, free throw shooting percentage. The free throw is the free throw, whether you started the game or you didn't start the game.
You'd think.
90.3 as a starter, 84.4 as a reserves.
Okay.
That tells you about his feelings, I think. 6 percentage points lower just because you didn't start the game. And it's a free throw, Mark. It's still 15 feet.
How's your day go when you're feeling good about yourself versus when you're feeling bad?
Well, luckily I've been around long enough to where I'm able to bounce back more often than not, but there have been days.
Sometimes you take an L, but then you bounce back.
And thank you. Last night took an L, but tonight I bounce back. But you're right. Some days when I come into work and things haven't been going my way, it's tougher to get into that mode.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, HD1, San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. We call that a Steiny when you interrupt the legal. Yeah, there you go. No, why do you think that I am so good on Thursdays?
Because you love Thursdays.
I feel good,
best day of the week. That's my Willard.
That was a good impression.
That's a 2, but I like... some of my impressions are not for accuracy. They're for mean-spiritedness. Yeah. Sometimes I go for mean-spirited as opposed to accuracy.
Will you do that at the Warriors Summit at Buon Vino on Monday, where all of the hosts from 95.7 The Game at one time are going to be in the same room, open to the public, 4 to 6, all the Warriors off-season issues, Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Will you do that? When I'm done with a point, can we go live to Dan? Now let's go to Dibs.
Now look at the moderator. Look at me. I'm so smart. I'm running the show. Yeah, you can bank on that.
Let's go right here in the back.
I will be in the back. Let's go half in the bag. Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag. Let me tell you something about the Warriors. They're like this glass of wine, Mark. They're getting better with time.
All I've asked Nahagian and Tim Jordan for are 6 buttons in front of me. Each and every one of them just turn everybody else's mics off.
Like Tony Reale in that ESPN show?
Yeah. That would be
Around the Horn.
Around the Horn. Right.
Were you ever on that? You hosted that, right?
No. That was Sports Nation I hosted. I did not do Around the Horn.
Yeah. You're no Michelle Beadle.
Thank you.
You're no Michelle Beadle.
No, it was with Carissa Thompson that I did the show. Anyway, it was.
Real quick before you get to the call, I can't tell you.
Let's go live to Lucas.
Yeah. I don't know if you will have a button to turn mics off, which I don't think you will. However, I can report you may have a gavel.
Wow. Oh, that's good.
You're welcome.
So I can't turn the mics off, but I can whack everyone in the head.
Yep.
Or the table. I was in the boss's office
Thank you.
Randy, you got to be louder. You got to work on your off mic.
No, if anybody.
Still working.
That's
much better.
That's good.
That's much better. I mentioned in the Hegan a couple days ago.
I'm going to Wapner you. I'm just going to be
I
like,
said
I'll be
your
right
boy,
back with my decision.
Because, order. Because, the boss is concerned about all 7 of us talking at once, which is bad radio. So I said he needs to. I said your boy needs to have a gavel so that he can.
I was there. I
gavel
appreciate
up on
it.
people.
I appreciate it. No, you're absolutely right. And I am going to swing a very big gavel on Monday afternoon.
If I can have one, Dave Gavel.
Look at the gavel. Yeah.
Is that what that was, Dave Gavel?
Dave Gavel.
That's what we'll call you.
It's a 4. I hate that I liked it. Just 30 seconds on Dave Gavel, a.k.a. Dave Cavill.
There's going to be more people at Buon Vino than there is at one of Dave Cavill's games. I do know that.
He gave me a shot at the Earthquakes to do play-by-play.
How'd it go?
I won an Emmy.
And then what happened?
I lost the job.
Okay.
Whether it was he or an executive at Comcast Sportsnet, now NBC Sports Bay Area.
Uh-huh.
I never knew who ordered the code red.
Oh.
But I was code reddited.
You still don't?
I have an idea.
But you don't know for sure.
I don't. And
it's kind of like the Andrew Wiggins situation. You're never going to know.
It's either A or B, much like
know.
Wiggins.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, it doesn't matter now. It's 10 years removed, but Dave Gavel did give me a shot. I did one game filling in for Jim Cozumore, so you just watch it. You just shut your yapper.
What'd you say to Dave when you got the job?
I said,
thanks.
So you just shut your yap. This show's gotten away from us.
Let's go to Nicole.
Thanks.
In Miami.
Thanks.
I know.
It's a 4.
Hey, Nicole, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, gosh. What are you doing, Nicole? Thanks for calling.
You guys got me cracking up.
Us too. All right, go ahead.
So I just wanted to chime in on your question, Willard, about if we're ready to move on from the core. Definitely not. If we need to trade someone, it has to be Jordan. Because if you think about it, after they went through the whole drama, the whole situation sensation, they definitely made it to the playoffs, even with a horrible, horrible season. So we're good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nicole. I mean, to me, and thank you for calling, Nicole.
And thanks for the dollar.
And clearly, thank you for being a loyal listener. We can tell when we hear one. But I just think that is, I don't know, a mic drop or the end-all, be-all or whatever. But the bottom line in this conversation is, even if you think, oh, they're declining, or you're fed up with Draymond, or whatever it is, whatever you're feeling, these are all fair feelings. Mad at Clay with the way he shot last week. All of that is fair, but the bottom line is, in this particular situation, you're not being offered an alternative. There is no alternative. You go, should we stick with Steph, Clay, and Dre? What the heck is on what's door number 2? Open that up.
Patrick, Ryan, and Jonathan.
I mean, yeah, exactly. And what do we got? Like, you want to be in the lottery? I mean, the lottery next year? You want
How'd
to
that work out for you last time?
That one Tuesday in May, and that's your night? The Rockets and Spurs waited all year for this. The Spurs enjoyed it. The Rockets and Pistons thought it was the worst thing that's ever happened to them. Like, that, I don't want that, and that's what you are right now if you move on from the big three.
You're probably going to be a lottery team, yeah.
Declining or not, that's where you're going if you move on.
Well, and we mentioned this like 3 or 4 months ago. Maybe it was the start of the year. This year, going forward, is all dependent on how well they do in the playoffs. And you and I both mentioned, and I think I set the over-under at 8.5 wins as the line. In other words, if you win 2 series, then I feel like absolutely you run it back. If you make the Western Conference Finals,
that was your
I think
over-under.
that's what I said.
Yep, you did.
In terms of whether or not you should run it back. And then we actually get there, and you beat the Kings in 7, 4 wins. You lose to the Lakers in 6, 2 wins. But you feel like you were so close enough to where you could be the team getting motorboated by Denver right now, and I think that they would have been motorboated by Denver. Shout out Lone Neal, who always said that instead of boat raced. He preferred motorboated.
That
was kind of his bit.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Thank you, Lolo. And that's one of the Jolo and Dibs holdovers that I got to have.
Did you see the Klay Thompson slow motorboat? The slow-mo motorboat?
No.
Yeah, I love...
He was in an actual motorboat. No, he wasn't.
No, during the game. When he was 3 for 19. I love when they do that slow-mo on the way to commercial break and they show the struggling player who does the motorboat, because nothing looks worse on a human being than motorboat slow-mo. And Klay got one of those that night.
It was an exasperation sensation is what it was. Because he was, as he should have been, because he was, miserable. He had so many open looks, too.
Yeah.
It's like, Klay.
I know. They weren't it's not like it was like, oh, the Laker defense. No.
And it wasn't like, sometimes it's like, oh, Klay, and then he'll hit like 4 of those Clays in a row.
Or if they go in and out, like these were like,
oh, God.
What on earth was that? Like he would skim the rim and... Yeah, he's just
reminded
off.
of me of when I shot threes at Oracle against a listener, and I went 1 of 9.
Did you?
And 1.
That's only a small percentage less than 3 of 19, actually.
I had 3 from the corner, 3 from the wing, and 3 from the top of the circle. Legitimate NBA threes.
Not a bad.
4 air balls.
Okay. Well, do you want to know, though, about Klay?
It's a tough shot, bro.
It's long. It is
Especially
a long
with these pythons.
shot, I tell you what. It's in the legs, Dibs, and you don't got good legs. So
I have phenomenal legs.
You used to.
Bad knees.
Those are part of the legs. But
check
anyway,
the calves. I should show my calves to the YouTube audience.
Please don't. In that camera, they would look like a couple of boulders. But anyway, I like almost how far Klay was off. I almost took solace in that because I'm like, here's why.
Captain Positive.
No, but here's...
Oh, he's so bad, I feel good.
No, here's why. Here's why. That's not Klay. He was so off that you're like, okay, you're in one of those just weird vortex slumps. You know what I mean? Like,
shoot yourself out of it, Klay.
Well, I mean, it's not like in 1 week he suddenly can't even hit the rim. Like, it's still Klay Thompson. He hit whatever the opposite of a heater is. That's what happened. If it was off, if it was a little bit off, then maybe I'd say, oh boy, I don't know if the emotion got to him, LA, whatever, elimination game. He was so off. I'm like, well, that's not Klay. We haven't seen Klay look like that all year. Even during the bad times. He didn't look like that. He didn't be hitting the ball off the side of the rim. And I mean,
it was 3 straight games, though, of bad Klay.
Not like that, though. The misses in Game 6 were just crazy. They weren't even close. And the more he shot, the further away they got.
Yeah. It was tough.
The Postman in Capitola, $4.99. Are you out of your mind? Super Chat, YouTube. If Jordan Poole was smart, he would ask for the trade. Flip the bird to the Warriors, and they're negotiating leverage for what they get in return. I don't agree with that. Why would if Jordan Poole takes leverage from the Warriors, a trade becomes less likely?
Well, I guess
trade becomes less likely.
Postman and Capitola would then respond with, and I'm going to say it for you because I know where you're coming from with that sentiment. If he does that and the Warriors are like, well, now we don't want to trade you. Well, now Jordan Poole goes into full cancer mode, and now I'm going to really pout. Now I'm going to hold out, and that would be the way. If you're going to demand a trade, then you're going all in on the fact that I won't play with these guys anymore. Yeah. And then it creates a bigger problem. I don't think that he does that, but that would be the road you would go down.
Trade requests from people who are not the first or second best player on a team always make me laugh. Because usually the team looks at him and goes, that's nice. Okay, let's get back to work. Right? Remember when Raheem Mostert was like, I demand a trade. Like, here's $10. Like, what
didn't they trade him?
No.
He signed as a free agent.
No, he signed a new deal. But his deal was so low that they're like, oh, you're making $1.5 million, here's $2 million. And they're like, okay. Right, and then they moved on. Like it's not.
This is different though because
it's a little different.
It's a guaranteed deal, right. And if the Warriors can't use Jordan Poole, and if Jordan Poole makes it clear that he won't play with Draymond anymore, then they need to trade Jordan Poole. And if they don't, now you've got a $130 million roster spot that's not helping you.
Yeah. All right. Just a little bit of a further development. if you will, from what we reported right here at 95.7 The Game yesterday, when I told you that the Warriors have a very, very lucrative offer on the table for Bob Myers. C.J. Holmes now reporting that that offer is enough to be the NBA's highest paid general manager. By the way, I can corroborate that.
Right.
That is true.
That's essentially what you had yesterday.
Yes.
I don't know if you said it in exactly those terms, but you had a sourced report.
I didn't, but I can corroborate.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
And I believe the current highest paid GM is Daryl Morey.
Correct.
Making about $12 million a year.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and playing this out a little further, if you were going to offer Bob Myers a contract, you would imagine that it would be for at least 3 years, which would coincide with the end of Steph Curry. Maybe you'd even offer him longer. That way he could be a part of shepherding in the next group and the changeover.
Yeah. I think it's just hard for people to sort of buy, and I'm one of them. I've always laughed through the years in the NBA. Bruno and I used to have a joke 100 years ago. Bruno used to love whenever somebody retired to spend more time with their family, he would always say they're stepping away to spend more time with Stan Van Gundy's family, because Stan Van Gundy once upon a time was stepping away to spend time with family. I usually laugh because I do usually think that that's an excuse. It's a convenient excuse that covers up for some sort of a disagreement that's going on between said person and the organization. Here goes Tom Brady. I'm retiring to spend more time with my family. 10 days later, okay, now we've done that. Let's get back to work. There is some of that. I want to say this in this case, I actually buy it. If you want to know what Bob might be thinking about, I do not believe it to be money. I do not believe it to be any other job. I think Bob is just weighing whether or not he's worn out. That's it. I just think he's weighing whether or not he's worn out.
It's worn out, and it's also wanting to be a father and wanting to be the kind of father who, I don't know, can go to your kids' sporting events, their recitals, their back-to-school nights, their everything. Be around when they're hosting sleepovers and all the rest of it, because you know this, Mark. You know this as well as anybody, because your kids are older now, and your son he's a sophomore, if I'm not mistaken.
Sophomore, yeah.
So, and sophomore year is about over. So he's now 2 years away from adios muchacho, and your middle is going to be a high school student. So she's now 4 away from peace out, see you when I see you. And little man is probably 8 or 9 away.
Little man's got a minute, but yeah.
Yes, but these years,
we
Coach,
all know that they go so
they
fast.
They fly. My son just turned 20, and he's home for the weekend, and I'm hoping to see him once maybe before he goes back down to Santa Barbara for a month, and then I'll see him in the summer. But my college graduate, it's like I might see him 15 times a year now.
I don't want to think about it.
No, so if you're Bob Myers and you've done what you've done, there might not be any amount of money available to you in salary to make up for the reality of he's been doing this 11 years now.
Right.
So in those 11 years, how much has he missed of his kid's life?
Well, and
you don't get that back, Coach.
Every single time there's an issue with the Warriors, who's sitting at the press conference next to whoever's talking, if not talking himself? In other words, every time something goes on with anybody, Bob. Draymond's freaking out on the bench. What do we do?
Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob.
Andrew Wiggins is returning from a 2-month absence. Who's sitting next to him?
Yeah, Bob.
Okay. Kevin Durant is sitting up on the dais. Who's sitting next to him?
Better call Bob.
Let's get Bob. Right? Every time there's something. And then Draymond. Can we get Bob some bleeping credit? It's always Bob. Who do you think talks to Joe Lacob when Joe's ticked off about something that's going on down
Can
on the
somebody
court?
give Bob some credit?
It's Bob.
It's Bob.
That's exhausting.
Jonathan Kuminga wants more playing time.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah. What, Steve wasn't available? I don't set the rotation.
Steve's the one who's not giving him the time. Why would he go to him? Let's go to Chris in Daly City. Hey, Chris, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
I'm stuck in traffic right now. I just want to ask you guys something. What do you guys think will happen, each of you guys, what's going to really happen this offseason between Myers and the roster? Like, what do you guys each think? And what do you guys read on Giannis's comments when a fan asked him to come to the Dubs.
To the Dubs.
Great
Okay.
uptick.
All right. Let's answer those. First of all, I do want to make clear they weren't really comments that Giannis made. It was just a very wry and very large grin that he kept smiling, which we'll describe in a second, but let's answer the Bob one first. I think that Bob Myers is legitimately in an exploratory spot right now, an inward one with him, with his family inside his own home. I know right now the popular thought is that he is likely to leave, and the cynical side of me fully agrees with that and understands. But I truly believe it to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 50-50. And
the caller asked you, though, what you think. So he's asking for you to step out of your 50-50.
Well, but I think it's that close.
Yeah.
But if I have to if you're going to make me put a chip in one of the circles,
I'm not going to come over there and punch you.
I'll say he stays.
Okay.
I'll say he stays.
You're chipping the stay circle.
Well, here's why. I think when they got
I'll give my answer quickly so you can elaborate. He's gone.
Okay.
He's leaving. He's leaving.
I acknowledge that you might be right, but here's what I think.
Yeah, I think he's gone because of the family stuff.
Okay, and that may be the case.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the year, what they didn't know, and when he looked at both of us and said, just enjoy this year, what they didn't know then is at the end of the year, would they still be attached to the big three? In my opinion, they are. And in my opinion, that would encourage Bob to potentially stay because he didn't know if that would be the case. I just think Steph Curry is one hell of a behemoth to walk away from.
Yep.
That's what I think. Now, so is a family.
Right.
So is a family. So I get it. But I'm going to say I'll go with the minority opinion here, and I'll say that Bob's back next year.
Does Bob love Steph Curry more than he loves his own daughters?
No, he does not.
Okay.
He does not.
Okay.
But you don't have to actually make that choice.
No, but maybe you get to the point, because he's your age, by the way. Bob was born in 1975, like you were, 48.
Yep.
So you get to that.
A little bit younger, that little whippersnapper.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too, Grandy, except you, unfortunately. I hate Mark Grandy. And that's a Mark Grandy. It's a 4 for my own Mark Grandy.
Yeah, that was a good impression.
I think that you get to a point where you're at, and if you've done what he's done, and his kids are probably about the same age as yours. I don't know offhand.
I think they're a little younger, but anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
You get to that point where it's like you're getting to midlife, and it's like, I'm not getting these kids back, and I've already been so successful, and maybe I take a year and try this dad thing, and then I can always go back, maybe not to the Warriors, but I can go back and be a GM somewhere, or I can just be a player agent, work from home, right?
Do his podcast. He can do whatever he wants in a year. Absolutely.
The second piece, the Giannis piece from the caller.
What do you think?
Giannis not coming to the Warriors.
I don't even know how they get that done.
Next year, Giannis is making 45.6, and then he goes to 48.8, and then there's a player option for 51.9. So if you were to trade Wiggins and Poole for Giannis, the Bucks aren't doing that, but from a salary standpoint, that might match up. You could probably make that happen, but in order to trade for Giannis, you would have to give up 7 first-round picks over the next 14 years and pretty much gut your roster. And even then, Milwaukee's not trading him. So if you want to wait until 2026, Giannis opts out of his player option, and then you go get Giannis, okay, maybe.
Well, and I also, let's go back to
luxury tax hit of about $600 million.
No joke. Let's go back to what Giannis said on the podium after they lost. He in no way, shape, or form sounded like somebody who was disappointed with the organization. Sounded like somebody who was like, look, you got to understand, like, these other NBA players and teams are great too, and you don't win every year. And so you build and you try to come back and be better the next time around. Now, does he have some feelings deep down about the organization? Maybe. Sure, they fired a coach, so there is some transition going on there. Was he behind that? Does he hate that? Anywhere in between? I have no idea. I don't think. Was it TikTok? What was the platform where Giannis read the question from a user and then just sort of started looking around and got a big grin and looked real close into the camera and grinned even bigger. And the grin sort of was like, I love the idea of coming to the Warriors. Even if that's true, How do you get it done?
It was IG Live, and I don't
okay.
know if you guys saw the video underneath where it actually he followed up and said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not that type of guy."
Yeah, I just don't even know. I don't even know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. Let's go to Dave in Pleasanton. Hey, Dave, what are you doing, man?
I am just waiting to get on with you guys. I'm off work, getting ready to go to the grocery store. But I have a couple of things, and they're all guarded around one item, and that is I don't believe anything that's coming out of Steve Kerr's mouth. I don't believe anything that's coming out of Draymond's mouth, and here's why. Draymond said if he didn't punch Jordan Poole, we'd still be playing ball. How's that when we had no answer for Anthony Davis? And then number two, when Steve Kerr comes out and says, I don't see how we keep winning or have a chance if we give up on the big three. How are we going to get by Anthony Davis next season, and how are we going to get by Jokic next season unless we find room to get a big in here that's worth something, and with the big three all here, I don't see it happening.
It's interesting, Dave. Well, here's what I would say.
Thanks, Dave.
Here's what I would say. I would say that the Warriors believe that they were within a breath of beating Anthony Davis this year. For me now, this narrative has gone too far. The Lakers, they just crushed the Warriors. No, they didn't. That series was as close as a lot of the series. That series, if the Warriors play a better final 3 minutes of Game 4, does it go the other way? Maybe. So that's not an excuse. The Lakers outplayed them. The Lakers won the series. But I think that has turned into, in many people's minds, well, the Warriors are blocked with this roster as long as the Laker roster looks like theirs. How do I even know that Anthony Davis can be healthy in the playoffs next year? How do I know that the Lakers role players won't start to fall off?
Lakers are going to be a different team next year,
exactly,
based on their roster
every year's
construct
a different year.
right now.
Yeah. So I'm not sitting here this offseason going, we got to figure out the Lakers or else we can't move forward. I don't think you do that. I don't even think the Lakers are going to be the team that represents the West in the NBA Finals.
No, but I also don't think you look at the Warriors roster going into next year. If it is everybody's back except Dante and whatever vet min guy, if you have the same roster that you had this year going into next year, I don't think you look at that roster and say you're a Western favorite. I think you look at that roster and think you're probably a 4, 5, or 6 seed.
I agree.
Again.
I agree.
And that's if you emerge as healthy as you did this year.
But there will
you were healthy this year, kid.
You were healthy at the end. Yes.
The only guy who got hurt was Steph Curry.
Right, but Andrew was gone. So you were whole, as they put it.
Yeah.
You were whole. You were whole at the end.
And
but
you didn't miss a beat when Andrew was gone. Your team record was the exact same as when you had him.
Or they were missing a beat the entire time, I guess is another way to say it.
And so they missed a beat the entire season, and Draymond says it's because of what happened in preseason. The incident, as we call it, because we can't call it as it is, because then we get in hot water and we get dead. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, that's my fault, Coach. So since the incident, they missed a beat all year. And to think that this team is going to be healthy again next year with older players, I think is a bit of a stretch. So, I look at this roster going into next year and I think 4, 5, or 6 seed. It's very possible.
Yeah, I don't think the roster is going to be exactly the same. It never is. There's always going to be subtractions. There's always going to be additions. And until let's say there is a Jordan Poole trade, you got to know what you got back.
Yeah,
and then let's talk about it.
Well, that's a whole different story. If you turn Jordan Poole into OG Anunoby and Otto Porter Jr. coming back, I like your chances better than if you have Jordan Poole and you don't have those two players.
I agree. I have no idea if that's something that would interest both sides, but Gloria in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Gloria, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm just listening to you all talk about the fate of the Warriors moving forward. I just celebrated my 60th birthday yesterday.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Gloria.
Happy birthday, Gloria. What did you do?
Well, I'm having a big celebration coming this Saturday. So
yes,
it was low key and just trying to prepare for that. What I'm thinking about with the Warriors, I'm sort of on board with the gentleman that just called. I do agree that chemistry with Jordan Poole right now has the Warriors not playing as cohesive as they could, especially in years past. So they do have to address that. It saddens me, though, because I really wanted Jordan to work, because I wanted the youth to be embellished in with the veterans, so that prepares for the future. However, with this latest and the punch, it doesn't look like that could happen. So Jordan it is that has to move on. With that being said, I'm going to say something that it really saddens me to say this, but I do believe you should trade Klay Thompson, probably with Jordan, and get someone that plays defense, someone like Bridges, but maybe someone with that type of defense in his arsenal, but can shoot better. And as well, they need to address size. They need size, gentlemen. And please tell me what you think.
Well,
it's a birthday blockbuster from Gloria right there.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. I will say, though, when we talk about strong, she suggested a trade that includes Klay and Jordan.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that's north of $70 million. You want to talk about a blockbuster.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what exactly are you getting in return for something north of $70 million? And again, as we normally
Giannis.
do, because they want Klay and Poole.
Yeah, they're guard light.
Yeah.
They're sick of that tall, lanky, unguardable two-way force.
I mean, I guess what it feels like to me is people go, Klay's declining, trade him. So who wants him if that's how you feel about Klay? I don't think the decline is as steep as it's made out to be, but I also don't think at $43 million, your one thing that's working for you is the deal is expiring. Bobby Marks said very clearly to Bonte and Joe yesterday, expiring contracts are not as attractive as they used to be with the new CBA and the new sort of format in the NBA. So in addition to my opinion that the big three needs to stay together, I think you'd be selling low on Klay Thompson as well, and his contract number is probably entirely preventative. As far as a deal. Give me the other player in the NBA is making north of 40 that somebody wants to give you for Klay Thompson.
Not a lot of them.
I mean,
usually if you're paying a guy 40, it's because he's really, really good, and you are a team that values really, really good players, Mark. That's usually how it works. And I'll come up with a list of guys who are making north of 40. There's probably more of them than you would think these days. There's probably 25 guys making 40 or more.
Ooh, 25? Maybe.
You talk, I'll search.
Well, yeah, there's max players, right, but how many of those are untouchable to their team? How many of those are untouchable?
Of the highest paid guys in the association?
Yeah.
Probably all of them.
Right. Right.
Here's the list.
Okay.
And I'll try to come at you not in any order, but you got Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook.
Oh gosh.
LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Beal. Kevin Durant, Paul George, the aforementioned Giannis Antetokounmpo, Damian Lillard, Kawhi Leonard, Klay Thompson. Only 10, according to this list.
10 players.
Because then you get to Monsieur Gilbert at 38, Anthony Davis at 38, Middleton 38. Jimmy Bucket's a bargain at 37.6.
Wow.
So according to boardroom.tv, first site I saw.
That's a big site.
I don't know. And that salary's this year, so some of those 38s could go up, but the number's not as high as I thought.
Yeah, and what you just threw out there is either untouchable players or players that are so broken that you don't want them for Klay Thompson. You want Russell Westbrook? You want Paul George? You want Kawhi? Right? I mean,
Kawhi. If you could do Klay for Kawhi.
Oh, gosh. That's a hefty conversation. I mean,
we got a few minutes.
No, first of all.
Ballmer calls Lacob.
All right, the Clippers want Klay.
Joe.
The Clippers want Klay?
Steve. Hey, Joe, it's Steve.
The Clippers want to pair Russell Westbrook and Klay Thompson together.
Yeah.
And
you know, Clay's always wanted to play in L.A. and well, it's not the Lakers, but darn it, we're still in L.A. Joe, we'll give you Kawhi for Clay straight up. What do you think?
And the Warriors want someone who rarely plays basketball.
But when he does,
it's fantastic.
I mean,
I'm sure. Like, are you actually telling me you like that idea?
I mean, Clay for Kawhi, I like it. Kawhi can defend. Forget the fact that Kawhi's hurt
he doesn't play.
Wow, I mean, he plays sometimes.
Hey, guy was being accused. You want him because you do a good impression of his laugh. The guy was being accused of load management in the playoffs. It was a running joke. So I don't know, man.
He had 38 in Game 1 against Phoenix.
He's a great player.
He had 31 in Game 2 against Phoenix.
What do you have in Game 3, 4, or 5? Mm-hmm.
You still there, Dibs?
Yeah.
Did we lose you? Thank you.
Yeah,
Dibs, did we lose you? Dibs, did we lose you?
No.
No, Mark, those were CNPs. Could not play.
Oh, could not play.
CNNP. Chose not to play. CNTP. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't think there's a deal out there. I don't think the Warriors are motivated to do it. I don't think there's a deal out there. I don't even see how that helps them. Do you know what I mean? Like
play for Lillard.
How many point guards do you want in the roster?
Well, I mean,
how many ball-dominant point guards do you want on the same team?
Steph isn't. Thank you. Steph's not really a point guard in that way.
We're coming at you with Steph, Lillard, and Jordan Poole in the starting lineup next year. Watch out!
Woo!
Woo!
Warriors lose 171-170.
Thank you.
Clay for Bradley Beal.
He doesn't defend either.
Yeah.
He doesn't defend either. So
I'm trying to get you to trade Clay here, Mark.
I think my whole premise today was some of you have called in and said you don't believe Steve Kerr, but I do when asked if potentially the big three was about done.
No, never crossed my mind. You know, I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, you know, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
And you can give me that's the head coach, and so of course that's what he wants, and those are his guys, and sure, I'll buy it. That's all true. But he also has a major voice in the room. I do think he is speaking for the Golden State Warriors organization, and I don't think that they believe they've got any alternatives right now that would suggest members of the Big Three go elsewhere, and that's going to help the Warriors in the near term and long to win a championship.
Yeah, and that's the way they have to go, quite frankly, because if you look at it any other way, and the trade scenarios I was throwing out was more just to get a reaction out of you because
I know that.
Those salaries did actually match up, though, so you could do a Clay for Beal, a Clay for Kawhi, a Clay for Lillard straight up, and there would be no salary damage done to you. The tax would still be the tax and all the rest of it, and
you lose your birds.
Yeah, you lose your bird rights, exactly. And like Kawhi signed for 3 more years, so you'd be looking at still a hefty tax down the road. At 48.8 and a player option in 3 years. But, you know, when he plays, he's unbelievable. But the problem is he's not always available.
Doesn't play basketball.
If you look at it as a Warrior roster, if you feel like there is still life in the Big Three, then you have no choice but to keep them together, and everything else around them is open for discussion.
Kathy in Palo Alto on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Kathy. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just finishing work, and I had a question about Dante DiVincenzo.
Swing away. What do you got?
Trade Jordan Poole. Sorry?
I said swing away. What do you got?
Yeah, I was wondering why not try to keep Dante if you can trade Jordan. He seems to fit well in the system. He plays better defense. He's a better rebounder. And he could take more shots than he took this year, and he's a pretty good three-point shooter.
The reason they can't keep Dante DiVincenzo is because it's out of their hands, Kathy, would be my quickest answer there. He's got a player option at just over $4 million, and he outplayed that this year. And the Warriors' tax situation makes it very, very difficult in terms of what the Warriors are even allowed to offer Dante. They can offer him a raise, but it's not much. It's going to get him maybe $1 million, $1.5 million more than what he got this year, and that is not going to be enough either, would be my guess. Dante's going to get an offer that probably at least doubles his salary. The Warriors won't be able to do that. If Dante stays, it's because Dante wants to give some sort of a discount to stay with the Warriors, and that usually doesn't happen. That's what I'd say about Dante. I bet the Warriors would love to have him back.
Right.
But it's just a tough. It's GP2 all over again.
Hey, Dante, would you mind picking up your player option? Because we really would love to have you. I know that you could probably get threefold of what we're paying you, but man, you liked being here, didn't you?
Loved it.
We said you were restaurant quality.
Yeah. Speaking of restaurants, how about Warriors Summit at Buon Vino? Not a restaurant, but a wine bar in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. Come see us. It is open to the public. All of the hosts at the same time. All 3 shows plus JD on the Warriors offseason, the Warriors Summit, Monday from 4 to 6 p.m. Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. More of your phone calls next. Plus, I got to get something off my chest about Klay Thompson. Man, I'm looking at something. I got to get this off, okay? We'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm so smart. I'm running the show.
The Warriors offseason has begun. The questions are endless. Dub Nation wants answers, and we've got them. Monday, it's 95.7 The Game's Warriors Summit. Fonte and Shasky.
No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what a week, huh? What a week. Here we are, post Warriors fall to the Lakers a week ago tonight.
Oh, God.
And man,
you really know how to set up a segment.
If I could put together a pamphlet, I won't say a book. I don't think I'm ever going to write a book. I've heard it's very, very hard, very involved process. But if I could put together a pamphlet of the best things we've heard this week, ideas, takes, emotion, all in the Warriors postmortem, I think it would be pretty wide-ranging, which is also what I think is going to happen on Monday when we get to reconvene again at the Warriors Summit at Juan Vino in Walnut Creek, where all of you are invited from 4 to 6.
I'm going to be such a non-factor that you won't even be able to fill out a pamphlet with my takes. Probably it'll all fit on a Post-it note.
What do you mean you're going to be a non-factor?
I'm going to sit back and watch the fur fly and watch all of the egos in the room do battle.
You're not going to do that. You're going to talk when I tell you to talk.
Man.
When I point to your button,
God.
when I point to your button, you're going to talk, puppet.
Let's
That's
go
what we're
Dibs,
doing.
half in the bag. Sorry, I stepped on it, Granny. Is that me half in the bag? Oh, yeah, let's go to Dibs, half in the bag. I like that. That actually might work. I got a ride home lined up.
It might be all the way in the bag.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to it. Of course,
No,
I'll
we're gonna have a great
participate.
time.
I'll partake, and I'm really looking forward to how much we're able to stick to the script because our great program director, Matt Nahigian, has laid out the blueprint and the best laid plans of mice and men, especially when you're dealing with 7 egos all doing battle. It's going to be up to you to try to keep us on track there, Mark.
Yeah, for a while I was like, wow, Matt, geez, like, why? I mean, okay, that's an honor. I get it. Like, it's our show slot, so okay. And the more I think about this, I'm like, I think I'm being set up.
Oh, no doubt.
I think I'm being set up. I think this is going to be a disaster, and I'm pretty sure everyone's going to hate me when it's over. But
it's a trap. Why go in hating you? So
yeah, exactly. Actually, most of the guys on the stage, that's probably already true. So it's okay. Check this out. I just think this is important to mention because the decline of Klay Thompson. Wow, are you all overstating it? Okay, if you want to make the point that he's not the defender now that he used to be, sure, duh. Nobody, after the injuries, thought Klay would ever be back to pre-injury Klay. Why would he? That's not how it works. And he's 32 years old, okay? But somehow, because we remember the Lakers series, and the last image was 3 for 19, and it was really bad, that's all fair, too. But please don't say that that's how Klay played this year. Klay Thompson played more than twice as many games this year versus last year. So you can't give it small sample. Scoring average up, field goal percentage up, 3-point percentage up, and that 3-point percentage, by the way, was north of 41%, which is freaking elite in the National Basketball Association, and of course hit more threes than anybody in the entire league.
Took more threes too.
Fine, but what is it actually that we're talking about when everyone just flies around with the assumption that we've got a declining Klay Thompson? Where's the evidence?
Well, it's the eye test, and defense is it's probably not half the game anymore. Defense is probably a little bit more than a third of the game. It might be 40% of the game, and defensively, he is not nearly the same player that he once was. He used to be a lockdown defender, and now he's not a liability on defense, but he's not a great defender anymore.
Right. I started with that, but that's if we go back to pre-injuries. In other words, what I see is a player that since the injuries got better from last year to this year. And what I also see is that at times this year, he looked better than we ever thought he'd look again.
That's fair.
So, yes, is he declined on defense versus 4 or 5 years ago? Sure. Is it at such a level that we're talking about a Jordan Poole level type of a player? No. No. I mean, if we're sitting here talking about, he can't defend, well, then what are you doing with Jordan Poole on your team?
Oh, he's a bad defender.
Yeah.
And I want to shout out the postman in Capitola who paid $2 to ask me if I'm bringing my baby. No, Supper will not be bringing the baby. If Supper, my wife, can make it, the baby will be with Grandma.
Supper not coming.
It's a man. Supper was coming, but some things have. Well, a lot's been going on. You talk about your week and my week. We've had a couple of weeks, so I'm hoping that Sup can make it. But I got to ask you then, why has the Warriors defense gone from elite to not even mediocre? Is it because, and you've said, same roster, even though it's not.
Well, but it was at the end.
Right.
Almost.
And at the end, their defense did get a little bit better, but why was their defense so much worse all year?
I would point to two main things. One, Gary Payton II was not on the team for the majority of the year. That's number one. Number two, I do believe at least a portion of what Draymond said the other day, which is that his direction on defense, for 10 years we've called him the director of the defense, and then all of us blow him off like he's some sort of egomaniac when he says, I couldn't talk to the team and our defense got worse. And we're like, oh gosh, Draymond thinks so highly of himself. He's simply saying what we've all called him for 10 years. If he's the director of the defense and he's lost his voice, then when things are going haywire defensively and he can't talk about it and adjust it, then that's a problem. And then by extension, the third thing would be just the reliance on young players at the beginning of the year who hadn't been taught the defense yet.
And I also think that you're overlooking the reality that Clay is not as good a defender, and that obviously hurt your defense as well, because he used to be a good on-ball defender, and that was their problem all year. They had nobody who could guard the basketball.
So what if I asked you then, why was the defense so good the year they won the title, when Clay was, in theory, a lesser player than he was this year?
Because you had better on-ball defense. You mentioned GP2. He's very good at that. Andrew Wiggins was a guy who played almost every game. He didn't this year. Draymond Green was younger and more spry, and his decline, it hasn't been that dramatic, but he's declined a little bit defensively as well.
See, I actually think he was a bigger presence this year than last year. Last year, he was the one who got hurt for a significant portion of the second half of the year.
And the other piece of this year, and I know we're up against it, but
we're fine.
Pace and tempo this year was faster. There was more points this year than ever before, and that hurt everybody's defense across the association.
That's a good point, and I still haven't figured out why. Why did that happen this year? And you remember the Kings fans loved to, oh my gosh, this is the highest scoring team in the history of ever. It's like 7 teams broke the record or something all in the same year. So that's like, it would be akin to some baseball team hitting 300 home runs and the ball's juiced and everyone's going crazy. And you're like, this is the best team ever. It's like, no, something's going on. I don't know why it's like that this year.
I think more teams approached it the way the Warriors used to, which is shoot more threes, take more shots. If you shoot more threes and take more shots, odds are you're going to score more points just by the very nature of threes are greater than twos. And if you shoot 100 shots instead of 90, if you shoot about the same percentage, you're going to score more points.
So are you saying shoot your shot?
It's all I got.
All right. So what's coming up on the game will be Mark Grandy, everybody. Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Here comes the best of the game. A full hour of the best content from today on the game, and it is all hosted by the great Mark Grandy. And when I see you next, Dibs, you better be ready. You better be ready for a full bottle of Pinot.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay? Full bottle, you and me.
You and me?
You and me.
That means I'm drinking 4/5 of it.
That's exactly right.
You're a 2-sipper quitter.
I had a full glass last night.
Look at you.
Yeah. Full glass. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's Thursday. Yeah. So
best day of the week.
All right, there it is.
I can't wait till Monday.
Juan Vino, Walnut Creek, 4-6 on Monday. And by the way, confirmed, if you just want only the attention of Willard and Dibs, you can come early, 2 to 4. We'll be there the whole time, and then the rest of the gang starts to come on in, and we're really looking forward to it. So we will see you then on Monday in Walnut Creek. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It is all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd.
Sony Pictures Classics proudly presents It Ain't Over, the new film about one of baseball's greatest superstars, and that you can bring the whole family to enjoy in a movie theater.
He's the figure that was larger than life.
First-person accounts include Derek Jeter, Joe Torre, Mariano Rivera, Willie Randolph, Don Mattingly, Tony Kubek, and Ron Guidry.
He was a guy that everybody loved because he was real.
It Ain't Over, a new film by Sean Mullen.
Rated PG, only in theaters. Now playing select cities, coming soon to a theater near you.
You know it pays to protect your engine, but did you know that with Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil, it pays in more ways than one? Not only does it help extend engine life, saving you in the long run, but right now you can get a $20 digital gift card to top retailers like Hotels.com, Topgolf, and Uber. Get Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil at a participating retailer, or ask for it in your next oil change at a participating location to qualify. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Offer ends 9/30/2023. Terms apply. See pennzoil.com/awards for details.
My father was diagnosed with cancer while I was in college, and I knew I wanted to pursue a career in that field.
Dr. Lawrence Fong, Director of the Cancer Immunotherapy Program at UCSF Health.
When we think about conventional cancer treatments like chemotherapy or what we describe as targeted therapies, we give these treatments to people so long as their cancer responds, but also so long as they can tolerate the treatment.
Dr. Fong is a leader in discovering new ways to train the patient's own immune system to find and eliminate cancer cells.
Immunotherapy is one of many different options that we have to treat cancer, but for certain cancers, it can actually result in really dramatic responses.
And this powerful tool offers many opportunities for the future.
Cancer immunotherapy represents one of the ultimate forms of precision medicine. And in the next 10 years, we will see